Zeke Draker was born into the prestigious Draker family, a lineage of legendary dragon slayers. However, his status within the family was short-lived. Deemed unworthy due to his inability to wield a sword, he was abandoned. Unlike his ancestors, who excelled as knights, Zeke was born with a different power, a cursed healing ability that no one valued. Determined to grow stronger, Zeke wandered across continents in search of power. His journey eventually led him to an ancient relic, an artifact so valuable that even the Emperor coveted it. But before he could fully grasp its potential, Imperial soldiers ambushed him. His injuries were so severe that even his healing magic failed him. Just when it seemed like the end, the relic activated, triggering an upgrade system that rewound his body to a younger age. Along with this regression, ancient powers awakened within him. From this moment, his true story began, right where it all started at the Draker household's training institution, the Cradle. To understand Zeke's struggle, it's essential to grasp the power of his lineage. The Draker family is one of the three great transcendent households, their prestige tracing back to their ancestor, Terrican Draker. 1,000 years ago, Terrican became a hero after slaying the malevolent dragon, Bahamut, cementing his family's influence. Every Draker descendant since has inherited the blessing of Aura, allowing them to awaken formidable power and excel as warriors. Every descendant, except Zeke. He was born without Aura, a flaw that made him an outcast. Now, having regressed, Zeke lay on his bed, feeling unbothered, until a sudden system notification jolted him. Instinctively, he snapped to attention, scanning his surroundings for any intruders. But after a moment, he dismissed it as his imagination. However, more system windows appeared, and one, in particular, held shocking information. It announced that his soul had merged with the will of the Elder Dragon. With this, he was granted partial authority over the system. As the activation completed, his vision was bombarded with a flood of system windows. The first one displayed his stats, class, and a unique ability labeled Draconian Skill, a power that could only be unlocked once he accumulated 10 karma points. Unfortunately, at that moment, his karma points stood at 0. Curious, Zeke starts experimenting with the system, quickly figuring out how to navigate its features. Among all the details displayed in the administration status window, one thing catches his attention: his class skill. The reason? The term comes from the ancient Draconic language, a classification system long lost in this era. He remembers hearing about it from his master, who once explained that people in the ancient world categorize themselves by their strengths, each class mastering specialized techniques, known as skills. Since the system classifies him as a healer, his corresponding skill is, unsurprisingly, healing. The moment he sees this, memories of his harsh training come flooding back. His master, a woman who never went easy on him, pushed him to the brink of death countless times, forcing him to heal himself over and over. The pain she inflicted was unbearable, but it turned him into the powerful healer he became. To confirm the system's claim, Zeke decides to activate his ability. The result stuns him. His healing powers work instantly. This is strange because, in his past life, he only awakened as a healer in his 20s, after his Ether Hall was unlocked. That means in this life, his Ether Hall is already open. Not only has he returned to the past with all his memories intact, but his abilities have also carried over, giving him a huge advantage. Just as he's about to dive deeper into the system, a voice calls his name, followed by a knock on the door. Panicking, Zeke scrambles to dismiss the system windows before anyone notices. However, the visitor doesn't bother waiting and barges in without permission. The man standing before him is Decker, Zeke's exclusive servant. He's here to check if his young master is ready for an important event. The problem? Zeke has no idea what event he's talking about. His cluelessness visibly irritates Decker, whose piercing gaze could make anyone shrink in fear. To think that his young master actually forgot such an important day, it's enough to make Decker lose his patience. Meanwhile, Zeke instinctively starts trembling. Even though his mind belongs to a 32-year-old man, his body reacts out of habit. In his past life, he was always terrified of Decker, and clearly, that fear still lingers. At that moment, one of Zeke's class skills activates, Composed Mind. Almost instantly, his trembling stops, and any trace of fear disappears from his face. This skill ensures that no matter the situation, the user remains mentally unaffected, allowing them to stay completely calm and collected. Zeke finds it rather convenient that it triggers on its own. Meanwhile, Decker continues his relentless reminders about the significance of the event ahead. Zeke, however, remains silent, seemingly unbothered. It's only after repeated insistence that he finally acknowledges Decker's words, admitting that he does remember. In fact, he recalls it all too well, the evaluation test known as Pancration. To understand the gravity of this event, it's important to know how the Draker's training system, the Cradle, operates. Starting at the age of 7, all Draker children undergo rigorous training for 5 years, mastering the basics of combat. Every year, students are evaluated through fierce competitions in swordsmanship and hand-to-hand combat. The highlight of these evaluations is Pancration, a brutal, no-rules battle where anything goes. Typically, instructors decide the matchups, though students may challenge each other if both sides agree. With no restrictions, injuries are inevitable, and on rare occasions, students don't make it out alive. Despite the risks, every student is forced to fight, as the results determine their class placement within the academy. Finally, the day of Pancration arrives. Students gather in a massive amphitheater, buzzing with nervous excitement. At the center stands Instructor Panmark, the head instructor. His sharp gaze sweeps across the crowd before he reminds them that today is the final stage of their evaluation. The students shout in unison, their enthusiasm catching even the instructor's attention. Among the crowd, a few students spot Zeke and immediately begin whispering. Some mock him, laughing at the fact that he even showed up after the humiliation he suffered last year. Soon, the duels begin. The first match is over in a flash. One student, Aaron, knocks his opponent out cold with a single uppercut, ending the fight before it even starts. While the other students watch in awe, Zeke remains unimpressed. To him, this is nothing special. Zeke recalls the days when he, too, was terrified of these fights. But after everything he endured in his past life, this kind of battle feels like child's play. As he yawns repeatedly, waiting for his turn, one particular student, Leon Conrad, eagerly anticipates their match. Eventually, Zeke's name is called, and sure enough, his opponent is Leon. While Zeke lazily rubs his tired eyes, Leon wastes no time, immediately throwing a jab, both verbal and physical, mocking the humiliation Zeke suffered last year. Of course, Zeke hasn't forgotten. The memory is painfully clear. How he once begged Leon for mercy. But that was the old Zeke. Those days are long gone. Leon has been his opponent every single year, and Zeke knows him all too well. His dirty tricks, his arrogance, and the trash family he comes from. There's no doubt in Zeke's mind that Leon manipulated things behind the scenes to make sure they were matched up again. To Zeke, a loyal dog that bites is better than having a cousin like him. In his past life, Zeke never got the chance to meet his 4 direct siblings, but he had plenty of cousins, most of whom took every opportunity to bully him. Leon calls out to him again, spewing more insults, taunting him about last year's humiliating defeat. He even questions whether that disgrace wasn't enough to keep Zeke from ever stepping into Pancration again. But while Leon keeps running his mouth, Zeke remains calm, all thanks to Composed Mind. That patience, however, has its limits. There's only so much disrespect Zeke is willing to tolerate. His cold response only fuels Leon's anger, pushing him to cross the line. Without warning, Leon grabs Zeke by the head, as if trying to physically assert his dominance. Bad move. Before he even realizes what's happening, Zeke's fist crashes into Leon's face, sending him flying backward. The entire amphitheater falls silent. This devastating punch wasn't just an ordinary hit. It was powered by Critical Strike, a skill that significantly boosts attack damage. However, the ability comes with a risk. If the attack fails, the opponent can counter. But Zeke's punch landed perfectly. No room for a counter. Leon, meanwhile, is writhing on the ground, clutching his face in agony. Zeke takes a moment to reflect. He only meant to knock Leon out, not to activate critical strike. But what's done is done. The instructor rushes over, tending to the injured brat while scolding Zeke for attacking before the match officially began. But Zeke, completely unfazed, casually responds, questioning why they even need permission to fight when they're already standing in the arena. After all, the one who strikes first has the advantage, so why waste the opportunity? As he says this, his menacing aura fills the air, and the sheer killer intent radiating from him makes the instructor visibly tremble. Meanwhile, Leon quickly reassures the instructor that everything is fair game. If he were to back down now, the humiliation would be unbearable. Determined to salvage his pride, he demands the fight officially begin. The moment the signal is given, Leon recklessly charges forward. Bad move. Again, Zeke meets him head-on with another punch straight to the face. However, this time, Leon doesn't feel any pain. At first, he was terrified of getting hit, remembering how devastating that first punch was. But realizing that this one didn't hurt at all, that only boosts his foolish confidence. So that first punch was just a fluke? Leon thinks. All he has to do, he believes, is keep his guard up, and Zeke won't be a threat at all. Leon quickly notices Zeke shifting his stance, preparing a counterattack with his left hand. Anticipating the move, Leon ducks at the perfect moment, dodging the attack and grabbing Zeke, attempting to slam him to the ground. But in an instant, Leon suddenly takes a hit so fast that even the spectators can't see what happened. His body trembles violently, completely shaken. Even the instructor, who was certain Leon had secured the advantage, stands there dumbfounded, unable to process what just happened. Zeke had struck Leon square in the chin, slipping out of his grasp with surgical precision. Leon made the mistake of letting his guard down, thinking he had Zeke right where he wanted him. But Zeke? He never lost focus for a second. The level of concentration and precision needed to pull off such a clean, devastating move is a feat in itself. The instructor is now questioning everything. Is this really the same Zeke Draker they all look down on? Leon, on the other hand, is a complete mess. His brain is scrambled from that brutal punch, his body unsteady. But before he can even process what's happening, another strike lands. The force sends him stumbling, but he grits his teeth, steadies himself, and throws a desperate punch in retaliation. At that critical moment, one of Zeke's class skills activates automatically. Heightened sense. This ability sharpens his perception, allowing him to see everything in extreme slow motion, 960 frames per second. With the punch now moving at a snail's pace, dodging it is effortless. As Leon's fist zips past him, Zeke grabs his extended arm and slams him into the ground. Hard. The impact is so devastating that the ground beneath him literally shatters. At the same time, another skill activates, Precise Stab, which helps Zeke target weak points for maximum damage. With Leon pinned, completely at his mercy, Zeke balls up his fist, preparing to obliterate his face. Leon panics, begging him to stop. But Zeke? He doesn't hesitate. A punch lands square on Leon's face, leaving him completely wrecked. The sheer brutality of the hit leaves the instructor drenched in sweat, and the spectators sit in stunned silence. For Zeke, this final blow feels immensely satisfying. After years of torment, after all the humiliation, he's finally turned the tables. More importantly, this little display of power will serve as a warning. His other cousins will think twice before messing with him again. Not that it really matters. If they dare cross him, he'll make sure they regret it for good. Yet, despite this brutal defeat, some fools still haven't learned their lesson. One particularly arrogant punk, Jakin Vardek, steps forward, challenging Zeke to a Pancration match. This cocky brat is itching to prove a point, hoping to make a statement through sheer force. Zeke, however, finds it amusing. In fact, he's almost bored at the thought of fighting Jakin alone. So, he raises the stakes. He offers Jakin the chance to bring reinforcements, to make things more entertaining. And without hesitation, Zeke calls out another student by name, Liam Stone. Liam is nothing more than Jakin's lackey, a yes man, always tailing behind him. This suggestion feels like a slap to Jaken's face, as if Zeke is saying he's so weak he'll need backup. The very idea of needing help to beat Zeke is a humiliation Jaken refuses to accept. But Zeke keeps pushing his buttons, fueling his rage even more. Now, Jaken is seething, more than ready to shut Zeke up. As both fighters step into the arena, the instructor glares at Zeke and explicitly warns him, "Don't move before the signal." Zeke smirks, because it turns out Jaken did bring his servant along after all. And that only makes things even more fun. Liam, in his past life, was a renowned warrior, even earning the title of Mercenary King. Back then, he served under Jaken and joined the Cradle at the academy. However, as a distant relative, he was largely ignored in his education. Desperate to improve, he pleaded for a chance to study at Academy Bala, but ultimately ended up in the Knight Order of the small nation of Baranon. When Baranon fell, Liam became a mercenary, and in those turbulent times, strength naturally attracted followers. With years of battle experience, he rose to fame as a Red Knight and eventually founded the Stone Mercenaries. Uniting the three largest mercenary factions, he solidified his title as the Mercenary King. Later, when the Empire hired the Stone Mercenaries, Liam entered the Continental Wars, where he became a formidable enemy to Zeke and the Northerners. But this time, Zeke is determined to carve out a different path. As soon as the instructor signals the start, Jaken rushes forward with a powerful punch, the force of his strike strong enough to disturb the air. But Zeke doesn't even flinch. He effortlessly catches the blow, stopping it like it was nothing. Jaken quickly yanks his hand away and retaliates with a kick, but the attack backfires spectacularly. The moment his leg makes contact, searing pain shoots through him. He's hit Zeke's reinforced barrier around his elbow, dealing serious damage to himself instead. Staggering in shock, he barely has a second to react before Zeke charges in, his fist glowing with activated skill, ready to strike. Panicked, Jaken throws his arms over his face to block the incoming attack, but he's made a grave miscalculation. Zeke never intended to hit his face. Instead, he targets the already injured leg, delivering a ruthless blow. Jaken barely has time to process the pain before Zeke follows up with a crushing punch to the ribs, making him cough up blood. The once arrogant fighter is now sprawled on the ground, stripped of his pride. Furious and humiliated, he orders his sidekick to finish Zeke off immediately. Now it's Liam's turn. The man radiates an unmistakable killing intent as he steps forward. The worst part about facing him is his insane reach. If Zeke lets him strike first, the fight could turn south quickly. Knowing this, Zeke takes the initiative. He launches into a rapid assault, using a skill called Slash. Moving so fast that he appears as a blur, he unleashes a relentless storm of punches. The speed of his strikes completely disrupts Liam's vision, forcing him onto the defensive. The real battle is just beginning. The spectators watching from the sidelines are in utter disbelief. True despair washes over them as they witness just how much of an absolute powerhouse Zeke is. They're curious, confused even because none of them have ever seen anything like this before. In a world where swords reign supreme, a fighter who relies purely on their fists is practically unheard of. Zeke's technique is undeniably impressive, but it's also taking a serious toll on his body. And yet, that's not even the biggest problem. The real challenge here is Liam's monstrous physique. No counters, no dodging. Liam is just standing his ground, absorbing every hit with his guard up. If he was this resilient now, imagine how terrifying he must have been back when he ruled as the Mercenary King. Realizing that his attacks aren't making a dent, Zeke decides to go all in. He channels all his strength into one final, devastating strike. One that will break through Liam's defense no matter what. But just as he launches the attack, Liam dodges with infuriating ease. He doesn't flinch, doesn't turn his head. He simply redirects the strike as if it was nothing. The sheer arrogance of it pisses Zeke off. Before he can react, Liam seizes the opening and hoists him high into the air, preparing to slam him into the ground with brute force. Zeke, however, refuses to go down without a fight. Thinking fast, he delivers a sharp strike to Liam's head. His class skill, heightened sense, activates, allowing him to take full advantage of the moment. In an instant, he locks his legs around Liam's neck, cutting off his air supply. No matter how absurdly strong Liam is, even he can't fight if oxygen isn't reaching his brain. But Zeke underestimated his opponent. Liam retaliates viciously, delivering crushing blows one after another. The relentless barrage forces Zeke to cough up blood, his body screaming in pain. Even so, Liam's strength finally starts to fade. His movements grow sluggish, his body weakening with each second he struggles. Eventually, he collapses, unconscious from the lack of air. The spectators are left speechless, their breath caught in their throats. The sheer intensity of the fight leaves them in awe. But among them, one student stands out, not terrified, not shaken, but thrilled. Instead of fear, she feels exhilaration. She can't wait for the day she gets to fight Zeke herself. Later that evening, after the grueling day comes to an end, Zeke returns to his quarters. His servant, having heard about the brutal match, immediately asks about his condition. Rumors of his severe injuries have already spread. Zeke brushes it off, claiming he's fine, but the butler isn't convinced. Ignoring his protests, he insists on checking his pulse, determined to see for himself if Zeke is really telling the truth. Zeke can tell exactly what this old man is up to. He's not just checking for injuries. He wants to see if Zeke has awakened his aura yet. Eventually, Zeke extends his hand, and without hesitation, the servant channels a stream of blue energy into him. The sight of it makes Zeke pause. Is this guy a blue knight? Normally, when checking someone's awakening, people just examine the dantian. But this man is going the extra mile, using an unusually precise technique. Imbuing someone else with aura is already difficult, but controlling it with this much precision, that takes serious skill. If this old man really is a blue knight, it raises an even bigger question. What's someone of his caliber doing acting as his servant? Knights aren't all the same. They're ranked based on their martial prowess and aura manipulation skills. The lowest level is white swordsman, which is where most children start before their blessing rite. After awakening their aura and opening their dantian, they become yellow swordsmen, the level all cradle trainees reach after the ritual. Learning to fully control aura earns the title of knight, while those who can reinforce their sword with aura become purple knights. The blue knight level is reached when one can manifest an aura blade, a feat few ever achieve. Beyond that lies the realm of those who have truly transcended their limits. The red knights, the rank both Liam and Zeke had reached before his regression. And above even them, there exists an almost mythical level, the Black Knights, of whom only a handful exist across the entire continent. With all this in mind, Zeke can't help but wonder, why is someone as skilled as this servant, someone who could easily be leading troops, stuck playing the role of his babysitter? Still, no matter how skilled he is, there's no way he can detect Zeke's ether, a power that only two people in the world can use. Finally, the old man finishes his examination. His tone firm, he questions Zeke directly. Is there something you're hiding? Zeke remains unfazed. Keeping his cool, he feigns ignorance, flipping the question back on him. Do you know something that I don't? For a moment, silence fills the room. But before the tension lingers, Zeke casually brushes it off, claiming he was just joking. The butler hesitates, clearly unsettled, but he can't resist asking one more thing. Why have you changed so much? That question stops Zeke in his tracks. He turns to face the butler, eyes sharp. You're asking the wrong question, he says. Instead of asking why he's changed now, the real question should be, why did it take him so long to change in the first place? A heavy silence hangs between them. But before the butler can respond, Zeke breaks it himself. He informs him that this is just the beginning. There are plenty more surprises ahead. So instead of being shocked every time, all the butler needs to do is follow orders. The humble servant bows his head in acknowledgement, ready to follow his master's will without question. With that, he reports that the training room Zeke requested is already prepared and waiting. Satisfied, Zeke dismisses him, telling him to get some well-earned rest. As Zeke walks away alone, a lingering thought gnaws at him. His butler might have been ordered to keep an eye on him. If that's the case, it's better to keep him close. That way, Zeke can manipulate him and extract whatever information he needs. He still has to figure out who gave the order. It's unlikely that anyone from his mother's side would dare, which means it has to be one of his siblings. Upon entering the personal training room, Zeke is momentarily taken aback by its sheer extravagance. It only reinforces the fact that this household truly lives up to its name. Before beginning his training, he decides to check the system. With a single command, the system panel materializes before him. Right away, he notices that his slash skill has reached proficiency. He has no idea how it happened, but a guess quickly forms. It must have leveled up from repeated use. Unlike other abilities, slash activates naturally through his movements, requiring no conscious effort. If this pattern holds, then any new techniques he learns will likely be registered as skills as well. One thing still puzzles him: the difference between a skill and a class skill. They seem to function similarly, both activating instinctively. Yet he knows there must be a distinction. His eyes then land on another entry, the Draconian skill. However, he can't access it yet. Unlocking it requires 10 points, and right now his karma points are sitting at 0. Clicking on the option, a system message appears, informing him that he can earn karma points by killing monsters. This sparks another thought. Monsters are abundant in the dungeons. However, access is restricted to those at least at the Purple Knight level. He's not there yet. For now, his biggest questions remain unanswered. Why did he regress to the past? And what exactly is this system? The existence of skills, class skills, and the system itself all seem connected to that ancient relic. But without more information, it's impossible to draw conclusions. Whatever the case, he won't waste time speculating. He grips his sword tightly. Whether it's through this system or the power of his Draker lineage, he will use everything at his disposal to grow stronger. In this world, there are two dominant forces: aura, wielded by knights, and mana, harnessed by mages. Knights refine their aura in the dungeons, while mages cultivate their mana through circles. The two powers exist at opposite ends of the spectrum. If one awakens one path, they forever lose the ability to walk the other. Unlike others in his household, Zeke was unfortunate enough to awaken neither a dantian nor a circle. This inability marked him as a failure, leading to his abandonment by the Draker family. Cast aside, he wandered aimlessly until he met his master. During his vagabond days, his master taught him many things, but two lessons stood above the rest: the art of healing and the ether hall, a unique technique his master had developed. Through it, Zeke learned to harness the energy of nature, known as ether. To this day, he and his master remain the only ether users in existence. After just 2 hours of training, Zeke feels like he's about to collapse. But then his class skill, healing, activates alongside another, vigor recovery. Healing is an exceptionally rare skill, one Zeke never even knew existed until he met his master. If others ever saw him use it, they'd label him an irregular. That's exactly why he avoided using it during his fight against Liam, only healing himself once he was safely back in his room. With his body fully restored, he pushes forward. He can't afford to waste a single moment. By dawn, exhaustion weighs on him like a lead weight. The entire training hall bears the evidence of his relentless efforts: deep gashes scarring the floor, trails marking where his sword carved through the air. Still, this is only the beginning. A week passes. Inside the Cradle cafeteria, students whispering about Zeke. They say he's like a completely different person. But since he was born a loser, their only explanation is that he must have dabbled in black magic. Meanwhile, in a private lounge, the so-called big shots of the academy are gathered for dinner. The first is Raina Turin, eating her steak in silence. Next to her sits Owen Zimmons, calm and composed, and across from him, Leon, battered but still as rowdy and impatient as ever. Owen advises Jakin to eat properly. He'll need the energy for his upcoming swordsmanship duel. But Jakin, irritated for no apparent reason, slams his fist against the table with such force that his steak falls to the ground. The impact even causes Reina's steak to jump off her plate, which instantly enrages her. Her glare alone is enough to make Jakin hesitate, if only for a moment. All four of these students have one thing in common. They hate Zeke. It's no surprise they're together. But despite their shared resentment, it's clear they don't actually get along. The only thing holding their fragile alliance together is their mutual grudge against him. Owen acknowledges that Zeke was both brave and impressive during Pancration, but he remains convinced that when it comes to swordsmanship, Zeke will be nothing short of pathetic. As far as he knows, Zeke doesn't even know how to hold a sword properly, so there's no way he could ever be a threat. One of the others chimes in, pointing out how weak Zeke must be. After all, he had to get a customized sword because the standard ones were too heavy for him. Even with that, Jakin still can't wrap his head around the fact that he lost to that inferior piece of trash. He refuses to believe that Zeke won against him through sheer skill. He's convinced it was nothing but dumb luck. Reina, however, doesn't share their delusions. If you actually believe that nonsense, she says coldly, then none of you deserve to be knights of the Draker household. Before we jump into the duel itself, here's some context. Unlike Pancration, which involves controlled combat, sword duels are fought with real weapons. As a result, they're the primary cause of injuries in the academy. This is also where the true difference in a cadet's skills becomes glaringly obvious. A month after the current final exams, the blessing rite will take place, the moment when the Drakers awaken their aura. Until then, the duels serve as a proving ground. And now, the day of the duel has finally arrived. The instructor calls Zeke forward. Without a shred of hesitation, he steps onto the battlefield, casually resting a massive sword over his shoulder. The blade is so absurdly big that it immediately draws laughter from the crowd. Is this guy serious? To them, it's obvious. Zeke must think that bigger is better, that the sheer size of his weapon will give him an advantage. From the other side, Reina steps up, fully fired up. With a dramatic motion, she throws down the gauntlet, officially challenging Zeke to the duel. Zeke doesn't hesitate. Without a second thought, he accepts, but something about him unsettles her. Watching him effortlessly lift that claymore, she realizes this isn't the same Zeke she once knew. The person she remembers struggled to even hold a sword properly. But the presence he exudes now, it's different. Striking. For the briefest moment, she feels something she never expected, intimidation. But she quickly shakes it off, disgusted at herself for even entertaining such a thought. She was the one who issued the challenge. Backing down isn't an option. At the same time, Zeke is also feeling the pressure. He knows his usual tricks won't be enough to secure victory, because this isn't just any duel. This is a fight against the Lightning Knight. And that's straight up nerve-wracking. In his past life, Reina Terran had carved her name into history during the Continental Wars, earning recognition as one of the strongest warriors of her generation. Unlike most, she had awakened her aura years before undergoing the blessing rite, a feat that placed her in a league of her own. However, despite possessing such a rare gift, she never used her aura inside Cradle. Instead, she dedicated herself to mastering the fundamentals. But that doesn't mean she's any less dangerous. As soon as the duel begins, the clash of steel echoes through the air. Their swords collide in a burst of sparks, neither side giving an inch. After the first impact, Reina swiftly steps back before charging again. With just one powerful strike, she forces Zeke to slide backward. That alone tells him everything he needs to know. She's even better than he expected. Without missing a beat, Reina lunges again, her blade moving at lightning speed. Each swing crackles through the air, lighting up the space between them with every strike. In the background, her so-called allies grow impatient. "Just finish him off already," one of them shouts. But one of the more level-headed observers shuts them down. "You idiots," they mutter. She's not playing around. He's the one pushing her back. From Reina's perspective, she can see the gaps in Zeke's defense, the vulnerabilities she should be able to exploit. Yet every time she moves to strike, her attack is blocked, as if he's encouraging her efforts. And that's what frustrates her the most. It's almost as if this isn't a duel for him. It's a lesson. Every time she lands a hit, he leaves another opening. inviting her to attack, challenging her to break past his defenses. After several exchanges, she finally steps back, her breath heavy from the relentless back and forth. But Zeke? He doesn't look even remotely tired. Not a single bead of sweat on his face. In fact, he looks bored. She's fighting honestly, holding back her aura in favor of pure skill. It's something he expected from someone obsessed with mastering the basics. But now that they're here, he decides to help her break out of her shell. Lowering his stance dramatically, he makes it look as if he's about to close the distance in one explosive move. Reina, confident in her speed, doesn't think much of Zeke's low stance. She's sure that as long as she maintains distance, she'll be able to react in time. But in the blink of an eye, Zeke closes the gap, and suddenly, he's right in her face. Before she can even process what's happening, he swings his massive sword with enough force to crack the ground. The sheer impact sends shockwaves through the arena. Still, Reina clings to her belief. As long as there's space between them, she can counter him. Then, Zeke swings his sword again, this time through empty air. At first, it seems like a complete miss, but it wasn't meant to hit her. The sheer force of his strike sends debris flying straight into her face, smacking her square in the nose, leaving it bruised and battered. The moment she flinches, Zeke charges in, his sword hurtling toward her. The gleaming blade stops just centimeters from her neck, and in that instant, she's certain this is it. She's done for. But then, something unexpected happens. Zeke's sword suddenly flies out of his hands, landing a few feet away. The crowd erupts, quickly declaring him the loser. Cheers break out for Reina, celebrating her victory, all without even using her aura. But one person isn't fooled. The instructor's face turns ghostly pale, his expression one of sheer horror, as if he just found out he has multiple fathers. What the cadets didn't notice is what really happened. As Zeke's blade closed in on Reina, she instinctively used a faint trace of aura, so subtle it was almost imperceptible. The significance of this? Reina swore she wouldn't use her aura until she officially entered the academy. Yet in this duel, Zeke forced her to break that promise. For a moment, she just stands there, doubt and regret flickering across her face. Then, without warning, Zeke rushes her again. Before she can react, bam, his fist slams into her throat. She chokes, her knees buckling as blood dribbles from her mouth. Gasps ripple through the crowd. Outrage erupts. This was a sword duel. That was a cheap shot. This is shameless. Everyone present turns against Zeke, pointing fingers, throwing insults. But he doesn't even acknowledge the noise. Completely unfazed, he calmly turns to Reina and asks, "Do you want to continue?" Reina, still struggling to stand, stubbornly insists she hasn't lost. To her, the only reason he landed the hit was because she let her guard down. But then a chilling realization hits her. If he had been holding a knife instead of throwing a punch, she'd already be 6 feet under. That thought alone seals her decision. With a sense of honor, she concedes defeat. The once rowdy crowd that had mocked Zeke just moments ago now stood frozen in stunned silence. Zeke Draker, the very man they had ridiculed as nothing more than human scum, had just secured an undeniable victory. And not against just anyone, but Reina Turin, the prodigious Lightning Knight. For most of the spectators, the idea of Reina losing was beyond belief. Meanwhile, at Abel's castle, the aftermath of a brutal battle left bodies scattered across the pit. William, witnessing the carnage, couldn't understand how Abel remained so calm, casually sipping tea as if nothing had happened. But Abel's mind was elsewhere, on a letter detailing Zeke Draker's victory over Reina. Setting his cup down, he inquired about the timing of the upcoming blessing rite. With the full moon still some time away, Abel decided it was the perfect opportunity to visit the Draker family. William was shocked. Abel intended to go alone. But to the renowned sword master, this was more than just a visit. He was eager to see firsthand the awakening of the youngest Draker. While the rest of the cradle buzzed over his victory, Zeke remained unfazed. He simply returned to his training, uninterested in any celebration. Days turned to weeks, and soon a full month had passed. The day of the blessing rite had finally arrived. Yet, Zeke still couldn't grasp how he had managed to become a Red Knight in his past life, especially given the limitations of his former body. After completing his training, he commanded the status window to open. As expected, his mastery skill had reached the expert level. But what intrigued him more was the pattern. Each time a skill advanced in rank, its mastery level reset, allowing him to refine them repeatedly. His swift step skill, the same technique he had used to defeat Reyna, had also improved. He could sense his butler, Decker, watching him closely. Moments later, Decker informed him it was time to prepare. Departure for the blessing rite was in 2 hours. It had been a long time since Zeke last visited the Draker family's main estate, located within the Duchy of Troy. While the family's central residence was at the heart of the continent, the blessing rite was held at the legendary site of the Dragon Slayer's Tale. Upon arrival, he stepped out of the carriage and into the dragon's nest lair. As he made his way inside, he quickly realized the significance of those in attendance. The room was filled with VIPs of extraordinary influence. Some, he was certain, were envoys sent to observe him. But Zeke was confident. Once his awakening was revealed, their expectations would be shattered. However, his confidence wavered the moment his gaze locked onto a particular man. A man whose very presence made his blood boil. Abel. Shaking hands with another guest, Abel seemed disinterested in the event itself. That is, except for one thing, his youngest brother. The Draker family's second son was known as the Lion Blade, but Zeke knew him by a far more infamous title, the Butchering Knight. Facing his older brother, Zeke forced himself to remain composed. Right now, there wasn't much else he could do. In his previous life, the second son had never attended the blessing rite to witness Zeke's awakening. This meant that his actions in the Pancration competition had altered the course of fate. Clenching his fists in frustration, he came to a realization. This change was an opportunity. Before long, the ceremony began. Aaron was called forward as the first warrior to undergo the ritual. Stepping up without hesitation, he placed his arm into a mystical pool. Almost instantly, blue energy surged through his body. An elder explained that every Draker descendant had their aura sealed until their graduation from the cradle, which happened at the age of 12. This awakening process was what set them apart. Compared to ordinary knights who could only awaken in their 20s, the Draker bloodline achieved this power at an astonishing speed. But even among the Draker elite, only a handful awakened a special trait, mana inhibition, a signature ability of the Dragon Slayer lineage. The glowing mana lamps surrounding the pool flickered violently, emitting bursts of red sparks. This was a clear sign. Aaron had undergone a pure blood awakening. Knights who possessed mana inhibition could rival even the formidable red and black knights. However, their bodies became highly resistant to mana, to the point where everyday life became difficult. Special gloves, crafted by the Draker family, were necessary to suppress the effect. A prime example stood before them, Reyna, who had already undergone her awakening. She now wore gloves at all times, a testament to the power and burden of pure blood knights. Once a candidate proved their pure blood status, they were officially recognized as part of the Draker family, gaining unlimited resources, authority, and the best training available. The murmurs in the audience grew louder. It was finally time for the most anticipated awakening of the ceremony. Zeke Draker. Whispers filled the air. Many believed his awakening would surpass even Reyna's. As Zeke stepped forward, he felt a strange sense of déjà vu. He had stood in this very spot before. In his previous life, this day had brought him nothing but shame and disappointment. The blessing rite had been the only thing allowing him to continue in the cradle, but the experience had left him humiliated. But now, everything was different. He was no longer weak. He had learned to heal, control ether, and fight on his own terms. He had developed resilience, strength, and the will to carve out his own path. And so, as he stood before the bronze statue, he was filled with anticipation. This time, he expected it to grant him something extraordinary. As Zeke dipped his arm into the pool, the bronze statue reacted immediately. It trembled violently before coming to a sudden halt. The entire room fell into stunned silence. This had never happened before. Not once in the history of the blessing, right? Even Abel, known for his unshakable composure, was momentarily speechless. Pulling his arm back, Zeke already knew the outcome. Nothing had changed. Despite everything, despite his efforts and growth, the results were the same. He had let Abel's presence cloud his judgment. He had convinced himself that this time would be different. But deep down, he had known the truth all along. The onlookers erupted into whispers, their initial or replaced with mockery. The most anticipated candidate had failed to awaken. Sneers spread through the crowd. A direct descendant of the Draker bloodline. And yet, he showed no signs of an awakening? It didn't make sense. The murmurs grew harsher. Some even began questioning his victory over Reyna, convinced now that he must have relied on tricks or deception. But Zeke? He couldn't care less. Instead of wasting time on their judgment, he turned his focus inward, determined to find another way to grow stronger. Just then, the system interrupted his thoughts. System error. Apologies. Critical information was missing from class identification. Zeke's eyes narrowed. What? Before he could process it, the system continued. Input complete. Terminal identification successful. User talent confirmed healer. At that moment, a surge of power coursed through him. His class had officially unlocked, but it didn't stop there. A second message followed. Rare class unlocked. The bronze statue erupted in light. Red light. The unmistakable sign of a pure blood awakening. Gasps filled the chamber. No one could believe what they were seeing. How was this possible? A direct jump to Red Knight status? The system's connection deepened, unlocking something hidden within Zeke's soul, the ancient dragon's blessing. Abel watched it all unfold, his expression unreadable. He remained still, observing his younger brother with a calculating gaze. Then another shift. The system wasn't done. Zeke's existing talents fused together, morphing into something completely new. His screen updated once more, revealing a title unlike anything he had ever seen. Unique class unlocked. The Immortal. A golden shimmer enveloped him, drawing even more attention. The spectators, still reeling from the red light, now had another mystery to unravel. Some wanted to believe the statue was malfunctioning, but how could that explain the mana lamps reacting to his awakening? No mana inhibition had appeared, so they were desperate to dismiss this as a false pure blood awakening. But even they weren't convinced by their own words. That's when Abel moved. With a slow, deliberate clap, he shattered the tension in the room. Mocking amusement laced his voice as he questioned why no one had congratulated the newly awakened pure blood. His applause wasn't a request. It was an order, and with no choice but to obey, the rest of the hall followed. One by one, the murmurs died out, replaced by the reluctant sound of applause. Abel didn't hesitate. He demanded that a pair of gloves be prepared for his younger brother. Zeke received them, but held back a scoff. He had no need for these. Still, without a word, he turned and walked away. Abel, on the other hand, looked pleased. But Zeke was anything but. Of all people, it had to be Abel offering him help. The thought alone made his blood boil. With the blessing rite concluded, the ceremony transitioned into a celebration, an event meant for the guests to enjoy. But Zeke had no intention of joining in. He wasn't here to socialize. Just as he was about to leave, a voice called out his name. He froze. This wasn't part of the plan. He hadn't expected Abel to appear so suddenly. His older brother casually questioned where he was heading. Then, much to Zeke's disgust, extended a hand in congratulations. Zeke hated Abel, but outright rejecting the handshake in front of everyone could cause unnecessary trouble. Forcing a polite expression, he reached out to shake it, and stopped. A flash of blood, a memory from his past life. His body reacted before his mind could process it. He retracted his hand. Not saying a word, he simply stood there. A slow smirk played across Abel's lips. His voice remained light, but there was a sharpness to it. While this is awkward, I believe my dear little brother just embarrassed me. Zeke clenched his jaw. He couldn't shake this man's hand. Not after everything. Not after knowing what kind of monster Abel truly was. But Abel? He barely seemed to care. With a small wave, he turned away. No matter. I'm sure we'll meet again soon. Zeke agreed. One day he would face Abel, but on his own terms. At the celebration party, the nobles and warriors alike were abuzz with discussion. Two pure blood awakenings in a single ceremony? Unheard of. But Zeke's awakening remained a mystery. No one had ever seen a golden light before. What did it mean? Was it some kind of advanced awakening? Yet despite being the center of attention, Zeke was nowhere to be found. That's because he had slipped away, choosing solitude over meaningless chatter. Sitting in a quiet room, he exhaled, finally free from the suffocating social scene. But his mind remained restless. There was something strange. He wasn't experiencing mana inhibition. Pure blood awakenings were supposed to reject mana entirely. The Draker family prided itself on its defiance against dragons, who were the source of all mana. To prove this, every pure blood awakener required special gloves, as their bodies could no longer interact with mana-based tools and devices. Yet here he was completely unaffected. Taking off his gloves, he flexed his fingers. Nothing. No resistance, no rejection. Something wasn't adding up. His status window materialized before him, and he immediately noticed the difference. His trait wasn't mana inhibition. It was something else entirely. Trait: mana reflection. Frowning, Zeke tapped for more details. Mana reflection generates a distortion field that nullifies nearby mana. Unlike mana inhibition, this skill is not passive and does not interfere with standard mana readings. His mind raced. That explained everything. The mana lamps didn't react to him like they did to pure bloods, because he wasn't rejecting mana. He was distorting it. Then there was the matter of his class. Before the blessing rite, the system had labeled him as a rare class healer. But now he was something entirely different. Class, the Immortal. Zeke leaned back, deep in thought. None of this made sense. At the graduation ceremony, every Draker Awakener had emerged with a blue aura, a standard result for their bloodline. The only exception had been Reyna, who had awakened as a Red Knight. And now there was him, a Golden Light, a class called Immortal, a trait that wasn't supposed to exist. Whatever had happened during his awakening, it wasn't normal. Just like before, Zeke's case followed the same pattern, until something changed. His classification shifted from bronze to gold. However, the system flagged a problem. It lacked crucial information about classification. That's when Zeke started piecing things together. He wondered if the system had been treating the bronze statue as the classification terminal during the awakening. As soon as the missing data was injected into the terminal, the statue reacted intensely, glowing red. Things were finally making sense. The statue wasn't meant to determine whether someone had awakened. It was there to judge their class. A red glow signified a rare class, while gold indicated a unique one. More importantly, this statue was an ancient relic, existing long before Tarakan, the founder of the Draker family. Nowadays, class identification wasn't even a thing, which led to a major misunderstanding. People assumed the red light symbolized pure blood awakening, but in truth, it meant achieving a rare class. Even the current head of the clan wasn't aware of this. Meanwhile, Zeke noticed something unexpected. He had gained 100 karma points. He figured they must have been awarded during the ceremony and wasted no time putting them to use. His choice? The draconian skill. The moment he made the purchase, a surge of knowledge flooded in. He gained several beginner abilities: Dragon Eyes, Might of the Dragon, and Devour. The first two made perfect sense, but Devour? Its only function seemed to be aiding digestion, which sounded like a waste. Not wanting to gamble, he focused on the skills that seemed more useful. Might of the Dragon required aura to activate, making it a riskier choice, so he decided to test Dragon Eyes first. At first, nothing seemed different. His senses didn't pick up anything unusual until he turned to look outside. Staring at the statue in the garden, he realized the skill dramatically enhanced his vision, letting him see distant objects as if they were up close. But that wasn't all. He could now access detailed information about anything he observed. A flood of data rushed through him, revealing intricate details about the statue's composition. The sheer amount of information overwhelmed him, leaving him completely drained. If every use of his powers came with this kind of drawback, he'd have to be careful. Thankfully, his body's natural healing kicked in, restoring his stamina. What really caught him off guard was that he hadn't even tried to activate healing. It just happened on its own. Checking the system, he found another surprise. All of his class skills had automatically converted into passive abilities, and they had already leveled up. Zeke's healing factor had evolved. Unlike before, it now repaired his body automatically without him having to activate it. While it seemed overpowered, it wasn't something he could use endlessly, otherwise he wouldn't have died in the past. The ability was infinite in nature, but not without limits. To test it, he took a blade and lightly cut his arm. Within seconds, the wound vanished without a trace, as if it had never been there. Most students took 5 years to graduate from the academy, but Zeke was confident he could do it in 2. The Draker Academy was the most prestigious knight academy in existence. Anyone dreaming of knighthood would do anything to secure a spot there. Located in the city of Troy, the academy came to life every semester with the arrival of new students. As Zeke walked among them, he noticed how the higher-ranked students carried themselves like full-grown adults. They were strong, capable, and leagues above the average recruit. But compared to the warriors from the cradle, they were nothing, just privileged children from influential families. He couldn't help but think his whole family was beyond messed up. Among the powerful branch families supporting the Draker lineage, 3 stood above the rest. The first was the Turin family, known for their raw strength, Reina's family. The second was the Zimmons family, revered for their wisdom. And lastly, the Vardek family, masters of wealth and gold. Their heirs were all present at the academy, but Zeke had no interest in them. The scene shifted to the prestigious dormitory, Platinum Mansion. This elite residence offered top-tier training halls, a vast library, and state-of-the-art facilities reserved for the best students. But pureblood awakeners like Zeke were given something even more exclusive, the title of Floor Master, granting them authority over the Platinum Floor. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a maid and led to his assigned area, where several people were already waiting. Seeing the crowd left him slightly drained. Despite his status as a pure-blood awakener, he was immediately informed that Decker was expecting him in another room. Without wasting time, he went to see what his butler had for him. Decker presented him with a pair of premium gloves, one Zeke had received upon awakening. He had already acquired a new set, but his focus was now on something more important, a sword. The butler fully supported his decision. Troy was close to the mountain ranges, which made it a prime location for high-quality iron and master craftsmen. These artisans were a crucial asset to the Academy's knights. Decker offered to find a skilled craftsman for him, but Zeke wanted to handle it personally. He asked Decker to set up an appointment in advance so he could meet them himself. The name Galleon Halbert was completely unfamiliar to even Decker. Still, Zeke intended to set up a meeting with this mysterious craftsman. At the same time, Decker reminded him to review the academy documents before his first class the next day. Later that evening, Zeke was busy going through his notes when he made an interesting realization. The Platinum Floor was exclusively his. That meant he had the perfect space to train and develop his draconian skills without any interruptions. Just then, a maid arrived with an unexpected message. Reina had invited him to dinner. Caught off guard, Zeke decided to accept the invitation. When he arrived at her floor, he found himself momentarily thrown off. Reina had set up a dinner scene straight out of a gangster film. She welcomed him with a smirk, apologizing for the unusual setting, but Zeke wasn't too concerned. He took a seat, and they agreed to eat first and talk later. As they dined, Zeke observed her closely. Even in a casual setting, she was channeling aura into her lower abdomen. It didn't take long for him to figure out why. She was likely aiming to become a purple knight. If that was the case, it would explain why her swordsmanship had already reached its peak. In his eyes, that kind of potential could be put to better use. By the time they finished eating, Zeke felt drained and mildly impressed by how much more Reina had eaten than him. But now that their appetites were satisfied, she was ready to get to the real reason for inviting him. Reina offered him the full support of the Turin family. Zeke immediately sensed a misunderstanding and reminded her that they were both pure-blood awakeners. However, she was quick to shut him down, claiming that he had the wrong idea. Being a pure-blood awakener came with privileges, access to the platinum floor, for example, but it also had a downside. While others had access to centuries of academic and combat knowledge, as well as personal instructors to refine their abilities, pure bloods didn't get those same structured growth opportunities. Without proper support, even the most talented could fall behind. To make her point, she brought up Abel Draker, a pure blood from their family and the youngest person to ever earn the title of White Knight. Now, he stood among the strongest Black Knights, and even he had relied on the Simmons family's backing. Reyna then revealed that the patriarch of the Turin family had given absolute orders. She was to extend the Turin family's support to Zeke. She reiterated her offer, expecting him to see reason. But Zeke, in the mood to mess with her expectations, simply declined. His calm refusal left Reyna visibly stunned. She couldn't understand how he could turn down such an advantageous deal. Getting up from his seat, Zeke made it clear he wasn't interested. Not in alliances, not in politics. Apart from being a pure-blood awakener, none of this concerned him. With that, he turned and left, leaving Reyna in disbelief. As a way of repaying Reyna for the meal, Zeke decided to offer her a personal piece of advice. He pointed out that her sword was too powerful, almost unnaturally so, which likely had something to do with the people backing her. But more importantly, her true strength wasn't in brute force. It was in her adaptability. Instead of clashing head-on, he suggested she focus on using her fluid movements to redirect opponents, striking with a single, precise attack when the moment was right. If she could master that, she'd surpass her current limits with ease. With that, he turned and left, leaving Reyna frustrated. She had always relied on her family's legacy of raw strength, training tirelessly to live up to their name. But Zeke had a point. No one had ever given her advice before. Ever since she was young, she had been praised as a genius, but never guided. This brief exchange forced her to reconsider her opinion of Zeke Draker. Meanwhile, Zeke was having his own moment of reflection. His growth had been insane. Even after training all night, he wasn't even remotely tired. With infinite stamina now, he was literally built to last, far beyond anything he could have imagined in his past life. Back then, this academy had been nothing but hell for him. But now, it wasn't so bad. In fact, he was actually enjoying the rare peace. Unfortunately, that peace didn't last. Owen Simmons, the third son of the Simmons family, suddenly approached him. In his previous life, Owen was a master manipulator, a schemer who blackmailed and bullied him relentlessly. And just like before, he had extended a dinner invitation, only to be flat out ignored. The strange part? This time around, Owen was acting way too friendly. Zeke immediately understood what invitation he was talking about and responded with a sharp remark. Owen questioned why he hadn't bothered to reply, to which Zeke coolly shot back that he didn't give a damn about pointless messages. That blunt response instantly drew the attention of Owen's companion, who thought Zeke was being unnecessarily rude. But Zeke wasn't interested in playing nice. He hit him with the classic, "Who the hell are you?" and didn't even bother remembering his name. As far as he was concerned, the guy was nothing more than a bootlicker trying to get on Owen's good side. Apparently, that was enough to set the guy off. Without warning, he launched an attack at Zeke. But Zeke wasn't caught off guard. He reacted instantly, blocking the strike, even though it was laced with aura manipulation. Durbin Roswell roared his name, declaring himself the mightiest of them all. Yeah, maybe the mightiest refrigerator. Zeke couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity. This guy wasn't even a knight, barely even a cadet. Not wasting another second, Zeke shot forward with blinding speed, driving a devastating hook into Durbin's abdomen, one that could put Mike Tyson to shame. The impact sent him crashing face-first into the ground. Without missing a beat, Zeke casually invited the next Simmons lackey to step up and get humbled. Owen, however, simply walked forward and stated that he wasn't impressed by Zeke flaunting his strength. The group eventually left, but to Zeke, they were nothing more than a traveling circus act. Now, let's break down the structure of Draker Academy. The academy was divided into two classes: The first was the normal class, where cadets lacking talent trained through sheer effort and discipline. It was a tough but straightforward path. The second was the special class, where the more capable cadets could choose their own specialized subjects beyond the basics. This was where the academy's elites gathered, the so-called top-tier students. Zeke had high expectations for the people who'd end up here, but as he scanned the room, disappointment set in. None of them were particularly impressive. In fact, most of them were just alumni from the cradle, people he already knew. He couldn't help but joke to himself that this wasn't a special class at all, just a cradle class. Class soon began, and the instructor at the podium had a big announcement. Today, they had a special guest, a man who once held the title of Commander-in-Chief of the Empire, a war strategist who, 2 decades ago, was credited with blocking an imperial invasion through sheer tactical brilliance. The very person who ran this academy, Dean Howard Draker. The room welcomed him with enthusiasm. To the world, he was a war hero, a symbol of hope, a tactical mastermind whose name was praised throughout the Empire. But Zeke knew the truth. Howard Draker was no hero. He was a fraud. The only reason he had saved the Empire was because he had leaked critical information to the enemy for his own survival. Pure luck had let him slip out unscathed, and now he basked in undeserved glory. Zeke despised him. Howard was the reason Zeke had been expelled from the academy in his past life. After that, with nowhere to go, he had wandered the streets of Troy, lost and aimless, until he was captured by slave traders and sold to the Southern Cartel. The mere existence of this man was a reminder of the worst chapter in Zeke's life. And someday, he was going to make him pay. For now, Howard wrapped up his speech, and the teacher stepped in to begin the lesson. The cadets are summoned to the arena for an indoor training session. Zeke is less than thrilled. He's expected to sit through the basics of dragon slaying, something that frustrated him in his past life. Back then, he couldn't wield aura and wasted 2 years on what should have taken only 3 months. Their instructor introduces himself as the Rose Knight, Draker. The students aren't impressed since they don't recognize his name. But Zeke does. Andre wasn't born into an Awakener bloodline, yet he graduated as Valhalla Academy's valedictorian. His raw talent earned him the prestigious Draker name, despite having no family ties. In short, this guy is the definition of someone to worry about. Zeke also remembers that while the special class instructors vary in skill, Andre is infamous for his terrible attitude. Andre gets straight to the point, instructing the cadets to draw their swords. His gaze locks on Zeke's weapon. It's massive compared to the others, yet Zeke wields it effortlessly. Andre, unimpressed, calls him into the arena, assuming the oversized sword is a sign of arrogance. That's exactly what Zeke wanted. He boldly claims he could defeat the instructor with it, an open provocation that visibly unsettles Andre. The tension is thick, enough to trigger Zeke's system, activating a mental defense skill. Amused by the challenge, Andre decides to give him a practical lesson. He even sets a condition. If Zeke wins, he'll have complete freedom in class. To make things fair, Andre promises to hold back and won't use aura. But that just plays into Zeke's hands. He knows Andre's weaknesses and is confident in his ability to exploit them. However, with his watchful brother observing, Zeke doesn't want to attract too much attention. His plan? Land a single, precise cut on Andre's uniform, just enough to make a point, before strategically accepting defeat. The fight begins with Zeke wasting no time. He swings directly at Andre's neck, but the instructor effortlessly deflects the attack, showcasing the refined skills of a Blue Knight. Zeke quickly realizes this won't be an easy battle. He dashes around, striking from every angle, only for each attempt to be blocked with near-perfect precision. The cadets watch in stunned silence as Andre holds his ground, fending off Zeke's relentless assault for a full 30 minutes. However, something isn't right. Andre's grip tightens as his blade quivers, and exhaustion starts creeping in. He can't understand how Zeke is still moving without even a hint of fatigue. Even though he's suppressing his own power, this fight is proving more difficult than expected. It becomes clear just how overwhelming a pure-blooded Draker Awakener truly is. It's almost unfair to compare them to others. Zeke, on the other hand, is fully exploiting Andre's one major weakness, his stamina. The Draker family's unique aura cultivation requires constant activation, even during rest. For someone like Andre, suppressing it feels unnatural and weakens him. Zeke is using that to his advantage. Andre deflects another strike, but Zeke refuses to accept defeat. His pride won't allow him to lose unless Andre is forced to use aura. Changing his approach, he stops trying to create openings and instead pushes for an all-or-nothing scenario, one that will force Andre to unleash his full power. Zeke suddenly flips back, then launches forward at blinding speed. It's swift step and advanced movement skill. Andre barely has time to react as Zeke maneuvers into his blind spot. Then, in a flash, Zeke activates Critical Strike, pouring everything into this single attack. For the first time, Andre hesitates. A cadet shouldn't be able to use such an advanced technique. But in the split second before impact, he instinctively channels the faintest amount of aura into his feet, allowing him to dodge with lightning speed. Without missing a beat, he retaliates with Sky Slice. The sheer force of the attack sends Zeke flying. His sword cracks, and the damage is severe enough to trigger his flawed healing factor. Despite the regeneration, his body gives out, and he collapses onto the arena floor. Andre sheathes his sword and turns away, visibly frustrated. Andre officially announces that Zeke is exempt from the class. He even asks if anyone else is brave enough to challenge him, but after witnessing Zeke's brutal defeat, no one dares to step forward. With that, the lesson resumes for the rest of the cadets, except for Zeke, who's now resting in the infirmary, reflecting on his fight. His original plan to slice Andre's uniform may have failed, but forcing the instructor to use aura was an even bigger win. He made Andre acknowledge his strength, proving himself in a way he hadn't anticipated. That final attack, Sky Slice, was actually the most basic technique of the dragon slaying arts. Yet, when amplified by a Blue Knight's power, it became a devastating blow. Even so, Zeke held his own. His unlimited stamina and healing factor kept him standing against an opponent at that level. But those advantages alone won't be enough. If he truly wants freedom, he needs absolute power, the kind that makes him untouchable even by those above him. As he's lost in thought, an unexpected visitor stumbles into the room, a drunkard. The man, reeking of alcohol, seems oddly interested in Zeke. What's more unsettling is that Zeke never even sensed his presence. The last thing he expected to see in the infirmary was a drunk, and things only get weirder when the man casually insults the Draker family patriarch. Zeke tries to get a read on him, but the man is too busy downing more booze. Then, out of nowhere, he questions Zeke about his rapid regeneration, clearly aware of his unnatural healing ability. Alarm bells go off in Zeke's head. The Academy shouldn't know about this. His system immediately activates mental defense. Playing dumb, Zeke pretends not to understand what the man is talking about. But the stranger isn't buying it. Without warning, he lunges at Zeke with a palm strike sharp enough to slice through the bed. Zeke quickly evades, now convinced this guy might be an assassin. Thinking fast, he whips the bedsheet at the lunatic to blind him. But the sense of danger only escalates, forcing him to go all in. He activates every skill at his disposal, launching an all-out attack. Yet, despite being blinded, the man effortlessly catches Zeke's blade. Instead of retaliating, he simply smirks and praises Zeke's quick adaptability. Zeke stumbles back, wary of the man's words. Mercenary? What does he mean by that? Could this guy know something about his past? The stranger watches him closely. Seeing a Draker throw away his sword to save his own skin, he scoffs. In his eyes, Zeke is better suited to be a mercenary than a knight. The realization clicks. This guy sees right through him. And worse, Zeke can tell the power gap between them is massive. If this man wanted to kill him, it wouldn't even be a struggle. He's at least on par with the Red Knight. Then, the man gestures towards Zeke's heavy claymore, assuming he just picked it up from the Academy's basic supply. With Zeke's level of talent, wielding such a weapon is a complete waste. The way he speaks, so casually dismissing his potential, makes Zeke even more certain of one thing. This guy is far stronger than he initially thought. Before he can think further, a familiar voice cuts through the air. Andre has arrived. To Zeke's shock, Andre calls out the stranger's name, Dexter. Zeke struggles to believe it. Meanwhile, Dexter smirks, questioning how Andre even managed to track him down. The knight simply recalls spotting him in the training room earlier. Then, without hesitation, he turns to Zeke. If you're healed already, get lost. Zeke awkwardly prepares to leave, but Dexter suddenly stops him. With an amused expression, he offers a proposition. If Zeke wants to actually learn something useful, he should come to the Academy's western greenhouse. A moment of silence lingers. Then Zeke, ever the arrogant one, declines outright and walks away. Dexter sighs, shaking his head. That attitude, so much like his father's. Nostalgia creeps in. Zeke, however, is already piecing things together. If this so-called gardener can speak so casually about Arthur, the Draker family patriarch, then there's only one explanation. Dexter isn't just some mysterious figure. He's the legendary Duke Draker, the Gale Knight. The realization hits hard. This is the same man who once took on an entire kingdom alone. One of the rare knights capable of wielding martial force. A warrior so unpredictable that he supposedly became a Black Knight just because he liked the color black. And yet, despite his reputation, he vanished without a trace, only to turn up here, living a quiet life at the Academy. Zeke glances back at Andre. Maybe he ended up at the Academy because of Dexter too. But none of that matters to Zeke. He isn't interested in basic training. He isn't looking for mere lessons. If he's going to learn from Dexter, it won't be for something small. It has to be the man's ultimate technique. A smirk tugs at Zeke's lips. His greed for power shifts into sheer determination. If he's going to pursue this, he won't settle for anything less than everything. At the Magic Academy, Professor Fannin awkwardly continues his lecture, glancing at the students for any sign of engagement. Any questions? He asks, though he already knows the answer. The entire class is either dozing off or barely paying attention. It's disheartening, but he presses on. Then, to his surprise, a single hand goes up. Zeke questions him about the mana energy transfer law he just mentioned. Fannin's demeanor shifts instantly. Excitement replaces his usual awkwardness. It's the first time in ages that a student has actually cared. He eagerly explains the concept in detail, taking his time to ensure Zeke fully understands. After class, the students complain about the subject being too theoretical, with most treating it as nothing more than designated nap time. Zeke, however, has a completely different takeaway. He found it incredibly easy to grasp and now sees Fannin in a new light. This guy is actually competent. As Zeke is about to leave, Fannin stops him. With a rare moment of sincerity, he thanks Zeke for his curiosity. It's been ages since he's been able to properly teach a passionate student. He even extends an offer. Zeke can come to him anytime if he ever has questions. Surprisingly, Fannin admits he's still an alumnus at Delphoa Magic University, the birthplace of modern magic. That piques Zeke's interest. He hadn't expected the professor to have such a strong academic background. Deciding there's no harm in keeping a skilled mage close, Zeke accepts the offer. In his mind, magic users who excel at math tend to be great thinkers. Better to have a clever mage as an ally than another uptight knight. He figures Fannin might prove useful in the future. The moment he steps out of the academy, his thoughts are interrupted. Dexter is waiting, and judging by the look on his face, his patience is gone. Finally done? Dexter asks, arms crossed. Before Zeke can even answer, he cuts him off. Why the hell didn't you show up at the greenhouse? Clearly, Dexter was expecting him to get the hint when he first offered to teach something useful. But Zeke just shrugs and bluntly repeats himself. He's not interested. Dexter's irritation spikes. He starts acting like a petulant child, but Zeke remains firm. He acknowledges that Dexter is no ordinary person, but he's too focused on his own training right now. Dexter seems to accept this until he suddenly doesn't. Without warning, he vanishes from Zeke's sight. Before Zeke can react, he feels a sharp impact. His vision goes black. When he finally regains consciousness, he's somewhere else entirely. Blinking, he takes in his surroundings. The western greenhouse. Dexter, standing over him, sighs. Finally awake? Zeke crosses his arms. You do realize this is blatant abduction, right? Dexter, unfazed, just shrugs. Yeah, and? He smirks, making it clear. He's openly interested in Zeke and isn't even trying to hide it anymore. No patience whatsoever, Zeke thinks. But he's not sticking around. Without hesitation, he activates swift steps and bolts. Or at least he tries. In the blink of an eye, Dexter is in front of him, cutting off his escape. Annoyed but not deterred, Zeke makes another run for it, only to fail again. Dexter easily keeps up, shutting down every attempt to flee. Not wanting to be treated like a helpless kid, Zeke changes tactics. With a smirk, he teases, "What is it about me that's so fascinating to you, huh?" Dexter doesn't even hesitate. "That crazy healing of yours." Zeke grins. "So that's what this is about." He decides to push the challenge further. "Well then, if you want answers, you'll have to force them out of me." Dexter disappears. Zeke tenses, eyes darting around. Where did he? A sword whistles through the air, aimed straight at his back. He barely manages to catch it in time. Holding the weapon steady, he narrows his eyes. What is he trying to prove? Taking a stance, he demands an explanation. But Dexter just smirks again. "You started this challenge," he reminds him. "But that's boring. So let's make it interesting." He sets the terms. If Zeke can land even one strike on his clothes, he wins. His reward? His wish granted. But if he loses, Dexter's expression shifts, sharp and terrifying. "You tell me everything you're hiding." For 3 relentless hours, Zeke fights with everything he has. But Dexter isn't just fast, he's untouchable. No matter how many times Zeke strikes, he can't land a hit. Yet he refuses to give up. His endless stamina and regeneration keep him going, making him nearly unstoppable. Dexter starts to take notice. This isn't just a kid with insane endurance. He never stops coming back. Every injury is healed, every setback erased in seconds. Still, Zeke knows sheer stamina alone won't bring him victory. If I want to win, I need something stronger. A thought crosses his mind. The might of the dragon. A skill so powerful, he never dared to use it before. Too risky. Too dangerous. But against this opponent, his gaze hardens. No more holding back. As he rises, his entire presence shifts. His aura crackles with raw intensity. Dexter notices the change immediately. That's more like it. Excited, he watches as Zeke's body surges with purple energy. Swift steps activates again, and this time his movements are sharper, more precise. Faster than before. Dexter acknowledges the improvement, but remains unimpressed. "Not bad, but I've fought people way faster than you," he muses. Yet something else catches his attention, Zeke's eyes. The look in them isn't just determination. It's something more, something vicious. Dexter likes it. He decides to humor him, activating a sliver of his own aura. But just as he does, Zeke unleashes might of the dragon. And for the first time, Dexter is caught off guard. Dexter manages to break his sword and force him back, but confusion sets in. He isn't sure what just happened. Using the thick dust cloud around him as cover, he wonders if Zeke used some kind of technique to mess with his vision. Confident that the dense screen will keep him hidden, he assumes Zeke won't be able to track him. However, with dragon eyes, Zeke locks onto his presence and strikes from behind. This time, he finally lands a hit, but in an instant, the Black Knight vanishes, leaving Zeke stunned. Realization dawns on him. This must be the Duke's secret move, an ability that lets him shift positions instantly, stirring up a gust of wind in the process. Now, he understands why Dexter is known as the Gale Knight. While Zeke is still processing it all, Dexter suddenly appears behind him. With minimal effort, he declares the fight a draw before completely overwhelming Zeke and ending the battle. The system immediately alerts Zeke that his fatigue has exceeded safe limits due to excessive skill usage. His body can't handle it anymore. His consciousness is forcefully shutting down. His vision fades as he struggles to move, but he can't fight it. Hours later, he regains consciousness in his own room, likely brought back by the Duke himself. Though frustrated over his defeat, he acknowledges that losing to the Black Knight was inevitable. He had thrown everything he had at him, but it still wasn't enough. Zeke recalls his strategy, repeating the same attack pattern to lower Dexter's guard before switching things up at the last second with the full force of the dragon's power. Even with that, he barely managed a single hit. He's certain the move Dexter used at the end was his trump card. Regret washes over him. If only he hadn't overused his draconian skills, he might have stayed conscious long enough to learn more. But at least he got to witness that secret technique firsthand. That ridiculous speed, paired with Dexter's honed physique, was the same skill that allowed Andre to rise through the ranks despite his weak stamina. Zeke wishes he could have learned it himself, but for now, he's somewhat satisfied. One thing is certain. Might of the Dragon was strong enough to make even a Black Knight hesitate. If he ever uses it against weaker opponents, they won't stand a chance. Zeke receives a system notification. Curious, he checks his status and discovers that Swift Steps has leveled up. Not only that, but his soul has developed, unlocking new system functions that he can now access using karma points. Scrolling through the options, he's surprised to see features like a mini-map, an inventory, and a quest book, all available if he has enough points. Taking his time to understand everything, he decides to unlock the inventory first. The system explains how it works. He can store and retrieve items just by thinking of their name or shape. To test it, he selects his sword. The moment he activates the function, the claymore vanishes from his hand and appears in the inventory window. Impressed, Zeke tries summoning it back. With just a thought, the claymore instantly reappears in his grasp. He had assumed it was just a basic storage space, but it's far more advanced than he expected. He remembers struggling to find a safe place for valuable artifacts in his past life. If only he had this back then. The system also reveals that he can expand his storage capacity by using more karma points. Surprisingly, this entire function is just a low-rank administrator skill. That realization leaves him wondering, what kind of powers will he unlock once he reaches the high-rank administrator level? Understanding that karma points are incredibly valuable, he decides to be careful with how he spends them. As he starts reconsidering his plans, there's a knock at the door. Dexter steps in, asking for permission to enter. Zeke, a bit surprised, allows him inside. The butler delivers a message, saying Zeke will understand its meaning once he hears who it's from, the garden keeper. That name makes Zeke pause, then smile. It confirms that his efforts weren't in vain. As he reads the invitation, Dexter assures him he can return for another challenge whenever he's ready. Zeke can't help but feel a surge of excitement. After all, the man called their fight a draw before completely overwhelming him. That means he still has a chance to prove himself. Before leaving, Dexter shares one more update. He managed to track down the blacksmith Zeke mentioned. But when Zeke asks about setting an appointment, the butler awkwardly admits that it didn't go as planned. The blacksmith outright refused. Zeke is shocked to learn that the blacksmith has completely given up forging weapons. The next day, he arrives at a familiar shop, the same blacksmith's forge he used to visit in his past life. Seeing the old, amusing sign brings back memories as he steps inside and calls out. His mind drifts back to the legendary sword he once wielded, the Radiance of Graham, a true masterpiece. It was crafted by Galleon, the very man he's here to see. Back then, the blacksmith had forged it as payment for Zeke saving his life. He was more than just a craftsman. He had earned the title Blacksmith of the Soul because of the rumors surrounding his abilities. People believed he could read a person's soul and forge the perfect weapon for them. Zeke had never doubted him. In his past life, Galleon created exactly what he needed, a sword that could replace Ether with Aura, a game-changing ability. Once hailed as the greatest blacksmith on the continent, it's disappointing to find him now in such a miserable state. Galleon, clearly drunk, barely looks up before barking at him to leave. This isn't a shop for kids, he grumbles. Zeke expected the man to have a rough attitude, but this level of hostility catches him off guard. Something must have happened before their fateful meeting in his past life. Without hesitation, Zeke grabs a bucket of water and dumps it over the drunk blacksmith's head. Galleon jolts upright, sputtering, as Zeke smirks. "You awake now?" he taunts, demanding an explanation for the rejection. The moment Galleon gets a proper look at him, his expression shifts. Panic sets in, and he immediately bows, apologizing over and over. He trembles, admitting he's unworthy to forge weapons anymore. If he can't even create what he wants, how could he possibly make something for others? That's why he stopped taking commissions altogether. Zeke is momentarily taken aback. Even someone as renowned as Galleon went through a downward spiral. He suddenly recalls that in his past life, the blacksmith never spoke about his struggles, likely too ashamed to admit failure. But Zeke doesn't have time to entertain this existential crisis. As Galleon spirals, he firmly snaps him out of it. The blacksmith hesitates, then apologizes again for his rude behavior. Zeke waves it off and demands to see the weapons he failed to forge. After a pause, Galleon sighs and leads him to the back of the shop. Seeing Galleon in this state, Zeke realizes he has no choice but to help the man find his way again. As they step into the backyard, Galleon awkwardly apologizes for the mess, but Zeke brushes it off, saying it actually looks cool. The blacksmith thanks him, and Zeke begins inspecting the weapons scattered around. Galleon warns him to be careful. The swords are still sharp. But as Zeke examines them closely, he quickly realizes something surprising. These weapons aren't failures at all. They're just as high quality as the ones Galleon used to forge back when he was considered the best blacksmith on the continent. Activating dragon eyes, Zeke peers deeper and notices a problem. He turns to Galleon and asks bluntly, "You're having issues with your brazier, aren't you?" Galleon looks stunned that he figured it out so easily, but Zeke doesn't give him time to hesitate. He demands an answer. He also points out something else. Galleon is using a unique smelting method, mixing different metals to create a material that's both lighter and stronger. To prove his point, Zeke easily snaps one of the failed swords in half. Pathetic durability, he remarks. The real problem, he explains, isn't the technique, it's the impurities. Galleon isn't removing them properly, weakening the overall structure. The blacksmith is speechless. Not only did Zeke completely see through his entire forging process in an instant, but he also identified the exact flaws with no effort at all. After a moment of silence, Galleon suddenly calls out to him. "I know this might sound strange, but I have a request." Back inside the shop, he pulls out a blueprint and lays it out in front of Zeke, revealing its details without hesitation. Zeke instantly recognizes it. The blueprint of the magic brazier. He remembers it well for his past life. This was the very design that allowed Galleon to perfect his craft. Back then, the blacksmith had trusted him enough to share his greatest secret, and now, history is repeating itself. Zeke examines the design and immediately understands. If Galleon completes this brazier, his smelting process will be flawless. But something is off. "If you already have the blueprint, why haven't you built it yet?" he asks. Galleon sighs. "I'm missing the most important component, the magic core, and the commission fee alone is 10,000 gold coins." Zeke's eyes widen. That's an absurd price. For context, even an average family only spends around 10 gold per month. This is 1,000 times that amount. No wonder it took Galleon a full decade to rise to the top in his past life. Galleon knows his request is insane, but he's desperate. Since Zeke is a Draker and a pure-blooded awakener, there's a chance he can help acquire the core. In return, the blacksmith makes a bold offer. If Zeke helps him, he'll forge any weapon he wants free of charge for as long as he lives. Zeke contemplates the request and quickly realizes the problem. It's practically impossible. He's not the family's guardian knight, meaning there's no way he can gather that kind of absurd amount. Even as a pure-blooded awakener, securing 10,000 gold coins is completely out of reach. But he needs Graham, the Sword of Radiance, and that means he has to find a way. The issue lies in the mana energy laws, and suddenly, an idea strikes him. A crazy one. Without hesitation, he accepts Galleon's request and takes the blueprint. The blacksmith still looks doubtful, but Zeke confidently assures him that he knows a mage who might be able to help. If things go well, he'll let Galleon know. As Zeke turns to leave, he orders the blacksmith to stop drinking. Instead of arguing, Galleon suddenly drops to his knees, clutching on Zeke's leg. With tears streaming down his face, he promises to serve him for the rest of his life if this actually works. He keeps repeating his gratitude, but Zeke shakes him off and exits the workshop. Draker Academy, Professorial Research Building. Zeke arrives at the research facility, still fuming over the situation. The Mage Tower scumbags have set the price outrageously high, even though the task itself doesn't seem that difficult. It's pure greed. As he walks through the halls, he remembers that Fanon's major was related to this field. If he can track down Fanon's research lab, he might find a workaround. While searching, something in a nearby alley catches his attention. A kid is getting brutally beaten by a group of bullies. Crying and begging for mercy, the boy is completely powerless. Zeke grits his teeth. This scene, I've seen it before. His past life flashes before him. This same situation played out back then, and it left a bitter taste in his mouth. Clenching his fists in frustration, he changes course and heads straight for the alley. The leader of the bullies, Leon, sneers down at the victim. "You're worthless," he spits, venting his own frustrations. His anger isn't even directed at the kid. He's still bitter over his loss to Zeke. Taking it out on someone weaker makes him feel in control again. As he stomps the kid's head into the ground, Leon snarls. That wasn't a real fight. That was a cheap shot. Pure luck. He refuses to believe that Zeke has any right to be called a pure-blooded awakener. But the moment Zeke steps into the alley and speaks, Leon's entire expression changes. The protagonist smirks arrogantly, but then, in an instant, his gaze turns ice cold. His voice drops, sharp and commanding. "If you value your life, get on your knees." Leon scoffs at his audacity, doubting that Zeke's awakening is even real. But Zeke doesn't entertain his nonsense. His tone grows even colder. "Bow down, now, or you're finished." A wave of chilling pressure washes over the alley. Leon shudders, his body locking up. Cold sweat drips down his face as a paralyzing fear grips him. Why? Why does Zeke feel so terrifying? Just a few months ago, he was nothing. But now, standing before them, he's an entirely different beast. Leon grits his teeth in frustration, his pride shattered. He snarls, calling Zeke an inferior and, in a desperate move, orders his goons to attack all at once. Zeke doesn't even flinch. A punch comes flying at him, but he easily dodges, warning them one last time. Then, without breaking a sweat, he dismantles the entire group. The first guy goes down instantly. The next one barely has time to react before he's taken out. Another comes flying towards Zeke. He simply catches him and hurls him backward. In mere moments, the entire gang is laid out. Leon watches in horror, sweating profusely. He can't believe what he's seeing. This is the same Zeke? The protagonist strides toward him, a cocky smirk on his face. "Relax," he says mockingly. "It's only going to hurt for a second." Terrified, Leon stumbles back and pulls out his sword. "Stay away," he shouts, his hands trembling. "I swear, I'll cut you if you come any closer." Zeke's expression darkens. Calmly, he reminds Leon of the rules. Drawing a weapon inside the training area comes with consequences. Leon's breath hitches. He's so panicked he forgot about that. Now, he's trapped in his own mess. Zeke doesn't let him off the hook. He draws his own sword, announcing that, by the laws of the Academy, their battle won't end until one of them is dead. The first to draw his blade carries full responsibility for whatever happens next. No one will blame the other, regardless of the outcome. To make it official, Zeke turns to one of the beaten-up goons, Liam, and declares him their witness. Just as he prepares to start the fight, Leon's composure completely shatters. "Double eight," the bully stammers. He drops to his knees, throwing his pride away as he begs for mercy. Zeke glares down at him, memories of his past life flashing through his mind. Pathetic. He coldly calls Leon a trashy scumbag. Then, in a blur, he slashes, taking only his ear. Leon screams in agony, clutching the bleeding wound, but Zeke isn't done. His voice is deadly as he warns, "Don't even think about reattaching it. If I see you again, I won't stop at just your ear." The victim, still lying on the ground, weakly calls out to Zeke. Why did you step in to help me?" Zeke brushes it off. "I wasn't helping you," he says coolly. "I was helping myself." As he walks away, a strange thought crosses his mind. Was it Galleon? Did the blacksmith's words affect him more than he realized? He shakes his head, dismissing the idea. Finally, he reaches his destination and finds Fannin, the professor he was looking for. Without wasting time, Zeke asks if his request is even possible. Fannin gives a straightforward answer. It's doable. Relieved, Zeke leaves the matter in his hands and turns to leave, but Fannin stops him. Hold on, he says. You need to listen first. He explains that, while the overall design isn't complicated, the core is the real problem. The core is the heart of the machine, responsible for its power output. However, due to the circuit's strange restrictions, it requires a massive amount of energy, despite looking small. The real challenge? They also have to manipulate the energy output in real time, or the entire thing will be useless. Zeke processes everything Fannin just explained. So, is there a way to actually make it, he asks. Fannin nods. There are two options. The first method involves modifying the core's design entirely. However, Fannin warns that this process would take a decade, maybe even 15 years. Zeke is stunned. 15 years? Fannin sighs, repeating that it would take an insane amount of time. Then he explains the second method, one that allows them to skip redesigning the core altogether by using a different material. This method would save them years of effort, but there's a catch. They need a high-compression mana stone. The moment Zeke hears those words, he jolts upright. You can't be serious? He knows exactly what that is, an ancient artifact, so rare that even modern technology can't replicate it. Fannin confirms his suspicion. That's right, and to make matters worse, finding one in a ruin is nearly impossible. If we want a stone that actually works with this design, it'll cost us 3,000 gold. Zeke falls silent. 3,000 gold. He barely managed to process 10,000 for the magic brazier. And now this? For a moment, he just stands there overwhelmed. 15 years is out of the question, but 3,000 gold isn't something he can just pull out of thin air. Worse, if anyone finds out he isn't an aura user, he'll be kicked out of the academy in an instant. Everyone assumes he's capable of wielding aura because of what happened during the blessing ceremony. But the truth? It was all an illusion, a trick using his ether and healing abilities. No matter how much he tries, he can't use aura. Unlike ether, which is impossible for normal humans to control, aura is much more accessible. That's why Graham, the Sword of Radiance, is essential. Without it, his entire future is at risk. Still lost in thought, Zeke keeps turning the problem over in his mind. There has to be another way. Fannin, meanwhile, is still marveling at the blueprint. Whoever designed this must be a genius, he muses. The efficiency is incredible. Even among relics from the Golden Age, this level of craftsmanship is extremely rare. That's when it clicks. Zeke's eyes widen as an idea takes shape. Without hesitation, he stands up. Professor, just focus on refining the design. I'll handle the rest. And with that, he heads out, determined to find his own solution. Fannin looks utterly confused. Wait, are you seriously telling me to spend 15 years reworking this design? Zeke shakes his head. No need for that. I'm bringing one. With absolute confidence, he declares that he knows how to get his hands on a high-compression mana stone. The professor is speechless. Zeke recalls the history behind these relics. The Golden Age, a time when magic reached its peak, came to an end with the Liberation War. Humanity fought to free itself from the rule of the dragons, and the war finally ended when Bahamut, the evil dragon, was slain by Turk and Draker. For a whole century, humanity enjoyed peace, but the dragon's lairs left behind contained remnants of an age long gone. These ancient relics, known as the Hero King's remnants, were beyond anything modern humans could create. Among them was the high-compression mana stone, a relic with enough energy to sustain an entire village. Draker Academy, Central Library. Zeke arrives at the Central Library, a place barely used anymore. Despite being abandoned, it's still well-maintained. After all, legend has it that hero Terrican Draker himself established it decades ago. He recalls that during the Academy's record room expansions, multiple Golden Age relics were uncovered. The magic tower and the Archmage of Nirvana quickly stepped in, and the discovery sent shockwaves throughout the continent. That's what happened in his past life. This time, though, the relics should still be untouched. He searches the vast library, but as expected, he doesn't find anything immediately. If these relics were that easy to locate, someone would have taken them by now. Activating Dragon Eyes, Zeke scans the room carefully. He finally spots something, a weird tile that stands out from the rest. Approaching it, he taps it, checking for any hidden mechanisms. He enables Spirit of the Soul, remembering what his master once taught him. Ether is capable of materializing, allowing the user to apply different properties, such as cut or impact. However, Ether comes with its own drawbacks. It burns through energy at an absurd rate. Just activating it drains his stamina, and he already feels the fatigue setting in. But there's no time to rest. Without hesitation, he steps through the opening behind the tile and finds himself inside a hidden cave. Lighting a fire to illuminate his surroundings, he frowns. In my past life, the discovery of these ruins happened nearly a decade later. I don't remember it being this deep underground. Just then, he hears movement. His heart pounds. Did someone uncover this place ahead of time? Peering ahead, he spots skeletons, but these aren't ordinary remains. They're moving, gripping shovels and pickaxes, as if they've been tirelessly digging for something. Immediately, he scans them with Dragon Eyes and confirms they aren't controlled by a lich. Good. That means they can be destroyed. Zeke doesn't hesitate. Activating Critical Strike, he dashes forward and launches an all-out attack, shattering the undead workers before they even sense his presence. As Zeke finishes off the skeletons, a system notification pops up. He's earned 2 karma points. He grins. In all his excitement over finding the artifact, he completely forgot about karma points. But now that he remembers, his expression shifts into something more wicked. This is the perfect chance to farm more. Wasting no time, he pushes forward, tearing through 20 more skeletons with ease, racking up additional points. Once he's satisfied, he pulls up the system menu to check what's available for purchase. Unfortunately, almost everything is still out of reach. Aside from one thing, the minimap. Without hesitation, he buys it. The system immediately updates, displaying his exact location. It looks just like a magic map, which is already impressive, but then something even more surprising happens. The minimap shifts into 3D. Zeke watches in amazement as the layout of the ruins appears before him. Then, he notices something unusual. A single room is highlighted in a different color. Curious, he selects it. The system labels it as a storage room and offers to provide the optimal route to reach it. Zeke is stunned. The search party in my past life took days to locate the storage room, and I just found it instantly. Testing it out, he follows the system's guidance, marveling at how easy it is to navigate. There's no way I'll ever get lost with this skill. He finally arrives at his destination, but there's a problem. A massive door stands in his way. Frowning, he examines it. No way this is going to open with a simple push, but might as well try. The moment his hand touches the surface, a surge of magic repels him backward. His glove catches fire, forcing him to pull back immediately. That could have taken my whole hand off. Now, it makes sense why the Archmage of Nirvana and the Magic Tower got involved when this place was discovered. Realizing he won't be able to force his way through, he turns to the system. All right, got any ideas? In response, the system connects to the security device and attempts to override it. But after a few moments, it fails. Instead, it activates the manual override. Zeke blinks. Wait, did you just reply to me? Affirmative. His eyes widen. He wasn't expecting an actual response. A crazy thought crosses his mind. If the system can answer him, maybe, just maybe, he immediately fires off a question. Why was I regressed? No response. His expression hardens. All right, then who's behind the administrator system? No response. Frustrated, he tries one last time. Who created this system? Silence. Nothing. Annoyed, he gives up. Fine. Forget it. Just open the damn door. The system confirms his request, and with a low, rumbling sound, the entrance to the Dragon Slayer storage room unlocks. The moment Zeke steps into the room, his eyes widen in disbelief. Just like in his past life, rows of chests filled with priceless relics and treasures stretched before him. Finding even one of these in ruins is nearly impossible. Yet here they are, waiting to be claimed. He methodically searches through each chest until he finally spots what he's looking for: high-compression mana stones. There are 4 in total. Without hesitation, he spends a karma point to expand his inventory and secures one. Unfortunately, his storage is still too limited to take everything, so he makes a mental note to return when he can claim it all. Just as he's about to leave, an eerie sensation washes over him. Instinctively, he glances back, and in an instant, glowing magic circles appear around him. Before he can react, the spell activates and he's teleported away. The sudden shift makes him stumble, and as he regains his footing, he quickly scans his surroundings. This place is completely unfamiliar. Turning to the system for answers, he demands to know where he is. The response is unexpected. He's now inside the home of the Dragon Slayer. Zeke racks his brain, but in his past life, he had never heard of such a place. The dimly lit room is lined with coffins, an unsettling sight. Opening his mini-map, he realizes he's not far from his previous location, yet there's no visible path linking the two. That can only mean one thing. This is an undiscovered, hidden area. Seizing the rare opportunity, he rushes to one of the coffins and pries open its heavy concrete lid. Inside, a full set of medieval armor rests in silence. The system quickly identifies it as Dragon Slayer exclusive equipment. Lifting the armor, he notices signs of wear, scratches, dents, remnants of battles long past. Something about it feels different from the Golden Age armor he's familiar with. Then his eyes catch an unusual circular hole on the back. He pieces it together instantly. This must be connected to the mana stones he just obtained. Wasting no time, Zeke accesses his storage and pulls out one of the high-compression mana stones. He's not about to let an opportunity like this slip by. As he slots the ancient relic into place, the system immediately confirms the successful installation of the mana battery. A pulse of energy surges through the armor. Its surface begins to glow as it comes to life. Watching the activation unfold, a grin spreads across Zeke's face. This discovery could change everything. A second later, the armor started glitching uncontrollably, twitching and convulsing like a malfunctioning machine. Zeke's anticipation instantly turned to alarm. Before he could react, the entire set exploded, filling the room with thick smoke. The system finally chimed in, explaining that an overload had caused a critical equipment failure. It even mentioned that it had tried to warn him about the impending explosion, but clearly, the message had arrived a little too late. The system awkwardly apologized for the delay, but at least the blast hadn't caused any serious damage. On the bright side, Zeke had confirmed one crucial fact. The high-compression mana stones were indeed the power source for these ancient armors. But that only raised more questions. What kind of insane abilities did this armor possess to require such an enormous energy supply? He made a mental note to ask Professor Fannin about it once he got out. For now, he focused on exploring the strange chamber further. The room of coffins had been eerie enough, but the other rooms turned out to be completely empty. He kept searching, eventually reaching the very last room. At first glance, it seemed just as barren as the rest, until his gaze landed on something in the center. A glass cube. The moment his eyes locked onto it, a system prompt flashed before him. His breath hitched, and for a second, his mind went blank. Then, as realization hit, sweat beaded on his forehead. This is insane. How unhinged was Tarek Draker? Inside that cube was the Founder's legacy, the heart of the cursed light dragon, Bahamut. Zeke could hardly believe it. His ancestor had actually kept the heart of the legendary dragon he had slain and left it behind as some kind of dying gift to his descendants. No wonder Zeke had felt that ominous presence back in the storage room. Though, compared to that unsettling aura, this was something else entirely. As if to confirm his thoughts, the system suddenly notified him. The heart of the cursed light dragon is reacting to your presence. At that exact moment, a dark energy surged through the air, coiling around him like invisible chains. A voice, deep, venomous, filled with malice, whispered in his mind. You have no choice. The voice grew louder, turning into a furious roar. Kill them all. Zeke's vision blurred. His thoughts twisted, clouded by a violent urge. His mind was slipping, until his indomitable mental defense snapped into action, shattering the trance. A sharp pain stabbed through his skull as he gasped for breath. But something was still there, lingering inside him. His body felt different. His senses felt off. Then he saw it. One of his eyes, pitch black. A cold dread crept over him. He clenched his fists, forcing himself to stay calm. But the weight of what had just happened was impossible to ignore. The cube, the dragon's heart, the presence that had almost consumed him. This was beyond dangerous. Still reeling from the encounter, Zeke took an uneasy step back, fully aware that he had nearly lost himself to whatever darkness lurked inside that cursed artifact. A sudden system notification popped up, an urgent quest. Tarek and Draker's test. Zeke had to defeat the powerful curse embedded within Bahamut's heart. Before he could even process the challenge, the dark presence flared up again, stronger than before. His indomitable mental defense kicked in, attempting to purge the corruption, but for the first time it failed. A surge of murderous intent crashed over him like a tidal wave. The voice that had whispered before now roared inside his skull. Kill them all. The words drilled into his mind, demanding obedience. His vision darkened, and his body stiffened as an overwhelming force took hold. Both of his eyes turned pitch black. The voice promised him freedom, true freedom, if only he would submit. But Zeke had his own definition of freedom. With sheer force of will, he wrestled back a shred of control. Before the darkness could fully consume him, he made a split-second decision. He slammed his head against the glass cube with everything he had. Pain jolted through his skull, momentarily clearing his thoughts. Blood dripped down his face, but he grinned through the agony. You call this freedom? What a joke. Freedom wasn't something granted. It was something won. As if in response to his defiance, the glass cube shattered into countless fragments, breaking the curse along with it. The system promptly confirmed his victory. Urgent quest complete. With that, Zeke had officially claimed Tarek and Draker's dying gift. But the battle had taken a toll. Mental exhaustion crashed over him like a collapsing mountain. If his willpower had wavered even for a second, things could have ended very differently. His body, recognizing the damage, instinctively activated his healing factor and infinite stamina, rapidly working to restore him. Then, something incredible happened. The heart of Bahamut, now free, rose into the air, glowing with an intense, otherworldly light. Slowly, it drifted towards Zeke's chest. The moment it made contact, a wave of raw, domineering power surged through his entire body. Pain, unimaginable, searing pain, a dense, pure source of mana, far beyond anything he had ever encountered, flooded his system, forcing its way into every cell in his body. But there was a problem. Zeke had no mana circles to contain this massive influx of energy. With nowhere to store it, the raging power was tearing him apart from the inside. He had to act. In a desperate move, he summoned purple ether using the spirit of the soul. Channeling everything he had, he formed a miniature black hole in his palm, an improvised seal to contain the overwhelming mana. It was a reckless gamble, but with his limited skill set, it was his only shot at survival. Clenching his jaw, Zeke focused every ounce of concentration on maintaining the ether hole. The raw force inside him resisted violently, thrashing against his control. The pressure built and built until it finally detonated. A massive explosion erupted with Zeke at the center. The impact obliterated the room, leaving behind a massive crater. Smoke and debris filled the air, and for a moment, silence followed the destruction. As the dust settled, Zeke was still standing. Barely. His entire body was on fire with pain, his nerves screaming in protest. He exhaled sharply, relief washing over him as the torment finally began to subside. He had survived. His uniform was in tatters, But on his chest, something new had formed. A mark. The mark of Bahamut. The shattered remains of the glass cube had completely vanished, leaving no trace behind. Bahamut's raw mana was no joke. It was a miracle that Zeke had survived at all. His quick thinking had saved his life. As he glanced down at the broken fragments on the ground, a reflection caught his eye, the mark now imprinted on his chest. It seemed that sealing Bahamut's rampaging energy had led to some unexpected side effects. Just then, the system delivered a new notification. Absorption of the cursed light dragon's heart complete. A flood of information followed. The sheer amount of mana he had absorbed had completely transformed his body. His constitution was no longer ordinary. It had been elevated to something far beyond human. His body was now divine. However, there was a catch. The system had detected that his current abilities weren't strong enough to fully control this new power. To prevent him from self-destructing, it had forcibly compressed and sealed 95% of the energy. That wasn't all. As the inheritor of his ancestors' legacy, he had gained the right to access Terrakin Draker's secure library. Along with that, a beginner quest book had been unlocked, as well as a low-level administrator tutorial. Zeke scratched his head. A divine body? Some kind of library? A tutorial? What the hell am I supposed to do with all this? The flood of information was overwhelming, so he dismissed most of the notifications for now, except for one. The first Dragon Slayer had been feeling quite generous on his deathbed, it seemed. A new system prompt appeared before Zeke's eyes. Would you like to open Terrakin Draker's second dying gift? Just when he thought nothing could surprise him anymore. After barely escaping death in that cursed chamber, Zeke finally made it back to his mansion. He carefully secured all the treasures he had looted, but his focus remained locked on the system prompt hovering in front of him. His title had changed. The one who received the blessing of the ancient dragon. Inheritor of Terrakin Draker. With these new titles came insane perks. He now possessed draconic control and the divine body constitution. But among all his new abilities, one stood out the most: incantation. The description was brief. This lock skill will fill your words with power. That sounded absurdly strong. Still, no matter how many rewards he had gained, one fact remained. He was still too weak to use most of them. Draconic control meant he could command Dragonkin. Any dragons under his rule would follow his orders without question. The divine body, on the other hand, elevated his combat performance to an entirely new level. His learning speed for combat techniques had skyrocketed, and his ether circulation efficiency had drastically improved. But reading about it and experiencing it were two different things. If he wanted to understand his newfound power, he needed to test it in battle. Just as he was considering his next move, another system window appeared. This one still tied to Terrakin Draker. His access to the secure library had been granted, but the system required an information update before he could use it. As always, the system was happy to assist, offering to mark the update location on his minimap. Zeke wasn't thrilled about the extra errand, but it was his ancestors' legacy. He couldn't ignore it. Then, something caught his attention. The map's layout was familiar. He had seen this place before. It looked just like Valhalla. Valhalla, the most prestigious knight training institution in existence. It was a place reserved for only the most elite warriors. Even viewing its grounds was impossible for those without administrator clearance, let alone stepping inside. And as things stood now, even Zeke would have a hard time getting in. The problem? He wasn't even planning on joining Valhalla in this lifetime. But now, with something tied to Terrakin Draker's dying gift hidden within its walls, his plans might need to change. Fate seemed determined to keep him tangled up in his ancestors' legacy, whether he liked it or not. Shaking off his thoughts, Zeke shifted his attention to the beginner quest book. The tutorial for low-level administrators was about to begin. Once completed, he would gain access to a quest designed to boost his growth. Quests meant rewards. The system setup reminded him of adventurer guild missions or mercenary assignments. Curious, he asked what the tutorial entailed. He didn't even get the chance to brace himself. The tutorial started automatically. His surroundings twisted. Reality itself seemed to unravel before his eyes. Within seconds, the world around him had completely changed. Beneath his feet, glowing grid lines stretched out endlessly. The rest of his environment was nothing but an abyss of infinite darkness. Despite the surreal shift, Zeke remained calm. He scanned his surroundings, trying to make sense of where he was. Unlike the teleportation he had experienced earlier, this didn't feel like a simple relocation. It was as if the very rules of reality had been rewritten. Before he could process it further, a hostile presence surged behind him. Zeke spun around. From the darkness, orcs lunged at him, their massive spiked clubs raised for a crushing blow. At that moment, the system finally chimed in. Tutorial quest. Defeat the monsters within 60 minutes using 2 or more different skills. Completion rewards. System points plus system store unlock. Not bad. His battle instincts took over. A sword materialized in his grip just as the first wave of attacks closed in. So this tutorial is designed to make use of the system's benefits? Would have been nice if he had access to something like this before. The first 3 orcs struck simultaneously, their weapons descending from different angles, but they hit nothing. Zeke had already vanished. The sheer force of their missed attacks caused the tutorial space to ripple. Before the creatures could react, he reappeared, moving within human speed. Swift steps, continuous slash. With precise, effortless motions, he cut them down before they could even register his movements. Monsters like these? They were nothing more than practice dummies to him now. The claymore in his hands felt unbelievably light, almost weightless. This surge in strength had to be one of the perks of his divine body constitution. With this newfound power, he was confident he could take down a purple knight with ease. After effortlessly wiping out the tutorial orcs, he returned to his original spot as the separate dimension faded away. Was it just an illusion? It had felt far too real to be a simple trick. Either way, completing the tutorial had earned him a hefty reward, both a critical and time bonus. In total, he racked up a solid 400 points and unlocked access to the shop. Excited, Zeke wasted no time opening the shop tab. What he found left him stunned. The selection was incredible. Items like the giant's flesh, the breath of a flame giant, and other rare relics, all of which would cost a fortune in the market. A thought crossed his mind. Could he profit by reselling these items? Beyond buying, the shop also allowed him to sell items from his inventory. Unfortunately, his training claymore wasn't eligible, but his elven dagger was listed for just 4 points. It was frustrating. He knew it could fetch at least 100 gold pieces at an auction, yet the system valued it so low. Deciding it wasn't worth selling unless absolutely necessary, he closed the shop and called it a day. After everything that had happened, a full night's rest was well overdue. The next morning, Zeke made his way to Draker Academy's research center to meet Professor Fannin. The magic professor was in complete disbelief. Zeke had actually managed to get his hands on a high-compression mana stone in just 1 day. When asked where he found it, Zeke brushed off the question. The explanation was too complicated, and he had no intention of sharing the details. Before Zeke had even finished his tea, Professor Fannin was already done tweaking the power source. The man was a true genius when it came to magic. Still, despite his composed demeanor, Zeke could tell the professor was suspicious. High-compression mana stones were rare and meticulously documented in ancient texts. Each one had a registration number to track its ownership and origin. A single check could reveal where it came from and who it currently belonged to. Yet, the mana stones in Zeke's possession were completely unregistered. No matter how thoroughly one searched, they wouldn't appear in the Central Continent's registration records. Professor Fannin's skepticism was justified. It was better than blind faith. His expertise and sharp judgment made him a truly exceptional figure. Zeke couldn't help but think that a man of such talent deserved more recognition than he was getting here. With the design finally complete, the professor activated the apparatus, bringing them back to Papner's breath. They handed the device over to Galleon, the master blacksmith of Soul and Halberd. Zeke and Fannin watched as the blacksmith got to work, his workshop glowing with the light of carefully arranged magic circles. The pure excitement on Galleon's face was contagious. He had finally been given the chance to craft weapons that met his own high standards. This was a moment of history in the making. After a successful demonstration, Professor Fannin excused himself to attend a lecture, leaving Zeke with Galleon. The blacksmith was overwhelmed with gratitude. He had long dreamed of completing a magic brazier, but never thought he would see it happen in his lifetime. Making a deal with Zeke was the best decision he had ever made. Now that Zeke had upheld his end, it was time for Galleon to do the same. Without hesitation, Zeke reached into his bag and pulled out an item. The moment Galleon laid eyes on it, he knew exactly what it was. Inside the lavish case rested a pristine dragon's fang. Among the many rewards of inheriting Terran's will, Bahamut's sharpest fang was undoubtedly the most valuable. The sight of it alone made the blacksmith tremble with excitement. Tears and snot ran down Galleon's face as he clutched the massive fang, leaving Zeke momentarily bewildered. First, he had helped bring the magic brazier to life, and now he was giving a humble craftsman the chance to forge a weapon from a dragon's fang. Overcome with emotion, Galleon swore to create a blade that would surpass Zeke's every expectation, even if it cost him his life. His words struck a chord. They were the same ones he had uttered in Zeke's previous life. Even in this second chance, Galleon remained the same passionate fool. That realization stirred something deep within Zeke. Leaving Papner's breath behind, he left the crafting to the master. With the greatest blacksmith on the continent working on his weapon, he had no doubt it was going to be something legendary. After leaving the forge, Zeke headed straight back to his room in the Platinum Mansion. He had gone through a lot just to secure a proper weapon, and now he could finally relax. It had been a week since his duel with Duke, and just as he was thinking about the note he received, inviting him for a rematch, trouble found him first. A familiar presence slipped into his room. Standing behind him was Duke Draker, and he did not look pleased. His eyes burned with fury as he demanded an explanation for why Zeke had ignored his invitation. The air grew heavy with bloodlust. Duke wasn't just angry. He was ready to kill. Amused, Zeke decided to toy with him. He casually insisted that he had no intention of challenging him again. That was all it took for Duke to snap. In an instant, he closed the distance and grabbed Zeke, his grip unyielding. Before Zeke could react, the crazed knight hurled him straight out of the open window. Caught off guard, Zeke felt himself plummeting. His room was on one of the higher floors. Falling from this height was no joke. If he hit the ground before his passive healing kicked in, he might not survive the impact. Instinctively, he reached for the edge of the balcony, but before he could grab hold, a strong hand caught him by the throat. Duke wasn't letting him go just yet. His grip tightened as he stared down at Zeke, furious. He refused to believe the young man didn't understand the meaning behind his letter. First, Zeke avoided him in the treatment room, and now this? It almost felt like he was doing it on purpose, deliberately getting under Duke's skin. With an impatient scowl, Duke gave him 5 seconds to stop messing around and start talking. But instead of panicking, Zeke simply smiled. He calmly pointed out that Duke was the one being dishonest, still pretending to be a gardener while demanding honesty from him. Something shifted in Duke's expression. He had been expecting fear, but there was none. As the countdown reached its end, the old knight's grip loosened, and a grin spread across his face. Without warning, Duke tossed Zeke back inside like a rag doll. He crashed onto the floor, wrecking half the room, but thanks to his sturdy body, he wasn't seriously hurt. Dusting himself off, Zeke looked up to see Duke. No, Garden Keeper Dexter, offering him a hand. With a smirk, the old knight finally admitted the truth. He wasn't just some eccentric gardener. He was once a Black Knight of Draker. Zeke feigned surprise, though he had already pieced together the truth long ago. Still, he threw himself into the act, offering an exaggerated apology for failing to recognize an esteemed member of the Draker family and a once honorable Black Knight. Duke narrowed his eyes, still suspicious. "Was this your plan all along?" he asked. Zeke, as shameless as ever, continued to play dumb, milking the moment for all it was worth. Taking advantage of the rare opportunity, he casually asked why Duke referred to himself as a former Black Knight. The old knight's expression darkened. "I simply no longer carry the title," he stated flatly, refusing to elaborate. It was common knowledge that knights could rise through the ranks, but Zeke hadn't known they could fall from them just as easily. Sensing that Duke had no intention of answering, Zeke let the matter drop. He did, however, notice the subtle tremor in the old man's hand. Perhaps there was more to this story than he initially thought. Since Duke had been honest enough to reveal his true identity, Zeke decided it was only fair to do the same. He knelt before the knight and confessed outright. He had known all along. In truth, he had been deliberately provoking Duke, hoping to be accepted as an apprentice. Rather than anger, Duke's reaction was unexpected. He actually smiled. Amused by Zeke's audacity, the Gale Knight finally made his decision. "Fine," he said. "You're officially my apprentice." Zeke was stunned. That's it? He had expected to go through trial after trial to prove himself. Yet here he was, securing a legendary mentor with nothing more than sheer persistence. Wasting no time, he bowed deeply, formally stating his intent. "I, Zeke Draker, swear to bring honor to my master's name, to obey his teachings, and to seek both wisdom and strength under his guidance." Duke raised an eyebrow. "Ah, you actually know the apprentice's vow." Most of the younger generation had forgotten such traditions. Zeke, however, firmly believed that culture and discipline were essential virtues of a knight. Still, there was one last thing he wanted to ask. "Master, if I may." Duke immediately frowned. "Don't call me that." Zeke smirked, but continued anyway. "Why did you accept me as your apprentice?" Duke was notorious for turning down students. Even Andre, the so-called genius of the century, had spent years begging before finally being taken in. Though Zeke had his suspicions, he wanted to hear it straight from Duke himself. The old knight chuckled. "Take a guess." Zeke grinned. "Because I'm the genius of the family?" Duke let out a loud laugh. "Confident, aren't you?" "But no. If I wanted raw talent, I would have chosen that girl from the Turin family." His expression shifted, turning serious. "I picked you for one reason, kid. Tenacity. Talent alone isn't enough to reach the level of a red knight, or even a black knight," Duke stated firmly. In fact, the truly gifted often crumble the moment they face real adversity. Their talent snuffed out before it ever reaches its full potential. Zeke couldn't agree more. He had lived an entire lifetime of struggle and hardship. Time and time again, he had watched so-called geniuses, those expected to become red knights, fall short of their potential. Most of them never made it past the rank of blue knight. Their progress stalled the moment they encountered true difficulty. With that, Duke ended their conversation and stood up. "Enough talk. Time for your first lesson." Zeke followed him to the empty western greenhouse, only to discover something unexpected, a hidden gymnasium beneath it. He hadn't even known this place existed. Duke didn't bother explaining. "Start running," he ordered. So Zeke ran. For 3 hours straight. He kept circling the track, all while Duke silently observed. Not a single word, not a single instruction, just his piercing gaze watching, evaluating. Zeke couldn't help but wonder what his master was trying to figure out. Then, finally, Duke called out, "Stop!" Zeke immediately halted, relieved to end the mindless jogging. But before he could catch his breath, Duke was already behind him. The old knight moved like a phantom, his hand darting towards Zeke's wrist. Instinct kicked in, Zeke twisted away, dodging the grab just in time. Every fiber of his being screamed at him to put distance between them. Duke narrowed his eyes, glancing at his own hand. Though he had failed to grab hold of Zeke, the brief contact had nearly ruined the young man's special glove. That only confirmed his suspicions. "You got a problem with pulse checking?" Duke asked, his voice sharp. Zeke knew better than to believe that was Duke's real intention. This sly old fox had been suspicious from the start, from their duel in the infirmary to the fight in the greenhouse, and now after watching him run for 500 laps. Not once had Duke sensed a single drop of aura from Zeke's body. And just now, the moment he reached for Zeke's wrist, the boy had instinctively pulled away. Duke wasn't going to beat around the bush anymore. His gaze locked onto Zeke, unwavering. "You can't use aura? Can you?" The question hit like a hammer. Zeke's breath caught in his throat. Duke had done his homework. He knew about the bronze statue. He had heard the uproar over the never-before-seen golden light Zeke had triggered. Now he was demanding the truth. "If I'm wrong, Duke said calmly. Then let me check your pulse. Zeke looked into his master's eyes. There was no malice there, no accusations, just raw curiosity. Aura was everything to a Draker. If word got out that a noble from their bloodline couldn't wield it, the scandal would be catastrophic. Yet, despite knowing the weight of such a revelation, Duke's focus wasn't on politics or reputation. Right now, he simply wanted to know the truth. Zeke was lucky that Duke was such an eccentric old bastard. If it were anyone else, this situation could have turned ugly. For now, his focus remained on one thing, getting his hands on Graham, his blade. Until then, he had to be extra careful not to draw suspicion about his aura. This was a wake-up call, and he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. But unlike his past life, where he was branded as the first failed awakener of the Draker bloodline, things were different now. There was no need for him to spin lies. Stealing his resolve, Zeke calmly removed his special gloves. The moment they came off, they revealed the symbol of a pure-blood awakener, undeniable proof of his noble lineage. Yet, despite awakening successfully, for reasons unknown, he simply could not use aura. He hoped that by sharing part of the truth, he could conceal the rest of his secrets. Lowering his gaze, he let out a shaky breath before apologizing. If the family finds out I can't use aura, they'll cast me out, he murmured. His voice trembled, and then, like a true performer, tears welled up in his eyes. He looked every bit the helpless, terrified child. Someone give this man an award. Seeing his apprentice on the verge of tears, Duke's expression softened. At the end of the day, a child is still a child, he thought. No matter how composed Zeke tried to appear, he was still just a boy burdened with a fate too heavy for his age. Without another word, Zeke extended his wrist, offering his pulse for examination. Duke accepted and carefully spread his aura through the boy's body, scanning for any trace of aura circulation. Nothing. Not a single drop of aura could be found within Zeke, despite his successful awakening. Duke frowned. This should have been impossible. He racked his brain for an explanation, but no answer came. Meanwhile, Zeke remained calm. He had expected this reaction. The results of the blessing rite were absolute. Drakers always awakened aura. Even if Duke wanted to believe the truth, his mind would try to rationalize it, to find another explanation rather than accept the reality before him. And just as expected, Duke came to his own conclusion. You're an irregular, he muttered. Zeke blinked, tilting his head. Irregular? Duke nodded. People with anomalous abilities, ones that don't follow normal rules. Some irregulars can wield both aura and mana. Others have unnatural talents, like glimpses into the future. Because their existence challenges common sense, irregulars aren't treated kindly. If word gets out, it'll cause unnecessary trouble. He crossed his arms, his voice lowering. It's best we keep this secret between master and apprentice. Zeke nodded in agreement, though he already had a solid grasp on how people without knowledge of classes would react to abnormalities like his. As for your ability, Duke continued, glancing at him. It must be your absurd stamina and recovery speed. Even minor internal injuries should take time to heal, yet you bounce back almost instantly. Zeke remained silent, letting Duke come to his own conclusions. If this explanation kept his real secret safe, then so be it. But that unshakable concept didn't seem to apply to Zeke. His recovery was unnatural. He could bounce back from severe injuries almost instantly. Duke pondered for a moment before forming a hypothesis. If your stamina and regeneration are that fast, then you must be burning an absurd amount of energy, he said. And that energy is aura. Zeke raised an eyebrow. The old knight continued. Your aura is constantly being drained to fuel your body's recovery. That's why there's barely any left to sense or use. Zeke was impressed. For an eccentric old man, Duke had come up with a surprisingly plausible explanation. Keeping up his act, he furrowed his brows and asked hesitantly, Does that mean I'll never be able to use aura? Duke just laughed. That's what you're worried about. He shook his head. Forget aura. My Gale, arts don't need it at all. Zeke listened intently as Duke explained. A special art is a technique developed by a knight who has reached their peak. Normally, These arts are extensions of dragon-slaying arts and require aura to function. But Gale arts? That was different. It focused entirely on physical mastery. Watch closely, Duke said. Before Zeke could blink, the ground beneath Duke shattered. With a single leap, the old knight launched himself across the gymnasium. His speed was insane. He tore through the air, faster than the eye could follow, his movements so fluid that even afterimages were invisible. In a matter of seconds, he had crisscrossed the arena multiple times before landing casually back in his original spot, without breaking a sweat. Duke turned to Zeke. Well, did you catch that? Zeke exhaled. Would it be alright if I tried it myself? Duke blinked, momentarily caught off guard. Most people would need to see it again, but this kid? He was already itching to attempt it. The old knight let out a hearty laugh. Bold one, aren't you? Fine, go ahead. Zeke stepped up. He replayed Duke's movements in his mind, visualizing every step, every shift in weight, every explosion of force. Then he moved. His first step landed directly on top of Duke's footprint, leaving a crater in its wake. And just like that, he was gone. Zeke perfectly traced his master's movement pattern, following the prints of each step without error. And now that he was experiencing the technique himself, something clicked. These weren't just random steps. Every movement had a purpose. Some were for attacking, others for dodging. Some for closing distance, others for creating it. With the final step completed, Zeke slowed himself down, coming to a steady halt. Duke was speechless. He already knew the kid was gifted. But this was beyond anything he had expected. Just a week ago, Zeke was nowhere near this level. The improvement was staggering, like night and day. Duke had never seen such rapid progress before, let alone in someone with Zeke's natural potential. But, of course, Zeke had to go and spoil it with his arrogance. If only he could rein that in, he'd be flawless. Duke pulled him into a playful headlock, teasing him about going from bawling his eyes out to perfectly executing such a difficult technique. Time had passed since their training began, and today, Zeke was at the Academy's dining hall, piling his plate with every kind of food he could get: meat, seafood, bread, anything he could grab. Ever since becoming the Gale Knight's apprentice a month ago, his training had pushed his appetite through the roof. As he ate, Instructor Andre approached, asking for a moment to talk. With a packed schedule, Zeke told him to just say whatever he needed to right then and there. Andre had only one question. How did Zeke manage to convince Sir Dexter to take him in? Zeke, still focused on his meal, answered casually. He didn't do anything special. Sir Dexter chose him on his own. Andre's expression darkened, irritation flashing across his face. It was clear he didn't like that answer. His resentment was obvious, and in his mind, there was only one explanation. Zeke was chosen simply because he was a pure-blood awakener. That assumption didn't sit well with Zeke. He finished eating, then turned the conversation right back on Andre, delivering a sharp reality check. He called out Andre's deep-seated inferiority complex, a truth the instructor wasn't ready to hear. Andre's hands shook with anger as he tried to put Zeke in his place, calling him a mere cadet. But Zeke wasn't done talking yet. He challenged Andre's claim, asking if he truly believed that a man like Sir Dexter would choose a disciple for such a shallow reason. If his bloodline alone was enough to earn him a place, then wasn't that proof of his own strength? The fact that he could use his lineage as a foundation to rise to this position only reinforced his worth. Zeke didn't stop there. He gave Andre some blunt but valuable advice. Rather than feeding his ego and clinging to his inferiority complex, maybe he should actually put in the effort to be chosen. As much as it stung, Andre couldn't deny that there was truth to Zeke's words. Later that day, at the Western Greenhouse Arena, the usual two-person training session had an unexpected guest. Someone had arrived before Zeke and Duke, sprinting around the track like his life depended on it. Confused, Zeke turned to his master for an explanation, but Duke was just as baffled. Turns out, Instructor Andre had shown up earlier, practically begging to be allowed to train under Duke, even if it meant starting as nothing more than a servant. Amused, Duke gave him a challenge. If he could run 300 laps without using aura, he'd consider it. And now, here Andre was pushing himself to the limit. Duke couldn't hide his surprise at Andre's sudden determination, and even Zeke had to admit it was impressive. This guy wasn't just some arrogant scholar after all. He actually had grit. That same day, a major event was unfolding at the academy. Every student had been summoned to the training grounds for an important occasion, the Patriarch's visit. The sound of thundering hooves echoed outside the campus as a grand carriage, bearing the insignia of the Draker family, rolled through the gates. The academy's dean, Howard Draker, a rather rotund man, was quick to act. He ordered his men to prepare for their supreme leader's arrival, making sure to position himself front and center to be the first to greet him. As the carriage came to a stop, the door opened, and Howard immediately bowed deeply, his pudgy face full of reverence. Behind him, the knights followed suit, kneeling in formation and raising their blades in salute. The Patriarch had arrived, right on time, exactly at noon. The academy's bell tolled, its ringing sharper and louder than usual, marking this rare occasion. Then, he stepped forward, Arthur Draker, leader of the third Transcendent Household, the Dragon Slayer. His very presence radiated authority, demanding obedience without a single word. He placed a firm hand on Howard's shoulder, towering over the dean as he offered a rare word of praise for his hard work. A true force of nature, Arthur was the definition of power and dominance. Howard, still bowing, hurriedly suggested they head inside, citing the harsh midday sun. But Arthur Draker was a man who moved at his own pace. Meanwhile, some students near the gates managed to catch a glimpse of him, their eyes widening in awe. Then, at last, he stepped fully into view, revealing his face to the gathered crowd. Standing before the young dragon slayers, Arthur addressed them directly. They were the future of his clan, its hope and its strength. He urged them to train harder, to push their limits, for their own growth, and for the glory of the Draker family. Inspired by Arthur's commanding presence and powerful words, the students took his speech to heart, shouting their responses with full conviction. As the sun blazed overhead, Arthur turned away, ordering Howard to escort him inside. Behind closed doors, Zeke was summoned to meet the leader of all knights, the guardian of the Dragon Slayer name, his father. Arthur chuckled at Zeke's formal, almost outdated greeting, a rare thing to hear these days. With a small smile, he poured 2 cups of tea and gestured for his son to sit. He had heard that Zeke liked tea, so he had prepared something rare, hoping it would suit his taste. To an outsider, it might have seemed like a thoughtful gesture from a caring father, but Zeke saw it for what it really was, proof that every little detail about him, even his personal preferences, was being reported back to the higher-ups. There was an old saying, there may be things the Emperor doesn't know, but nothing escapes the eyes of a Draker. Right now, Zeke could feel the weight of that truth. Arthur wasted no time getting to the point. He had called Zeke here after hearing that Duke had taken him as a disciple. True to his nature, the Patriarch didn't care for small talk. Zeke, however, downplayed the situation, saying that Duke was simply doing him a favor. Arthur wasn't entirely sure what his son's ultimate goal was, but he admitted that following Duke's guidance would certainly lead to a bright future. But before he could say more, Zeke cut in. His goal wasn't just to learn from Duke. His goal was to become the strongest man on the continent. Arthur's eyes sharpened at the declaration. Zeke wasn't finished. He vowed to surpass everyone, to become so powerful that he could live without restraint. That was his ambition, and he would stop at nothing to achieve it. Arthur studied his son carefully, his expression unreadable. Then, without a word, he deliberately let his aura slip, just enough to make a point. The air grew heavy. Zeke's body tensed as an invisible pressure surrounded him. A chill ran down his spine. This was no ordinary aura. This was the astral sword, said to grant dominion over all living beings within its range. It was the pinnacle of aura manipulation, something only the most elite Black Knights could wield. The sheer presence of it made Zeke's breath hitch. Arthur's eyes gleamed with something unreadable, perhaps amusement, perhaps challenge. Zeke realized he had spoken too boldly, too carelessly. But even under the suffocating weight of his father's power, he refused to back down. Gritting his teeth, he stood his ground. He didn't take back his words. He didn't retreat. Instead, he doubled down, looking Arthur in the eye. Yes, his goal was to surpass even his own father. And no matter what it took, he would make it happen. Arthur studied Zeke for a moment, then, seemingly satisfied, withdrew his astral sword. The suffocating pressure in the room instantly lifted as he calmly sipped his tea. He admitted that Zeke's declaration was the most interesting thing he had heard in years. Originally, Arthur had come here to support both the Academy and his youngest son, but after seeing Zeke's growth firsthand, he wondered if that would be enough. Reaching into his finely tailored suit, he pulled out something small and slid it across the table. Zeke's eyes flicked to the object, a black card, emblazoned with the Draker family insignia. For a moment, he was stunned. He had always believed that black knights like Duke were the pinnacle of strength, but his father, he was on a completely different level. Seeing the black card in person made Zeke uneasy. He stumbled over his words, and Arthur smirked. He could tell his son already understood its significance. This wasn't just any card. It was the card, a symbol of absolute privilege. Only a select few were ever granted one. And with it came near limitless benefits. No credit limit, unrestricted access to elite establishments, and influence beyond measure. It was, in short, an infinite money glitch. Arthur casually explained that the card would be under both their names, meaning Zeke could use it freely. But Zeke wasn't foolish. He knew the real reason behind this gift. Every transaction made with a black card left a record. It was just another way to keep tabs on him. Still, the fact that Arthur had chosen this method, rather than assigning a black martial squad to shadow him, meant one thing. The Patriarch didn't see him as a threat. Not yet. Zeke forced down his unease and accepted the card, vowing to use it only when necessary. Arthur dismissed him with a final word of encouragement. If Zeke truly wanted to become the strongest, then he had better put in the work. Zeke bowed one last time, thanking the master of the Draker family, then walked out, his mind swirling with thoughts. As the door shut behind him, Arthur leaned back, closing his eyes in contemplation. His youngest son's ambition was unexpected but intriguing. Then, the silence was shattered. Duke strode into the room, not bothering with formalities. His voice was sharp, his expression unreadable. "You're a sickening old man." Arthur opened one eye, unfazed. "Why so angry?" Duke crossed his arms, his tone dripping with disdain. "So now you're suddenly playing father? After a lifetime of neglect?" Arthur didn't flinch. But for the first time in years, someone had dared to call him out on his bullshit. And Duke was just about the only man with the strength and the nerve to do it. Arthur let out a sigh, insisting that he had no choice. This was the price of being the head of the household. The responsibilities of leadership demanded sacrifice. Besides, Duke's accusations were practically slander against the Patriarch himself. Duke wasn't having any of it. He sank into the couch, stretching out as he met Arthur's gaze. "Then go ahead, cuff me and take me away," he challenged. Arthur chuckled, dropping all pretense. Out of everyone on the continent, Duke was the only one he could speak to freely. Reaching into his suit once more, Arthur pulled out something far more valuable than gold. A bottle of dragon's breath, a rare and prized liquor. He offered Duke a drink to go with their conversation, and instantly, Duke's mood shifted. He smirked, admitting that, if nothing else, Arthur had damn good taste when it came to alcohol. With drinks poured, Arthur finally addressed the real issue, the strange tension looming over the continent. Duke feigned ignorance, claiming he had been keeping to himself at the Academy. But Arthur knew better. Duke had eyes and ears everywhere. Duke sighed, setting his glass down. "Why ask something you already know the answer to?" Arthur didn't argue. He simply waited. After a moment, Duke leaned forward, his voice dropping lower. "The Emperor's gone mad with his obsession for immortality. He's scouring the entire continent for anything that might give him even the faintest clue." Arthur nodded, unsurprised. He shared the same opinion. While magic could slow aging, true immortality was a myth, something no one had ever achieved and likely never would. However, there was one thing that worried him. The Emperor wasn't just chasing a dream. He was hunting for something real, something connected to the Elder Dragon. That possibility changed everything. Unbeknownst to them, Zeke had been listening from the next room, casually leaning against the wall with his hands in his pockets. Using soul manifestation, he absorbed every word, refining his aura in the process. This conversation was gold. Arthur speculated that the Emperor's search had likely led him to a relic tied to the Elder Dragon. Duke thought it over and found the theory plausible. Then came the bigger question: was it possible that the Emperor had already found it? Arthur considered the thought, swirling his drink. It wasn't impossible. His personal squad, the Order of Black Knights, had been gathering intelligence, and all signs pointed to one location: the northern continent. Duke's eyes sharpened. That caught his attention. The fact that he was only hearing about this now meant that the Empire's spies hadn't gotten their hands on the information yet. But they would. It was only a matter of time. This entire crusade for immortality dragged up old memories for Duke. He recalled the past, the moment that insane emperor took the throne. He started a war to unify the continent. It was only after conquering half of the Central Lands that he finally stopped the bloodshed. And now, history seemed ready to repeat itself. Back then, Duke had assumed the Emperor would eventually abandon his ridiculous, decaying dream. But he had been dead wrong. If that lunatic actually got his hands on an artifact capable of granting immortality, the entire continent would be plunged into a war unlike anything seen before, a conflict so massive it would leave only fire and ruin in its wake. Arthur Draker wasn't about to sit back and let that happen. Given the severity of the situation, he had already made his decision. He would go north and handle it himself. That declaration stunned Duke. Arthur leaving his seat in the central continent? That was a disaster waiting to happen. If the Patriarch wasn't around to keep the Emperor in check, that power-hungry bastard would tear through everything unchecked. But that was exactly why Arthur had come here today. Aside from giving a half-hearted speech to the trainees, he was here to clue Duke in on his plans. And he knew Duke well enough to predict his reaction. Resistance was futile. Realizing he had no other choice, Duke let out a long sigh. With a reluctant smirk, he raised his glass for a toast. Fine, fine, but don't expect me to play nice while you're gone. Arthur chuckled. He never did. The grumpy old guardian of the academy groaned in frustration. But Arthur knew, no matter how much he complained, Duke was more than capable of holding down the fort. Meanwhile, in the next room, Zeke was paying the price for his eavesdropping. His entire body ached. His vision blurred. He had been using soul manifestation for too long, and now the backlash was hitting hard. His knees buckled, and before he knew it, he was on the floor, his breath ragged, his eyes bloodshot. Even after absorbing the heart of Bahamut, the side effects of this technique were impossible to avoid. But it was worth it, because what he had just learned was invaluable. Everything was starting to fall into place. The statue he had gotten his hands on before his regression, it wasn't just some relic. It was the Elder Dragon's artifact. From the mysterious voice he had heard before taking his last breath, to the strange system messages when he woke up in his younger body, it all made a little more sense now. Without even realizing it, his past self had stolen the very artifact the Emperor was obsessed with. No wonder he had been hunted like a dog. That crazed dictator had mobilized his most elite unit, the hunting dogs, and sent them after him, chasing him to the ends of the world. Back then, Zeke had been too consumed by revenge to question why he was being pursued so relentlessly. He had been so focused on his enemies that he never stopped to consider the real reason behind it all. But now he had a concrete clue about his regression. The administrator system that had sent him back in time. It was tied to the Elder Dragon's artifact, which only led to more questions. Who could create such an artifact? Just how powerful were they? And most importantly, why? Sitting on the floor, Zeke took a deep, steadying breath. He had chased after answers, only to find even bigger mysteries waiting for him. With their drinks finished and business settled, the top dogs of the Draker family parted ways. Duke assured Arthur that he would move soon, and Arthur, in turn, entrusted him to get things done. But just as he was about to leave, Arthur suddenly stopped. The air in the hallway shifted. His sharp gaze locked onto the closed door of the room where Zeke was hiding, as if he could see straight through it. Inside, completely unaware of the impending danger, Zeke was still deep in thought, unraveling the mysteries of immortality and time travel. If he really had stolen the Emperor's artifact, then what exactly made them believe it had anything to do with eternal life? Then, heavy footsteps. The sound sent every alarm in Zeke's body screaming. Arthur was getting too close. In an instant, the door swung open, Arthur's sharp, unreadable gaze scanning the room. But it was empty. Zeke had reacted just in time. By the time Arthur stepped inside, his son was already slipping out the window, narrowly avoiding being caught. Letting his guard down, Arthur dismissed the odd feeling, leaving the room behind. Later that day, Zeke was back at the Western Greenhouse Arena, locked in his usual grueling training routine. It was supposed to be a no-interruptions kind of day, but old Decker, ever the diligent servant, ignored that rule. Bowing apologetically, he explained that a fellow student had come looking for him. Zeke furrowed his brows. Who the hell would go out of their way to visit him? He didn't have friends in the academy. Curiosity got the best of him, and he allowed Decker to let them in. He wasn't expecting Liam Stone. The moment the bulky student entered, he bowed his head in complete submission. Zeke narrowed his eyes, skeptical. What's this guy's deal? Then, in an earnest voice, Liam pleaded to be taken in. Zeke exhaled sharply, already regretting not ignoring this guy when he was humbling his so-called boss. Are you saying you want to be my subordinate? He asked, annoyed. Liam dropped his head even lower, his voice unwavering as he swore his allegiance to Zeke. Now this was unexpected. Zeke raised an eyebrow. What happened to your loyalty to Jakin? At the mention of that name, Liam's expression darkened. A flicker of anger passed over his face before he spat out his answer. He'd been abandoned. Without a powerful Draker backing him, he had no hope of entering Valhalla as a trainee. Zeke's mind flashed back to his past life. Liam was the same back then. He had never found out why this guy was so obsessed with Valhalla. But one thing was clear. He would beg, grovel, and do whatever it took to get in. Clicking his tongue, Zeke gave him a flat-out rejection. You're an idiot, he scoffed. If you're so desperate, go try Turin or Simmons instead. Waving him off, Zeke emphasized one last thing. He wasn't some support system for people to cling to. And most importantly, even he couldn't help Liam enter Valhalla. Zeke had no reason to trust a word out of Liam's mouth. For all he knew, this brute could be a spy sent by Jakin, plotting revenge. The doubt in Zeke's voice was obvious, and Liam didn't try to argue. Instead, he acted. In one swift motion, he pulled a knife from his waistband. Zeke's eyes narrowed, prepared for an attack, but Liam didn't charge at him. Instead, the fool turned the blade on himself. With a brutal, unflinching slash, he cut off his own left ear. Blood splattered onto the arena floor. Zeke remained silent, watching as Liam dropped his severed ear on the ground like it was nothing. Liam took a shaky breath, his expression unwavering. I get it, he admitted. You have every reason to doubt me. But I'll do whatever it takes to prove myself to you. Then, with frightening sincerity, he took it a step further. If you want me mute, I'll cut out my tongue. If you want me crippled, I'll take off my own foot. Zeke couldn't deny it. This was an extreme, borderline psychotic display of loyalty. Liam wasn't bluffing. The sheer desperation in his voice, the blood dripping down his face, it wasn't an act. Watching him tremble, gritting his teeth through the pain, Zeke's mind flashed back to another moment. Another severed ear. It wasn't a memory he enjoyed. Not at all. Yet, as he looked at Liam, pushing himself to the absolute limit, all for a chance to follow him, he couldn't help but remember a time when he was in the same position. A battle-worn, scarred veteran with hate-filled eyes, kneeling before his past life master, begging to be made stronger than anyone. Liam's voice shook as he pleaded over and over again, desperate for Zeke to accept him. Zeke finally moved. Without a word, he tossed a training sword at Liam's feet. If you can withstand one strike from me, Zeke declared, I'll take you in. Liam's body swayed from the blood loss, but his face lit up. Hope! Even in his delirious state, he grinned through the pain. Thank you, he rasped, barely standing. Zeke wasn't heartless. He gave the idiot some time to get his wound treated before their match. Liam clutched the training sword, his mind racing. He thought it would be easy. After all, he possessed Draker Aura too, even if only to a certain extent. But then, he looked up at Zeke's stance, at his presence, and suddenly, it felt like he wasn't staring at a fellow student anymore. It felt like he was staring into the eyes of a monster. For the first time, Liam wondered if they could even be considered peers. Before Zeke even moved, Liam could already feel the crushing weight of his aura. His chest tightened, his breath came in ragged gasps, and his vision blurred. The sheer pressure made it difficult to even grip his sword. Then, Zeke struck. His speed was explosive, his compact muscles coiling like springs before unleashing overwhelming force. Liam, moving purely on instinct, raised his blade to meet the attack. He swung down, trying to parry the thrust, and their training swords clashed, sparks flying from the impact. A heartbeat later, one of the swords was sent spiraling through the air. It was over. As expected, Liam was completely outmatched, his weapon knocked clean from his grasp. If this had been a real fight, he'd already be dead. Zeke exhaled, disappointment evident in his tone. "Is this really all you've got?" he asked, looking down at Liam, who had collapsed flat on the ground. Even Zeke felt a twinge of pity at the sorry sight. Still, he could see the stubborn determination in the big guy's eyes. With a sigh, he gave his advice. Forget Valhalla. Find another path. But Liam wasn't willing to give up. He knew the truth. After Zeke had humiliated that spoiled brat, Jane, he had been cast aside without hesitation. Liam came from a distant branch of the family, so if he wasn't Jane's attendant, he never would have even stepped foot in the cradle. And if this academy was willing to expel Zeke, a direct Draker descendant, they wouldn't hesitate to discard someone like him. Zeke turned to walk away, thinking the matter was settled, until he felt something heavy latch onto his leg. He looked down to see Liam clinging to him for dear life. Why was this guy so desperate? In the previous timeline, Liam had been expelled from the academy, and the order he served had crumbled. But through sheer will and experience, he clawed his way up, eventually rising to the rank of a Red Knight, earning the title of the Mercenary King. Now, with tears streaming down his face, Liam begged for another chance to prove himself. Zeke narrowed his eyes, patience wearing thin. This guy was seriously stubborn. "Fine, you get one last chance," he said. "Don't waste it." Zeke agreed to take Liam under his wing, but only on one condition. Liam had claimed he'd do anything, that he'd cut out his own tongue if Zeke wanted a mute, that he'd sever his own feet if that's what it took. So, Zeke gave him a task that was nearly impossible. Gripping Liam's shoulder, he spoke grimly. "Cut off your right arm." The word sent a chill down Liam's spine. Zeke didn't let up. "So, what's more important, that arm or serving under me?" He knew exactly what he was asking. He was telling Liam to throw away any hope of becoming a swordsman. Any sane person would back out. With that, Zeke turned away, assuming his training stance, expecting Liam to finally give up and leave. But instead of heading for the door, Liam walked toward a sword. Zeke's eyes narrowed. He had assumed this wasn't a big deal. Liam getting expelled wouldn't change the future. He'd still rise to become a Red Knight, a legend in his own right. But the way Liam moved, something felt off. Then it hit him. Liam wasn't giving up. He was actually going to do it. His grip tightened around the blade. He raised it high, aiming for his own arm. Zeke's body moved before his mind could catch up. Pushing his legs to their limit, he closed the distance in an instant. Just before Liam could bring the blade down, Zeke's sword flashed, cleaving Liam's weapon in half. The clang of metal echoed across the arena. Liam stared at his intact arm, his expression blank, as if he couldn't comprehend why it was still there. Zeke, on the other hand, was furious. Grabbing Liam by the collar, he hoisted the big fool off the ground. "Have you completely lost your goddamn mind?" he barked. Sure, the condition was extreme, but it wasn't set in stone. What if Zeke had been the kind of bastard who went back on his word? Liam would have thrown everything away for nothing. But Liam wasn't hesitating because of the condition itself. He was willing to go that far because, to him, there was something even more important than his own arm. Zeke dropped Liam back onto his feet and fixed him with a cold stare. "Do something that's stupid again, and you're out." I don't care how loyal you are. Keep that in mind. The constant tension on Liam's face finally eased. Zeke's words might have been harsh, but they confirmed one thing: he was staying. Still, there was one more issue to deal with. We need to get you to the infirmary, Zeke added. Can't have my subordinate walking around looking like a one-eared freak. After getting his ear patched up, Liam was invited to Zeke's personal banquet hall for a meal. As he sat there, he absent-mindedly touched his newly restored ear, still amazed by how quickly it had been fixed. Turns out, Zeke had used one of his healing potions to regenerate it. Liam felt guilty. It was a rare and valuable potion, and his new lord had wasted it on him right from the start. But Zeke simply waved it off. Consider it an investment, he said. Nothing more. Now that things had calmed down, Zeke finally addressed the real issue. What could possibly be more important to you than your own arm? Liam's answer was short, simple, and made perfect sense. His mother. After being cast aside by Jane, he received news that his mother had suddenly collapsed with an unnaturally high fever. Though she recovered, that was only the beginning. Strange, rose-like patterns began to spread across her body, draining her strength by the day. Zeke's expression darkened. The symptoms sounded eerily familiar. Liam had taken desperate measures because there was no other choice. The village healers had no idea what the disease was, let alone how to cure it. The only hope he could cling to was Valhalla. Students of the academy and their families had access to the best medical treatment on the continent. If he got in, his mother might have a chance. Zeke let out a long sigh. Now he understood. Without another word, he picked up a pen and dipped it into his inkwell, scribbling down the symptoms as Liam had described them. Red, rose-like markings, recurring high fevers. He knew this disease all too well. In 5 years, the entire central continent would be ravaged by the Rose Plague, a highly contagious illness with a staggering death toll. Countless lives would be lost before a radical treatment was discovered, wiping it out completely. Finishing his notes, Zeke leaned back in his chair, his mind already at work. Zeke handed the piece of paper to Liam. Written on it was the formula for the medicine that could treat his mother's illness. The process wasn't complicated, and the ingredients weren't rare. Any village healer should be able to make it. Liam stared at the paper, confused but relieved. How was this possible? The village healers, experts who had spent their lives studying medicine, were completely stumped. Yet a young swordsman had casually produced the cure in mere seconds. In the future, the genius alchemist brothers, Al and Jeff, would be the ones to develop this treatment, saving countless lives. But before their discovery could be shared freely, the Alchemist Association would monopolize it, selling it at outrageous prices and exploiting desperate people. Eventually, the brothers would expose the formula to the public, ensuring that even warriors like Zeke would come to know of it. Of course, Zeke couldn't exactly explain all of this to Liam, so he simply said, "I know a good alchemist." With the cure now in his hands, Liam technically had no reason to join Valhalla or even serve Zeke. His biggest problem had been solved in an instant. Liam, however, didn't see it that way. He stood up from his seat, his expression firm. He was a man of his word, and he had vowed to dedicate his life to serving Zeke. Clenching his fist, he took a knee and swore lifelong loyalty to the young lord. Zeke had spent the entire day trying to push this big fool away. But hearing the future mercenary king pledge his allegiance, that was reassuring in a way. Accepting the oath, Zeke gave one final warning. "Don't fall behind, or I'll leave you behind." Meanwhile, inside Dean Howard Draker's office, an unexpected conversation was taking place. Cadet Owen Simmons had come to speak with the rotund dean about an important matter. Owen had a proposal, one that caught Howard completely off guard. "We should increase the difficulty of this semester's exams," Owen suggested. The dean raised an eyebrow. It wasn't every day that a cadet asked for something like this. Owen quickly apologized if he sounded arrogant, but explained his reasoning. This year's first years are unusually strong. Many of the great families have sync candidates, and on top of that, we have 2 pureblood awakeners. If the exam remains at last year's difficulty, it won't properly test their abilities. Howard mulled it over. The kid had a point. After a brief silence, The dean gave a small nod, acknowledging the logic behind Owen's request. With a respectful bow, Owen excused himself and left the office. Howard leaned back in his chair, gazing out the window and thought. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, he muttered to himself. Owen Zimmons was already thinking several steps ahead, just like his father. He was identifying future issues and handling them before they even became problems. A few days later, the semester exam for dungeon exploration had arrived. All the first-year cadets gathered outside the ruins, ready to begin. The semestral evaluation at Draker Academy was a unique test, pairing students together and challenging them to escape a dungeon within a set time limit. Each duo was assigned a dungeon at random, with varying levels of difficulty. Naturally, Zeke and Liam were paired up. Even though they were packed and ready, Liam couldn't shake his nerves. Zeke, noticing this, reassured him. It's normal to be nervous. Just don't let it control you. Too much anxiety leads to mistakes, but getting too relaxed makes you careless. Stay sharp. Around them, some students chatted excitedly, while others waited in tense silence. Suddenly, a guard called out, Zeke Draker and Liam Stone. Without hesitation, the two stepped forward, heading toward the nearest ruined entrance. But just before they could enter, a black-gloved figure blocked their way. Wait, the man ordered. An armed academy guard then pointed toward a different door, one on the far side of the room. You've been assigned to that dungeon, he insisted. Zeke's eyes flickered toward the guard, instantly sensing something was off. The man's expression remained firm, almost too forceful, as if he was trying to mask something. Zeke sighed. Whatever setup this was, he was confident he could handle it. Let's go, he muttered, leading Liam toward the designated door, one that practically reeked of a trap. Despite the varying dungeon difficulties, these ruins were specialized for the Academy's exams, meaning they were still under the Draker's supervision. The main objective was simply to escape within the time limit, not to fight to the death. Each group was given 96 hours. That was the real enemy time, while combat skills were graded, and students could earn extra points by bringing back monster heads. None of that mattered if they didn't make it out before time ran out. Failing to escape meant an automatic failing grade. Inside the dungeon, the first part of their journey was surprisingly uneventful. No ambushes, no sudden threats, just a long trek through ancient ruins. After some time, they finally stopped to rest. With their bellies full and nothing pressing at the moment, it was the perfect time to catch some sleep. Oddly enough, despite being the subordinate, Liam urged Zeke to rest first. After all, the young lord had handled everything, setting up camp, preparing their meal. It was only fair that he got some rest. Zeke assured Liam that there was nothing to worry about. With his current constitution, he could go 4 days without sleep and still be fine. Seriously, I could stay up the whole exam, he added a bit too shamelessly. Liam knew better than to argue. With a reluctant grunt, he hauled his massive frame into the tent and finally got some rest. Now alone, Zeke sat by the bonfire, lost in thought. It had been 16 hours since they entered the dungeon. On top of that, he'd been training nonstop for 3 days before the exam. That meant he had been awake for nearly 90 hours. His infinite stamina kept his body going, but it did nothing for his mental exhaustion. And in a dungeon, where danger could emerge from any shadow, losing focus even for a second could be fatal. The eerie silence of the dungeon stretched on, the slow crawl of the night gnawing at his mind. He could feel the fatigue creeping in, clouding his thoughts. He wanted to wake Liam up and switch out, but then he made the worst possible mistake. He dozed off. His dreams dragged him back to the icy plains of the northern regions, a land where the Emperor's crimson flag was a symbol of cruelty and bloodshed. A woman's corpse lay before him, her lifeblood seeping into the snow. The red stains spread across the white landscape, a horrifying contrast that burned itself into his memory. Zeke's eyes snapped open. His breath came in ragged gasps, his body damp with sweat. For a moment, he sat frozen, half expecting to see the nightmare bleeding into reality. But no, the fire was still crackling, and the dungeon remained silent. It was just a dream. Still, he would rather face a horde of monsters than relive that memory again. Then, something caught his attention. A sound. One of his bell traps had been triggered. Zeke's senses sharpened instantly. He wasn't alone. He grabbed his water canister and quickly doused the bonfire, plunging the area into darkness. Then he barked a command. "Liam, wake the hell up!" As Liam stirred inside the tent, Zeke pressed his back against the wall near the disturbance, carefully assessing the situation. Using his dragon eyes would be too much of a risk during a 4-day exam. For now, he needed to let his natural vision adjust to the dark. Then, a scent drifted toward him. A pungent, acrid stench. Sulfur. Zeke's mind immediately connected the dots. There was only one creature he knew that reeked of sulfur. A monster that hunted in packs, ranked at danger level 3. A hellhound. In his past life, during this exact semester exam, the top cadet, Reyna, had hunted an orc. Zeke had never once heard of a dungeon room containing hellhounds. Something was off. He remained still, waiting for the expected grand entrance of the monstrous beast. But it never came. Instead, he noticed something even stranger. An alpha hellhound should weigh several hundred kilograms at most. Yet, judging by the deep, rumbling echoes bouncing off the cavern walls, whatever was approaching weighed several tons. A mutant, maybe? Using his blade as a mirror, Zeke carefully angled it around the corner, holding his breath. His quick thinking saved him, just in time to spot the incoming freight train of a monster barreling straight toward them. With sheer, brute force, the beast crashed through the door and walls like Papnir. The shockwave sent Zeke flying, but he twisted midair, landing perfectly on his feet. Liam rushed to his side, eyes wide in panic. Zeke, however, had a different reaction. He cursed under his breath. The Zimmons. In that brief moment before impact, he had spotted something, a trinket tucked into the Academy Guard's uniform. A distinct symbol tied to the Zimmons family. So that's how it is? He had expected underhanded tactics, but this was beyond dirty. This wasn't just a battle for survival. It was a fight to uncover his enemy's schemes. The true threat. The hellhound he had anticipated was already dead. Its head had been cleanly severed, its lifeless eyes staring blankly. And the one responsible? A hulking, green-skinned figure with a white beard, its thick muscles rippling with rage. A violent brute. A troll. Zeke's eyes narrowed. They hadn't sent hellhounds. They had skipped straight to using trolls as assassins. Liam, on the other hand, was frozen in sheer terror. Trolls were rank 1 monsters, beasts so powerful that hellhounds and orcs were nothing more than snacks to them. Their blood was a prized ingredient in healing medicines due to their absurd regenerative abilities. Liam finally snapped out of his daze. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward, sword in hand, standing between Zeke and the monster. "I'll hold it off," he declared. "You need to get out of here." Zeke let out a short, amused breath. This idiot. Without a word, he reached out and lightly tapped Liam aside. "Don't ever say something so pathetic again." Zeke's gaze locked onto the approaching troll, sharp and unwavering. "Besides, I'm not the kind of lord who abandons his subordinates when it matters most." Then, dropping one last piece of advice, he added, "Don't believe in me. Believe in your own strength." Because Liam wasn't weak. Not at all. As a test, Zeke decided to take a back seat in this fight, letting Liam handle things on his own. The moment he stepped aside, Liam's tension eased. It was as if a massive weight had just been lifted off his shoulders. With renewed confidence, he locked onto the troll and nodded at Zeke in thanks. Moving in perfect sync, the duo rushed in from opposite angles, forcing the troll into a vulnerable position. The oversized brute stood there, clueless, as they sliced into it from both sides. Zeke had been deliberately holding back, matching Liam's tempo, and what he saw impressed him. Liam was already managing to land clean hits despite the troll's absurdly tough skin. Even more remarkable, he was targeting the joints. That meant he had studied monster anatomy in his spare time. A smart, diligent warrior. Zeke couldn't ask for a better underling. That said, Liam still had a long way to go. One of his shortcomings nearly cost him his life. The troll's massive, spiked club came swinging down, ready to turn Liam into paste. Zeke instantly shifted gears. In a flash, he closed the distance, effortlessly parrying the incoming strike. Without even sparing a glance, he sliced the troll's weapon clean in half. Liam stumbled back, shaken but unharmed. "Sorry, my lord. I should have handled that better." Zeke shook his head. "No need to apologize. You did well for your first real life-or-death battle." The troll, now weaponless, roared in blind fury. Its muscles bulged as it raised its massive arms, ready to fight barehanded. Before Liam could get himself into another close call, Zeke took control of the situation. "All right," he said, raising his blade. "Time to wrap this up." Then, in a whirlwind of blinding speed, he tore through the troll with a relentless flurry of attacks. The beast barely had time to register what was happening before it collapsed, a bloodied, mangled mess. Slaying the troll rewarded Zeke with 30 karma points, a hefty sum. Aside from that, this kill would surely net them a good chunk of extra points for the exam. With the battle over, Liam got to work dismantling the corpse, collecting whatever loot he could salvage. Meanwhile, Zeke turned his attention to a new system prompt. Sudden quest. Hunt 100 monsters of 10 different species within 72 hours. Reward, double karma points for every kill plus 2 random boxes. Zeke smirked. Things were about to get interesting. The word double flashed on the system prompt, and Zeke's eyes gleamed with greed. 79 hours remained until the exam ended. Killing 100 monsters in that time? Easy. The real problem was finding 10 different species. Most dungeon exams only contained 4 species at most. However, considering how the Zimmons had clearly rigged this place, it was likely they had stuffed it with high-class monsters to make sure he wouldn't leave alive. That worked in his favor. Juggling this urgent quest alongside escaping and scoring well on the exam was a lot, but nothing Zeke couldn't handle. By the time Liam finished dismantling the troll's corpse, their loot bag was starting to fill up. Each team had been provided with head collection bags for proof of kills. It wasn't as convenient as a subspace pocket, but it got the job done. With their first enemy down, it was time to move deeper. The hunt begins. Time ticked away quickly. A pack of burning wolves? Wiped out. 56 hours left. A nest of goblins? Easily farmed. The kill count skyrocketed. Their loot bag grew heavier. 39 hours remained. A giant bat, a tricky opponent with devastating sonic attacks, defeated. Their routine for the past 2 days had been simple. Kill. Camp. Rest. Repeat. By the final day, they had taken down plenty of monsters, securing a strong score for the exam. Sitting near the campfire, Zeke turned to Liam. "So, how's real combat treating you?" Liam, ever humble, scratched his head. "Not sure. Still feels like I have a long way to go." That was normal. No one adjusted to bloodshed overnight. Zeke, however, had bigger concerns. The timer was running out. He had subjugated 99 monsters from 9 different species. But that last species was nowhere to be found. He had searched everywhere, even going after leeches and bugs the size of his finger, but they didn't count. His frustration boiled over. Those damn Zimmons. They went out of their way to rig this dungeon with powerful monsters to kill him. Yet they couldn't even do it properly. Then, suddenly, a chill ran down Zeke's spine. Danger. A deep primal instinct screamed at him. The ground beneath them trembled, sending small rocks skittering across the floor. Liam, seated near the fire, glanced around in confusion. Then, the tremors worsened. Cracks splintered across the rocky floor. The entire cavern began to shake. Zeke's eyes sharpened. He knew this feeling. He bolted toward Liam, drawing his sword in one swift motion. "Drop the bag and move now," he shouted. Liam was a second too slow. Before he could react, Zeke shoved him out of the way, just as something massive tore through the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. The cavern floor was suddenly painted crimson. Liam's mind went blank, a jolt of panic running through him. Then, his eyes locked on Zeke's arm. The young lord's uniform sleeve had been shredded, and his left arm looked mangled, drenched in blood. Heart pounding, Liam rushed to his side. "My lord!" But Zeke calmly waved him off. "Relax. It's not my blood. As sudden as the attack had been, he had the presence of mind to push Liam clear while counterattacking at the same time. Now, however, he had bigger problems. From the gaping hole in the cavern floor, a gargantuan, nightmarish creature emerged, its grotesque form writhing as it searched for fresh prey. Liam's throat went dry. A dungeon worm, an incredibly dangerous monster, one that typically required 8 well-trained purple knights to subjugate. So, this was the Zimon's final trap, a battle of survival. Liam stood frozen, watching as the burrowing behemoth tore through the cavern like a living freight train. His hands clenched into fists. He wanted to help, but he knew the truth. He would only be a liability in a fight like this. That didn't stop him from rummaging through their supplies, desperately searching for anything that could assist Zeke. Meanwhile, Zeke was fully locked in, his blade flashing as he deflected the hundreds of razor-sharp fangs lunging for his flesh. This time, his true battle instinct shone through. Even a Blue Knight would hesitate to face a dungeon worm in such a cramped environment. The creature devoured the earth as it moved, meaning time was against them. If Zeke didn't finish this quickly, he and Liam would either be buried alive or shredded to pieces. The monster lunged again, its colossal body tunneling through the rock. Zeke sidestepped at the last second, ducking just inches away from its crushing mass. He needed space, and now he had it. As the dungeon worm surfaced once more, he lunged. His blade plunged deep into the beast's grotesque, pulsating abdomen. The strike landed, but it wasn't enough. Gritting his teeth, Zeke ripped the sword through its flesh, carving it open. A fountain of purple bile and blood erupted from the monster's mouth, splattering across the cavern walls. The creature convulsed violently, its massive form thrashing in agony. But Zeke wasn't done. His killing intent reached its peak. If cutting this thing in half was what it took, so be it. Just as Zeke was about to land the finishing blow, the ground beneath his feet collapsed. He had stepped into a hollowed-out section, throwing off his stance. The sudden drop gave the dungeon worm a chance to turn the tables. Dangling by his sword, Zeke barely managed to keep himself from falling. But the monster wasted no time. It lunged, its sinuous body coiling tightly around him like a massive constrictor. The pressure was unbearable. Zeke felt his bones creak, his organs being smashed together. A sickening pain shot through his body, forcing a mouthful of blood up his throat. The worm kept tightening, its crushing force threatening to snap him in two. Then, out of nowhere, a sword pierced the monster's hide. Liam, ignoring Zeke's order to stand by, his desperate subordinate had charged in, stabbing the worm to divert its attention. The attack, though not fatal, made the beast's grip slacken just enough. Zeke's automatic healing kicked in, repairing his internal injuries at a rapid pace. That was all he needed. In a flash, he twisted free from the worm's deadly embrace, flipping through the air and landing a safe distance away. A strategy is born. Liam, what the hell did you just do? Zeke asked, still catching his breath. Liam held up his sword, explaining quickly. I coated my blade with anesthetic before striking. Zeke's eyes widened in realization. The main ingredient in that anesthetic? Belladonna. For humans, it simply dulls the senses. But for worms, even ones this massive, it's a lethal poison. Despite being under extreme pressure, Liam had remembered the worm's weakness and adapted in the heat of battle. His sharp thinking and quick action were proof of his natural talent, a glimpse of the mercenary king he would one day become. Acknowledging Liam's huge contribution, Zeke decided to include him in the final attack. Now fully recovered, he exploded forward, pushing his speed to the absolute limit. Running up the worm's massive body, he reached the embedded sword from earlier and ripped it out. Blade in hand, he locked eyes with Liam and gave the signal. Liam gritted his teeth, pouring everything into one last, desperate stab. Another dose of belladonna surged through the monster's system, making its entire body spasm violently. The worm crashed to the ground, sluggish and struggling. That was Zeke's cue, activating soul manifestation. His blade ignited with a hazy, purple aura. Just as promised, Zeke delivered one smooth, clean, and effortless slash, slicing the dungeon worm in half. The monstrous corpse collapsed, its severed halves twitching before finally going still. Zeke landed back on solid ground, looking effortlessly cool as system notifications flooded his vision. Quest complete. The sudden quest had been successfully completed. As promised, all the karma points he had earned were doubled. On top of that, he received 2 random boxes to open at his convenience. His current balance? 780 karma points, and a whole lot of options. The scene opens just outside the dungeon gates on evaluation day. The cadets are gathered in a wide formation. Their instructor strides in, voice firm, calling out for those who made it out of the dungeon to step forward for scoring. The rest are dismissed. When Turin's name is called, he steps ahead. The instructor fixes his gaze on him and says it's time to begin the assessment. Turin gives a respectful nod. Yes, sir. Glancing at his clipboard, the instructor begins. Escaping the dungeon nets you 30 points. On top of that, you took down 20 goblins, 2 hobgoblins, and an orc. That brings your total to 180. A low murmur ripples through the cadets. They're stunned. He's just shy of Abel's record of 200. The kind of result you'd expect from a pureblood. The instructor continues, noting Turin passed by a margin of 130. Turin gives another polite nod and thanks him. Next up is Owen. The instructor informs him that his score stands at 120, 70 above the minimum. Not bad, he says. Rihanna Theorem stands to the side, silent but watching. Her gaze sharpens as she quietly tells herself that pride will only hold her back. She won't let herself fall into that trap again. But another thought creeps in, colder and darker. If Owen becomes a threat, they'll handle him like they handled Zeke. Suddenly, a voice speaks from nearby, casual and light. Man, how long's it been since I saw sunlight? Owen's eyes dart around before locking onto the speaker. Zeke. He steps out from behind a jagged tusk, gripping a beast's severed head. Gasps break out among the cadets. Whispers fly. How is he even alive? Is that a dungeon WIRM? Wasn't the orc supposed to be the dungeon boss? Did he and Liam really take that thing down? Liam silently steps forward and places an urn on the ground. Zeke chuckles dryly and locks eyes with Owen. You look surprised. Don't tell me you're happy to see me. Owen's jaw tightens as he mutters through clenched teeth, cocky bastard. Zeke crouches slightly, a mocking grin on his face. That poker face of yours? Way better when it cracks. Owen doesn't say a word. He turns sharply and storms off. Behind him, Zeke watches with a smirk. Leaving already? He calls out, mocking. Owen mutters under his breath as he walks away, voice low and bitter. Pure bloods, always acting like I'm beneath them. One day, they'll pay for it. Some of the cadets glance between Zeke and Owen, gripping their gold tokens tightly, uncertain of what to think. Zeke just shrugs, letting out a small laugh. Terrifying, he says, dryly amused. Instructor Andre steps forward, his expression stern as he cuts through the tension. Are you finished showing off? Zeke tilts his head slightly. It's been a while. With a sigh, Andre pulls on a pair of gloves. Let's start your evaluation. Zeke glances at the WRM's head. Is this really necessary? I've got nothing else. Andre's tone hardens. As long as I'm the one evaluating, nothing gets skipped. He eyes Zeke's side. Your collection bag's missing. Zeke nods. Yeah, lost it. Andre crouches by the WRM's head, inspecting it closely. You got lucky. Zeke says nothing, but the memory flashes in his mind. The WRM had ambushed him. Everything he'd gathered over 3 grueling days gone. He couldn't afford to walk away empty-handed. So he took the creature's head. Only someone like Andre would examine its teeth so closely, noticing the embedded scraps of leather and flesh from its past meals. Andre pulls off his bloodstained gloves, listing what he's found. Gremlins, goblins, hobgoblins, hellhounds, orcs, and a troll. Gasps echo across the field. Andre straightens. There were more, but to keep things fair, we'll only count one of each. Trolls and WRMS aren't in the normal scoring list, but by the official records, a troll is worth 3 orcs. A WRM? 6. He pauses doing the math. That gives you 90 for the troll and 180 for the WRM. Total comes to 368. You pass. One of the other instructors steps closer, squinting at the numbers. Wonder what the top score was back in our day. The man beside him chuckles. Back then, hellhounds weren't even part of the evaluation. The cadets go silent, the weight of Zeke's score sinking in. Owen suddenly storms back into view, his voice raised in outrage. This is a scam. There's only one corpse, the WIRM. He jabs a finger toward it, eyes blazing. Zeke doesn't miss a beat. That one head alone is worth 180. Maybe think before you start yelling. Be honest. If any of you ran into a dungeon WIRM or a troll, do you really think you'd still be standing? As he speaks, Zeke studies the cadets closely. They're actually reacting to this. Is it really that big of a deal? They're not mocking me this time. Not bad. Maybe I finally did something they can't write off. Siemens had to rig the last trial just to get me out of the way. He casts a quick glance at Owen. He's involved somehow, but not alone. These things don't happen without support. Siemens has power and eyes everywhere. I can feel them, watching, waiting. If I play it too carefully, they'll notice. Better to stay in character, for now. His thoughts are interrupted as Raina steps forward. Her voice is calm. This time you win. Zeke raises an eyebrow. What's that supposed to mean? The scene shifts to the training hall. A glowing status window materializes in front of Zeke. Dragonkin skill, level 1, gluttony. You can consume and digest massive quantities. Unlock cost, 50 points. Current karma, 780. Zeke's lips curl into a grin. I used to think this skill was trash. But now, 50 points is nothing. Activate Dragonkin skill, gluttony. A pulse of strange energy ripples through his body. The window shifts. New skill description, gluttony mode. Anything consumed becomes raw energy. If the target has blurry line powers, you can absorb its ability. Zeke's eyes gleam, so I can absorb monster powers. Should have tried this sooner. He reaches into his bag and pulls out a piece of dried meat. Let's test the conversion. As gluttony activates, the meat jerks from his hand and vanishes into a swirling black void, like it's been swallowed by a bottomless swamp. Zeke's eyes narrow. What was that? A message flashes in front of him. Missing energy replenished with absorbed energy. Zeke steadies himself, blinking as the pressure behind his eyes fades. The headache vanishes, replaced by a strange clarity. Feels more like I just woke up from a nap? No, better. His limbs feel lighter, the weight of exhaustion gone. His mind is sharp, his ether restored. A small recovery, but it's real. Then another message appears in front of him. Activating Dragonkin skill, gluttony. His fists clench, a wave of satisfaction crashing over him. It was worth it. Now he can regulate the energy cost of every ability. No more mental crashes. No more feeling like his bones might shatter from fatigue. And with infinite stamina activated alongside it, a fire flickers in his eyes. He grins. I can train nonstop. No food, no sleep, no limits. It starts now. His grin sharpens into something darker. I can go 24 hours straight. No breaks. Turning away, Zeke channels energy from consumed monsters, focusing in silence. Decker approaches but stops short. Sorry, but it's urgent, he says. Zeke doesn't look back. What is it? Your sword. It's ready. That gets his attention. A sly smile plays on his lips. Finally, he heads over to Gel Lion. Is it finished? Gel Lion nods. Wait here a moment. As Zeke waits, his mind drifts. Back in my last life, Gel Lion forged a blade for me. Graham, mithril, and pure iron. A legend. This time, I gave him a dragon's fawn. Should be something just as great. Maybe it'll even resemble Graham again. But then he sees it, and stops. His brows furrow. His eyes narrow. What the hell is this? He mutters under his breath, suspicion creeping in. As soon as Zeke held the sword, one thing stood out. Its plain, almost unfinished look. He turned to Gel Lion, eyebrows raised. Did you leave the blade unsharpened on purpose? Gel Lion gave a calm nod. That's just how the sword is meant to be. Sliding it back into the sheath, Zeke let out a thoughtful breath. So, this is the form you think suits me best. Without hesitation, Gel Lion answered, yes. Zeke went quiet, his hand brushing over his face as something settled deep inside him. Most people will be baffled by a weapon like this, he thought. But if it's Gel Lion, he gets it. Without me even saying anything, he understands. Then Gel Lion spoke again. It still doesn't have a name. I tried, but nothing ever fit. Maybe you should name it. Zeke blinked. You mean me? You want me to name it? His mind wandered back. Solar Point Graham. That name had come from Gel Lion, too. For a while, Zeke thought this sword was just Graham reborn, reforged from the fang of a dragon. But now that it was in his hands, he knew this wasn't Graham. This was something entirely new. A name, he muttered. Without warning, he drew the blade across his palm. Blood spilled freely. Jellion's eyes widened. Zeke, But Zeke didn't flinch. He felt the usual spark of regeneration kick in, until it suddenly stopped. A message appeared before him. Administrator request confirmed. Class skill, healing factor temporarily disabled. Zeke let out a low, satisfied breath. It worked. He guided his mana into the blood streaming from his hand, letting it coat the blade. The steel drank it in, as if something ancient recognized the offering. From the side, Gel Lion stared in disbelief. Is this a sword naming ritual? He'd only ever read about it. A forgotten rite from the Age of Dragons. The sword naming ritual. To name a weapon in this way, the wielder had to merge their aura, or mana, into their blood. Once that blood touched the sword, the ritual began. The caster would fall unconscious, lost in a timeless dream, drifting until the weapon's true name revealed itself. Then Gel Lion remembered the truth about that ritual, how dangerous it was, how the risks had made the world forget it ever existed. And yet here Zeke was performing it with precision. How does he know? Gel Lion wondered, his heart pounding. How could he possibly know something like this? Zeke's body crumples as he falls into unconsciousness. Inside that strange, endless void, countless names twist and spiral around him. An infinite storm of words and meanings. He floats among them, weightless, searching for the one that feels right. A new name for a new journey. And then one name cuts through the noise. Black Sword, Bahamut. A message appears before him. Black Sword Bahamut has been registered as equipment. Zeke's eyes snap open. He's back. As he looks at the blade, red mana coils and flickers in the air around it. Then something clicks in his mind. Bahamut? Out of all possible names, I chose that one. That dragon was pure evil. What's wrong with me? Gel Lion steps forward, eyes wide with respect. Truly incredible, he murmurs. Even the dwarves barely remember the sword naming ritual. Zeke answers evenly. I came across it while studying old dragon history. He glances down at his wrapped palm. Been a long time since I actually needed a bandage. Gel Lion bows slightly. My lord, please take a brief rest. There's something I've been meaning to give you. Zeke tilts his head in curiosity. All right, take your time. Thanks. What's he planning? Zeke wonders silently. Then another message flashes across his vision. Administrator request confirmed. Class skill, healing factor, temporarily disabled. Zeke blinks. So I can shut off passive skills too? That changes everything. No more revealing all my abilities. I can hide them whenever I want, even with the Duke. I don't have to play every card at once anymore. He glances at the bandage again. I'll take it off later. But right now, something else has his full attention. The sword. A new screen appears. Black Sword Bahamut. Some features are currently sealed. They will unlock as the user grows stronger. Zeke stares at the message, stunned. Sealed features that unlock with growth? I've never heard a weapon like this. And it's indestructible on top of that. It might have started as a dragon fawn, but this is something entirely different. Suddenly, a swirl of blue mana joins the red, dancing around the sword. But even with all of that, Zeke's thoughts settle on one thing. Aura conversion. He remembers the effort he put into convincing Gel Lion to forge this blade. Not just because the man's a master smith, but because of the legacy of Graham. Aura conversion. The power to turn raw mana into pure aura. That's the real reason this sword matters. As Zeke tightened his grip on the hilt, the swirling blue mana flared brighter, casting a faint glow around the blade. Born without the ability to use aura, he reminded himself. And now, this is what takes me to the level of a Red Knight. Just then, Gel Lion reappeared, panting slightly as he approached. There it is, finally found it. He glanced up, catching sight of Zeke with the sword. His voice caught mid-apology. My lord, have you been? He stopped cold, eyes widening at the sight of Zeke surrounded by that luminous aura. A slow, proud smile spread across Jellion's face. You've already surpassed the Purple Knights. Zeke looked down at the sword, muttering to himself. This thing's ridiculous, and Gel Lion really outdid himself. Gel Lion gave a short laugh. Compared to building the furnace, this was easy. Then he added, but I got something more important. Could you take a look? He held out a small, metallic object, a scarab, intricate and glinting with fine craftsmanship. Zeke studied it, curious. What is this? My master made it, Gel Lion said quietly. Zeke raised an eyebrow, a low hum escaping him as a realization dawned. Even in my previous life, I never once heard his name mentioned. Gorlingaber. The name hit like a drumbeat. The Gorlingaber, a legend in the world of smithing. even greater than the most famed dwarves. His creations were unmatched, each one infused with unique properties, and some worth more than entire estates. Zeke looked at Gel Lion, awe in his voice. "You were Gorlin's apprentice?" Gel Lion grinned. "Knew you could read Dwarven." Zeke turned his attention back to the scarab. "If it's from Gorlin, then this is no ordinary trinket." Puffing up slightly, Gel Lion explained, "Of course not. Turn the dial near its arms." Zeke watched as Gel Lion twisted the dial. The scarab unfolded in a series of smooth, mechanical clicks, transforming into a sleek, gleaming shield. "Mithril and wyvern bone," Gel Lion said. "It can block almost anything. And if you turn the dial at the handle," he demonstrated, and the shield collapsed neatly back into its scarab form. "It folds back." Holding it out with both hands, Gel Lion lowered his head slightly. "It's not enough to repay your kindness, but I hope you'll accept this." Zeke stared at him. "You know," he said slowly, "you could have sold this and built yourself a brand new furnace." Jellion's expression turned serious. "There's no way I could just sell something my master made. Not to just anyone." Zeke blinks, stunned. "You do realize that thing's worth tens of thousands of gold, right?" Gel Lion pauses, visibly surprised. "It is." Then he lets out a soft chuckle and shrugs. "All the more reason I'd be honored if you'd accept it." Zeke takes the scarab from his hands, turning it over carefully. It's small compared to the sword. But if this really came from Gorlin Yabur, he gently places the scarab atop the blade. Instantly, a powerful surge pulses through him, an unmistakable rush of energy. "Just as I thought. This is far more than it looks." He grips it tightly. "This is something rare, something real." "Thank you, Gel Lion," he says quietly. Gel Lion beams. "I'm just glad you like it." Back at the training hall, Zeke opens the box in front of him and lifts out a pair of heavy, dark gauntlets. Meteoric iron, rare, powerful, and nearly impossible to refine. As he studies them, a system message appears. "Special ability locked. Requires full meteoric iron set, equipped to activate." Zeke's eyes narrow in thought. So these aren't just some basic drop. He remembers the moment he received them. 2 random boxes from Surprise Quest Reward. He had assumed they were just another pair of treasure chests. Clearly, he was wrong. Turning toward the second box, curiosity gets the better of him. He flips the lid open. His eyes widen. What is this? Inside is a map. Before he can make sense of it, a system message pops up. He's just uncovered a map linked to someone named Grandmaster Gezer. That name rings a bell. Zeke furrows his brow. Could be connected to hero King Kaiser, the legendary figure from that famous story? The tale of hero King Kaiser and the Knights of the Clock Tower, who built the Kingdom of Crones, is known across the entire continent. But most dismiss it as nothing more than a fantasy. Too dramatic, too perfect, and with no proof to back it up, history never took it seriously. Now Zeke isn't so sure. What if Kaiser was real all along? Right then, another message flickers to life. Analysis complete. The map's final coordinates are now marked on his mini-map. A new image appears. It's the Gain Mountains, remote and dangerous terrain. Zeke recognizes the location right away. That's deep in barbarian territory. Oddly enough, this gives him some confidence. Maybe this won't be as bad as he thought. Just then, more notifications roll in. One announces the end of the tutorial thanks to his skills. Another reveals he's obtained a potential quest item, unlocking achievement quest data. Reading through everything, Zeke starts to piece it together. This tutorial wasn't just a warm-up. It was a deliberate structure, crafted to build up his abilities for what comes next. A final message confirms it. The tutorial for a low-tier administrator is about to begin. Zeke doesn't flinch. He knows now. This is where the real trial begins. No more hand-holding. No more easy wins. He glances at the reward list. Compared to earlier, these are on a whole new level. And he's ready to take them all. Opening his status screen, he makes his move, finally spending the points he's been saving. The system responds instantly. 50 points used to unlock level 2 Draconian skills. A follow-up message confirms the skills are now active and viewable. As he browses the list, he sees the next tier is locked. 80 points required. He's still sitting on a lot of points, but chances like this won't come easy again. Still, instead of using them all now, he opts for a careful approach, picking key upgrades and reserving 400 points for the road ahead. Ready for what's next, he moves forward, eyes set on the future. Another message pops up, Draconian skill activated. Zeke looks down as his hand starts to morph. transforming into a fearsome, scale-covered dragon claw. The sheer force radiating from it stuns him. Curious to test its strength, he unleashes a burst of power. The result shocks him. It's far stronger than he ever anticipated. A small grin forms as he acknowledges it exceeded all expectations. He then grabs his sword and triggers another ability, Dragon Scale Armor. In a flash, scales ripple across his body, forming a sleek, protective layer. He swings his blade at full power, but instead of slicing through, the strike ricochets harmlessly off his own armor. He hadn't even infused aura into the hit. It was a clean, serious strike, yet it didn't leave a mark. To him, the armor's durability is no different from wearing reinforced plate, even with bare hands. He makes a mental note: Dragon Claw for offense, Dragon Scale Armor for defense. With newfound confidence, Zeke knows everything has changed. The real game begins now. Feeling fully prepped, he nods to himself. All right, time to move. The scene shifts to the heart of Draker Academy, the central training hall. Cadets stand in formation as instructors begin their briefing. One instructor steps forward to address the group. He explains that before the semester exams and the practical aura exam begin, everyone will be given a rundown of the rules. He gestures toward a line of humanoid training dummies behind him. These aren't ordinary. They're engineered to endure extreme punishment. Pure physical attacks won't even leave a dent. To prove it, the instructor gathers aura into his fist and lands a clean blow. The dummy shatters. He turns back to the group and emphasizes the point. With proper aura control, taking one down is easy. But here's the deal. If a cadet fails to even leave a mark on their dummy, they automatically fail. No second chances. All exams canceled. Straight back to basic training. The weight of that sinks in. Whispers ripple through the cadets. No one wants to imagine what it's like to start over from scratch. Then the instructor calls out the first name. Aaron. Aaron steps forward, a hint of nerves in his expression, but he doesn't hesitate. Owen watches from the sidelines, noting how the first few cadets always seem a bit rattled. He can't help but compare it to his own training back home. After all, the very foundation of aura instruction at the academy was built by his family, the Zimmons. Even if someone was a born awakener, Owen knows they wouldn't match his level of aura control. Then comes his name. He steps forward with total ease, sword drawn from his shield, and starts channeling his aura. Whispers ripple through the crowd. Is that sword resonance? One instructor raises an eyebrow, impressed. At 13? That's rare. Another nods. From the Zimmon family, it makes sense. With barely a pause, Owen slams his sword into the dummy, shattering it cleanly in a single strike. Laughter and applause erupt from the cadets, amazed by the display. Pride surges through him as he glances over at Abel. The instructor claps once. Well done. Impressive, just as expected from its Zimmon. Owen smirks, then walks over to Abel, giving him a friendly pat on the shoulder. At this pace, it won't be long before you. Abel cuts him off, brushing his hand away. Don't be so smug. That's just rude. Owen clenches his jaw, irritation flaring. But before he can say anything else, the next cadet is called forward. As the line progresses, the instructors begin to notice something odd. Though no one has failed, many seem off their game, clearly rattled by Owen's performance. From the side, Reina quietly observes. She notes that even though every student in the special class can channel aura, a few still manage to shine brighter than the rest. She steps forward and takes a breath. Instructor, I have a request. He turns to her. What is it? I'd like to be evaluated under the dragon slaying arts standard. The instructor raises an eyebrow. That grading system is reserved for higher-ranked cadets. It's much stricter. You're aware of what that entails? He asks. I am, Reina replies, her voice steady. Owen hears this and frowns. Since becoming a pure-blood awakener, she's gotten bold. Confident. Maybe too confident. He knows how hard it is to just maintain aura in a blade. But dragon slaying arts? That's another level entirely. Every strike requires perfect control, balancing the flow of aura with flawless precision. One mistake, and it all falls apart. Owen scoffs inwardly. She'll be lucky if she can get a few strikes in before her aura burns out, he thinks. In his eyes, Reina is pushing way beyond her limits, trying too hard to match him, and setting herself up to fail. The instructor, fully aware of how punishing the dragon-slaying art standard is, turns to her again. You're certain about this? Failing under these terms comes with consequences. Reina doesn't hesitate. I'm sure. The instructor nods. Very well. Reina offers a brief bow. Thank you. She steps forward, wraps her fingers around the hilt of her sword, and channels her aura. The moment her blade moves, the air shifts. A destructive wave follows as her strike lands. An explosion of raw, focused energy. The dummy doesn't just break, it's demolished. Gasps fill the hall. The cadets stare, stunned. Whispers spread like wildfire. She's not even competing with Owen. Her control, it's on a completely different level. I thought Owen was the aura prodigy, but this... Owen hears every word, and each one cuts deeper. His fists tighten, and his jaw locks. "T-Seach," he mutters, barely able to hide the anger boiling inside him. Reina holds her ground, her blade leveled at Owen without a word. He narrows his eyes, convinced it's a challenge, a taunt. But just behind him, Zeke watches with amusement. A sly grin creeps across his face. From the start, Zeke thinks Reina never paid him the slightest attention. And now the gap between them is clear as day. Zeke steps forward, feeling the situation spiral out of control. The memory hits him hard. Owen's gaze piercing straight through him. There's no looking away from that. If this is what's expected of him, then maybe just this once he should meet those expectations head on. He lifts his hand. I want to be evaluated under the dragon slaying arts criteria as well, he says. One of the instructors raises an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. What? You think this is easy just because Reina pulled it off? She's a pure-blood awakener, you know. But before the instructor can keep going, another steps in and cuts him off with a raised hand. He'll face the same conditions Reina did. Is that acceptable, Zeke? Zeke nods calmly. That works. Off to the side, one instructor leans toward another and mutters. Who even is this kid? I don't remember ever seeing him in class. And the attendance logs are all accounted for. The head instructor doesn't miss a beat. He won a wager with Instructor Andre. Since you're new here, you wouldn't have heard the details yet. That cadet over there is Zeke Draker, the Golden Light Pure-Blood Awakener who came out of nowhere. He's the one who broke Sir Abel's record during the Dango and Escape exam. Zeke steps into the training grounds, sword in hand. As he prepares to strike the practice dummies, a system alert appears before him. Ether Lost is now being rechanneled into aura. Blue energy begins to swirl around his blade. He clenches his teeth. Managing the surge still isn't easy, but it should be enough to get the job done. With a solid grip, he readies himself. Reina watches from the sidelines, eyes widening in shock. The stance, she knows it well. Dragon Slaying Arts. Chapter 1, Verse 4. Sky Slice Strands. A sharp breath escapes her. He hasn't just picked it up, he's perfected it. His form might even rival Instructor Andre's. Every movement is crisp, refined. Not a single flaw in his technique. Zeke swings. The dummies explode, shredded apart by the sheer force and control behind the strike. In his thoughts, Zeke reflects quietly. The technique isn't just something he learned, it's become part of him. He spent 2 years before his regression drilling it into his body until it was automatic. Every step, every shift of aura, it's all instinct now. As the final ripple of his strike fades, Zeke exhales slowly. There was a time when he thought the dragon slaying arts were boring. But now, starting over from square one, it doesn't seem so dull anymore. Maybe that little display was enough to rattle Reina a bit. The instructors begin murmuring among themselves. One points out how Zeke coated his blade in aura. Another nods, commenting on the sheer intensity of the blow. The whispers grow, some of them wondering if Zeke might already be close to reaching the rank of Purple Knight. Zeke glances down at the wreckage he left behind. Yeah, he might have gone overboard. Seems like some of his aura slipped out without him noticing. He mutters quietly, I just wanted to match Reina, not stand out like this. Nearby, one instructor stares at the destruction, lips parted in disbelief. A first year, already a Purple Knight, he says under his breath. At the edge of the training field, Owen watches, fists clenched tight. Reina stands quietly, but the curve at the edge of her lips reveals a shadowy smile. The scene shifts. In a headmaster's office, the man offers a cup of tea and brings up Zeke's surprising results from the semester exam. Zeke replies humbly, I just got lucky. The headmaster chuckles, his tone light, but knowing. Becoming a Purple Knight at 13? That's not luck. Zeke doesn't know what to say to that, but the headmaster doesn't wait. Tell me, Zeke, how would you feel about taking the grade advancement exam? Zeke blinks. The advancement exam? Does that mean skipping a grade? The headmaster leans back slightly, explaining that the system allows for such moves when a cadet's ability justifies it. It could be 1 grade, maybe even more. It all depends on Zeke's performance. Zeke thinks quietly. The headmaster's moving faster than he expected, but it's logical. He made more of a splash than intended. Offering a polite smile, Zeke accepts, fully aware of what he's stepping into. As he exits the office, he mutters under his breath, the headmaster's definitely scheming something. Still, he decides to play along for now. Back inside, the headmaster turns slightly to the person seated across from him. Both Raina Draker and Zeke Draker, he says, pure-blooded awakeners, they've agreed to take the exam. The figure across from the headmaster gives a small nod. Understood, they say. I'll make the necessary arrangements. The headmaster folds his hands, a slight smile forming. Things are about to get very interesting. Inside the upper-class Aura training hall at Draker Academy, Zeke and Raina stand shoulder to shoulder. The atmosphere is tense, heavy with silence. Raina's eyes are fixed on Zeke, unblinking. Zeke lets out a quiet sigh. Wait, kill her to stop staring? Before the silence can stretch any further, a voice calls out from the far end of the hall. Apologies for the wait. A tall man strides into the room, clad in gleaming armor. This is Sir Al Draker, official examiner for the Great Advancement Exam and a knight of the Draker main family. Zeke's expression shifts the moment he sees the man. He mutters the name under his breath. Al Draker, could it really be him? The one they used to call Dieback Blade? His thoughts drift. A memory flickers cold night air, the weight of a lifeless body in his arms, and fingers scraping earth to dig a grave. In that vision, another version of Zeke, Zeke Murray, approaches the scene. He pauses, puzzled by the stranger's presence. His tone is sharp. Empire's mutt, he mutters. He moves to the body, kneels down, and presses the shovel into the soil. Even if you say no, I'd still do it. He introduces himself, Zeke Murray, from the Northern Allied Forces. Then he looks up at the man. You a Draker? The man shakes his head. That life's behind me. Zeke lets out a short laugh. Yeah, I walked away too. So what should I call you then? The man meets his eyes and replies with quiet certainty. Dieback Blade. The memory fades, and Zeke blinks, whispering the name to himself. Al. That name suits Dieback Blade all too well. He snaps back to the present just as formalities begin. He and Raina both bow deeply. Sir Draker, they say in unison. An instructor steps forward, laying out the exam rules. This follows the Illumini Cradle method. A sword duel, no time limit. It ends only when one party yields or is incapacitated. Give it everything. Without hesitation, Raina steps forward. I'll go first. But Dieback, calm and composed, raises a hand. No need to take turns, he says. Come at me together. Both Zeke and Raina freeze. Their eyes widen in sync. Together? The realization hits hard. They're not taking turns. They're facing him at the same time. After Dieback boldly dares them to attack together, Zeke casts a glance toward Raina. In a level voice, he tells her to stay cool. There's a clear difference in their abilities, and the test has already begun. Raina throws him a sharp look, clearly annoyed, but Zeke remains unbothered. He warns her. Charging in without thinking will only cost her points. She doesn't respond. Her gaze snaps forward, sharpening in focus. Zeke gives a small, hidden smile. That quick thinking of hers, still as sharp as ever. He leans in, voice low, and says they only need one clean hit. There's a way to do it. Both of them ready themselves. Zeke draws his sword, a weathered wandu from the Eastern Empire. It's old, but it fits his grip like a second skin. He senses Raina's pride has taken a hit, but pride won't win here. This isn't about emotions or ego. They have a plan. Stick to it. He glances her way. They move. The clash is instant, blades striking with explosive force and speed. Steel screams through the air as they press Dieback together. Raina grits her teeth. This is what true power feels like. Just as Zeke had said, she's been targeting weak spots, but she can't even land a hit, let alone do any damage. Then Zeke hears the words echo in his head. Dragon's Lying, Chapter 3, Verse 1. His blade pulses, glowing with blue mana. This strike needs intent to kill. He launches in, blade cutting through the air. But Dieback shifts aside, smooth and effortless. With one swift move, he strikes back, slamming Raina from the side. Her defense breaks. Blood spills as she crashes to the ground. The instructor yells out, asking if Lady Raina Dracker is okay. Raina forces herself up, breathing ragged. I'm fine, she replies, then warns them to stay back. This isn't safe. And in that moment, something hits her. She blacked out, just for a second. If she can't even stay conscious, how can she hope to create an opening? She realizes it now. With where her skills are, she doesn't stand a chance. Reina's eyes narrow, disbelief flickering across her face. Zeke Draker can't be serious. There's no way she'll stoop to such a disgraceful tactic. She refuses to smear the integrity of a real duel with something so underhanded. Zeke just shrugs, unfazed. Honor doesn't feed you, he says flatly. This isn't some noble showdown. It's an exam, one meant to test whether we can kill. He claps a hand on her shoulder, as if that seals it. Reina exhales sharply. She knows she was the one who asked for his help. Still, she questions it. Does he honestly believe strategy alone can take down someone like Dieback? Zeke's confidence doesn't budge. We're not overpowering him, he says. Just cracking the door open. One clean chance. That's all we need. He leans closer, tone steady. He brings up the match they had back at the cradle. Why'd you miss the rope? He asks. Reina scowls, thinking back. I didn't expect you to use something like that. Exactly, he replies. And Dieback won't either. Hoisting his blade onto his shoulder, Zeke points at her with a knowing glint in his eye. Wait for my signal, he says. It'll work. Just one opening. Then, without waiting for a reply, he bolts forward. The edge of his sword ignites. The dragon-slaying arts awaken, energy racing along the blade like wildfire. Dieback's eyes tighten. He knows this move. It's Sir Duke's technique. With composed ease, he sidesteps. Zeke grins. No more holding back, yeah? Their swords collide, and a burst of light explodes between them. Dieback flinches, stumbling for half a second. He catches a glint in the mana. His eyes widen. Mana inheritance. The raw light of a pure-blood awakener floods the space, a blinding flare engulfing everything. Tisich, cheap tricks, Dieback mutters. Blinding me won't be enough. But the doubt is there. How is Zeke still moving so precisely inside this swirling dark? The shadows swallow everything, yet he glides through like the light never left. Concealed in the pitch black, Zeke lets a small smirk slip. Perfect time to test it. The new draconian skill. I won't spill anything anyway. The air pulses just once. Dragon Claw. Yellow mana bursts from Zeke's blade, slashing through the dark in jagged arcs, tearing the veil of shadow clean apart. Dieback tenses. This kind of power. There's no way it belongs to a first-year cadet. But Zeke Draker isn't fighting like one anymore. He glances at Reina. She's still struggling in the dark. Unlike Zeke, she can't move cleanly through this suffocating black. Could all that energy Zeke unleashed have been just to block Dieback's sight? It's a tactic that usually only works on weaker opponents. But then Zeke strikes again. Dieback narrowly dodges, yet something doesn't add up. Zeke's flow hasn't broken. His attacks are fluid, deliberate, sharp. And then, Zeke vanishes. Dieback spins around, searching, but there's nothing. Only a faint shape drifting like mist in moonlight. The air flickers with mana, glowing trails twisting through the shadows. Strange echoes bounce across the hall. Movement stirs from every direction. Zeke's presence dissolves into a seamless illusion. Dieback grits his teeth. He can't trust anything his senses are telling him. Then Zeke appears again, blade drawn, eyes calm, smile steady, and swings. Suddenly, alarms blare. A loud screech slices through the hall. Dieback's mind jolts. He's seen this setup before. Some kind of one-time mechanism. Simple parts. Compact design. The magic inside doesn't need to destroy. Just light. Just sound. It's enough. A thunderous blast erupts. Zeke throws up his arms to guard his ears, just as Reina makes her move. The noise hits Dieback like a hammer. He staggers, hands flying to his head. Too late. He mutters a curse. He had underestimated her, and now he's paying the price. Reina and Zeke rush in, blades glowing in sync. Together, they unleash a technique from dragon-slaying Earth. Chapter 4. Verse 1. Full Moon Slash. Twin arcs cut through the air, sharp, beautiful, deadly. But Dieback's instincts roar to life. He grits his teeth and moves just in time. The strike misses. After a brutal clash, Zeke and Reina both drop to the ground, overwhelmed by their wounds. Medics hurry in with stretchers, whisking them off the field. The examiner gives Dieback a short nod and simply says, "Well done." That's when Duke makes his entrance, brushing some dirt from his shoulder and raising a hand in greeting. He tells Dieback that the owl seems to have thrown someone else's whole technique out of sync. With a smirk, he turns to the knight of the galley and asks if he's still just as stiff, wondering how his own discipline stacks up these days. Dieback doesn't respond. Instead, his thoughts drift to Duke's final move. He remembers how Duke dropped his sword mid-fight, just to put up a guard, deliberately giving up a perfect chance to counter. Does he never fight to win? Dieback wonders. Does he only show just enough to get by? His eyes land on his injured hand. He silently reflects. Zeke Draker. He's beyond anything I can judge. The scene shifts to a stately meeting hall. The instructors are gathered with the dean to make the final decisions on the exam. The dean stands and assumes there are no disagreements. One by one, the instructors nod. Silent agreement. The decision is unanimous. The results go up on the board. Reina and Zeke have both advanced 3rd and 5th grade. Zeke's voice comes in, narrating. After that day, he says his life quieted down. He trains in the galley arts directly under Duke for a time, but eventually passes that responsibility to Andre. He stays in touch with Professor Fannin, though eventually Fannin moves on to the Royal Magic Laboratory in Delphi, and Zeke distances himself from the world of noble families. Strangely, the owl still shows up every few months to challenge him. He chuckles softly at the thought. Then one day, something clicks. He takes a leave of absence and shuts himself away in a training hall. 2 years go by. Zeke graduates. Now, the setting changes again to the towering corridors of the Valhalla Institution. Decker approaches, congratulating him. Zeke has just become the youngest person ever admitted. Decker comments that the Patriarch must be pleased. Zeke Draker, 15 years old. His name lights up on the screen. Then Decker adds, a bit surprised, that even the dean wrote Zeke a personal letter of recommendation. Zeke offers a faint smile and nods. Just like that, his quiet 2 years come to an end. With 3 months left before the entrance ceremony, he tells Decker to go on ahead to Atlas. Decker starts to speak, but Zeke lifts a hand, dismissing him with a small wave. He says he wants to be alone for a while. No visits, no interruptions. Surely Decker understands. Yes, young master, Decker replies. Zeke shuts his eyes. His thoughts drift toward the Gate Mountains, where Gezer's remains lie hidden. This vacation is the perfect excuse. He'll head into the mountains through the Argos Adventurers Guild. No need to inform anyone. Then there's a knock at the door. It's Liam. He steps in and bows. Greetings, Zeke Draker. Zeke raises an eyebrow, gently reminding him to drop the formality. He said it before. Liam immediately straightens up, but before they can continue, Decker excuses himself. Zeke gives a nod and reminds him not to forget the black card issue at Valhalla. As Liam reaches the door, he pauses and asks why he was summoned to the Platinum Mansion. Zeke walks over and hands him a notebook. He's heard Liam's been moved to the special class, and that's not something he can overlook. The book has everything Liam will need. Likely exam topics, training guides, a checklist of key gear. If he takes it to Fafner's break, they'll get everything ready. And by the 4th year, he'll need his own blade. Fafner's breath will forge it. Zeke's already covered the cost. Tears well up in Liam's eyes. He promises he won't let Zeke down. Zeke sighs. Just relax a little, will you? Liam straightens his posture and promises to adjust his behavior. The scene shifts. Narration picks up. At the northernmost point of the central continent lies the Kingdom of Argos, one of the 4 great kingdoms alongside Delphi, Thebia, and Elencia. The massive giant mountains are riddled with dungeons, attracting adventurers chasing fortune. Argos's first king made dungeon diving the kingdom's core industry and founded the Adventurers Guild, which now spans the continent under royal rule. Inside one of the guild halls, a clerk calls out, "Number 546, 546. Zeke steps forward. "Congratulations, Zeke Murray," the clerk says, handing over a registration certificate. "Welcome to the guild. I'll need your documents next." Zeke takes the certificate with a quiet thanks. Using a fake name is the smart call. Walking around with the name Draker would only paint a target on his back. He hops onto a caravan heading for the mountains, blending in with a crowd of adventurers. The chatter is constant. One of them leans over and nudges him, eyeing his calm demeanor. First time in a dungeon? Another chimes in, offering to let him join their group. Claims they're decent folks. Says the dungeons have been brutal lately. One wrong step and you're lunch for a monster. Zeke lets out a silent smirk. Scum like this are everywhere. Everyone knows the first team into a dungeon gets half the loot. Rookies? Sometimes they're bait. Sometimes they vanish, shipped off to the slave trade. He says nothing for a moment, eyes narrowing. Then his voice cuts through the chatter, cold and sharp. "Shut up." The man beside him flinches. "Did I say something wrong?" Zeke doesn't answer. He turns toward the front. "Driver. Monsters. 500 meters behind us. Off to the left." The driver laughs it off, says the route's clean. Another adventurer adds confidently, these roads are patrolled by the kingdom. No beasts. You're jumpy. Zeke raises a hand, pointing toward the trees. Then explain that. A giant orc crashes through the underbrush. Chaos explodes. Screams ripple through the caravan as panic sets in. Blood splashes across the dirt road. People scatter, some running, others scrambling to fight. One by one, they fall. Zeke ducks behind a tree, untouched, watching the massacre unfold. Orcs this deep in a secured zone? Something's off. The defense perimeter must have failed. But Argo's soldiers are elite. This shouldn't have been possible. And judging by the strength of these adventurers, no regular monster would have made it this far. Then, in the midst of the chaos, Zeke sees it. This isn't a monster ambush. It's a setup. A human's behind this. Then it clicks. If this isn't a monster's doing, it has to be human. Someone has gone out of their way to mutilate the bodies just enough to mimic a beast's carnage. But as Zeke studies the wounds more closely, the truth stands out. Each cut is too clean, too surgical. No creature makes incisions that precise. He crouches beside a corpse, muttering to himself. No signs of struggle. Every single one of them killed in one strike. The precision, the force, it leaves only one possibility. Whoever did this has to be at least a purple knight. He rises slowly, voice quiet. Can't linger here. People might get the wrong idea. Leaving the blood-soaked path behind, Zeke sharpens his attention. Right now, nothing matters more than uncovering a trace of Gezer. Soon he reaches a shadowy forest, where skulls dangle from the trees, tied up with strips of bark. He notes the grim decorations silently. This is the mark of barbarian territory. His mini-map flickers. He's close now. The ruins of Gezer are just ahead. But then a troubling thought interrupts him. What are the umpire's hunting dogs doing here? These elite knight trainees serve under the umpire's direct command, trained for tracking and killing. For now, the world doesn't know they exist. But soon, they'll become the umpire's core force in the looming continental war. Zeke's eyes narrow. He's been tracking them the whole way. The trail, the movement patterns, it's them. Their methods are unmistakable. Duke's confidence makes more sense now. The umpire's fanatical hunt for immortality has pushed them to every corner of the continent. Even before his regression, Zeke remembers how obsessed they were with rare artifacts. Uniting the continent is only part of their goal. They're after something deeper, stranger. Eternal life. Have they already found Gezer's ruins? He has to see for himself. In the blink of an eye, Zeke disappears. The hunting dogs and guards jolt in shock. One reaches for his pistol, but before his fingers can touch it, Zeke materializes. Steel flashes. A single, precise cut severs the man's hand. The pistol drops with a metallic clink. Unfazed, Zeke watches as a golden flare shoots into the sky. An emergency signal. That one's the leader. Zeke scans the area, puzzled. Only 3 operatives? That doesn't add up. He turns to the one writhing on the ground, voice steady as he asks if they're the perimeter team. There should be 12. That means something's off. He demands names. Wants to know who sent them. Silence. Suddenly, one of the men lunges at him in desperation. Zeke shifts with ease, stepping aside like the attack never mattered. His voice drops low. You still don't get it. I'm the one asking the questions now. He glances between the last 2 standing. 2 mouths. One left to die. So, which one of you talks? They hesitate. Then a light flickers across Zeke's screen. He's tapped into their live feed. The image shows a cluttered, makeshift base, packed with gear and personnel. This is it. Their operations center. The damage to the knights. The wreckage. It all lines up. If they've really found Gezer's ruins, he'll know soon enough. And if anyone dares move against Musician, they'll be buried. Far beyond the edge of barbarian territory, 2 guards stand watch over a sealed basement. One scoffs, saying it's pointless to guard a place so cursed. The other agrees. Right before a sharp sound snaps through the air, the first drops without a sound. A second later, so does the other. Deeper in, another man calls out, asking where the others went. Did he hear something earlier? No, comes the reply. But before the next word can be spoken, Zeke steps out from the darkness. Steel flashes. One goes down instantly. Another tries to shout, but Zeke's blade silences him mid-breath. The moment echoes a memory. A raid. The tension. The precision. Just like the operation against the Pabila cartel. The strike that ended a 5-year war in one night. Same rhythm. Same blood in the air. Then someone new steps into view, the boss. He studies Zeke's movements and narrows his eyes. Southern knife work, he mutters. Musician? Pabila. He shrugs. Doesn't matter. You come too far to back out now. His tone sharpens. Surrender, and I'll make it quick. Zeke sizes up the so-called commander. Rookie. At best, he's blue knighthood material, and even that's generous. He's nowhere near the level of the true hunting dog Zeke once knew. And now, this man has the nerve to offer mercy? If they truly mourn their dead, they'd be clawing at him already. But they don't. That says enough. These aren't locals. They're Central Continent agents. Zeke accepts it without emotion. Another charges at him in a desperate attempt to strike back. Zeke moves like drifting smoke. One smooth flick of the wrist, and the man drops. Then another, and another. Each one falls in a single move, clean and final. He stops, scanning the carnage. Is this really it? Have the hunting dogs gone soft? Or has he simply grown beyond them? Either way, it's irrelevant. A notification flashes on his interface. Kills confirmed. Mana reflection triggered. Then everything goes black. The base loses power. Lights flicker out. Panic stirs. The commander stiffens, caught mid-thought. He tries to figure it out. A dragon slayer's interference? But Zeke came with no visible weapons. No aura. No mana trail. Just a blade. A shadow. Maybe it's just a system fault. He calls out, trying to calm the team. Tells them to stay sharp. The power will return. Hold your ground. But something begins to glow. Faint, pulsing light rising from the corpses. The commander stares, frozen. So it's true. The Empire isn't just interested. They're desperate. They're hunting Hero King Gezer's ruins. Murmurs ripple across the room. Some of the soldiers don't even know what ruins are being mentioned. Zeke now stands behind the commander. Blade drawn. He needs no confirmation. No more guesses. He'll find the ruins himself. The commander begins to beg, swearing he knows nothing. But it doesn't matter. The blade falls. It's over. Zeke steps back and mutters quietly. Musician will take the blame for all of this. The thought drifts through his mind. Musician, the syndicate he built from the wreckage of the fallen Cuzco kingdom. Born from chaos, ruled by blades and gold. He could vanish without a trace using draconian techniques. Wipe the scene clean, but he doesn't. He leaves the knife work, the signature mark, everything pointing straight to Musician. Let the Empire hunt ghosts. Let them strike back. If the cartel burns, so be it. It all serves his larger plan. He thinks back to the intercepted letter. The Emperor's obsession runs deeper than anyone imagined. The only command, find the ruins. But the search zone has expanded beyond the Central Continent, past the eastern waters, across the dark seas. Hunting dogs have been unleashed everywhere. Even Angiotron has surfaced. Zeke's fears are confirmed. The hunting dogs are back in full strength. But they still haven't found Gezer. That means he still has time. Then, a streak cuts across the sky. Crimson. A red flare. Zeke's gaze snaps upward. A disaster signal. Zeke dashed through the snowy jungle, eyes darting as he searched for an escape. But it was too late. The pursuers were already closing in. That's when it hit him. The 5-part red flare signal. The absolute snare. A deadly strategy where a central flare draws hunters and dogs to corner the target with no room to run, only to be captured or killed. He remembered activating that exact tactic when he made off with the artifact. Now, the Northern Continent's Imperial troops were using it against him. Opening his system, he realized he had a similar trap at his disposal. Without another thought, he stopped running and turned to face the chase. His enemies drew closer, surrounding him. One of them, a man with a scar cutting across his forehead, lunged with his sword raised high. Zeke didn't flinch, with a blade in each hand, one poised behind him, the other ready to counter. He intercepted the strike, the clash echoing through the trees as their swords locked in sharp cross. From the center of the skirmish, a man clad in yellow flew overhead, silently watching the scene unfold. He recognized the formation instantly. His gaze flicked to the man with the scar, who covered his mouth in a subtle signal. The man in yellow, gripping his sword tighter, sensed it. These weren't the same opponents from the cave. As more fighters appeared from all directions, he stood his ground in the middle of the encirclement. This just got complicated, he muttered, bracing himself. He pulled up his system, scanning the positions of everyone nearby. With their skill level, he knew he should have slipped away earlier. But now, there was no turning back. Reaching for the pendant around his neck, he paused, reluctant to use his power, but there was no other way. He slipped the pendant into his mouth, and instantly, Smoke erupted into the air, drawing gasps from all around. "What the hell is that?" someone shouted. Another guessed. "Is he going for one of us?" Zeke's eyes widened. "Smoke bomb. It's just a diversion," he yelled. Smoke bombs exploded in every direction. His enemies shouted, "Don't let him escape. Close in." But by the time they charged, Zeke had already slipped into the smoke and vanished. "Hold your ground. He's still trapped. Watch for movement. Check the shadows," someone barked. They scanned the swirling smoke, alert. But the man with the scar frowned. Something wasn't right. He couldn't feel Zeke's presence at all. Had Zeke seen through them from the start? Or had the horn they blew changed everything? Out of nowhere, one of his soldiers is flung through the air, and the scarred man's eyes go wide. "What the hell is happening?" he shouts. "There are barbarians nearby, but we've done nothing to provoke them. How are they this aggressive?" Before he can make sense of it, another soldier charges, yelling, "You don't belong here," and swings his sword at the towering barbarians. The blade hits, but does nothing. He stares at his weapon in disbelief. Then, in an instant, a barbarian rushes in and rips him apart without hesitation. Seeing this, the scarred man realizes just how outmatched they are. "We have to fall back," he says, urgent now. "We've never seen them this furious. We're no match for this." He raises his gun and fires a signal into the sky, activating the absolute snare to pull his squad out. The barbarians roar in pursuit, some yelling for their tribesmen to retreat while others chase the soldiers down. Once they've disappeared into the jungle, the man in yellow kneels quietly, eyes fixed on the broken ground. "So, it worked even better than I thought," he murmurs. He holds the pendant in his hand, partially shattered, shaped like a barbarian horn. A battle horn. He recognizes it now as more than just a trinket. Flashes of memory return. His time with the Mohawken tribe, their customs, their warnings. The horn sound was never just noise. It was a sacred call, a signal to alert them when invaders stepped onto holy ground. Though called savages, they followed deep-rooted traditions. He whispers, "This fake horn probably only has one use left in it." He heads deeper into the jungle, brushing leaves aside as he mutters, now to find the real ruins. The scene shifts. Hidden within ancient stone walls, his system picks up on something, a fallen dragon bond tainted with corrupted energy. He ducks into cover, quietly pulling up the system interface. His eyes scan the readings, curious, cautious. Looking at the map, he spots a chamber high above, connected to the downfall of the dragon god. "Can I access it?" he asks. The system responds, "Administrator rights confirmed. Control link established. Home of Hero King Gezer accessed." As the ancient door creaks open, the fallen dragon balls begin to stir. Zeke narrows his focus. If he's fast enough, maybe he can get through without fighting. He bursts forward, dragon sling arts propelling him like lightning. Wind surges around him as he unleashes gale art and casts shadowless traps to cloud their vision. A mana shield pulses to hide his path. Using the traps for cover, he makes a break for the door. Just as he nears it, a monstrous fallen dragon ball rises behind him, jaws stretching open to devour him whole. Without hesitation, Zeke whirls, sword in hand, and unleashes dragon sling arts. Chapter 7, Verse 1, Dragon Head Severance. His blade tears through the beast, but a spray of its blood splashes onto him. Breathing heavy, Zeke examines the blood on his body. "So, this is what fallen Dragon Ball blood looks like. Is it supposed to be aesthetic?" he mutters. His system pings, class kill healing factor activated. He remembers something chilling, the nine-headed hydra from his previous life. A creature with blood, just as strange, nearly impossible to kill. Back then, he barely survived. Now, all 9 of the hydra's heads turn toward him. Zeke readies his stance. This time, he's not running. This time, he'll see how far his power can really go. Smoke and rubble swirl as Zeke weaves through the onslaught, his sword flashing with every dodge. A massive fallen dragon ball charges straight at him, blade raised for a killing blow. Zeke grits his teeth. How could his dragon sling arts go up against this? He thinks quickly. In a world where true dragons are extinct, these dragon-born creatures are the closest thing left. But every time he strikes, they regenerate, standing right back up. His frustration builds. He knows it. His current strength isn't enough to take them down. He narrows his gaze on the dragonborn, standing roughly 30 meters from the ancient door. "System," he commands, "open the door." A second later, he adds, "Now close it." The system responds promptly. Administrator's request confirmed. The door to the home of the hero King Gezer has been closed. With the path behind him sealed, Zeke goes all in. Power surges through him as he unleashes dragon sling arts. Wind roars as he strikes with gale arts. Fifth form, then layers it with wind slips split power. A blue aura engulfs him, energy crackling. In one swift motion, he hurls a mana-infused projectile using the single rope technique. The impact rips through the enemy ranks, and for the first time, victory feels close enough to touch. But as he turns to retreat, one of the dragon-born barrels at him, spinning like a wrecking ball. Zeke throws himself aside, just in time, barely avoiding the hit. But his relief doesn't last. The Hydra is still on him. Its heads whip forward, spewing blood that sprays over him. Zeke scowls. That thing's still coming? He snaps. Sword in hand, he braces himself. Fine. You want my arm? Take it. Purple mana flares around him as he slashes upward. Pain screams through his body as his arm burns, skin peeling back to muscle. His roar cuts through the chaos. Poison fog. That thing's full of tricks. The system's voice cuts in. You have been poisoned by the nine-headed dragon Hydra. Zeke doesn't stop. With his body weakening, he taps deeper, unlocking soul manifestation power, a triggering lesser rate power. The air trembles with raw mana. One of the Hydra's heads explodes into a spray of blood, hitting the ground with a crackling splatter. Another head turns to look at the carnage, almost puzzled. Zeke doesn't let up. He eyes the next target. The Hydra suddenly opens one of its mouths and lets out a thunderous roar, shaking the battlefield. Zeke locks on. One target, one chance. The system flashes. Draconian skill activated. Dragon's dignity. A surge of dominance radiates from Zeke. Mana wraps around him like a storm, pulsing with authority. The air bends, and the dragon is trapped inside the aura of power. In the blink of an eye, Zeke's eyes blaze with a vivid purple light. The world around him shifts. He sees a hallucinated version of the dragon, massive and trembling. The Hydra itself begins to quake, frozen where it stands. If you don't want to be crushed, move, Zeke growls. The beast hesitates, but then backs away, slinking out of his path. Zeke doesn't waste a second. He pushes forward, making it to the door. Panting, barely holding himself together, he mutters under his breath, "Why didn't I just use Dragon's dignity back there against the Dragon Bond?" His fingers fly across the system interface, scanning for any signs of deterioration. Infinite stamina is active, but the creeping poison still gnaws at his strength. His worry grows. A system prompt flashes. Fear status inflicted on fallen Dragon Bond. Do you wish to activate Dragon Control Authority to attempt subjugation? Zeke's eyes narrow. The fear from Dragon's dignity. It worked. But as he reaches out to dominate the creature, the system halts him. Access denied. Administrator authority insufficient. He clenches his fists in frustration. I need admin rights for everything, he mutters bitterly, voice rising. I can't even use this power properly. Just then, another alert slams into his screen. The Hydra's poison has intensified, reaching a lethal stage. Zeke screams, pain ripping through him. His healing factor falters. His breath shortens. There has to be a way to fix this, he gasps. The system responds. Suggestion, activate Glutton, capable of consuming bloodline-based abilities. Zeke's eyes spark with sudden hope. If the poison is tied to a bloodline trait, maybe Glutton can counter it. He stares at the dragon, pulse pounding. The draconian skill flares to life. Blood near him begins to glow faintly, illuminating the ground like embers in the dark. The dragon watches, startled. Fallen dragon-born energy absorbed. Glutton's skill rank increased. As the last of the creature's life force seeps into him, Zeke feels strength return, but only partially. Partial bloodline absorbed. Constitution incomplete. He drops to his knees, trembling from the overload. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, he slams his fist into the ground. Bingo! He breathes, a weak grin spreading across his face. The system chimes one final time. Hydra poison neutralized. Poison resistance constitution acquired. Zeke glances at the updated stats. Low-rank administrator privileges, new skills, and one crucial trait. He leans back, thoughts racing. So this is what poison resistance really means. As his gluttony skill levels up, Zeke pauses, wondering if it's because he absorbed an elimination target. The system confirms it, and his eyes sharpen. This wasn't just a power boost. It came with crucial insight. He pushes forward through the ancient doorway. Time to get moving, he mutters. That Hydra cost me too much time. His thoughts drift to the legend, Hero King Gezer, a half-human, half-fairy born from the union of a wise sage and the fairy monarch. From the moment of his birth, fate challenged him. Betrayed and abandoned in the forest, he survived only because a sacred wolf found and raised him. As he grew, he freed oppressed humans and eventually founded the Kingdom of Kronos, right here on the central continent. Zeke walks deeper in, recalling that records of Gezer's life are rare. Yet now, the evidence stands before him. The kingdom might be smaller than the stories claimed, but there's no doubt it's real. He stops at the massive door, sensing it a bridge between legend and the present. The system chimes. The home of the Hero King Gezer has opened. With a steady breath, Zeke steps through. Inside the dimly lit corridor, a large stone catches his eye. As he lays his hand on it, he whispers, "So this holds Hero King Gezer's secret technique." The system responds instantly. An achievement quest has been triggered, tied to Gezer himself. Zeke barely has time to process before a warning hits his screen. You cannot exit this area until the quest is completed. His body stiffens. Someone or something behind that door just reacted to his thoughts. He looks back, uneasy. The system reveals the quest's title, Linked Quest, Hero King Wisdom. Details unfold before him. But it's the reward that stops him cold. Reward, the fairy monarch's tear. Zeke's breath catches. A relic said to grant wishes, directly tied to the fairy monarch, Gezer's mother. His mind races. A wish-granting item. With fairy lineage power, this could change everything. Zeke couldn't take his eyes off the mission reward, the fairy monarch's tear. A relic said to grant any wish. Holding the stone, he muttered, "I don't know how this works, but it's definitely something special." Curious about how to advance, he asked the system. Request acknowledged. The system began scanning magical video logs. It found 546 recordings of Hero King Gezer, with 12 matching the criteria. The first clip loaded, the language of ancient Kronos detected and instantly translated. On screen, Gezer declared, "A sword's just a sword." A frustrated voice replied, complaining about how he couldn't even swing it properly. "Stop whining," Gezer barked. Then Shatton showed up. Gezer snapped at him, telling him to get it together. The image shook, and Zeke instantly recalled Shatton, the knight who served Gezer without question. Gezer continued, breaking down swordsmanship in his own way. No tricks, just swing it, hard and nonstop. Red mana surged from the screen, enveloping Zeke. The force dropped him to the ground. He dug in, enduring it. This is Hero King Gezer's advancement. The system confirmed. Zeke grinned. This was what he was after. "Play that again." From the top, he said. Sword in hand, Zeke got to work. For days passed inside that sealed-off training zone. Across from the entrance, 3 rooms waited, one packed with enough supplies to last for months, another for rest and basic needs, and the third holding a library and gear for training. He looked around, guessing this might be a legacy chamber for Gezer's chosen successor. The setup made sense. He dove back into training, swinging his sword tens of thousands of times. He nailed the form, but the feeling behind each movement still eluded him. Then came a notification. Advancement acquired. Hero King Gezer's technique. The word elemental flashed across the screen. Curious, Zeke asked for details. The system responded, advancement, morning speed, Hero King Gezer's specialty. Out of nowhere, the spirit of Hero King Gezer appears before Zeke. The legendary monarch steps forward, and the system confirms his identity, sovereign of the ancient kingdom of Kronos. Zeke stares, frozen in awe. Without a word, Gezer draws his sword and launches an attack. Zeke narrowly dodges, but the force of the strike hurls him into the wall. "On your feet now," Gezer barks. Zeke grits his teeth and gets up. It feels like he's facing a battle-hardened master from another lifetime. Gezer grumbles. He might just have the knack for swordsmanship. Old knights would die all over again if they saw this. The raw power is absurd. Zeke wonders if this is some kind of test. Gezer charges once more, sword slashing down. Zeke dodges again, barely keeping up, asking himself if the king is actually trying to kill him. Clutching his weapon, he doubts aloud. Can I really take on a hero king? Gezer laughs mockingly, clearly unimpressed. Zeke stops. He clears his mind, lowers his sword, and stills himself. Then, as he lifts the blade again, blue mana begins to surge around him. "All right, my turn," Zeke says focused. Gezer eyes the glow and smirks. What, are you some shut-on trainee? What's that power called? Zeke doesn't respond with words. He charges in, blue energy crackling around him. Gezer casually lifts his sword to block. Calling that Aurora. Are you? With little effort, he counters the attack. Nope, that's not it. Zeke's eyes widen. Gezer's minimal movement still delivers crushing power. The king steps in, calm and sharp. Forget the name. If it's fun, that's enough, he says, striking once again. Zeke ducks, shouting back. Then let's enjoy it. Their swords collide, unleashing waves of radiant mana. The clash shakes him to his core. I expected it to be tough, but this, he mutters. This is unreal. The gap in strength hits him like a void. I'm nothing, he whispers, feeling the weight of the difference. No, don't dwell on it. He's just in another league. Is this what being a hero king means? He wonders. Deep down, he knows this is only the beginning. Suddenly, the system lights up, skills activated, one-hit kill, high-speed movement, rapid slash, Dragon Claw from the Dragon King set. Gezer eyes him coolly. So you're throwing around Dragon King moves without being one? The king charges again, eyes sharp. Elemental power, is it? He asks mid-strike. Zeke flinches, but swings back with all he has, unleashing an attack at full swerve level. Blades flash. Sparks fly, each blow heavier than the last. Zeke fights back, but the gulf between them only grows clearer. After the clash dies down, Zeke slowly opens his eyes, still reeling from the battle. King Gezer sits nearby, completely composed. You're still weak, he says, but at least now you've woken up. A faint grin crosses his face. And I wasn't even serious. Shut down skills, Dragon King powers, elemental force. I didn't use any of them. Then Gezer notices something unusual. He approaches Zeke, eyes sharp. Your soul's partially merged with the spirit realm. Zeke echoes the words in confusion. Spirit realm. Gezer nods. You've brushed the edge of death more than once while still in a mortal body. That's probably why you're able to access elemental power. Trying to keep up? Zeke shakes his head. You've been throwing around terms like shotgun skills, spirit realm, elemental power. I don't get any of it. Can you just break it down? The king frowns, his gaze piercing. Quit pretending. You're not that clueless. He steps closer and asks, what is it you're really after? Zeke stays quiet. He doesn't know what to say. Gezer doesn't wait. You're pushing forward for one thing, the elemental sword. King Gezer stands tall, his voice firm and unwavering. Elemental power isn't just energy. It's the raw force behind all existence. Water, fire, earth, wind. These four govern everything. The elemental sword draws from them. Raising his blade, he gives a demonstration. Watch closely. This is wind elemental field combined with a strong blade technique. A controlled gust coils around his weapon, rippling through the air. The source behind all elemental power. I call it Ethar. Zeke stares, stunned. Until now, everything felt like theory. But this was real. Elemental power wasn't just some concept, it breathed before him. It felt more like ancient magic than combat technique, something primal and far older than words. Gezer steps back and motions toward him. Your turn. Show me what you've grasped. Zeke hesitates. If Ethar fuels elemental power, he asks, then why can't I sense it in you? Is there a method to converting Ethar into that kind of force? Gezer's eyes narrow in surprise. He channels more energy, the swirling air intensifying. But when he speaks, he falters. I can't really explain it. Zeke watches closely. That hesitation, he's seen it before. Every mentor he's had operated on instinct, never truly grasping the deeper mechanics. His eyes drop to the king's blade as he sharpens his focus. It's not that there's no Ethar, Zeke mutters. It's just incredibly faint. It's hidden deep in the flow. You've refined it so tightly, I can barely detect it at all. Gezer glances down at his weapon, puzzled. Then why can't I sense it that way? Zeke steps forward, gripping his sword. No matter. I'll find the answer myself. The king raises an eyebrow. Getting bold, aren't we? Zeke closes his eyes and steadies his breathing. He recalls what Gezer said. A full force strike is elemental power. That phrase echoes in his mind, and something clicks. Maybe the secret isn't in releasing power. Maybe it's in holding it back, shaping it. Eyes snapping open, Zeke slashes. A surge erupts from him, the wind flaring to life. The field shifts under the pressure of his aura. Gezer watches, visibly stunned. You just tapped into elemental power, he says. His tone quickly turns sharp. But that technique, it resembles dragon tongue. And not well. Zeke stumbles, panting. Dragon tongue? Gezer scowls. Dragon tongue is sacred. Only dragons, maybe the Dragon King, can truly wield it. No human body can handle it. Every time you use that power, it tears at you. Zeke's face tightens with confusion. You and a dragon are built differently. Gezer continues. Your soul's far too small. Trying to channel that force is like pouring fire into a paper cup. It'll always burn through. What you're doing isn't mastery, it's a flawed copy. And whoever handed it to you gave you a broken curse, not a gift. After a pause, Gezer adds, still, if you can manage to access that power again, maybe it's worth chasing. Zeke's thoughts race. His mind flashes back to the moment in the Dragon Slayer's sanctuary, the day he absorbed Bahamut's heart. The system message echoed in his memory. Dragon tongue acquired, currently unusable. It had been listed under the Dragon King skill set. If I can unlock it fully, he realizes I could use full force strikes without restraint. That changes everything. That's a reason to push harder, faster. But before he can sink deeper into his thoughts, Gezer lifts his sword again. Do I need to beat the daydream out of you? On your feet. Zeke scrambles up. The king's tone softens just slightly. Advanced training takes longer than the basics. But with your heavenly born body and all those sync sessions, you're finally starting to get it. You're learning how the elemental sword actually works. Zeke nods, sweat dripping down his face. Gezer continues. Think of it like spell casting. You channel mana through a formula. Same idea here, but instead, you're channeling elemental force through ether. Your sword isn't just a weapon, it's a conduit. It pulls in spirit energy, channeling the raw power of the elements. Days blur into one another as their training intensifies. Zeke pushes himself relentlessly, growing more precise. Bit by bit, he learns to sync his spirit with the elemental field. The more he understands, the more naturally the elemental sword responds. The wind begins to listen. The air hums with energy at his command. Eventually, Gezer sheathes his blade and steps back. Now you're worth watching, he says flatly. But don't get smug. The next phase will crush you if you're not ready. Rest while you can. Still catching his breath, Zeke asks, mind if I ask something while we rest? Gezer gives a nod. Speak. Zeke's eyes brighten. Something clicks in his mind. These floating particles around us. Those are elemental force too, right? He doesn't stop. I met someone named Hissa. He talked about using aura. Said it was part of Shatten's discipline. What did he mean by that? Gezer leans back against a nearby stone, thoughtful. Aura's just that. Spiritual force radiating from within. But Shatun, he had a different take. He believed humans could never wield the elemental sword like dragons or spirits could. So he forged his own path. Zeke's brows tighten. So everything I've been doing, it's Shatten's technique? Gezer nods. Exactly. That's why Hissa recognized it. But there's one piece most don't know. Shatun had a title he never shared. The king pauses, then speaks it plainly. Shatun the Darker. Zeke's pulse spikes. That name, Darker, shifts everything. Shatun, once believed to be the Hero King's right hand, the originator of aura cultivation, was a Darker? Not Terracan? Then why has history buried this? Got it, Zeke says quietly, taking a deep breath. Then one last thing. What is the spirit realm, really? I've felt it ever since I learned the elemental sword, but I still don't understand what it is. Gezer doesn't answer. Instead, he slams his palm against the ground. The floor splits open beneath them, wind erupting outward in a violent surge. Zeke stumbles back, startled. The air changes, thick with energy. The hum of wind echoes in his bones. It's the exact same feeling the elemental sword draws from. Zeke glances around, slowly putting the pieces together. This is the spirit realm's presence. It's not a separate place, Gezer says firmly. It's a layer of reality always surrounding us. Spirits dwell there. So does the purest elemental energy. Once you can truly sense it, power will never be out of reach again. Zeke closes his eyes. He no longer reaches for the elements as something distant. He feels them inside him. The wind doesn't obey. It moves with him. He's no longer using it. He is it. The king begins. Technically, they're not the same, but think of it this way. The spirit realm is like the afterlife, and the material realm is where the living dwell. Once your physical body exits the material realm, it ends up in the spirit realm. There's no returning. It's like an unseen wall that locks you out for good. Zeke's eyes flash with realization. My master mentioned my soul's partly linked to the spirit realm, and now, here I am, standing in front of you like this. The king's voice drops lower. I've never seen a case like yours, but there are ways to pass through the barrier. He lifts his hand, slicing a path through the swirling winds. In my situation, a dragon helped me. Zeke hesitates, then blurts out, "A dragon? Wait, are you serious?" The king looks puzzled. Is there a problem? Zeke frowns. Dragons don't exactly go around helping people. The king folds his arms. Where do you hear that nonsense? No creature holds humans dearer than dragons. Zeke stiffens. What kind of twisted logic is that? He snaps. Since when do dragons care about us? His thoughts wander to Bahamut. The dragon once bent on annihilation. Maybe they did in ancient times. But what changed? Why the sudden distance? King Gezer straightens, eyes firm. You really need me to spell it out? You're standing here because of it. He taps Zeke's chest. That heart beating inside you, and my sword, forged from a dragon's fang. Bahamut didn't just hand those over. Zeke freezes. He didn't give them willingly? The king nods. He's got a foul temper, sure, but he's got a heart, too. He can't refuse someone who speaks from his soul. Zeke's thoughts race. So this king and Bahamut, the so-called destroyer, were allies? That's something best left unsaid. He rubs the back of his head, trying to play it off. Yeah, my clans always serve Lord Bahamut. We offered those things to him. It's part of our duty. He forces a grin. Guess people just get the wrong idea about me. The king laughs heartily. Still got that fierce loyalty in your blood. Then his voice softens. Bahamut's temper's gotten him into trouble more than once. I've had my fair share of clashes with Kronos because of it. Zeke perks up. Kronos? You mean the dragon? He narrows his gaze. Wait, but do you mean the kingdom? Memories flicker, stories passed down by his ancestors. Bahamut talked a lot about him. Was the kingdom really named after Lord Kronos? Gezer lets out a soft chuckle. He was my contractor. I couldn't come up with a name for the kingdom, and there he was, lounging around, sipping tea. So I named it after him. Zeke's eyes go wide again. A dragon drinks tea? That must be that shape-shifting thing, right? The king smiles, eyes drifting to the past. Kronos never seemed surprised by how humans behaved. Honestly, I think he just wanted to make sure his name lived on. Zeke starts to respond, but the king suddenly grows quiet. A thought clicks in Zeke's mind. Thousands of years ago, dragons and humans must have coexisted peacefully. But if dragons openly used their full strength to help people, it would throw the world off balance. To prevent that, they suppress their power, take on human form, and seal sacred contracts with chosen individuals. People like King Gezer, contractors. His thoughts tumble faster. Could that explain why ancient artifacts are so incredibly powerful? Were they created through dragon cooperation? But what happened? Why did that bond fade? Gezer lifts his hand abruptly. If you think any harder, my head's gonna fall off from waiting. Snapping out of it, Zeke sighs. Maybe it's time he actually read those old records. He strolls up to the king, smirking. You waited 2,000 years for someone to take your place. A few more minutes won't kill you. The king grins. Still got that attitude, huh? His gaze sharpens, reading Zeke carefully. Let's see how long that confidence holds up. It's time for your final training. He lifts his sword. We're going to spar. The air grows heavy. Gezer raises the blade, its edge gleaming. But this won't be like our usual fights. There's a twist. A stillness settles over the field, the wind pausing mid-breath. From noon onward, no food, no rest. The match ends only when I say it does. He levels the sword at Zeke. And you're restricted. Only the elemental sword. No other techniques allowed. Zeke tilts his head. What if I decide to break the rules? The king's smirk deepens. In one swift motion, he unleashes the elemental sword, igniting the field of fire. Flames explode around him, surging in chaotic waves as he activates Flame Dance. The temperature spikes, the air turning thick with heat and raw force. He steps forward, fire trailing in his wake. His eyes lock on Zeke. Want to break the rules? His grin widens. Then I hope you've got a few lives to spare, cause you're gonna need him. Sunlight pours down as Zeke slowly opens his eyes, flat on his back. He blinks against the brightness, groggy. Did I black out during the test? He wonders. Then it hits him. This is the second time he's passed out like this. The first was back when he got partnered with Duke. A chime sounds. The system speaks. Warning, excessive skill usage has breached fatigue threshold. Emergency shutdown of consciousness has been triggered for user safety. Zeke sighs internally. Last time, I pushed the Dragon King's abilities too far, and the system knocked me out. But this time, this was pure physical exhaustion. It's the first time since he regressed that he's fainted from sheer bodily limits. He He sits up and looks around. King Gezer, he calls. No response. Only broken stones and empty space. He's alone. Did I get sent back to the spirit realm again? He wonders, glancing at the ruined remnants of the kingdom around him. His mind shifts to the trial. I managed to pull off Field of Water decently near the end, he recalls. A system prompt pops up, and Zeke's eyes light up. Linked quest complete. Bonus rewards granted for timely completion. A grin spreads across his face. Nailed it. More notifications follow. Reward. Fairy King's tier, 500 karma points, and 3 random skill quarrels. Achievement quest complete. Bonus rewards granted. Victory recognized. System authority upgraded. Intermediate administrator. New system features unlocked. Zeke's jaw drops slightly. Whoa, that's a lot at once. The messages keep rolling. Wagner quest book upgraded. Intermediate tier. Item shortcut, slots unlocked. Minimap portal travel function activated. Administrator's soul, partial unsealing complete. Bahamut's heart, seal status, 90%. Then comes a cascade of data, skills, system menus, administrator privileges. It's overwhelming. He stares at it all, stunned. This is going to take time to sort through. He strokes his chin, deep in thought. The seal was at 95% when I absorbed the heart. Now it's down to 90%. Another system message pops up. Detected power exceeding host capacity. 95% of acquired power has been compressed and sealed. So that's what stopped the seal from unlocking earlier. Zeke nods. Yeah, I remember what it feels like when power overloads the body. He runs the numbers. So I'm only handling about 10% of what's inside Bahamut's heart. His gaze sharpens. Even the dragon tongue skill, the 1 karma points can't touch, and the dragon-type domination ability, they might be tied to this seal. He mutters quietly, I'll have to monitor this closely. Then he notices the reward boxes waiting. With a thought, he opens them. Item acquired. Boots, forged from mature iron. Lightweight, highly durable. Item acquired. Leg armor, forged from mature iron. Lightweight, highly durable. Item acquired. Earrings, made of crystal. Unique effect, plus 15% mana regeneration speed. Zeke whistles softly. These are seriously high-grade items. Zeke holds the earrings up, admiring the craftsmanship. These could fetch a serious price, he mutters. Then he grins. And now I've got boots and leg armor to match the gauntlets. Almost have the full set. Turning his head slightly, he whispers, All right, time to check out those random skill cards. He taps the option, and the system responds. Skill unlocked. Static electricity, C rank. The system details the ability. The second notification comes in. Skill unlocked, flash bomb. Another explanation follows. Then the third card reveals itself. The system registers it. Zeke frowns. All C rank. He sighs but quickly shakes it off. If high-tier skills were just handed out, everything I went through would be meaningless. The system alerts him as static electricity activates. His sword crackles, small arcs of lightning running along the blade's edge. Zeke raises an eyebrow. This is C rank. The effect is surprisingly strong and flexible. He nods, thinking it over. If I chain Flash Bomb with Dissonance, that might work even better than the artifact I used during the rank advancement test. Glancing at his status window, he mutters, The system upgrade gave me access to new features. He taps one and opens it. Item shortcut, slots unlocked. Items can now be used as skills. Z comes thoughtfully. That's handy. Good backup when I need it. He scans through his options. If I've got infinite stamina and a healing factor, maybe I don't need potions in these slots. But something nags at him. No skill is perfect. He remembers Gezer, an opponent beyond raw endurance. There's no telling when I'll run into someone like him again. And who knows if the healing factor has an actual limit. He doesn't hesitate. Quickly, he clicks the up button. Top grade healing potion purchased. Item registered to shortcut slot. Zeke checks the remaining karma points, nodding. Worth it. He examines the potion's effect, details, and murmurs. This is my failsafe. A backup even stronger than infinite stamina. As the system continues flashing with alerts, his eyes settle on one message in particular. The Fairy King's tier. He pulls out the small bottle. The system gives its description. This tear was shed when the hero king fell victim to a treacherous shortcut scheme. It can summon the Fairy King from the spirit realm once, using this item as the medium. Zeke grips the bottle tightly. Out of everything, this might be the real treasure. Zeke blinks in surprise. Wait, the Fairy King from earlier today. He stares at the bottle in his hand. The legends say the Fairy King grants wishes to humans. If that's true, does this mean I get one wish? Any wish? He tightens his grip slightly. But I only get one chance. No way I'm using it for something random. Eyeing the tear, he makes up his mind. I'll hang on to this until the moment really counts. He turns and walks away from the ruins. Yeah, I'll know when the time is right. Before long, the scenery shifts. Zeke blinks again. This is the Adventurers Guild. He glances around, quickly realizing he's been teleported. That new system portal travel feature is the real deal. The system chimes in. Would you like to use system portal travel? Please select your destination. Zeke scrolls through the minimap, so I can pick where I want to go and just appear there. Notifications pop up. Required points for King Caesar's Century. 10. Required points for Argo's Kingdom's 8th Adventure Outpost. Why? Zeke nods. Distance affects the point cost, but there don't seem to be any major restrictions. If I've got enough points, I could even travel between continents. He smirks to himself. Not just convenient. It's perfect for avoiding people trying to track me. Definitely useful for what I've got planned. Just then, something catches his eye. He glances back. Huh. Flowers in winter. Looking more closely at his surroundings, he frowns in recognition. No way. This is Valhalla, the most elite knight training academy on the central continent. A voice interrupts his thoughts. In all my 10 years as principal, I've never seen a case like this. Zeke turns toward the speaker. The man sighs. A student showing up a whole month after the entrance ceremony. I didn't think I'd be stuck dealing with something like this for 4 months. Zeke catches sight of a guide holding a recommendation letter. On it is clearly written, failure to attend the entrance ceremony may result in admission at the principal's discretion. Waiting until next year is an option. Zeke knows what he has to do. I need access to the secured achievers. No matter what, I've got to convince him. He steps forward and bows slightly. While training alone, I entered a trance to overcome my weaknesses. I lost consciousness and was out for quite some time. Principal Flaubert Borges pauses mid-snip with his scissors. A trance. His eyes narrow. That's your excuse for missing the entrance ceremony? Zeke can feel the weight of the man's presence. Flaubert Borges, former longest-serving captain of the Royal Guard, revered across the continent. It still talked about how a third-bracket official personally visited him 3 times to offer the principal role. Zeke steels himself. This won't be easy. Zeke quickly gauges the situation. Trying to win him over with emotion or excuses will only backfire. A man like him values discipline above all else. He lowers his head and says firmly, there's no excuse for missing the entrance ceremony, not even if I had 100 mouths to explain. But I'm telling the truth, Principal. Flaubert Borges studies him for a moment, then goes quiet. After a pause, the principal finally speaks. Falling into a trance isn't something that just happens. If it were anyone else saying this, I'd call it arrogance and throw them out for good. His eyes narrow. But you were personally recommended by the academy head. He leans back slightly. I'll arrange a test. If I find that your training holds more value than the time you missed, I'll allow your admission. Zeke's eyebrows twitch in surprise. So Howard really did pull strings for me. Even if it's irritating, I've got to admit, he cleared the way. Zeke nods in appreciation. Now's not the time to be picky about how I get in. The principal reaches for a small bell and rings it once. Almost immediately, the secretary enters. Prepare a vacant training room at once, the principal orders, and notify the department heads. We'll be conducting an additional entrance evaluation. The secretary bows and hurries off. Soon, everyone is assembled in Valhalla's cadet private training room. Zeke surveys the crowd. Just as I thought. Every professor here is a name I've seen in the Continental reports. Real powerhouses, renowned knights, one after another. The principal's voice cuts through the silence. Everyone is here. Now, show us the results of the training you've been talking about. Zeke steps forward. Zeke couldn't reveal his elemental sword just yet. Instead, he drew his blade and took his stance. The weight of the instructor's gazes pressed down on him. They were the elite trainers of the continent's finest knights. He knew showing them an outdated move wouldn't even earn a blink. But Zeke wasn't planning to stay hidden. He decided to give them a glimpse of what he could really do. A powerful surge of energy burst from him, flooding the hall. He focused it all into his sword. The instructor's eyes widened as his aura began to glow brilliantly. They were witnessing something rare, an aura blade. Stunned, they stared. Zeke had already reached the level of a Blue Knight, at just 15 years old. The previous record? Abel, who became one at 19. It was unbelievable. The instructors quickly assumed his early breakthrough was thanks to him being a golden awakener. That's when Zeke realized he'd made a mistake. He remembered asking Kaiser what he thought of aura. The Hero King had dismissed it as a cheap trick for the weak. After sparring with Kaiser, Zeke had forgotten how to suppress his own aura. Watching the instructors argue over his level, he felt a wave of relief. They only thought he was a Blue Knight. Before crossing paths with Kaiser, that's exactly what he was. But after mastering the elemental sword, his aura had evolved. He had entered the realm of a Red Knight. The difference between the two wasn't small. Both could use the aura blade, a technique that coats a sword in a deadly, razor-thin layer of energy. But while a Blue Knight could only summon and maintain it, a Red Knight could reshape it freely without losing its edge. Zeke was glad he stopped when he did. Had he gone further, the situation might have spiraled out of control. As he watched the instructors, a loud voice suddenly broke through the tension. Someone shouted that he was incredible. Zeke flinched in surprise. The voice belonged to Flaubert, who was now smiling. The dean looked at him and said Zeke had shown more in one moment than others did in a month at Valhalla. He added that, if it were just about awakening potential, Zeke could have skipped several years of training. As Zeke sheathed his sword, he couldn't help but be taken aback. Flaubert's demeanor had completely changed. Zeke bowed his head and apologized to the dean for missing the entrance ceremony, calling it a failure on his part. Flaubert just laughed it off and told him not to worry. Turning to the instructors, Flaubert asked if anyone had any objections to Zeke joining. It quickly became clear the dean had a soft spot for talented individuals. The instructors exchanged glances before agreeing. One of them even remarked that such a clear aura blade manifestation was rare, even among active knights. There was no need for further testing. Flaubert nodded, pleased, and officially welcomed Zeke to Valhalla. Midland Atlas wasn't just any city. It was massive, easily the size of a kingdom, and located right at the heart of Midland. It was home to the continent's top knight training facility. Valhalla stood here, along with the Draker family's Four Seasons fortress. The fortress, where the Draker patriarch and key figures lived, was widely known as the true stronghold of the Drakers. The scene shifted. Zeke arrived at a grand mansion, his personal residence. Even he thought it was way too extravagant. As he slowly opened the front door, two figures were already waiting inside. The moment Zeke stepped in, confetti burst in the air, followed by loud cheers welcoming him to Valhalla. The one behind the confetti? Duke. And right beside him was Andre. Both were dressed in ridiculous clown costumes. Zeke was stunned to see his master like this. Duke gave him a playful tap on the shoulder and told him he was incredible, joking that Zeke was the first person he'd seen miss Valhalla's entrance ceremony. Then, Duke announced it was time to get started now that Zeke had arrived. Zeke, confused, had no idea what he meant. Turns out, Duke and Andre had thrown him a surprise enrollment party after they got to Atlas. Zeke couldn't help but wonder, what were these two doing here instead of being at the academy? As it happened, Duke had been summoned to the Four Seasons fortress by the Patriarch. A month ago, he'd decided, on his own, to become Zeke's personal housekeeper at the mansion. Andre then told Zeke he'd taken up a role as an assistant professor at Valhalla. He apologized for showing up unannounced. To Zeke, it felt like Andre had just followed him there. He wasn't thrilled. He wanted peace and quiet. And now, these two had barged into his space without even asking. After downing several bottles of liquor, Duke and Andre eventually passed out. It was already deep into the night. The scene then shifted to a dimly lit bar. A coin clinked onto the counter as someone placed an order for a beer. The bartender's eyes widened when he spotted the Draker's emblem on the gloves of the customer. It was Zeke. He casually told the bartender that he wanted to meet Kay. The entire bar went silent. Every head turned. Weapons were drawn. Zeke didn't flinch. He simply raised a hand and asked if they really wanted to try him. The moment they saw the Draker's symbol, the tension broke. The men quickly sat back down and resumed drinking like nothing had happened. The bartender, now clearly nervous, apologized for not stopping the others. Then he reached up, pulled down a bottle, and revealed a hidden door. He told Zeke he'd take him to the branch manager. As they walked through the tunnel, Zeke noticed layers of protective magic, second and third tier enchantments. He immediately recognized Kay's handiwork. Before Zeke's regression, there were two major intelligence networks that ruled the continent: the Draker's Order of the Black Knights and the Rome Empire's Intelligence Bureau. But there was one more, one far less known: the Syndicate, It started as a loose group of smugglers. But once Kay joined, everything changed. She turned their smuggling routes into the foundation of a highly efficient intelligence network. In Zeke's past life, around this time, he would have been expelled from the academy. He would have ended up under McCain's command, struggling just to stay alive, eventually climbing his way up as one of their hitmen. Back then, Kay was a branch leader. She sought him out with a job, clear out a critical transportation route. She was trying to expand their control and reshape the syndicate into something that could rival the Black Order and the Bureau. Thanks to her skill and persistence, she succeeded. The syndicate became hers. Later, after Zeke lost everything to the Empire, Kay visited him again. She handed him information about the artifact the Emperor was chasing. She warned him it wouldn't be easy, and she told him to be careful. Kay had thrown her full support behind Zeke's revenge. She said it was simply her way of repaying him for helping her transform the syndicate into what it had become. Zeke understood. Without her, he never would have gotten close to the artifact. He wouldn't have had a shot. He knew one thing for sure. Information was a weapon. And with the future uncertain, staying informed was his best bet. The bartender knocked on a door, then opened it for him. Zeke figured maintaining a connection with Kay through this deal could only help. As he stepped inside, he saw someone seated in the shadows. A match flared, lighting a cigarette. Just like before, Kay hadn't changed. A mana lamp flicked on, casting light across the room. Kay looked at him and asked why he was there. She was a striking woman with red hair, and yes, a voluptuous figure, but she wasn't here to waste time. She told Zeke to skip the small talk and get straight to the point. Zeke didn't hold back. He told her he wanted to establish a trade deal with the syndicate. Kay raised an eyebrow. Why would a 15-year-old prodigy, a noble, a pure-blooded awakened from the Draker family who had already reached Blue Knight level, want a partner with a criminal group? Zeke was impressed. She already knew what had happened at Valhalla. He reached into his coat. Clearly, Kay was testing him. She wasn't sold on the idea. So, he laid something on the table and told her to decide after seeing it. Kay's eyes landed on a pair of earrings. Zeke told her they weren't just jewelry. They were artifacts. He urged her to try them on. She'd be surprised. Kay asked if they were from mana recovery. She wasn't exactly excited. Those were pretty common. But she humored him and put them on. Then her cigarette dropped from her mouth. In an instant, she felt it, the power of the artifact. Her mana recovery rate had jumped by 15%. That was insane. Most recovery artifacts only gave a 1% boost. Even top-tier ones barely hit 3. Yet here she was, wearing something 5 times better. Kay stared at Zeke, stunned. There was no way an item like this was on the market without her knowing. That meant only one thing. Zeke either found it through a secret channel even she didn't know, or he got it himself. Kay grew wary, but Zeke, still smiling, casually asked if she was finally ready to talk. She couldn't help but question who this man really was. In the following scene, Zeke broke things down for her. He explained that with the sealed personal statement she had, she could now open a new account. He'd already arranged for a representative, so all she needed to do was head to the Northern Atlas Bank and take care of the item. Kay knew he intended to sell the earrings, but she didn't expect him to bring her in to move mysterious artifacts for him. Zeke laid out the terms. She'd get a 10% cut on each sale, plus a bonus for every 10,000 earnings. It was exactly the kind of deal Kay had hoped for, the best she could have asked. She quickly realized Zeke wasn't just guessing. He somehow knew she was a magician. Kay rose, took the contract in hand, and told him she accepted. She wished them both luck. But as she turned to leave, Zeke stopped her with one last question. Smiling, he asked if her ghost ship was doing fine. Her eyes narrowed. In a heartbeat, several men stepped out behind Zeke, each holding a dagger. In a cold, sharp tone, Kay demanded to know where he'd heard that. Zeke just chuckled, brushing it off as a question. He teased her for being so tense and invited her to go ahead and make a threat. But then, everything changed. He unleashed his dragon fear. The pressure was overwhelming, a force that blanketed the room and hit Kay like a punch to the soul. It was like staring into the abyss. She trembled. The men behind him began shaking too. In that moment, Kay understood she didn't have nearly enough information. Even with the full strength of the syndicate, she wasn't sure they could touch him. Zeke calmly suggested they relocate. The scene cuts to the syndicate's Atlas branch office. Kay now sat behind her desk, while Zeke stood before her, eyes scanning a contract of oath. He remembered these were typical among magicians, a straightforward way to bind agreements in blood. It was simple, but its power was absolute. Once signed, a seal would appear on both parties' arms. And if either one betrayed the other, death would follow. Though betrayal or assassination could dissolve the seal, the consequences would be harsh, an endless restriction that would make life miserable. Kay, wanting some security, asked Zeke to sign the contract, pointing out that someone like him could easily change his mind and kill her. She wasn't taking any chances. Zeke gave her a knowing smile and agreed. He sliced his hand with the pen and signed the document in blood. As soon as he did, a magic circle formed above him. He told Kay that he'd sign as many contracts as needed if it meant gaining her trust. Right after that, their signatures etched themselves onto their arms. With the formalities done, Zeke sat down and said it was time to talk, partner to partner. He asked if someone was using her ghost ship to move Soma to the Marken. Kay sighed. Somehow he knew. She admitted it. Yes, she was using the ship to distribute Soma to the Marken. Soma was a forbidden drug. After the Civil War toppled the kingdom, the southern region became a haven for its production. Zeke quickly guessed the reason had something to do with the Transcendent household. Kay confirmed it. Her clients wanted to steer clear of conflict with them. The only land passage between the central and southern regions was a vast desert, controlled by the Ishtar, one of the Transcendent households. But a few years ago, Ishtar had closed off the region to outsiders, cutting off all trade by land. With land access gone and most sea routes under Pabella's control, Zeke deduced that Kay turned to the syndicate's sea routes for transport. Kay admitted she was lucky to have a buyer willing to pay. Marken and Pabella were the two major crime groups ruling the ungoverned South. The Central Forest split their territories, Marken to the north, Pabella to the south. Marken had used the land routes for their operations. Pabella, lacking those routes, was forced to dominate the seas. But with Ishtar shutting down access, Marken was left scrambling for new sea routes. The problem? Pabella already ruled the seas. Kate brushed aside the history lesson and pressed Zeke. How did he find out about the ghost ship? The syndicate had cloaked it with a full invisibility spell to avoid drawing attention. Hidden from both the Navy and pirates, it had become one of the syndicate's most valuable assets, something they guarded closely. Zeke couldn't tell her the truth that he knew from his past life, so instead, he dodged the question. He smirked and asked if someone in her line of work was really asking him for intel. Then he pivoted, bringing up the offer from Pabella. Kay froze, hearing that caught her off guard, but there was no point pretending anymore. She admitted that he was right. Pabella had offered double what Marken was paying, on one condition: cut all ties with Marken. She told Zeke they were still considering the proposal. Zeke urged her to decline. He explained that keeping ties with Marken could be the syndicate's best move to keep both factions in check. Cutting them off would mean losing a crucial Soma client. Then he dropped a bomb. Pabella, he revealed, were once pirates defeated by the Knight of White Silver. Kay stood up in disbelief. That couldn't be true. Pabella was known for being principled, not reckless raiders. They weren't like the old pirate crews. Zeke shot her down. It was all a front. He said Pabella was after the syndicate's biggest secret, their ghost ship and the sea routes it used. While Marken wanted to keep the operation going, Pabella would burn it all to the ground the moment they uncovered it. Still, Kay insisted he was wrong. She claimed the Southern Pirates and Pabella were completely separate groups. Zeke slammed his hand on the table. He told her information comes at a price, and now it was time to pay. He had one request: arrange a meeting with Don Juan, the head of Marken. If she did that, he'd make her the syndicate's new boss. Kay was speechless. With that, Zeke walked out of the building. Her information network was strong, but Zeke knew better. It wasn't enough. In the past, the fastest path to gaining syndicate intel was to level the field and absorb every rival group in a way. Zeke hoped the spark he lit today would one day turn into a wildfire, one strong enough to bring down Don Juan himself. The scene transitions to Valhalla. Zeke looked around, instantly sensing how different this place was compared to the Cradle and the Academy. It felt unrestrained, almost chaotic. While taking in his surroundings, he wondered when the guide assigned by the dean would show up. Right then, someone called out to him. A boy with a tattoo on his face strolled up, grinning, and held out a fist bump. Zeke just stared. He had no idea why this guy was acting so friendly. The boy gave him a playful tap on the shoulder and joked that Zeke still had some academy stiffness in him. Zeke brushed his hand away and asked bluntly if he was the guide. Mocking Zeke's tone, the boy imitated his serious delivery, then grinned and told him to chill out. Throwing a rock and roll hand sign, he told Zeke to loosen up. Yes, he was the guide. the one handpicked by the dean to show Zeke every corner of Valhalla. And clearly, he loved to talk. Mid-sentence, he realized he hadn't introduced himself. With a flair, he announced his name, Diego. That caught Zeke off guard. Diego introduced himself as the evangelist of New Age fusion, combining Southern percussion with Central melodies. He even stuck out his tongue, adding that he hoped they'd get along. Zeke turned away and replied that he hoped so too. Surprised, Diego moved closer, asking if Zeke was already warming up to him. Zeke replied that it all depended on his mood. What Zeke didn't expect was to meet Diego Vaya, the man who would one day be known as the Metered Knight, one of the legendary 5 divine knights. These knights would become major figures in the Great Continental War. The first was Bishop Kastek, the Silent Knight. The second, Jeffrick Salma, the Haze Knight. Next up is Asta Eladolf, known across the land as the Illusory Knight. Then comes Reyna Draker, the Lightning Knight. And rounding it out, the fifth is Diego Vaya, the Metered Knight. While mulling things over, Zeke recalled hearing that all 5 divine knights were alumni of Valhalla. He figured now was a good time to dig into that rumor. If it turned out true, it could give him a solid advantage moving forward. As they walked, Diego glanced at Zeke and said, "Man, I'm starving. All that wandering worked up an appetite. You ever tried Southern food?" Zeke replied, "Can't say I have any fond memories of it." Diego chuckled, "Then you've never had the real deal." Cut to Zeke taking a bite of taco. "This isn't bad," he said. Diego grinned. "Of course it's good. This isn't just any taco. It's a special Valhalla Shark Dragon blend. Even a Southern guy like me respects it." Zeke admitted it was better than anything he imagined the South could offer. Diego raised an eyebrow. "Wait, you've actually been down there?" Zeke replied, "Not exactly. Just heard the stories." Once they finished eating, the two grabbed some tea. Zeke took a sip and asked, "So how did someone from the South like you end up here in Valhalla?" Diego leaned back and said, "That's a long one." Then he casually dropped a bomb. His parents rule a small kingdom in the southern continent. Zeke blinked. "Your royalty?" Diego nodded. The southern continent's made up of several little kingdoms, and back when the Cuzco kingdom collapsed after civil war, most folks migrated to the central lands. Raising his cup, Diego declared, "Yep, I'm a prince." "Big deal, right?" Zeke stared in disbelief. "A prince? Seriously? You?" He couldn't wrap his head around royalty being this informal. Diego just laughed and explained how a bunch of old folks back home still cling to the royal family's ancient twin sword technique. And because he's a prodigy with dual blades, they shipped him off to Valhalla. Then, with a big smile, Diego said, "But honestly, I couldn't care less about swordsmanship. I'm all in on my music." Zeke wondered aloud, "What about the people counting on you?" Diego waved it off and asked, "Hey, want to join the Southern Fusion New Age Music Research Club?" Zeke didn't even hesitate. "No thanks." The scene shifts to a lecture hall. Zeke glanced around and asked Diego, "Are we even allowed in the upperclassmen lectures like this?" Diego shrugged and said, "Stop acting like this is a regular academy. Valhalla's about freedom. If it helps you learn, it's fair game." He leaned in and added, "Besides, today's lecture is a rare one. I heard the school's pulling out something massive." Zeke rolled his eyes. "Don't you ever get tired of running your mouth?" As he tuned Diego out, he caught whispers around the room. Students were talking about him, calling him the youngest person to ever join Valhalla. Someone mentioned he was a direct descendant, a prodigy who even took down an instructor. Diego turned to him, stunned. "Wait, you're Draker." Zeke stared at him like he'd lost it. Lifting his gloved hand, he asked, "What did you think these were?" Diego blinked, confused. "Okay, what are they?" Zeke snapped, "You really are an idiot. These are pure blood gloves. Only pure blood Draker Awakeners wear them." Diego's jaw dropped. He remembered Zeke hadn't taken the gloves off while eating. "Man, I just thought you were a badass sticking to your style. I had no idea." Zeke chuckled, shaking his head. "You came all the way to Valhalla and didn't even know what pure blood gloves are." He noticed Diego starting to freak out. That, Zeke thought, was the typical reaction people had around pure bloods. It actually put him at ease. Finally, some quiet. But just as he enjoyed the peace, Diego spoke up again. "Now it all makes sense. No wonder you act like a snob." Zeke groaned. He honestly had no words for him. Diego slung an arm around Zeke's shoulders. "Hey, since you're Draker, you should have picked up the bill earlier." He burst out laughing. "Kidding, kidding." Everyone turned their heads as Diego's voice echoed through the hall. Zeke couldn't believe how loud he was getting. Just then, the dean clapped his hands, signaling for silence. Instantly, The room went still. Zeke scanned the crowd. So many people had shown up. It had to be for the dean's big special lecture. Seeing the packed hall, Dean Flaubert smiled and said, "Looks like everyone's excited for today's lecture." Diego, on the other hand, pulled out a book and showed it to Zeke. "Check this out. What do you think of these lyrics? The rhyme scheme's insane, right?" Zeke gave him a side glance. "Didn't you say we were here to listen? At least pretend to pay attention." Flaubert decided to skip the pleasantries. "Let's jump right in," he announced. It wasn't easy getting this guest. "Please welcome a returning Black Knight of the Drakers, fresh off the battlefield." Zeke's face lit up when he saw who it was. He remembered the man had just come back to the Four Seasons fortress. So he's finally stepping into the global scene, Zeke thought. The hall fell into stunned silence. It was Duke Draker. Whispers spread instantly. "The Gale Knight. He disappeared. I heard he was seen near the fortress, but I didn't believe it." Duke stood at the podium. "It's good to see so many of you still remember me after my time away from the front lines," he said. "Make sure you carve this lesson deep into your soul." He then revealed that he started out as a regular academy student, just like them, before rising to become a Black Knight. The lecture turned out far more engaging than Zeke expected. Students strained to stay focused, but eventually fatigue started to win. Heads nodded. Diego, meanwhile, wasn't even pretending. He was still lost in his lyrics. Zeke sat there, mentally counting the minutes. He's been bragging for 2 hours straight. Is he ever going to stop? Right then, the dean stepped up with the mic. "For those of you who've actually been listening, I feel your pain. Unfortunately, we're out of time." Zeke breathed a sigh of relief. Flaubert glanced at his watch. "Next up, we got someone you all know. No introductions needed. Even with her hectic duties as a guardian knight, she still made time to be here." Zeke raised his brows. That caught him off guard. In the Draker family hierarchy, knights rank from normal to intermediate, advanced, and finally, guardian knights. There were fewer than 10 guardian knights total. Whoever this next speaker was, she had to be a major figure. Flaubert looked at his watch again and muttered, "What's keeping her?" A woman with striking platinum blonde hair entered the hall. She wore gleaming white full-plate armor that caught the light. But despite her distinct appearance, Zeke didn't recognize her right away. The students, however, were buzzing with excitement. One of them whispered, "Man, I'm so glad I chose Valhalla. I never thought I'd see the White Silver Knight in person." Zeke's head snapped toward her. That name, White Silver Knight, it hit him all at once. Of course, the first direct descendant of the Draker family, Carly Draker. His sister, Carly Draker, was a legend, especially in the port town of Isen, a key trade hub in the central continent. Today, Isen connected vital trade routes to the Dolta Republic, the southern continent, and even the east. But that wasn't always the case. Not long ago, the town was a haven for southern pirates, a lawless zone crawling with criminals. But after becoming a knight of the Draker family, Carly set out to purge Isen of its outlaws. And in just 5 years, she did it. The pirates vanished. Isen became the top port under Draker protection. The few remaining pirates fled to the deadly southern waters near the Dolta Republic. Her success in securing those routes earned her the title of youngest guardian knight, something even Abel, despite all his advantages, had never achieved. Back in the lecture hall, Zeke stared at his sister. He had expected a big name to show up, but never her. He remembered the ongoing succession battle between Carly and Abel. It made sense he didn't recognize her immediately. After all, something major had happened to her even before his regression. At the front, Carly let out a sharp sigh and tapped her finger on the podium. Then she raised her voice. Silence. Instantly, the hall froze. Not a whisper remained. Zeke wasn't surprised in the slightest. When a guardian knight gave an order, fear was the only natural response. Carly stood before the students, her voice cutting through the noise. She reminded them that this kind of unruly behavior wouldn't fly at the Valhalla she once knew. Back then, silence and respect were given when someone took the stage. She told them plainly, if their ancestors could see them now, they'd be ashamed. She asked if they really thought the peace they now enjoyed came freely. No, it was earned through blood, sweat, and sacrifice. The room fell into silence. The students didn't know how to respond. But Carly wasn't done. Knowing the truth wasn't enough, she said. It had to be reflected in their actions. Only then did it hold any weight. Zeke looked on surprised. This side of his sister was new to him. Carly went on, saying that becoming a true knight required discipline, relentless training, and respect for the rules. That's the only way to forge the right mindset. Zeke had to admit, his sister sounded like an old soul trapped in a young body. As the students filed out of the hall, they grumbled among themselves. Carly's speech didn't land well. Some even wished Duke had done the talking instead. Zeke knew her words carried weight, but clearly, they hadn't struck a chord with the others. While walking, he suddenly recalled something Diego once said. With a wide grin, Diego had turned to him and apologized for the 5-hour writing class, said it had fired him up. He announced that his Valhalla tour was complete and that he was heading out. Zeke was honestly relieved. With Diego gone, he could finally focus on his own plans, finding new talent and chasing down Tarakan's hidden library. Now was the perfect time. But just as he was about to take a step forward, someone called his name. He turned, and there she was. Carly stood behind him and asked if he had a moment. The next scene opened in the Valhalla Public Training Hall. Carly stepped forward and drew a glowing sword. Zeke recognized it immediately. This was the mithril blade gifted to her by the Holy Kingdom. Back then, the Holy Kingdom shared a border with Ison, and pirate threats had plagued them too. After the pirates were driven out, the kingdom offered Carly a gesture of thanks, a pure mithril sword and armor. With her gleaming gear, she earned the title of the White Silver Knight. Carly looked Zeke in the eye and told him, no holding back. She wanted to see everything he had. Zeke laced his fingers together and stretched his arms, still unsure why she had approached him in the first place. A duel wasn't what he'd expected. Then it clicked. She must have caught wind of the rumors that he'd reached Blue Knight level. He calmly set his sword sheath on the ground and drew his blade. Her words echoed in his mind. She wanted to see his true ability. So, he said he'd give her what she asked for. But deep down, Zeke knew he couldn't go all out. His sister wasn't the only one watching. If he revealed everything now, it could cost him. The Draker family lived by a simple rule, survival of the fittest. Becoming a Blue Knight at his age was already making waves. If people found out he had stepped into Red Knight territory, the consequences could be deadly. The Zimmons family, tangled in a messy succession battle, wouldn't hesitate to eliminate him. And the Patriarch? He'd do everything to pull Zeke under his thumb. No, Zeke would only show his full strength after surpassing his father. For now, what he needed was the legacy of a transcendent family behind him. That didn't mean he planned to follow their path. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, he and Carly lunged at each other. Their swords collided with a sharp clang, sending sparks flying. Carly pressed down on Zeke's blade and swiftly swung at his head. He dodged, but not fast enough. Her blade left a mark across his face. Without hesitation, Zeke gave a mental command to pause his healing. Facing a guardian knight like Carly, he couldn't afford to reveal his regenerative abilities. He'd already learned that lesson with Duke. Carly's strikes grew faster, more relentless. She forced Zeke back step by step, then closed the distance and launched a powerful blow that sent him flying. Another slash landed, this time on his shoulder. Zeke started to question if staying at Blue Knight level was holding him back. Carly wasn't letting up, and at this rate, he couldn't keep up. As she soared through the air, sword raised high, she came down at him in a full-force dive. Zeke braced himself and met her attack head-on, his blade locking with hers in midair. The impact from Carly's strike erupted into a massive explosion. When the dust finally settled, she was standing over Zeke, pressing her sword against him. Most blades would have snapped in two by now, she said, eyeing his weapon. You've got yourself a fine sword. Zeke, straining under the weight of her blade, managed to smile. With a swift push, he knocked her back and gained some distance. As he wiped the blood from his face, one thing became clear. Fighting a red level knight while holding back to blue level, that was asking for disaster. Carly's voice cut through his thoughts. You think you're safe just because you've put some space between us. Zeke didn't understand what she meant until he turned to his side. That's when it hit him. He'd messed up. Before she earned the name White Silver Knight, Carly had another fearsome title, the Giant's Blade. Her aura blade, enormous and sweeping, looked like it belonged to a titan. As Zeke turned, he saw that very blade charging toward him. He gritted his teeth and braced for impact, but it was too much. The strike launched him straight into a wall. His sword was buried in the ground, and Carly's attack obliterated everything in its path. Carly paused, concern flashing in her eyes. Maybe she hadn't held back enough? But just then, she noticed movement. Zeke emerged from the rubble, placing a hand against the wall and flashing a smirk. He was satisfied. He'd sold the act well. Hopefully Carly bought it. She sheathed her sword and walked over. You're incredible, she said, surprised. I can't believe you blocked that hit. You've gone beyond what I expected. She let out a sigh. There's something I need to talk to you about. Before she could say another word, Zeke collapsed. Carly rushed over and pulled him up. When she checked his condition, her face turned serious. His internal injuries were severe. She wondered if he'd pushed his aura too far. Reaching into her pocket, she pulled out a small vial and poured its contents into his mouth. This is our family's highest grade recovery potion. Drink it slow. The moment Zeke swallowed it, a soft glow spread across his body. He gave the command to his system, temporarily activate his healing factor. In a situation like this, it wouldn't raise any red flags. Every move he made was part of a larger plan. He was hiding his true power, pretending to be someone who had only reached Blue Knight level. When Carly, the giant's blade, attacked, he deliberately met her blow with the bare minimum defense, allowing himself to be hit. But just before impact, he noticed something strange, a brief, tiny opening in her strike. He didn't know why it was there. Zeke had taken Carly's aura head-on, not through skill, but through sheer resistance. His body couldn't channel aura, so he naturally fought against it. But Carly, believing he could use aura, assumed his injuries came from pushing beyond his limits. As he slowly raised his head, he touched it like someone dealing with a sharp headache. Carly leaned in, asking if he felt better. He gave her a tired smile and called her Dame Carly, thanking her sincerely. She shook her head. "Call me sister," she said. Zeke blinked. He didn't expect that. The scene shifted to the outskirts of Atlas. A carriage rolled along a quiet path. Inside, Carly poured Zeke a cup of tea, telling him she had it specially prepared. It had been airshipped all the way from the eastern continent, she said, because she'd heard he liked it. Zeke thanked her, a bit caught off guard. It reminded him of something his father once said. Just how far had the rumor of his tea preference spread? He glanced around the interior. "I never would have guessed this is what the inside looked like," he said. From the outside, the carriage looked plain. Carly explained it was cloaked in camouflage magic. Too many eyes noticed a Guardian Knight's ride otherwise. Zeke couldn't help but find the situation strange. From training hall to the city outskirts, by carriage. He looked at her. "Is what you're about to tell me something others shouldn't hear?" Carly nodded. "It's about the butchering knight," she said. "I need more power to stop Abel." Zeke was caught off guard. "You mean the second son?" "I'll start from the beginning," she replied. She told him that one of the core tenets of their family was the oath of neutrality, staying out of national conflicts. But Abel had shattered that rule. He was currently backing the Rome Empire in their conflict against Elencia. Zeke realized then, Abel had been setting things in motion for a while now. Does the Four Seasons Fortress not know about this? "They're turning a blind eye," Carly said flatly. Carly told Zeke that the Four Seasons Fortress was no longer unified. A split had formed. Some of the elders in the assembly were now supporting the Empire, backing Abel. Zeke narrowed his eyes. "Are all the elders siding with the Empire?" She shook her head. "Some are still neutral." Zeke was stunned. The very assembly known for their rigid pride and high ideals. Just sitting on the fence? It didn't add up. "At this rate," he said, "it's only a matter of time before the rest of them fall in line." Carly nodded. "That's how I see it too." She admitted that she was searching for a way to stop Abel. Waiting for him to slip up wasn't an option. If they let him continue unchecked, things would spiral into all-out war. Zeke knew she was right. It had already been 3 years since he regressed. And in just 7 more, a war unlike any other would break out, led by the Draker family and the Rome Empire under Abel's command. Entire nations would crumble. The skies would turn black, and the continent would bleed. Carly said she'd made up her mind. She was going to gain the strength needed to stop Abel. Right now, Abel had sway over the higher ranks of their family, assuming the lower ranks would simply follow. But Carly didn't believe that. True knights, she told him, don't kneel to power. They follow justice. That's why she was gathering knights from around the Four Seasons Fortress, those who still held on to honor. Then she turned to Zeke and made something clear. "I won't force you to join me," she said. "You're still young. You're a pure blood awakener. Your future is already secure." Zeke quietly took a sip of tea, his gaze fixed on his sister. In that moment, he understood her completely. Carly wasn't just stubborn or proud. She was resolute, a woman of conviction, willing to bend if it meant upholding justice. She was as righteous as they came. Zeke figured out why there was a gap in the giant's blade. It was her worry for him that broke her focus. Though she seemed as unshakable as a Draker, deep down, she had a kind heart. Carly warned her brother that if things went sideways, he could be seen as a traitor. She urged him to think it through. Zeke appreciated her honesty. He set his cup down and got on one knee. With no hesitation, He told Carly he had made up his mind. He wanted to walk her path of chivalry, even if he wasn't ready for it. Carly was stunned. Then, quietly, she smiled and thanked him. The scene shifts to the Valhalla research facility. Zeke stares at a status window. Back in his previous life, he had learned about his family's activities through Kay. He never imagined that corruption had already rooted itself in the family long before the Continental War began. Zeke's original plan was to leave the family early, avoiding Abel's meddling while he built up his strength for the coming war. But now that someone shared his vision, staying seemed like a better move. In fact, he preferred it. Being close meant he could monitor Abel more easily. And with Carly in the spotlight, Zeke wouldn't have to deal with direct backlash. To push his plan forward, Zeke needed to become an official knight and win the public's favor for Carly. Despite being the eldest and a guardian knight, Carly lacked the bloodline of an awakener and wasn't from one of the great houses. In Zeke's past life, she lost her bid for the family to Abel's power. But if a pure-blood awakener like Zeke officially backed her, the odds would shift. Still, it felt strange to play the role of a knight. It just didn't suit him. As he mulled over the plan, he checked the map. He was almost there. Arriving at the massive central library in Valhalla, Zeke headed inside. His goal? Tarakin's hidden library. Deep within the towering shelves, he stepped into a restricted section. A system prompt flashed. He had reached his destination. Zeke could hardly believe this was the legendary secret library. Glancing around, he felt let down. Nothing stood out. Nothing looked important. Considering the system had guided him here, he had hoped for something dramatic, maybe Bahamut's heart or its fangs. He wondered if the whole trip had been a waste. But just as that thought crossed his mind, he took another step forward. Instantly, the system chimed in, alerting him that it had located a data storage point. As soon as the message appeared, a massive bookshelf materialized in front of him. Zeke was stunned, not just by the shelf, but by what popped up on his system screen. The system confirmed that he had discovered the hidden library of none other than Tarakin Draker, an administrator. Zeke couldn't believe Tarakin had access to the same system he was using. Realization hit him. This shelf must only appear through system recognition, which explained why no one had ever stumbled across it before. The system then notified him that all of Tarakin's data had now been synced and integrated into his own. From now on, Zeke would have permanent access to this secret trove. To make navigation easier, the system sorted the contents into 4 main categories: Organization Management Manual, Dragon Slaying Manual version 5.21, reference materials, and a collection of proverbs for personal growth. Zeke decided he'd dive into the categories later. For now, he asked the system to locate something that would most benefit his current growth. The system responded promptly, stating that it had found a suitable match. One of the books on the shelf began to glow. It appeared in his hand, and he read the title, The Secret Technique of the True Dragon Swordplay. Zeke had never come across this technique before. He flipped the book over to check the author, and froze. The name hit him like a bolt. It was written by none other than Sheltern Draker, the trusted advisor of the hero King Kaiser. In the next scene, Sheltern Draker sat in his study, pen in hand, jotting down his thoughts. He explained why he felt compelled to develop the true dragon swordplay. He began by recalling how the bond between dragons and humans first started with the great hero king. Thanks to him, even ordinary humans were able to forge contracts with these supreme beings. But dragons didn't lend their strength to humans out of kindness. They pitted humanity for being weak, for lacking the inherent gifts found in other races. Still, because of Kaiser, more humans became dragon contractors, spreading far and wide to build flourishing civilizations. Yet, this rapid progress sparked anxiety in Sheltern. He didn't trust the dragons. If such powerful beings were only helping out of pity, what would happen if that pity vanished? What if dragons turned hostile? In Sheltern's eyes, if that day came, humanity wouldn't stand a chance. They'd be wiped out instantly. Driven by that fear, Sheltern sought a way to fight dragons. His first thought was magic, but magic itself had come from dragons. They had etched magical circles into human hearts, allowing them to wield mana, a power their bodies couldn't naturally produce. Using magic against dragons was like fighting fire with paper. Then he remembered the elemental sword of the hero king, a force that even dragons respected. But that was a unique gift tied to the fairy monarch's bloodline, a power that died with Kaiser. Out of options, Sheltern threw himself into research, chasing a power humans alone could master. He studied the crude sword techniques of the North and the strange arts of the East. Nothing was off limits. He explored every path, every idea, trying to push beyond human limitations. When all seemed lost, unexpected help arrived. From Kronos, the dragon once contracted to the Hero King. Kronos said he simply found Sheltern's work interesting. But there was something deeper, something unspoken, in the dragon's resolve that didn't sit right with Sheltern. Even so, he accepted the offer and pressed forward with his research. Eventually, Sheltern and Kronos uncovered a new force, aura. It wasn't magic, nor was it elemental power. It was something entirely different, a strength only humans could control. After Kaiser departed to the spirit realm, Sheltern continued refining his research on aura. Before long, he succeeded. He not only uncovered its principles and uses, but also crafted a sword style designed to harness its full potential. He named it the True Dragon Swordplay and made it public. But the response was underwhelming. In a world where power could be gained quickly through dragon-made tools, few had interest in a path that demanded patience and hard work. His creation was largely ignored. As he documented his findings, Sheltern admitted he was relieved. The dragons hadn't betrayed humanity after all. But even with peace, he believed his sword style would one day become essential. He left behind his work with hope that someone would pick it up and master it. While flipping through the book, the protagonist received a message. A new quest had begun. Successor Sheltern. Zeke was challenged to learn Sheltern Draker's secret techniques, with a time limit of 3 months. The reward? Coordinates to the Kronos Kingdom's treasury. He placed the book back on the shelf. The reward was tempting. He imagined legendary artifacts hidden within that treasure. But 3 months? That was tight. He started to wonder if this technique was even harder to learn than the elemental sword. Regardless, he decided to commit himself to mastering the true dragon swordplay. Ironically, Sheltern had been right. The dragons did betray mankind, and a liberation war eventually broke out. Reflecting on that, Zeke asked the system if there were any other valuable records in the secret library, something like Tarakin's journal. The system processed his request and found one matching record. It announced that a magical video log would now play. The library began to vanish. Zeke was stunned. It felt exactly like the beginning of the tutorial. Suddenly, he was in a desert. Confused, he looked around. The space seemed artificial, something the system had fabricated. But then he turned, and what he saw stopped him cold. Something massive and terrifying was emerging from the ground. He couldn't move. His mental defense skill kicked in immediately, but even that wasn't enough to stop the tremors running through him. The creature before him felt terrifyingly real. Zeke could barely wrap his head around the fact that he was standing face to face with what was once hailed as the king of all creations, a dragon. As fear gripped him, a voice rang out, calling the beast by name, Bahamut. Zeke froze. That was the evil dragon? He turned sharply to find the source of the voice and was stunned. He hadn't even sensed the man until he spoke. And now, standing behind him, was a figure cloaked in power, more like a monster than a man. The stranger's blurred figure walked straight through Zeke. That's when it hit him. He wasn't really there. He was watching a recording, likely a memory embedded in Tarakin's journal. Zeke guessed this might be the legendary showdown between Bahamut and Tarakin Draker, the battle told in the tales of the Dragon Slayer. Bahamut raised one colossal claw and slammed it into the ground. Zeke watched exhilarated. This was history unfolding before his eyes. But Tarakin didn't react, not even a flinch. Bahamut questioned him. Why the hesitation? But Tarakin remained silent. Then Bahamut said something that flipped everything on its head. He called Tarakin his contractor. Disappointment laced his voice. Zeke was stunned. Tarakin had been Bahamut's contractor, just like Kaiser was to Kronos? None of the legends ever mentioned that. It made no sense. If Tarakin had been the dragon's partner, how had he come to defeat him? What really happened in the battle that made him a legend? Zeke's thoughts spiraled as strange distortions started flickering through the scene. The world in front of him began to glitch. Something wasn't right. Then he noticed Tarakin speaking, but the words were muted, lost in the broken playback. Frustrated, Zeke called out to the system, asking it to repair the visual error. But the system refused his request. He clenched his teeth, frustrated. Why now? Then, turning back, he saw Tarakin clearly. A memory surfaced, his talk with Kaiser. Zeke had once asked the Hero King if a dragon could ever turn on its contractor. Kaiser had just laughed and dismissed it, saying that kind of betrayal was impossible. If anything, it was the humans who betrayed the dragons. As that memory resurfaced, Zeke suddenly saw Tarakan withdrawing his sword from Bahamut's skull. The massive dragon's body began to crumble, slowly turning to ash until there was nothing left. Zeke stared in disbelief. Once the remains vanished, something appeared in front of Tarakan, Bahamut's heart and Fong, the same one Zeke had received back at the Dragon Slayer's residence. Zeke began to question whether dragons always left behind something after death. He remembered the pure blood gloves he wore were crafted from dragon hide. Still, he suspected that Bahamut might have been a rare exception. As he considered this, the sky fractured with a massive glitch, pulling him out of the scene. He wondered if the recording had ended. Sitting on the ground, Zeke tried to collect his thoughts. What he'd seen didn't quite add up. He decided to head back. That's when he discovered something new. Tarakan's secret library was now fully integrated into the system, and he could access it whenever he wanted. He immediately tried to replay the scene, hoping to catch the final exchange between Bahamut and Tarakan. But the distortion was still there. Their last words remained lost to him. Still, the experience hadn't been for nothing. Zeke had learned something valuable. He found out that the renowned dragon-slaying arts had their roots in the true dragon sword play. Tarakan had taken Sheltern's complex techniques and distilled them into a more practical form, resulting in the combat style known today. But the streamlining came at a cost: raw power. The refined version lacked the destructive force needed to take down a full-blooded dragon. Even so, the dragon-slaying arts had one key advantage. By fusing the technique with a user's natural talents, it became much more potent. Though less overwhelming, the art gained utility and adaptability through this modification. What nagged at Zeke most was the gap between the legend and what the journal revealed. The accepted story claimed Tarakan had enslaved Bahamut and brought in a new era of peace. Just another glorified hero tale. But Tarakan's own records never even mentioned their contract. And that wasn't a detail someone could just forget. The scene shifted to Zeke, standing alone outside as a messenger pigeon landed nearby. He retrieved a letter. It was from Kay. She'd done what he asked, scoured the continent for every version of the Dragon Slayer legend. Still, she couldn't understand his sudden obsession with these old myths. Kay explained that she'd even reviewed untranslated texts. But no matter where she looked, there was no mention of any contracts between dragons and humans. Nothing about the specific dragons linked to Tarakan or Kaiser. Yet something odd stood out. All the records used eerily similar phrasing, as if someone had carefully curated the narrative. The deeper she dug, the clearer it became. Something wasn't right. And just as she was starting to uncover more, she got a warning. The Draker family had stepped in. Her syndicate pulled out immediately, unwilling to challenge one of the continent's most powerful bloodlines. Zeke read her message in silence, then burned it without hesitation. Alarm settled in his gut. The Drakers, his own family, were suppressing information about Tarakan. But why? They'd built their prestige on Tarakan's legend, the so-called first dragon slayer. It made no sense for them to hide the truth about him or Bahamut. Still, Zeke couldn't ignore the feeling. Something was being kept from him. Determined to find the missing piece, he turned back toward the house. As he stepped inside, he called out to the system. But before the command left his lips, something fell off. He paused, shutting the door quietly and scanning the room. Everyone should have been gone today. Decker and the staff were off, and both Duke and Andre were tied up with business. If no one was supposed to be here, then who was watching him? Zeke walked upstairs on high alert. He commanded the system to bring up the mini-map in his mind. It responded instantly, highlighting two unknown presences, one inside, one outside. He considered the possibility that the hunting dogs from the giant mountains had followed him, but he dismissed it just as quickly. He hadn't drawn a sword or used any dragon-slaying techniques. Even they wouldn't be able to trace him from that. No, someone else had sent them, and Zeke intended to find out who. Zeke already had someone in mind. As he stepped into his room, the intruder inside kept his eyes locked on the door. But his focus betrayed him. Zeke emerged silently from the window behind, clinging to the wall like a shadow. His voice cut through the silence. "Did Abel send you?" The man flinched, spinning around. Zeke didn't need confirmation. He was sure Abel had caught wind of his alliance with Carly and had sent an assassin to tie up loose ends. Zeke dropped down and summoned a dagger from his inventory. "You don't need to answer," he said coolly. Without hesitation, he blinked forward and slashed. The blade was stopped just shy of the intruder's throat. Zeke didn't let up. "I've got plenty of ways to make you talk." Their blades collided again and again, sparks lighting up the room. Zeke pressed forward, relentless. But the man was fast, blocking every strike with precision. When Zeke tried to finish it with a heavy blow, the man countered and shoved him back. Pushing off the ceiling with one leg, Zeke flipped and landed smoothly. During the exchange, he started to piece things together. Even with a disguise, true swordsmanship couldn't be hidden. This fighting style, it was unmistakable. It came from the Gorka Kingdom in the north. The Rangers from that region were considered elite, the finest scouts and warriors of the northern continent. Wielding a distinct kukri blade, they were often called the continent's guardians. Their expertise made them valuable assets in the Central Lands, especially for sensitive missions. Now it was clear, this wasn't Abel's doing. Zeke adjusted his stance, launching another strike while wondering what a Gorka Ranger was doing here. Assassination wasn't their style. They stayed clear of missions that sparked vendettas. He held his blade steady, analyzing. The Ranger fought like someone holding back. Zeke had left clear openings. Any skilled opponent would have exploited them. But this man didn't. He had the skill, yet chose not to press the attack. Zeke quickly realized the truth. They weren't here to kill him. Their goal was to take him alive. At that moment, he noticed a small ball roll into the hallway from the window. The second person had made their move. He recognized it right away, a sedative device. Without hesitation, Zeke struck it mid-air with his sword, but it was too late. A dense gas exploded outward, blanketing the room. The sharp, earthy aroma confirmed it. Mandragora rootlets, a standard component in sleep-inducing agents. Zeke let his dagger fall and slumped forward, choosing to play along. The moment the system detected the presence of Mandragora compounds, it automatically triggered his poison resistance. He dropped, feigning unconsciousness. The Ranger moved in and hoisted him up. Moments later, the second figure climbed in through the window to assist. As they began securing his body for transport, Zeke remained limp, silently questioning who had sent them and what they truly wanted from him. The scene shifted to a remote house on the outskirts of Atlas. Inside, Zeke sat bound in heavy iron chains, surrounded by armed rangers. His eyes settled on the man seated before him, and to his surprise, it wasn't a local. It was Cliff Lionheart, head of the Reinhardt Merchant Group. Seeing recognition in Zeke's eyes, Cliff assumed things would proceed smoothly. Zeke did know him. This wasn't their first encounter. In his previous life, Cliff had been a key figure. The Reinhardt Merchant Group was among the top 10 trading powers, rooted in the Alencia Kingdom. Back then, the war sparked by Abel and the Empire eventually brought ruin to both the Merchant Group and Alencia itself. During that chaos, Zeke and Cliff had fought on the same side. Strangely, Cliff once handed Zeke critical intel on the Empire, only to vanish afterward, returning to his doomed homeland. Zeke never saw him again. Now, the man who had once risked everything to flee had come back. Whether out of patriotism or something else, Zeke couldn't say. But to him, it seemed like a pointless sacrifice. Cliff apologized for the rough way Zeke had been brought in. At his signal, one of the Rangers, the same one who'd captured Zeke, stepped up and unlocked the chains. Cliff promised compensation for the ordeal and said he wanted a proper conversation. Zeke stretched his wrists, unfazed, and told him to get straight to the point. Cliff was caught off guard by his composure. Most people, let alone someone so young, would be nervous under these circumstances. But Zeke? Not a flicker of doubt. Cliff had hoped to control the conversation. Instead, Zeke had already taken the lead. Accepting the shift, Cliff handed him a stack of papers. He explained they contained data on a new disease spreading fast through the southern parts of the central continent. Zeke glanced at the stack of documents and asked why he was being shown this. As he flipped through the pages, his eyes stopped on one particular report. Cliff immediately noticed the change in his expression. The file was about Elena Stone, Liam Stone's mother. She had once been afflicted with the rose disease. Thanks to the instructions Zeke had given Liam, she had survived. Without a word, Zeke tossed the paper onto the table and demanded an explanation. Cliff calmly replied that the new outbreak was indeed the rose disease, a brutal illness with a guaranteed death rate. But Elena had made a full recovery. Cliff said he'd questioned her attending physician, but the man had refused to speak. He then asked Zeke directly if he knew anything. Zeke gave a slight smile. It was clear Cliff had already guessed the truth, but he kept probing like a true merchant. Zeke figured Cliff likely wanted to secure the cure for himself. With a disease this lethal, it was a smart move. The cure's value was beyond comprehension. Even draining the wealth of the entire continent wouldn't match its worth. Still, Zeke knew Cliff well. He wasn't someone who acted purely for gold. No merchant would dare abduct a member of a transcendent family, unless there was more at stake. Zeke acknowledged that he was the one who had provided the cure. At that, Cliff's face lit up. He stood, clearly thrilled, and eagerly asked Zeke to name his price. He'd pay anything. But Zeke simply raised a hand, grinning, and asked why he was so worked up. He pointed out that Cliff didn't sound like a merchant right now. The comment hit a nerve. Cliff looked annoyed. That confirmed it. Money wasn't his reason. He was trying to save someone close to him. Zeke leaned back and said they should make a deal. Cliff took a seat again. Zeke offered the formula in return for 3 favors to be fulfilled in the future. Cliff immediately asked what kind of favors. Zeke replied he didn't know yet, but when the time came, he'd let him know. He assured Cliff it would never be beyond what the merchant group could handle and told him not to worry. Still cautious, Cliff asked if they could agree ahead of time on any limitations. Zeke just smiled. Then, after a brief pause, he wrote down the instructions for the cure and handed it over. He told Cliff to follow the directions exactly. As Cliff reached for the paper, Zeke pulled it back just slightly. He had one more question. Who was the medicine really for? Cliff stiffened. He hesitated, then gave a nervous reply, claiming it was just a business move, the pursuit of a valuable product. But Zeke wasn't buying it. He pointed out the cracks in the story. Cliff had sent Northern Rangers to abduct someone from a transcendent bloodline. His emotional responses weren't those of a calm, calculating merchant. Zeke told him bluntly, this wasn't how the Reinhardt Merchant Group should carry itself. Cliff understood. Zeke had seen through him. Sighing, Cliff returned to his seat. He admitted the cure was meant for someone from Alencia's royal family. That caught Zeke off guard. He asked who exactly, but Cliff shook his head. He couldn't say. Zeke was puzzled. Did Cliff even know how many royals Alencia had? Then, Zeke noticed something in his eyes, a familiar determination. He remembered Cliff once saying he'd return to Alencia. Zeke warned him to think carefully. The kingdom and the merchant group were headed for destruction. Going back would only mean death. He urged Cliff to seek safety in the north. Cliff offered a quiet thanks, but said he was done running. He wanted to face whatever awaited him in Alencia. His eyes, filled with resignation, were nothing like the determined gaze Zeke remembered from his past life. Cliff apologized and said he couldn't share more. Zeke could see now, this wasn't just about business. Whoever needed the cure truly mattered to Cliff. He recalled something his sister once told him. Abel had backed the Empire in its war against Alencia. The kingdom was already cracking apart from racial tensions and royal infighting. With the Continental War still on the horizon, Zeke saw an opportunity. A direct link to Alencia's royal bloodline could prove invaluable later. Without pushing further, Zeke extended the paper toward Cliff. He said it was fine if Cliff didn't want to explain. As Cliff accepted the formula, Zeke told him their contract was now in effect. Cliff's hands trembled as he held the paper, clutching it to his chest like someone who had just been handed a lifeline. It was clear this meant everything to him. Zeke broke the silence, apologizing for cutting into the moment. Then, casually, he asked if Cliff would be all right with him cashing in his first favor immediately. Cliff took a breath, carefully securing the paper as if it were made of glass. He nodded, saying Zeke could request anything, as long as it was within the reach of the Reinhardt Merchant Group. Zeke smiled. His first request was simple. He wanted them to hire him. Cliff did not expect such a request and wondered if Zeke intended to start a business. Zeke explained that he needed a false identity for temporary use. Cliff believed that Zeke could easily obtain such a thing if he truly wanted, and remarked that he would not require his help if that were all he sought. He then pressed Zeke about what he truly desired. Zeke clarified that he planned to use the identity on the southern continent, a crime-ridden territory where he could not afford to take any half-hearted measures. The Reinhardt Merchant Group, however, had built enough trust in that region even to conduct dealings with the cartels. Cliff acknowledged that Zeke was correct, admitting that he was not very proud of what the group had done, but that he understood the situation. He suggested that Zeke use his cousin's name, assuring him that the cartels would not openly suspect him if he did so. Zeke was pleased and requested that Cliff also provide regular transportation to the south and a large house where he could stay, mentioning that he intended to store his cargo there. He declared this as the end of his first request. Since he had been kidnapped and brought to that place, Zeke inquired if preparations had been made for his return. Forcing a smile, Cliff grew annoyed at the increasingly difficult demands, wondering if Zeke lacked a conscience. Nonetheless, he accepted the request and promised to contact him once everything was ready, instructing that the Rangers would provide a horse for his return. Zeke was surprised by Cliff's calm acceptance and realized that this person must be extremely important to him. Cliff then departed with his guards. Suddenly, the dark brown-haired man and his partner approached Zeke, instructing him to follow them. Outside, they presented him with a horse, which Zeke judged to be of fine quality. Moving past them, he swiftly snatched something from them and stored it in his inventory at an incredible speed. Mounting the horse, he listened as the ranger informed him that their business was concluded and that they would be leaving. Zeke asked whether this also meant their contract with Cliff was over. Startled, the rangers reacted with surprise, and the brown-haired one turned, remarking that he did not realize Zeke could speak Gorkalai. Curious, he asked if the Drakers were even taught such a language. Zeke smiled and explained that it was his personal hobby, then revealed his desire to hire them for a task. He informed them of his intention to rescue someone imprisoned by McCain. The brown-haired man turned to his partner, who shook his head in refusal. Zeke questioned if the reward was too small, but the ranger clarified that money was not the issue, as the profit would be sufficient, given that the request aligned with conditions once presented by the Reinhardt Merchant Group. The true problem, he explained, lay in Zeke's identity, for their king refused to make deals with transcendent households. Shocked, Zeke struggled to believe this was the obstacle they had considered so carefully. He reminded them that Cliff would prepare a false identity, under which the commission request to Gorka would be written. The man conceded that it would be acceptable as long as Zeke was not caught. Zeke then stated that something needed to be settled before proceeding, though the ranger was unsure what he meant. At that moment, Zeke threw 2 kukris on the ground. Both rangers froze in disbelief, recognizing the sacred weapons. A kukri, bestowed only upon rangers who had earned recognition as full-fledged warriors, bore weight equal to a ranger's very life, regarded as a soulmate weapon. For such weapons to be taken without their awareness meant their lives had been at the mercy of someone with overwhelmingly superior skill. Zeke calmly remarked that this was his way of expressing gratitude for their kidnapping. The men were struck speechless, and the brown-haired ranger muttered that he was a monster. Smiling, Zeke replied that the man was quite skilled in the common tongue and added that he hoped their paths would cross again. After this meeting with Cliff, Zeke began to properly search for comrades. His chosen targets were the heroes who had distinguished themselves during the Continental War and earned the title of the 5 Divine Knights. Zeke resolved to draw closer to them now, with the intention of winning them to his side later, fully convinced that such individuals would become invaluable assets. Fortunately, he had the extraordinary support of Dean Flaubert, who revealed that all 5 were graduates of Valhalla. The challenge, however, lay in timing. The Silent Knight, Bishop Kastek, had already graduated and joined the Knight Order of the Thebia Kingdom. The Haze Knight, Jeffrick Salma, was in his graduating class and currently engaged in on-site training. Asta Eladolf was on leave and refusing to return to Valhalla due to severe insomnia. Reyna would be enrolling next year, and as a blood relative, Zeke would have many opportunities to see her. In the end, the only one accessible to him for the moment was Diego. In the following scene, Zeke was unexpectedly seen playing the drums for Diego and his band. He did not quite recall how he ended up there, remembering only that he had gone to Diego's club in hopes of befriending him. Diego, putting an arm around Zeke's neck, claimed that he had arrived at the perfect moment, as the band required a drummer. Though Zeke did not understand at first, Diego insisted that he wanted to jam and promptly seated him at the drum set, congratulating him on joining the Southern Fusion New Age Music Research Club. Confused, Zeke nevertheless began striking the drums, gradually falling into rhythm with the band and deciding to simply enjoy himself. Later, he appeared drained and exhausted from struggling to keep pace with Diego. Returning to his mansion, he was greeted by his butler, who bowed respectfully. Zeke announced that he was going to train and instructed that the servants not disturb him. Inside his training chamber, Zeke thrust his sword into the ground and seated himself to study the true dragon swordplay. The text instructed him to concentrate the flow of aura to pierce his blood vessels, thus transitioning from the microcosmic orbit to the macrocosmic orbit. Though he had never encountered such terminology before, upon reading the book himself, he finally understood why Tarakan had reformed the style into the dragon-slaying arts. Every technique required an extraordinary degree of compression and decompression of aura. Unlike ordinary swordsmanship meant for battle against men, this style had been designed solely for fighting dragons, and its lethality rivaled that of an elemental sword. Rising to his feet, Zeke drew his weapon and assumed a stance. He released energy, striving to create a sword art surpassing even the dragon-slaying arts he already knew. The method required compressing aura until it became so dense that further compression was impossible, thus enabling one to slice through a great dragon with a single blow. Following the instructions, he swung his blade. At that moment, Decker entered the training ground and observed as his master swung the sword at astonishing speed. Smiling while executing each slash, Zeke marveled at his divine body, which allowed him to naturally perform at the highest level, accelerate his learning of combat, and transfer ether through his body at remarkable speed. The divine body revealed to him visions of the precise steps he should follow, as though a map of the completed form of the technique were spread before him. He obeyed its guidance, and the more he repeated the motions, the faster he mastered them. At last, Zeke raised his sword and delivered a flawless strike, one that was nearly perfect. In that instant, he felt something shift. Having only recently surpassed his former barrier and achieved the rank of Red Knight, he realized he was already approaching the threshold of the next stage, drawing nearer to becoming a Black Knight. Normally, he would not chase such rapid advancement, believing hasty growth would hinder him in the future. Yet the heart of Bahamut within his ether hall resonated with the true dragon's swordplay, crying out in response. This compelled Zeke to continue swinging, determined to grasp the sensation. As he moved, a glowing symbol and strange letters manifested upon his chest. Startled, Zeke watched as a mysterious energy overtook him, his eyes turning black. Unable to comprehend what was happening, he received a message from the system. Bahamut's heart had reacted to Shelter Draker's true dragon swordplay and would now reveal the memories engraved within. Shocked by the declaration, Zeke was suddenly transported into a dark and unfamiliar place. He could see nothing until he heard approaching footsteps. Looking downward, he beheld a great dragon. A figure addressed the beast as the Lord of Dusk, Bahamut. The man declared that he had a request, and Bahamut opened his eyes at the words. The man took out a book and asked Bahamut to safeguard the true dragon's swordplay he had created. This mysterious man turned out to be Shelter Draker. Bahamut rose to his feet and told Shelter Draker that he had always known him to be detestable, but had not realized that he was mad. At that moment, Zeke finally recognized that the man standing before Bahamut was none other than Sheltern himself. Bahamut demanded to know if Sheltern truly intended to entrust a dragon-killing technique to a dragon. In response, Sheltern revealed that Kronos had already consented. Enraged, Bahamut slammed his hand onto the ground, gathering his energy inside the cave and shaping it into massive weapons that floated menacingly in the air. He declared that Kronos had been led astray by humans and had lost his clarity as a mediator. Seeing that Bahamut refused to listen, Sheltern placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. In return, Bahamut created even more spears above, shouting furiously that he did not believe in Kronos' rambling prophecies. As he spoke, he launched the spears towards Sheltern. Drawing his sword with swift precision, Sheltern blocked the first enormous spear with ease and deflected it aside, yet countless others remained. Unshaken, Sheltern stood firm, intercepting each one that drew near. Every spear carried enough destructive power to reduce the cave to rubble. But while Bahamut relentlessly continued his assault, Sheltern skillfully brushed the attacks aside with measured swordplay. Zeke observed in awe, realizing it was his first time witnessing the pinnacle of all creation, the overwhelming force of draconic magic. The sheer intensity of the spears was beyond belief. Zeke admitted inwardly that he could barely hope to knock down even one or two of them, while Sheltern endured the entire onslaught without faltering, making Zeke understand that his ancestor was truly a different kind of monster. Bahamut then commanded Sheltern to leave his lair, threatening that his next attack will be directed toward the Kronos kingdom itself. Sheltern calmly questioned if Bahamut was truly prepared to do such a thing, warning him that he, too, would be subjected to the karmic sanction. As those words were spoken, the countless spears began to fade away. Bahamut dismissed the karmic sanction as nothing more than a joke, drawing back the energy he had unleashed. Raising his hand, he absorbed the remaining energy within the cave and mocked Sheltern, asking what a mere human could know about karmic sanction. He declared that no matter how many humans he crushed beneath his feet, such punishment would never apply to him. Sheltern drove his sword into the ground and remarked that everything had unfolded just as Kronos had foretold. From his coat, he drew forth a luxurious pocket watch, and Bahamut's eyes widened in surprise at the sight. Unfurling his wings, Bahamut transformed his condensed energy into a colossal sword of terrifying scale, mocking Sheltern by asking if he truly believed that wielding Kronos' power would grant him the strength to stand against him. With a devastating sweep, Bahamut hurled the enormous sword toward him. Sheltern calmly raised the pocket watch and pressed its mechanism. Immediately, a vast magical circle shaped like a clock appeared beneath him, halting Bahamut's attack in midair. Zeke was utterly astonished, hardly able to believe what he was seeing. Yet the truth was undeniable. The watch's magic had indeed stopped Bahamut's destructive strike. His astonishment deepened when he realized that the clock-like circle also extended above and below Bahamut, restraining him and locking his body in place. Zeke concluded that this astounding magic was the power of the watch itself, recalling Bahamut's earlier words about Kronos' power. He now understood that the watch was an artifact imbued with Kronos' essence. As Zeke studied it, Bahamut roared in frustration, his deafening voice forcing Zeke to cover his ears against the thunderous sound. Bahamut smashed his hand against the ground and shattered the magic circle beneath him with a brutal strike of his head. Drooling with fury, he demanded that Sheltern explain the vision he had just witnessed. Sheltern informed him that it was Kronos' prophecy and asked if he now understood why the true dragon's swordplay was being entrusted to him. Bahamut growled that the very idea of dragons forming contracts with humans had always been a mistake. Sheltern, however, conceded that point, insisting instead that humans should rise through their strength. Bahamut exhaled heavily through his bared fangs and demanded that Sheltern hand over the book containing the dragon-slaying technique. Using magic, he flipped rapidly through its pages at incredible speed before snapping it shut and commending Sheltern for what he had written. Sheltern explained that it had been created to protect the world, but Bahamut laughed bitterly, declaring that Sheltern's true desire was to protect mankind, not the world itself. Unable to argue, Sheltern fell silent as Bahamut tapped the book with his claw and caused it to vanish. The dragon declared that he would safeguard the book and that it would remain sealed, never to see the light of day unless Kronos' prophecy was fulfilled. Sheltern turned away, stating that it mattered little, for in time humans would inevitably learn to wield aura. Bahamut warned that he would personally exterminate humanity should that happen, convinced that such insignificant creatures were incapable of mastering such power. Sheltern merely smiled and explained that he had forged the true dragon's swordplay out of fear of the dragons themselves. Yet he placed his trust in Bahamut and Kronos. The dragon had not expected such words. As Sheltern prepared to depart, he revealed that Kronos had always foretold that Bahamut would one day find a human contractor to whom he could open his heart. With those parting words, Sheltern left. Bahamut lay back down, scoffing at the thought, calling it absurd to imagine that he would ever open his heart to a contractor. With that, he closed his eyes. Zeke was suddenly pulled back to reality, sitting on the ground as he stared at the ceiling above. Though he could not fully grasp the depth of what had transpired between Bahamut and Sheltern, one truth was undeniable. Bahamut harbored profound distrust and hatred toward humankind. Yet, because Bahamut's heart resided within his body, Zeke found himself empathizing with him despite that bitterness, remembering also that Bahamut had eventually entered a contract with Tarakan. Zeke wondered what had caused the mighty dragon to change his mind. After witnessing these memories, Zeke resumed his research into the war, hoping to satisfy his gnawing curiosity. He discovered that all historical records concerning Tarakan had been manipulated by the Drakers. In the current era, Tarakan's contracted dragon was known as an evil dragon, making it impossible to find reliable documents. While he continued both his research and his training in the true dragon swordplay, Zeke received a message from Cliff informing him that preparation for the first request had been completed. Zeke had asked for a new identity that would allow him to avoid suspicion entirely, though he was taken aback to learn that he had been installed as deputy manager of the Reinhardt Merchant Group's southern branch, a position he considered overly grand. As he read the letter, he noticed a bird tapping at his window. Smiling faintly, Zeke recognized the messenger pigeon and realized that Kay had resolved herself. At the Atlas branch of the Syndicate's jurisdiction, within the Secret Garden Hotel, the setting shifted to the top floor, where Zeke entered a room. Kay was waiting for him there, and the young man wore his disguise. She referred to him as her partner and welcomed him into the VIP lounge. Zeke smiled and found it amusing that she was now calling him partner. Before he could say anything, His gaze turned toward the transparent glass that overlooked the outside. Kay could not understand why he was so focused on the view. Although he had been in Atlas for some time, he had never experienced such a sight before. The city appeared dazzlingly beautiful, far different from the ruins he had grown accustomed to seeing during the Continental War. Captivated for a moment, he steadied himself and admitted to Kay that he had not known there was such a place in Atlas. She was surprised to see that he was so absorbed by the scenery. She revealed to him that the hotel was one of the syndicate's side businesses, created as a location where those working underground could converse in secrecy. Kay poured a drink for both herself and Zeke, but he pushed his glass forward and explained that he did not drink liquor. She found it amusing, teasing him that perhaps he refused because he was underage, and remarked that he had a surprisingly cute side. Zeke, however, clarified that his refusal was not due to age, but because alcohol did not affect him. He had once taken a drink during his entrance celebration party, only to discover that his poison-resistant skill considered alcohol a toxin and detoxified it instantly. Before his regression, he had occasionally indulged in drinking simply to experience intoxication, but now it was impossible. For this reason, he preferred tea, which he genuinely enjoyed. Kay accepted this explanation without protest, remarking that small talk was unnecessary, as she had something more important to share. She then took out a report and several photographs, informing Zeke that the Pabella was indeed involved in piracy. Once she began investigating, evidence surfaced rapidly, and she was shocked that her organization had overlooked it until now. The decisive proof lay in the unexplained surge of growth that Pabella experienced after supposedly being eliminated by the White Silver Knight. Moreover, there were undocumented profits hidden within their records. Kay pointed to a man in one of the photographs, naming him Joaquin Fernandez, also known as El Menco. Despite serving as second-in-command to McCain, he maintained connections with Pabella. Kay explained that she had not reported this discovery to her superiors, knowing that such information would throw the syndicate into chaos. In her words, ignorance could sometimes be a blessing. She was about to mention the artifact that Zeke had asked her to find a buyer for when something far more shocking caught her attention. Zeke, wearing a horrifying smile, thanked her for doing him a great favor and declared that he would now reveal how he intended to make her the boss of the organization. His unsettling expression left Kay terrified. The scene then shifted to a rainy town, where trains moved steadily along the tracks. Zeke appeared in an alley, holding an umbrella. He opened his system interface to check his status, and the system confirmed that he had successfully opened a portal at a designated location. This was achieved using the Mini-Maps portal function, which consumed a considerable amount of karma points, but ensured that no one would suspect him. Even among the Nirvana, one of the three transcendent families renowned for their mastery of magic, only a rare few could perform teleportation spells. Typically, intercity travel required the use of a magic tower's large-scale portal. Thanks to his unique function, Zeke could disguise his movements as a mere coincidence. He smiled darkly as he imagined how certain elders would react to his next actions, eager for nightfall to arrive. Later that night, flames engulfed a building. Citizens were horrified and cried out for firefighting mages. Some wondered whether the owner of the building had been contacted. Amidst the chaos, while everyone panicked, Zeke calmly blended into the crowd and slipped away unnoticed. Elsewhere, Kay smoked on her balcony, her thoughts consumed by Zeke. She had always believed his boldness came from being a Draker, but she now realized that he was far beyond that, completely insane. She recalled their earlier conversation, when he had told her that he intended to set fire to every Soma warehouse belonging to the McCain within the Central Continent. She had quickly stood in shock upon hearing this. Zeke had asked her to provide the locations of the warehouses, but Kay explained that such information was only accessible to the McCains themselves and the highest-ranking syndicate executives. She warned him that such reckless actions would lead to his capture. Zeke dismissed her concerns, explaining that he had no intention of keeping things hidden. Instead, he planned to pin all the blame on El Mencho, reasoning that it was better for the syndicate to have a clear suspect. When Kay admitted that she had not yet reported Pabella's ties to piracy, she immediately realized his intentions. Zeke confirmed her sharpness, pushed aside the glasses and drinks from the table, and, with another horrifying smile, explained that they did not even need to exert much effort. He instructed her to neatly wrap up all the syndicate executives entangled with McCain and Pabella, and then report everything to Don Juan. Kay was horrified. She trembled at the audacity of his words. asking if he truly understood the consequences. Zeke assured her that he did. Terrified, she reminded him that traitors within the syndicate face punishments worse than death. Suddenly, Zeke seized a bottle of wine and smashed it against the table, the loud crash startling her. With a furious roar, he demanded to know why any of that mattered when every executive would be wiped out regardless. He asked her whether she intended to live forever as a low-ranked dog within the organization, reminding her that she had already agreed to his plan of becoming its leader. With a piercing gaze, he told her that she was no longer allowed to back down. She could only move forward, choosing whether to raise or fold. He demanded that she decide her future. Kay was shaken, but deep inside, she knew he was right. She reminded herself that she had not joined the syndicate merely to perform the dirty work of others. The person standing before her was a genius who had uncovered the true identity of Pabella when no one else had, who had discovered ancient ruins long lost to history, and who had recovered countless high-quality artifacts with perfect precision. Faced with such undeniable brilliance, she could only accept that to follow him meant staking everything. She seized the wine bottle, dragged it to herself, and downed it in one motion. Zeke was taken aback, but Kay declared that she would bet everything, for failure meant certain death. With determination in her eyes, she proclaimed that she was all in. Zeke, pleased with her resolve, assured her that she would not regret the choice. But as Kay remembered this moment later, her hands trembled uncontrollably. She gripped her arm to steady herself, whispering that she would believe in him and place everything on the line. On her desk lay a newspaper reporting the sudden outbreak of simultaneous fires across the central continent. While investigators speculated whether it was a coincidence or deliberate arson, the official conclusion was that negligence had caused the disasters. Meanwhile, in a grand mansion, another man read the same newspaper from behind his desk. With a drink in hand, he swore to inflict a painful death upon the one responsible for burning his warehouses. This man was none other than Don Juan, the head of the McCain cartel. Meanwhile, inside a mansion, our protagonist sat nervously tapping his hand on the table, wondering aloud that the semester was nearly over, and it had been half a year since he revealed that he had reached the level of a Blue Knight. He had known that something would eventually come for him, but he had not expected it to happen so soon. The invitation to the promotion celebration banquet left him unsettled. Such a banquet was held when young Drakers crossed the barrier from yellow swordsman to proper knight. Even among the Drakers, reaching the purple or blue knight level usually occurred around the age of 20, and this was known as a Draker-style debutante. Zeke reflected that it had been almost 3 years since he last met the Patriarch, and he hoped that things would proceed peacefully. The scene shifted to the central banquet hall of the Four Seasons Fortress. The Patriarch appeared, dressed in white, conversing with honored guests. In the midst of this, Abel approached and greeted him. The Patriarch welcomed his son warmly, and Abel remarked that it was his first time seeing so many distinguished figures gathered at a promotion celebration banquet. His father agreed, explaining that everyone's attention was fixed upon Zeke, now the youngest person on the continent to reach the level of a Blue Knight. Abel recognized the deliberate sting in his father's words, for he had held the record before Zeke. Patriarch then reminded Abel that he must prepare for the right, as Zeke's arrival was imminent. He apologized that they could not speak longer, given that it had been some time since their last meeting. Abel bowed respectfully, assuring his father not to worry, and the Patriarch smiled, instructing him to enjoy the evening. As Abel watched his father depart, hatred flickered within his gaze. Outside the banquet hall, Zeke walked with his master, Duke. The boy wore his official Draker attire, while Duke was clad in a suit. Zeke mentioned that he rarely saw his master at home, and Duke admitted bitterly that the Patriarch had been working a retired man to exhaustion. He revealed that he scarcely had time to return home, and that the Patriarch had even forced him to act as Zeke's escort, despite his many responsibilities. Duke grumbled that his father had justified it by saying it was important for a master to escort his disciple. Zeke quickly realized that his master's sour mood was the result of overwork. Curious, he asked whether they were headed to the Spring Garden. His master confirmed it, reminding him that it was the only place where outsiders were permitted within the Four Seasons Fortress. Zeke reflected on the fortress, which was divided into 4 principal facilities. The Spring Garden was reserved for ceremonies and gatherings involving outsiders. The Summer Lock was where most business matters of the Drakers were handled. The Autumn Fell served as the ceremonial hall for rites internal to the household, such as knighting ceremonies. Lastly, the winter keeps stored rare artifacts spanning more than 1,000 years. This was Zeke's first time visiting the fortress, for in his previous life, he had already been expelled from the academy by this point. Upon reaching the entrance, Duke explained that only the principal figure of the event was permitted through the doors. Placing a hand on Zeke's shoulder, he admitted that he would not be able to attend, as he had other matters to handle. He advised his disciple to remain strong and perform his best. Zeke smiled, warmed by the concern, and laughed that his master worried too much. Duke returned the laugh, saying he would be happy as long as his disciple avoided making a scene. As Zeke approached the entrance, a trumpet fanfare announced his arrival. A herald proclaimed that the star of the banquet had entered, and all eyes turned toward him. The musicians set aside their instruments and formed a welcoming line as Zeke stepped into the hall and descended the stairs. Gasps rippled through the audience, for they could scarcely believe someone had attained the level of Blue Knight at the age of 15. Many whispered that it must be the power of a golden light, pure blood awakener. Others remarked that not only had Zeke broken Abel's record as the youngest Blue Knight, he had also surpassed Abel's achievements at the academy. Zeke knelt before the patriarch, who solemnly declared that his son had taken his first step as a knight. With a ceremonial gesture, Arthur touched his sword to Zeke's shoulders, commanding him to go forth with honor and bring glory to the family's name. To Zeke's surprise, the patriarch continued by announcing that his son was now recognized as a formal knight of the Drakers. Shock coursed through the hall. Never before had someone been elevated to a formal knight at such a young age, for the rank required proven accomplishments. The Drakers, blessed with aura, often reached the level of purple or blue knight quickly, but their household emphasized true achievements over raw aura proficiency. Even Abel, once the youngest Blue Knight, had labored for 3 months to gather accomplishments before he was officially recognized. Arthur's declaration now broke precedent, but none could challenge it, for only the patriarch had the authority to bestow the rank. Zeke struggled to comprehend his father's motives. Arthur, smiling broadly, declared his pride in introducing his son to everyone. He emphasized Zeke's golden light awakening and his unprecedented feat of becoming the youngest Blue Knight. He expressed his belief that his son would one day surpass him, then stopped himself lest he sound like an overindulgent parent, drawing laughter from the guests. Raising a glass of wine, Arthur prayed for his son's blessed future, for peace upon the continent, and the glory of the Drakers. The hall echoed his words, and all raised their glasses in unison. Though he outwardly bowed his head, Zeke glared inwardly at his father, unimpressed with the performance. He recalled how Arthur had shown indifference when he was exiled, and he could not reconcile that memory with this display of paternal pride. Arthur then called to him, and Zeke quickly lowered his gaze again. The patriarch suggested they speak privately as father and son, and the two departed. Elsewhere in the hall, a bespectacled man advised Abel to adjust his expression, pointing out that he looked at his father and brother with unsettling hostility. He reminded him that an older brother should not glare at his younger sibling during a moment of congratulations. Abel composed himself and inquired about the prince. The man explained that the prince had said he would arrive after the rite concluded and should be present soon. Abel proposed they take their leave, and the man agreed. Later, Zeke emerged from his father's office holding a token. The item could be exchanged for one of the family's treasured artifacts. He wondered why the patriarch had entrusted him with such a gift. Deciding not to dwell on it, he returned to the hall, reflecting that the banquet would last several days and doubting his ability to maintain a proper expression throughout. He mused that nobility was not suited for everyone. Amid these thoughts, someone called out to him. Turning, Zeke glanced to the side as a gentle voice declared that it was her first time meeting him in person. Before him appeared a beautiful young woman with blue hair, who placed a hand over her chest and bowed respectfully, introducing herself as Melissa Elencia, the first princess of the Elencia kingdom. Zeke furrowed his brows slightly, silently sizing up the girl before him. She was Melissa Elencia, the top candidate to succeed the Elentian throne. At present, she acted in place of the ailing and ineffective king, introducing bold policies aimed at the common people, reforms that had earned her overwhelming public support. Yet those very reforms had placed her in constant conflict with the entrenched nobility of Elencia. Still, he reflected grimly, once she officially ascended the throne, the aristocrats would inevitably start trying to curry her favor. A memory from his past life surfaced vividly. That once promising princess had vanished mysteriously just as tensions with the empire escalated. Rumors had spread across the continent that she had been assassinated by imperial forces. When Alencia fell during the war, the truth was buried forever. He then studied her carefully, cautious and contemplative. In this life, she had been keeping a low profile, but if she was bold enough to appear at such a formal event, perhaps the course of fate remained unchanged. A sharp glint flickered in his eyes as he recalled something Cliff had once mentioned regarding the royal family of Alencia. His gaze shifted toward the blue-haired girl who smiled kindly at him, suspicion stirring deep inside. He placed a hand over his chest and bowed with respectful grace, stating that it was an honor meeting her, extending his hand as he approached with a dignified smile. He spoke of her reputation and the privilege of her attendance, his calm and composed tone cutting through the hum of chatter that filled the banquet hall. His words, precise and insightful, carried recognition of her reforms not as simple gestures, but as carefully calculated measures of budgeting and execution. Melissa, momentarily caught off guard, felt speechless at his depth of understanding. She covered her mouth with a faint smile, inwardly acknowledging that the rumors about him being unlike any other were indeed true. She admitted softly that she was touched that someone understood the difficulty she faced. After a graceful bow, she excused herself with elegance, reminding him that she could not monopolize the guest of honor. Zeke narrowed his eyes slightly as he noticed the subtle, uncomfortable glances directed their way. Though most of the guests remained engrossed in their conversations, some looks still lingered. Melissa reassured him gently, suggesting that they would surely meet again under better circumstances. After offering his polite farewell, Zeke watched her depart, releasing a faint sigh of relief once she was gone. Though he had maintained a composed exterior throughout the evening, exhaustion weighed on him heavily. Banquets like these were not to his liking. He would have preferred sparring with Kaishur instead. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed across the floor, sharp and deliberate, accompanied by the distinct sound of clashing metal. Zeke's expression darkened instantly. Someone had arrived in full armor, an unusual choice for such an occasion. A booming voice rang out, accompanied by the dramatic flourish of a crimson cape. A man clad in gleaming armor, a long sword at his hip, strode confidently forward, flanked by a group of knights. His commanding presence was theatrical, his expression filled with confidence as he addressed Zeke directly, recognizing him as the youngest Blue Knight in history. It was Karis, the fourth prince of the Roman Empire, a man who in Zeke's previous life had, alongside Abel, ignited the Great Continental War. Karis introduced himself with grand bravado, his words brimming with pride. Yet Zeke remained composed, bowing respectfully with one hand over his chest while declining to take the prince's extended hand. Karis's expression stiffened at the rejection, though he quickly covered it with a strained smile, slinging an arm over Zeke's shoulders with exaggerated cheer as though they were old friends. Wine was demanded with flamboyant insistence, the prince declaring it a historic meeting between the empire's most charming man and the continent's future strongest knight. As the red wine was poured and the glasses raised, Zeke accepted his with unshaken composure, while murmurs of concern spread among the guests. They whispered that he was still young, too quick to accept such a gesture, while others remarked that Karis was far too brash, showing little regard for caution even before the Drakers. Yet the prince only laughed loudly, declaring that they would drink until they could no longer stand. Before Zeke could respond, Abel appeared, bowing respectfully and greeting the fourth prince. Karis greeted him warmly, attempting to draw him into the revelry, but Abel suggested instead that they speak privately due to the many eyes present in the hall. Karis hesitated, then agreed. Before leaving, he offered Zeke an apology, promising that next time they would drink together beneath the moonlight, toasting to legends of dragon slayers. With that, he and his entourage, along with Abel, exited, leaving the atmosphere of the hall tense and filled with uneasy whispers. The guests muttered among themselves, remarking on the prince's unusual behavior and praising Abel for his clever handling of the situation. Zeke listened silently, his expression shadowed, aware that all admiration was directed toward Abel. Worse still, the alliance between Abel and the fourth prince seemed far ahead of the timeline Kay had once reported. Their familiarity suggested long-standing ties, and to Zeke, it was a grim sign that the Continental War might arrive sooner than expected. Later, within a grand building bathed in sunlight, Zeke stood quietly, gazing at a badge resting in his hand, one that could be exchanged for internal reports of the Draker family. He recalled his private meeting with Arthur, the patriarch, who had asked casually about his progress toward becoming the continent's strongest. The words had been friendly, the tone deceptively harmless, but the weight behind them was unmistakable. Arthur had then insisted he call him father in private, a remark that stirred old memories of Carly's eerily similar request in the past. Zeke, contemplative, realized that Abel was already moving boldly enough to rally elders to his side. Carly had sensed it and was preparing countermeasures, but Arthur seemed either blind to it or deliberately ignoring it. This led Zeke to assume that the patriarch was tacitly allied with Abel. To ensure his safety, he resolved to treat it as the truth. He answered with careful calm, addressing Arthur as father. The patriarch smirked faintly, almost amused, before sliding a token across the table. The token, Arthur explained, could be exchanged for a treasure stored in the Winter Keep, a place famed across the continent for housing rare relics. Yet he warned that among the treasures, many worthless objects also lay disguised as valuable. Zeke accepted the token, noting that he will keep that in mind. Later, at the Four Seasons Fortress Winter Keep sanctuary, he stood in silence, reflecting on the token his father had given him, realizing he did not know what scheme Arthur had in mind when entrusting it to him. Clutching it tightly, a fierce and exhilarated smile spread across his face as he resolved that whatever resources were available, he would make use of them all. The protagonist entered the Four Seasons Fortress, Winter Keep, to get an artifact from the treasury of the Dragon Slayer. As Zeke entered the place, the caretaker woman welcomed him. She said that they were waiting for him. The place was fancy and royal, and the door of the vault was huge enough so a group of people could enter together. The woman asked Zeke to follow her so she could provide a brief explanation of the storage facility to him. She told him that the Draker treasury currently stores roughly 17,000 rare artifacts, and he can exchange as many as he wants if he has the number of tokens with him. Zeke was quite interested to go in and find a suitable artifact for himself, but the woman also warned him that once he had selected an artifact and leaves the place, as there was no limit to how long he could spend inside, but then he cannot re-enter the facility, so he has to keep that in mind and choose wisely. Zeke understood her, but he was curious about the security of the place. When he entered, he noticed that there were no guards, even though many rare artifacts were stored here. However, she told him that it was unnecessary. Zeke looked confused and gazed at her, that she was mad or something else. She explained to him that the security magic cast here was equivalent to what is cast on the Patriarch study, and on top of that, the relics in storage are tracked with magic, so it would be impossible for anyone to steal any relics. Zeke was not sure that appearances are deceiving after all, and the woman then asked her to place his token, which he had received, into the machine. Zeke brought out his coin, and he dropped it into the machine, and then the door of the vault opened in front of him. And what he hadn't guessed was that the storage inside the vault was way too huge than what was outside, and some shelves went way back into the storage containing relics and rare artifacts. Zeke was quite fascinated and entered inside to look for an artifact that was best suited for him. The woman outside asked him that now she will leave and he can look around on his own. Zeke imagined that it would take hours to identify each relic's function, and so he asked the system if it would be able to arrange the relics according to his desired criteria. Then the system said that the administration request was confirmed and the relevant functionality was linked to Dragon Eyes, and also the system asked to select a target item using Dragon Eyes. Zeke got confused on hearing the Dragon Eyes, but soon he realized what the system was asking him to do. Dragon Eye was a skill that allowed the user to view detailed information about an individual after careful observation, and it was also possible to display the information regarding the detected object according to the administrator's request. Zeke, without wasting any time, used his ability of Gale Art's shadowless steps to move quickly and see all the relics of the system to identify them. As he was done, the system aligned all the relics and informed him that the selected items would be displayed on the mini-map. There were almost 17,138 items that were selected. Zeke was stunned. He had never thought of this many items, but as he was allowed to take only one item, he asked the system to exclude any non-artifact like normal items or consumable items. The system did what it was told, and the system sorted out at the request. Now there were 9,032 items selected, and it was way too many for Zeke. He was getting tired. He then ordered the system to exclude all the swords inferior to the Stygian blade as well. In no time, the system changed the list, and when Zeke looked again, it looked like all the swords had been excluded. He understood that the Stygian blade was the best, even when compared to all the artifacts. While Zeke scrolled the list, suddenly he stood at an artifact that had no information about it. He was curious and went to look at the item on the shelves. As he reached the coordinates of the item, it was a bracelet, and even though its information was not displayed, it was just a normal item in appearance. Zeke was confused and looked at the bracelet, but then the system responded that the given item had reached the title heir to Tarakan Draker. Zeke was more curious that the item had responded to the heir title and thought it would be the belonging of Tarakan. But still, there were no further details about the bracelet. As Zeke wore the bracelet, it started to react, and it was said that the bracelet with a guardian stone embedded in it can call forth a summon, and the summon was suitable to the user's soul. It is said that the user is now in possession of the sacred guardian stone, and now he may call forth a summon. Zeke got worried upon hearing that he had held the possession of the bracelet and thought that he could remove it from his possession. But the system replied to him that the administration request was denied, and the items had entered his possession due to their relation to the heir title and can therefore not be removed. Zeke cursed the bracelet, as now he was unable to see the other item, and all his plans went in vain. But then he decided that it won't be that bad, and if he thinks positively, the item is from Tarek's legacy and is better than most of the artifacts. He asked the system to activate the properties of the bracelet, and the system replied that it was activating the sacred guardian stone and searching for a summon suitable for the user's soul. Suddenly, there was lightning in the storage room, and the system said that now time to summon the soul, which was as if the blessing of the fairy monarch, the higher tier above, summoned the holy beast, which was also included in the search parameters. Zeke waited for all of it to happen, and then the system showed that it has successfully found a suitable holy beast for the soul user, and it summoned a holy beast. Within a split of a second, the room was filled with lighting all around, and blue holy beast was standing in front of Zeke. It said that the holy beast, Dragonic Steed, has been summoned. Zeke was quite fascinated watching the holy beast. He had gotten his hands on Bahamut's heart and fawn, and now an artifact that can summon a holy beast. He questioned how many things like this the Tarakan possessed. The beast was quite friendly with him, and it wanted Zeke to pet it. Zeke was also curious that it felt like they were old friends and had finally reunited with each other. Without wasting any time, he named him Bucephalus. The beast loved that and grabbed Zeke to make him sit on him. It was a holy beast that understood Zeke's desires, and as it placed Zeke on its back, it was confirmed that he was strong and understood everything. And with that, Zeke left the place and asked the beast to run like the wind. As the beast ran, there was lightning everywhere. As it seemed like the beast was running at the speed of light, it made Zeke think that he had somehow gotten his hands on something amazing. While Zeke returned home, he was quite curious that the woman let her take the bracelet and didn't even ask him. And in return, she told him that the bracelet he was taking was only a normal thing and was all trashy. Suddenly, someone congratulated Zeke on becoming a proper knight of Draker. Zeke turned his head to look at who was there. It was Cliff Reinhardt, also accompanied by the owner of Reinhardt Merchant Group and the Alencia's Kingdom First Princess, Melissa Alencia. Zeke Draker was resting in his room, and Cliff Reinhardt entered, congratulating him on his new title, but with her was the princess of the Alencia Kingdom, Melissa Alencia. Zeke called her the first princess of the Alencia Kingdom, and also said that the true head of the Reinhardt Merchant Group was her. Melissa laughed that he already knew about her true identity. But as Princess Melissa had recently decreased her activities surrounding foreign affairs, and also appeared at Zeke's congratulatory banquet for his promotion, and unfortunately, the exact time coincides with the timing of the Rose disease patient being completely cured after Cliff received the medicine. These things made it obvious for Zeke to figure out her identity. Melissa asked him if he knew everything about her, then they should just skip the introduction and get straight to the point. She told him that the reason she urgently wanted to meet with him was to request his assistance. Zeke was quite curious and asked her what type of assistance she was referring to. Melissa, sitting right in front of him, told him that before she discussed that, he should take a look at the document that she had shared with him. She added that recently, the appearance of the Rose disease was spotted on the borders of the Alencia Kingdom, and the documents that were shredded with him are the results of the Rose disease analysis from the Nirvana Transcendent family. Zeke quickly looked into the document, and after reading and understanding, his eyes were opened. He asked her if the results that were written inside were true, if the Rose disease is a pathogen created with magic. Melissa replied that the analysis was done by the Nirvana family, one of the three transcendent families who are most proficient in magic. And so it is true that the rose disease is a man-made disease. Zeke was angry on seeing the speed at which the disease was spreading and thought that it was faster than in his previous life, and questioned whether his regression had changed something. Melissa added more to it. She said that, as the document states, the rose disease was first spotted in a village on the border of the Alencia Kingdom and the Roman Empire. However, the direction of the spread isn't heading toward the Roman Empire. Melissa pointed pins on the map and showed that the spread of the disease was heading to the Alencia Kingdom only. Zeke quickly understood that the rose disease was a creation of the Roman Empire. Zeke imagined that before he regressed, the reason why the Alencia Kingdom was so easily defeated by the Roman Empire was because of the disease, and she understood what kind of help she wanted from him. He then asked Melissa what she wanted from him. He asked her if the right to mass-produce and distribute the treatment for the rose disease was what she wanted. Melissa replied to him that, yes, she wanted him to help her with that. She added that in the previous contract, her merchant group only acquired the rights to produce it, and for the long term to distribute the treatment, an additional contract is needed. She told him that there was also an interesting condition, but she said that she will not say it as if she were in his position, and as a businesswoman, she knew that the ones who reveal their motives are the ones with the shortest strain. However, since she was able to create an opportunity to strike a deal with him, she won't leave without reaping anything. Zeke laughed at her. It was as expected of the Reinhardt Merchant Group's real head. Zeke thought that the Reinhardt Mechanical Group was at the top of the 10 mechanical groups, and they did not get there just by pure luck. Melissa told him that she was planning to distribute it as relief supplies to her citizens, and he didn't have to worry about production and distribution, and she would also commemorate properly by giving him 20% of her merchant group's shares. Zeke thought in his mind that the Reinhardt Merchant Group was currently one of the top 10 merchant groups, and they would grow more if they didn't fall along with Alencia in the Continental War like they did in his past life. And he also thought that if he converted the value of 20% of their shares, it should amount to at least millions of gold. And if the war stops and the merchant group grows more, it can easily reach $1 billion. Zeke questioned her that the proposal she was offering was quite tempting, but she didn't know that what if he had sided with the Empire, and the fact that now she had told her plans to him without knowing the truth, and even she offered 20% of her shares as a compensation, and that was something he cannot comprehend. Melissa smiled at him and answered his question. She said she already knew he had not sided with the Empire. One advantage of having the identity of a princess is that she has honed her perceptions by growing her merchant group. And to be honest, after their conversation at the banquet, she had observed him from a far distance, and it was subtle in his actions that told that he was cold towards every person affiliated with the Empire, and it was confirmed when you declined the handshake with Callus, the fourth prince of the Roman Empire. Though it looked like he was showing respect by bowing instead of shaking hands with others, to her, it was an instinctive rejection of disgust, and it appeared that he wanted to avoid him, and so she knew he wasn't on the side of the Empire. Zeke was quite impressed by her. She then replied to his question about money, that she would do whatever she could to save her people. Zeke suddenly went into his imagination, where he was talking to Alicia, the queen of Alencia, who sacrificed her life in order to save her people without any hesitation. For Zeke, Melissa was like Alicia, and her words were very similar to Alicia's. He then accepted her offer. Melissa told him that he just needed to be careful and never tell her true identity to anyone. After 2 weeks, inside the estate's basement training hall, Zeke was practicing sword alone. He had destroyed all the things that were in his way to check his powers and abilities. His sword was glowing with magic. As he stopped, he looked at his stats. He had already learned the dragon's swordplay, which was on S rank. It took him around 1 month to achieve such a title. The system was showing him what he had achieved and what quest he had completed. Also, there were rewards for him. He was given a time bonus reward, as well as a Chronos Kingdom report radar. He even got 2 random boxes, and so he thought to make up for the points that he used to burn down McCain's storeroom. He then checked the Chronos Kingdom report radar, but he was unable to go to the corresponding coordinates. It said that he first needed to find the seal that could activate the coordinates. It was written on screen that he can activate the radar after you have found the scattered seals, and the location of the seals was linked and visible on the minimap. There were 2 in the middle and 1 on each side in the north and south, and since there was a fair distance between each seal, it was going to take a while for him to find them. But then he thought of something to be helpful. The protagonist was training in his mansion's basement training hall. Just then the system panel shows that he had just received a reward, which was only a title, And another thing was that he got a linked quest with it. It set him to find the scattered seals of the Kronos kingdom and restore them to their original state. He was confused, that is it counting any treasures in the treasury after restoring the seals as a reward? But he also thought that he had seen that some artifact could respond to titles, and it could be that this title had some special function. But he put a hold on the task for some time, as there was no time limit to complete the task. He decided to attend to more pressing matters first and work through this one slowly. As he left the training hall, he received the words back from Kay, and he decided to go to the south, as it had been a while since he had seen the junkies from there. The main character had changed his getup and reached the southern continent port town, named Port Golfa. He was escorted by the guards, and he felt the sharp scent of blood mixed in with the smell of the sea, and the air in the south was the same for him. The guard horned with and saluted him as they had the chance to travel with the vice branch manager of the southern branch of the Reinhardt Merchant Group. The guards were cheering him and wanted to meet him once again, but he was not into it. He just wanted to be normal and didn't want to expose himself. He was imagining the similarities there were before and after his regression. As he walked further on the port, the Northern Ranger came to meet him. They told him that the merchant's clothes were looking good on him, but instead he asked them the question that they were able to do as they were told and did as the plan. One of them replied that they did and also added that on the day of the operation, they will take advantage of the chaos to rescue the imprisoned girl by McCain. He was quite sure that his men had studied the plan and added that they were protecting the target and escorting her. In both of the plans, they better not screw up and keep up their guard until the end. The ranger said that they will and asked him that they were curious about something, and it may be to reduce the risk of the leaks, but they don't know anything about the incident behind the chaos that will unfold during the operation, and added that some kind of festivity will take place soon in the south. So he told them it won't be a festivity, but far more chaotic than he even imagined in his mind, that it will be the day that McCain is going to disappear. As they were talking, a guide came and asked the vice branch manager if he was disturbing him in between a conversation, as he was appointed to guide him through his journey. But Zeke said that it was already done, and he can guide them wherever they have to go. The guide told him to follow him to the carriage that the merchant company had prepared. The ranger asked him one last question, whether they were going to war with the McCain, but he replied that no, he was just joking and left the place. While he was traveling in the carriage, he was accompanied by Kay, who was taking him to the birthday party. He asked her about the house provided by the merchant group, were checked, and she replied that yes, they were, and told him that the outside is quite torn apart, but the interior is okay, and they have quite a lot of space for storage, and they had already maintained the interior further to match the hotels. Then they both discussed the plan they had decided on. She said that today was the day when it is Don Juan's birthday, and it is also the day on which all the executives will gather for business. Also, as a result, the center of the deal, Kay, and her supporter Zeke Murray, will attend this meeting correctly. The protagonist asked her why they were briefing their plan, as it was the 5th time. Even taunted her that a Soma addict would have memorized it by now, but she told that she could not help herself, and she didn't have any nerve of steel like he had, and it was only natural for someone like her to be nervous, and she blamed him for pulling her into his plans, and then don't think of her being tormented. He then understood that it was only natural for her to be nervous, as he hadn't thought of it before. She even asked him what would happen if their enemy knew that they were behind the burning of their Soma warehouse. But instead of calming her down, he teased her and said that the McCain paralyses traitors and then leaves them for dead at Shock Dragon Swamp. Upon hearing him, Kay was terrorized and thought that they would get caught after all their plans. Zeke was not letting her thoughts down and teased her even more. He added that it would be different for the mage, as even a mage, if caught in the situation, is different. They are cut into different parts and organs and sold in the market. He elaborated on the whole thought of South that there is a widespread belief that keeping a mage's cadaver with you helps to block curses. Kay heard it all, and her soul tried to leave her body in shock. She was not sure that the necklace the members of McCain wore was real, and their fingers were also real, not a shape. She told him that if she died, he had to carry her body parts and bury them somewhere nice, but she asked him how he knew all this. He heard her and, in his mind, answered himself that he was the one who knew all the South at one time, and he was also the one who had raised McCain into prosperity and dragged it down into ruin as a hitman. His story started to roll. It started with his toxic relationship with McCain before his regression, that after he was chased out of the academy and was captured as a slave by a trader, and then was sold to a Soma plantation owned by McCain. But he was sent into the battlefield as a human shield, but every time he was alone survived and managed to get back. As there was nothing for him to question, he carried his will, but after the sixth time, being human shield and surviving it alone, he was taken to be a hitman by Don Juan himself. Zeke even thought his for having a good eye, even though he took him in. Later on, he was sent on a mission and took down a purple knight and many more enemies. He even fought against the Blue Knights, who were very strong, and defeated them with his abilities. After he had killed a dozen Blue Knights, he was able to solidify his position in the McCain cartel. And soon later, he was on the top. And then finally, one wanted him to be his next heir. But on the day of the announcement of the heir, he killed everyone in the room, the top executive and Don Juan himself, and then went away. A gentle smile spread across his face as he thought to himself that it was all in the past now. Just then, his thoughts were interrupted when Kay shouted at him, remarking that he had been avoiding her questions for quite some time. With a stern expression, she once again demanded to know if he was a spy of McCain, since he seemed to know so much about them. Yet, he casually replied that he was not. Kay continued pressing him for an explanation, but he only laughed it off, finding amusement in teasing her. As they reached Don Juan Mansion, there was a party going on. They were taken to the secret meeting room behind the mansion. Kay introduced herself to Don Juan, placing a hand on her chest. She commented that she was honored to meet Don Juan and bowed down to him to show respect. Meanwhile, Zeke was watching the atmosphere. It was quite rich. Every hitman was assembled there, but there were also notorious outlaws and rogue rangers. He was amazed by seeing the gathering. Every top executive was sitting at the oval table, and the secret meeting was going on. Don Juan said that he wasn't expecting Kay to be a girl, and even commented on her. He told her that, as she was a mage, and a beautiful mage is rarer than any jewel, and asked her that he would not let her speak, and wanted to know what wise words she would share with him. Kay then directly asked about the burning of the Soma warehouse several months ago. Everyone was shocked at why she brought that up. Don Juan himself said to her that he couldn't forget the incident at all, and asked her why she was bringing that up. A fearful expression spread across her face as she told him that someone here has been colluding with Pabella, and the traitor is the one who set the warehouse on fire. The main character and Kay arrived at Don Juan's grand banquet. After Kay introduced herself, she wasted no time revealing her reason for coming. She declared that there was a traitor among them. Not only that, but the traitor was sitting in that very room and had even joined forces with Pabella to set fire to the warehouses. The room instantly erupted into chaos. Voices rose, curses flew, and several members shouted for the guards to throw her out immediately. But Don Juan slammed his fist on the table, silencing the uproar. His voice cut through the noise as he asked Kay if she could take responsibility for such claims. At that moment, the main character stepped forward. Moving behind Don Juan's brother, he pressed a blade to his throat, taking him hostage. He told Don Juan that if he wanted a gift, it was standing right before him. Don Juan narrowed his eyes and asked if this was his way of saying that his own brother was the traitor all along. The main character addressed Joaquin directly, calling him by his other name, El Mencho. He pressed him to admit the truth, demanding that he confess with his own mouth. Joaquin froze. His mind raced as he realized something his brother himself had failed to see. Panic overcame him, and he lashed out, yelling at the guards to protect him. He cursed them for standing idle, terrified enough to spout anything that came to his tongue. But the guards responded calmly. They said no matter what he ordered, there was nothing they could do now. Kay simply stood watching the chaos unfold. Only moments earlier, Don Juan himself had asked who dared betray McCain. The hall had been shaken by his demand, but before anyone could answer, the main character had stepped forward, introduced himself, and placed a blade against Don Juan's brother, offering his own form of proof. Now, Don Juan sat calmly once again. He remarked that this was quite the present, his brother held at knife point. The guards held their ground, exchanging wary glances. They admitted there was no way to make a move. The man was too skilled, and any reckless attempt would only turn Joaquin into a shield. Some even wondered if the intruder was a spy sent by Pabella himself. Leaning close, the main character whispered to Joaquin. He said it was just as expected of McCain's second-in-command, someone who had earned so much trust. The irony, he added, was that while Joaquin was the true spy, everyone else was starting to doubt him instead. Joaquin shot back, calling it nonsense. He claimed he had already found the spy, but the main character pressed harder, calling him bold for making such a claim and questioning whether he really thought anyone would stage a scene like this without proof. Beads of sweat formed on Joaquin's forehead. Then the protagonist called for Kay to reveal the evidence. Without hesitation, Kay unleashed a spell. Sheets of paper floated into the air before Don Juan. As Don Juan began to read, his face darkened, and then he calmly thanked the main character for providing such undeniable proof. The documents revealed not only Joaquin's betrayal, working with the syndicate and conspiring with Pabella, but also something far more explosive. The Pabellas were pirates. The hall erupted instantly. Voices rose, chairs scraped, and suspicion filled the room. The word pirates carried weight. None had reason to defend them. The Southerners, in particular, were the loudest, their anger raw. Living so close to pirate strongholds, they had suffered the greatest losses, and their hatred burned deep. Don Juan himself was silent, but everyone knew his resentment ran even deeper. It was said that pirates had taken his family. For a man like him, such an accusation could never be overlooked. The protagonist stood firm, waiting for Don Juan's reaction. Meanwhile, Joaquin's world crumbled around him. His eyes darted to the papers. Proof of his dealings with Pabella, proof of the warehouse fires months ago, proof that tied him to everything. He couldn't understand how such damning evidence had fallen into the hands of his enemies. And now, no matter what he said, suspicion clung to him like a shadow. After finishing the report, Don Juan looked up and thanked Zeke. But his words carried weight. He admitted he didn't know what the syndicate truly thought of Joaquin, his own brother, and asked the main character if he really believed this evidence was enough to make him turn on family. In his mind, the protagonist knew it wasn't. The proof alone wouldn't be enough, but he had already decided to use a method he didn't want to, and now there was no turning back. Just then, a whisper reached his ear. At the same moment, Don Juan began to speak again, saying that if this was all, then insulting his brother would not go unpunished. When suddenly, he was interrupted. Joaquin's voice broke the silence. Calling Don Juan boss, he admitted it himself. Everything the main character said was true. He had betrayed McCain and joined hands with Pabella. Don Juan rose from his seat. His gaze dropped to Joaquin, and he spoke in a low voice. He said he had never imagined that Joaquin would betray him, and now he found he had no words left for him at all. But then, just as quickly, his tone shifted. He told Joaquin that since he had confessed, he would at least show him respect. In a flash, an axe left Don Juan's hand. It cut through the air and struck Joaquin squarely in the skull. Joaquin collapsed instantly, dead before he even touched the floor. The hall froze. Zeke and the others could only stare. The sight was brutal, shocking everyone into silence. In his thoughts, the protagonist reflected. That was quite the ending for McCain's second-in-command. The Southerners truly were fascinating people. He also remembered the words he had whispered moments earlier, the secret about Joaquin's hidden family, and the threat to kill them if he didn't confess. The confession hadn't been born of guilt, but of fear. As he wiped Joaquin's blood from his face, the main character thought to himself, an oath sworn on God is absolute. And in truth, he had never intended to harm that family. But now it no longer mattered. History had been written in blood. The main character turned his gaze to Don Juan and thought to himself. This was the true face of a boss leading a vast criminal empire. It wasn't that Don Juan killed Joaquin because he truly believed him to be the traitor. Rather, he had no other choice. The warehouse fire months ago, the losses to McCain, the infiltration of Pabella's spy, it all traced back to the same culprit. Kay's testimony had only thrown fuel on the fire, but Zeke's decisive action in exposing Joaquin, along with the shocking revelation that the Pabellas were pirates, left Don Juan with no other path. And even in the middle of such chaos, Don Juan remained calm, analyzing the situation with a steady hand. But his subordinates weren't as composed. And with Joaquin himself confessing, the matter had been sealed. The protagonist reflected. Whether Joaquin was guilty or not didn't matter anymore. If he were left alive, discipline within McCain would crumble. Don Juan had acted with cold calculation, nothing more. Then Don Juan turned to Kay. Since Joaquin had confessed, just as her report claimed, he now suspected something greater, that the entire syndicate was traitorous. Those words sent a jolt through the room. Don Juan reminded them that the first step away from McCain toward Pabella had been the burning of the Soma warehouses. Then he spoke clearly. If anyone else confessed, as Joaquin had, he would grant them the mercy of a painless death. The room fell silent. His rage was palpable, and bloodlust burned in his eyes. Suddenly, one member broke the silence, pointing at Kay. He shouted that none of them had been involved and accused her of being a witch who spun lies through sorcery. He demanded she be interrogated to reveal the truth. In an instant, the main character hurled an axe. It struck the man dead on the spot, blood splattering across Kay's face. She stood frozen, unable to speak. Don Juan turned sharply to Zeke, demanding to know why he had done that. Zeke replied evenly. He said he had only helped Don Juan punish a traitor. Joaquin had confessed, the syndicate had worked alongside him, and that was justification enough. Don Juan studied him in silence, weighing him carefully. He began to wonder what kind of man this intruder truly was. Perhaps he could be used to finally break away from the syndicate. Finally, Don Juan spoke. He said Zeke's actions were justified, but then asked, was he a messenger of God sent to aid him, or an agent of the devil come to destroy him? Zeke answered calmly. He was neither. He was a business partner, and he had come to propose a new deal. The main character had exposed Joaquin as the traitor, and Don Juan had executed him without hesitation. Now, standing before the boss of McCain, the protagonist shifted the conversation. He wasn't here just to reveal betrayal. He wanted to strike a new deal, to stand as Don Juan's business partner. Don Juan narrowed his eyes and asked him directly what he wanted. The main character laid it out clearly. He said they both sought the same outcome, to wipe out the traitorous syndicate and restore order. With Ishtar's exile and Pabella's control over the seas, McCain's only remaining distribution channel for Soma was the syndicate. He didn't stop there. He pointed out that Don Juan had surely realized this already. That was why he hesitated to punish the syndicate despite their connection to Joaquin's betrayal. Don Juan leaned back and thought. This man spoke as if he could see straight into his mind, as if he already knew what kind of person he was. Then the protagonist reassured him there was nothing to fear. Until now, Kay had managed all Soma distribution within the syndicate. From this day forward, he and Kay would oversee McCain's Soma trade directly. Don Juan sat silently for a moment, then finally spoke. The offer was tempting, he admitted, but any partnership required trust, and this was their first meeting. Trust had not come so easily. Zeke accepted his reasoning and asked plainly what he should do to earn that trust. In response, he tossed aside the report and the axe, then pointed at one man across the table, Paulo Santos. He declared that he would burn everything under the coward's command to the ground. Paulo Santos, known throughout McCain as Cowardly Paulo, had earned his nickname by always choosing the safest path. His caution kept him alive, but also left him disregarded within the organization. Don Juan studied the main character carefully. He had known of Paulo Santos and his reputation, but had kept him around as long as he served a purpose. Nothing more, nothing less. At last, Don Juan gave his answer. If Zeke truly wanted to earn his trust, then killing Paulo Santos would be enough. Don Juan told Zeke that he admired his bold courage, but Paulo Santos' territory was far too dangerous for one man to take on alone. For that reason, he would assign McCain's elite assassination squad to accompany him. Zeke, however, thought differently. In his mind, he knew they wouldn't fight alongside him. They were only there to watch. Don Juan added one more thing. While Zeke was proving his bravery, he himself would take responsibility for guarding Kay. To Zeke, that sounded less like protection and more like holding her hostage. Still, he nodded and agreed, leaving her in Don Juan's hands. Soon, Zeke arrived at Paulo Santos' territory, the Soma production factory. The assassin's squad halted on a hill overlooking the entire complex. The squad's commander, Manuel, couldn't help but feel conflicted. Though he bore the title of commander, here he found himself waiting for Zeke's orders. It unsettled him. Yet after witnessing Zeke's skill, he knew it would be foolish to resist. Manuel studied him closely. The man's stamina alone surpassed any of McCain's hitmen, and his movements were sharp, efficient, like someone who had memorized the entire southern terrain. In battle, he fought with a mastery that even outstripped the beastmen. To Manuel, Zeke looked like someone who could single-handedly slay werewolves, beasts feared as one of the deadliest foes. In his eyes, Zeke was no ordinary fighter. He was a monster. Zeke then addressed the squad. He told them plainly to stay put. He knew from the start they hadn't planned to help him. They were only here to observe. From this hill, he said, they had the perfect vantage point to watch the entire factory. So instead of pretending otherwise, they should just observe properly. Manuel had no reply. One of the assassins leaned toward him and asked what they should do. After a pause, Manuel admitted the truth. Zeke was right. They had only been sent to observe, so there was no reason to risk themselves. Their job now was to remain hidden. The squad agreed. They set up an outpost on the hill, camouflaging it carefully so no one would notice them. Then, suddenly, flames erupted in the factory below. The assassins stiffened. Zeke had already begun. Flames raged everywhere, twisting into tornadoes of fire that consumed the factory grounds. Panic spread instantly. People screamed that an intruder had broken in, that the blaze was impossible to control. Orders rang out for reinforcements. They demanded the magic weapon squad be called in at once. To Zeke, their reaction was only natural. Anyone would panic the first time they faced the power of the elemental sword. One of the defenders spotted him and shouted his location. Their response was quick, faster than he expected. Still, these were the same people who had driven a wedge between McCain and the South. Their end was inevitable. Enemies closed in from every direction, but Zeke unleashed the sword's ability, Flame Field. In an instant, hellfire engulfed the area, burning his attackers into nothing but ash. Against him, they were pitifully weak. It hardly counted as a fight. Then, his advance was blocked. A magic tank rolled into view. Zeke scoffed. So this was where cowardly Paolo poured all his funds, expensive weapons instead of proper strength. He muttered to himself that hiring a mage would have been far cheaper than playing with toys like these. With a single strike of his elemental sword, the tank was reduced to rubble. As he cut down more enemies, another thought passed his mind. Cartels like this never cared about morality. If Paolo had the chance, he would have hired a mage already, but he couldn't. No mage would ever side with trash like him. Zeke then summoned his wind field. A massive tornado erupted, tearing through everything in his path and clearing the way forward. He smirked inwardly. In his past life, the sight of a magic tank would have sent him running in fear. But not anymore. Not as he was now. He stormed into the factory, cutting down anyone who dared stand against him. The bodies piled, and he thought to himself that after all this slaughter, Paolo Santos would have no choice but to show himself soon. Then a poison-tipped arrow whistled toward him. Zeke caught it with his bare hand. A warning screen appeared before his eyes. The venom of a black mamba had been detected. His body resisted, neutralizing most of it on its own. From above, a voice thundered down, shouting at his men, demanding to know how they could allow an intruder to break through so far. Zeke lifted his gaze. At last, Paolo Santos himself had appeared. As soon as Zeke stepped into the underground chamber, a trap was triggered. An arrow shot toward him. He caught it, but a cloud of poisonous gas hissed into the air surrounding him. From the shadows, Paolo Santos appeared. With a smug look, he told Zeke that the gas he had just inhaled was no ordinary poison. It was lethal, strong enough to kill even an aura user. Then, dangling a small vial in his hand, he offered a deal. If Zeke handed over information about his companion, he would give him the antidote. He claimed the silence above ground was no accident. It was proof, he said, that Zeke's comrades had already been captured. He urged Zeke to take the offer before it was too late. Zeke stared at him, thinking how laughable it was. Santos was trying to bargain with something that didn't even exist. The poison was from a black mamba. Every Southerner knew there was no antidote. Any ordinary man would have dropped dead within minutes, and even a blue knight would have been left with lasting damage. But for Zeke, the venom had already been neutralized by his resistance. Without hesitation, Zeke hurled his blade at the bottle, shattering it in an instant. Santos screamed in disbelief. He shouted that Zeke was insane, that he had just destroyed the only antidote that could have saved his life. Calmly, Zeke told him the truth. The poison had no effect on him. And as for the quiet above, it wasn't because his allies were captured. It was because he had killed every last one of them. Santos froze, shaken. He stammered that it was impossible. Those above had been Pabella elites, armed with magic weapons. Zeke told him coldly that if he doubted it, he was welcome to climb up and see for himself, if he had the guts. Speechless, Santos faltered. Then, in desperation, he demanded to know who Zeke really was, and whose orders he was following to cause such destruction. Zeke answered flatly. He wasn't acting under anyone's command. Santos paused for a moment, then rage burst out of him. He began cursing McCain, shouting that only McCain would dare do this to Pabella. He screamed that they had respected territorial boundaries. So why had McCain struck against them? Zeke asked Paolo if he was really too naive to understand what was happening. Confused, Santos demanded to know what he meant. The main character laid it out for him. Pabella had tried to loot another one of McCain's distribution routes, and in their greed, they crossed the line. That alone was enough reason for Don Juan to act. Now, the order was absolute. Pabella would be crushed, burned to ash, and erased from the South. Don had sworn to purge the land of those filthy pirates once and for all. The color drained from Santos' face. He realized then McCain had uncovered the truth that Pabella's roots were piracy. Without another word, he turned and bolted into the ruins. Zeke followed calmly, telling him there was no chance he could escape. But as the chase dragged on, Zeke's patience wore thin. He thought to himself, where is this even leading? This wasn't like the underground mines he had explored before. Troops flooded the path ahead, and traps littered the ruins. But their placement was off. These weren't part of the ancient structure. They had been installed recently, which meant Pabella had been doing something here. Another mage suddenly stepped out and demanded to know who Zeke was. Zeke didn't waste words. He cut him down instantly, his head falling before the body. Why do I keep running into these men wherever I go? Zeke thought grimly. He recognized them for what they were, the Empire's hunting dogs. More of them appeared, blocking his path. They looked irritated, openly cursing the South pirates they were forced to work alongside. When their eyes fell on Zeke, they sneered. They muttered that Pabella should have dealt with McCain themselves, and now McCain had only sent a rat to die in the ruins. Their leader stepped forward and declared that it was too late for Zeke to walk out alive. He should never have entered in the first place. Now, he would die here, and no one would ever learn the secrets buried inside. Zeke's mind flashed back to the operation maps he had found on the giant mountain. The ruins of the southern continent had been marked there as well. If that was true, then this place wasn't just another stronghold. Hidden here was one of the very artifacts the Emperor himself sought. The commander of the hunting dogs narrowed his eyes at the dagger in Zeke's hand. At first glance, it looked ordinary, but he was certain something like wind was coiled around the blade when it moved. An artifact, he thought, and he ordered his men to close in with caution. Just as they prepared to strike, Zeke pulled out a scroll. The commander froze, alarm flashing across his face. He barked for his men to brace themselves for impact. But Zeke's voice cut through the tension. He told them not to panic. It was only a simple scroll. A soundproof barrier, nothing more. No lethal effect. The scroll activated, sealing the space around them. Zeke told them plainly. For the next 30 minutes, whatever happened here would remain unknown to the outside world. His tone sharpened. No one would be caught. No one would escape. Then he added, almost mockingly, that since he didn't get many chances to test new abilities, they should treat this as their entertainment. He reached into the air, and a sword appeared in his hand. The commander's breath caught. This wasn't a simple subspace pocket. Zeke had pulled the weapon directly out of nothingness, bypassing any medium. First the dagger, then the mage-like scroll, and now this sword. Just what kind of man was he? The commander's unease deepened as Zeke raised the weapon. The blade gleamed with aura. It was an aura sword. His heart sank. This wasn't just any opponent. This man was a Blue Knight. Zeke didn't waste another word. With the dragon's swordplay, Sky Slice, his blade carved through the commander and his men in one devastating strike. Their bodies dropped in silence, and Zeke immediately set about burning the corpses. His thoughts were cold and practical. Better to erase all traces, to leave nothing behind. As Zeke finished burning the corpses, he thought ahead. To anyone who discovered the aftermath, it would look as if McCain hadn't just used knights in this assault, but mages as well. That illusion alone would deepen the rift between McCain and Pabella. But what puzzled him wasn't the deception. It was the question, why was Pabella working alongside the Roman Empire? One answer came to mind. They were cooperating in search of an ancient artifact hidden in the south. Before his regression, Zeke had scoured these ruins himself and found nothing. He now realized that 3 years later, they had likely already uncovered the artifact and vanished. The thought gave him a grim sort of satisfaction. Whether by chance or design, he had managed to throw the Emperor's plans off course this time. He turned to leave, but then a voice echoed behind him. Someone remarked that this was quite an awful situation. The stranger said he had felt a surge of chaotic energy here. Then suddenly, it had vanished, as though erased by magic. Curious, he had come to investigate. Stepping into the light, the figure revealed himself. He wore a massive set of crimson armor that concealed his entire face. His voice was low as he declared that Zeke was nothing more than an uninvited guest. As the protagonist sensed someone's presence, the air around him grew dense with a suffocating aura. He glanced toward the sight before him and wondered for a moment. The armor standing before him struck a familiar chord, and his expression hardened as realization dawned. It resembled her Zion, the enchanted plague once bestowed upon the Crimson Knight of the Roman Empire. fragments of knowledge surfaced within his mind, reminding him that her Zion was one of the great relics, inscribed with countless auxiliary enchantments such as weight reduction, self-repair, and several others. Yet, as he examined it more closely, the main character realized that the version his opponent wore was not exactly the same as the Empire's Her Zion. He turned back and questioned the person's identity, noting that the armor he wore resembled Her Zion, and asked if he was a Crimson Knight of the Empire. Before Zeke could act further, cold steel pressed against his throat, and the knight had moved like a shadow, blade already drawn. Forced into action, Zeke swiftly unsheathed his sacred sword, their weapons locking together with a resonant clash. The battle erupted in a storm of strength and stamina, each strike testing their endurance. The knight's eyes glowed with a murderous blue light, while the protagonist braced his entire body to withstand the relentless assault. Momentum shifted when the crimson-armored knight unleashed a brutal strike that sent Zeke dodging desperately. The resulting shockwave blasted him backward, slamming him into a stone wall. Pain coursed through his body, but he refused to yield. As the knight leapt high for a crushing finish, Zeke raised his blade to meet the impact, their clash sending violent tremors through the ground. Neither combatant relented as steel shrieked against steel in a relentless exchange. Zeke's thoughts grew grim as he recognized the monstrous endurance of his opponent. A dark premonition surged within him, making him suspect that her Zion had been further enhanced through reinforcement magic. Forced on the defensive, he dodged strike after merciless strike, his opponent remaining unscathed within the rising dust. The knight's towering presence radiated implacable menace, his eyes burning with inhuman intensity. Behind him, the ground split apart as jagged stone spires erupted when he invoked his skill, Elemental Blade, Metallic Field. Within seconds, a shell of metallic force encased him like an impenetrable fortress. Yet, it failed to contain his power. With terrifying precision, the knight slashed through the barrier from within, shredding it apart until the protective walls crumbled into shards. Freed once more, he stood taller and prouder, exuding sheer dominance. Suddenly, a blinding radiance swept across the battlefield, causing the knight's movements to falter for a heartbeat as his body stiffened under the mysterious glow. He activated his counter skill, Blinding Cataclysm, summoning massive boulders that cascaded around him and crashed mercilessly against his body. Seizing that fleeting opportunity, Zeke surged forward with his sacred blade in hand, cutting through the silence like a flash of lightning. For an instant, he believed he had finally broken through, but his eyes widened in horror as the knight, though struck, caught his sacred blade effortlessly, halting its force entirely. Zeke advanced without hesitation, standing boldly before the Crimson Knight. The battle had clearly left him at a disadvantage, yet his determination did not waver. Hesitation flickered only briefly before he steadied his breath and activated his skill, Dragon-Scaled Armor. Despite his injuries, his resolve remained unbroken as he tightened his grip around the sacred sword, prepared to rise again. The Crimson Knight, still bound by luminous chains, loomed ahead while Zeke maintained a defensive stance, his gaze sharpening with scorn. The knight observed that Zeke possessed a variety of unusual abilities. As he observed Zeke, he noted that since he was skilled enough to fight him, he could at least tell him his name, and then finally revealed his identity as Cain, bearing the name Cain Gaiman's Constantinus. The revelation struck Zeke with shock and suspicion. The Constantinus bloodline was far from ordinary, known to belong exclusively to the royal family of the Roman Empire. Furthermore, the middle names within that line were reserved for the elector families, noble houses with the right to choose the emperor. From these fragments of knowledge, Zeke pieced together an astonishing revelation that the Gaiman's family, the great house of Draker, was in fact one of the elector families of the Roman Empire. Before he could process this revelation, the voice of the system echoed in his mind, announcing the detection of demonic energy, miasma, and that eliminating the bearer would yield bonus rewards. Zeke raised his arm instinctively to shield himself. He wondered about what miasma was, as he did not know what it meant, but one thing he knew for sure was that it was dangerous. Cain's body began to radiate a blinding light so intense that Zeke was forced to avert his gaze. The atmosphere crackled with danger as Cain prepared something decisive, a move to assert his supremacy. Cain's presence exuded overwhelming dominance. He noted that he never imagined he would meet a knight capable of rivaling him in such a remote place. Therefore, he shall show proper respect by fighting with all his might and granting him an honorable death. Zeke, aware of his limits and his opponent's unmatched strength, remained composed. He knew that ordinary techniques would not suffice, and that even his elemental blade would fail to bridge such a massive power gap. Planting his foot firmly into the ground, his mind raced as he realized there was only one option left. Lifting his sword high, he unleashed one of his most powerful techniques, dragon-slaying sword art, second form, dragon scale thrust. Yet uncertainty shadowed his determination. Even this might not be enough. He had already witnessed Kane's terrifying skills, impenetrable defenses, and overwhelming might. Kane's mastery of combat was so absolute that he could repel divine swords outright. As long as Herzean encased him, no fatal blow could be delivered. Zeke's sword gleamed as he brushed his hand across it, his mind formulating a desperate strategy. The key was to drag the knight down to his level. He activated his skill, Magic Reflection. However, before he could act, Kane suddenly froze. Confusion flickered across his face as Herzean abruptly ceased functioning. His stance wavered as he struggled to comprehend what had happened. In disbelief, he erupted into mad laughter, his aura flaring violently as raw spiritual power surged from his body. Power exploded outward in violent bursts, tearing through the chamber in waves of destruction. His blows smashed into walls, pillars, and the ground itself, leaving glowing scorch marks in their wake. His rampage was no longer calculated but beast-like, driven by pure fury and chaos. Zeke stood his ground, facing the onslaught directly as Kane hurled wave after wave of overwhelming force in an attempt to crush him. The chamber was obliterated, walls collapsed, the ground split apart, and debris rained down in a maelstrom of chaos. The once grand hall had been reduced to ruin. Zeke staggered, his body battered and bleeding heavily. The system notifications pop up informing him that the concentration of demonic energy in Kane's body had exceeded safe limits, causing even healing-type elemental skills to lose their effectiveness. Clutching his wounds, Zeke struggled back to his feet, grimacing through the agony. The situation had grown dire. Kane loomed before him, his bloodlust tempered only by a faint sense of admiration for Zeke's endurance, acknowledging the strength expected from a descendant of the Draker bloodline. Zeke asked him how he knew. Kane revealed that only the Draker family's sealing magic could disrupt Herzean's functions, and the sword technique the protagonist had just used bore a striking resemblance to the ancient Dragon Slayer style. His eyes widened in shock as the truth hit Zeke, burdened by the weight of betrayal. The dragon-slaying sword art had originated from the original Dragon Slayer style, both sharing the same roots. Yet the technique he had performed, the Dragon Scale Thrust, belonged to the later chapters of the Dragon Slayer style, a skill forbidden to leave the clan. For Kane, a knight of the Empire, to recognize it so precisely could mean only one thing. The Gaimons had betrayed their heritage, delivering the Dragon Slayer style into the hands of the Roman Empire. Blood surged up Zeke's throat as he coughed violently, spattering blood across the shattered floor. Kane approached with a tone eerily gentle yet heavy with dominance. He noted that the corruption had already seeped deeply into Zeke's body and that the pain he endured was undoubtedly unbearable. To let him continue suffering in such a state would have been discourteous, an insult to a warrior who had faced him with honor. As Kane lifted his blade to deliver what he considered a merciful end, Zeke, gathering the last remnants of his strength, faced him. Kane then thrust his sword forward, piercing through Zeke's chest. Kane then offered a final farewell, wishing him peace as the battle drew to its end. Kane wiped the blood from his blade after confirming Zeke was finished. He turned, voice steady, admitting that even as an enemy, Zeke had been a worthy opponent. He said it had been a long time since anyone pushed him this far. The words had barely left his mouth when a dagger tore through the air toward his throat. Kane snapped his head aside, but steel still kissed skin, drawing a thin line of red. He spun back instantly and froze. Zeke was standing, no longer broken on the ground, no longer dying. He was behind Kane now, his massive sword already raised. A system message flared, salvation activated. The top-grade healing potion surged through him, restoring his wounds and stamina in a single breath. Kane had no time to react. One clean slash. His head fell. The moment it ended, Zeke dropped to his knees, coughing violently. If he hadn't placed salvation in his shortcut slot, he would already be dead. Jav Hassan's masterpiece could restore mortal injuries and exhaustion instantly, but only once. Anyone who used it would never benefit from it again, and even had limits. Zeke forced himself upright with his sword and felled it, his internal injuries still burning, untouched by the potion, or in damage. His system warned him that he had exceeded his limits. Fatigue had crossed the critical threshold. For his own safety, his consciousness would be shut down. The sword slipped from his fingers. His body was empty. No strength left. No time left. He couldn't collapse here. Not in enemy territory. As he sank, his eyes drifted to the shattered bottle beside Kane's corpse, then to the body itself. Desperation tightened in his chest. He needed to recover, by any means. Before his head hit the ground, he triggered a draconian skill. Gluttony. A strange, ominous energy burst from his body and wrapped around Kane's corpse. The system announced that he had consumed a miasma-corrupted demonic human. Power surged back into him. Stamina, mana, mental strength, filling what had been completely drained. The blood rose next, coating him as the system declared that he had absorbed the demonic bloodline ability. His C-rank skill, Static Discharge, shattered and evolved. A new name burned into his system. Lightning. And Zeke was no longer the same. After Kane was completely devoured, the strange energy faded, and the skill vanished as if it had never existed. Zeke's eyes snapped open. He pushed himself up and pressed a hand to his head, half expecting to feel death waiting there. He had truly thought he was finished. Only now did he realize how close he had come, and how fortunate he was to have used gluttony in time. When he looked ahead, he froze. Kane's armor was floating in the air, slowly rotating as if alive. A system message appeared, informing him that he had obtained an unknown armor and asking whether he wished to register as its user. It felt wrong that even now, no name appeared. After a brief pause, Zeke accepted. The moment the registration completed, the armor dissolved into light and wrapped around his body, equipping itself instantly. Another message followed. The armor's form could be changed according to his will. Out of the 28 great magic circles engraved on it, only 3 were currently active. He lifted his arm in disbelief. It was far lighter than it looked. Too light. Too perfect. The functions alone told him this was something far beyond ordinary equipment. That was exactly why he removed it. If he walked around wearing this, the Empire would notice him immediately. He would change its form later, then use it when the time was right. For now, he needed to leave. But as he turned, a stench hit his nose. Blood. Rot. Corpses. The smell was drifting from deeper within the ruins. Zeke followed it, each step tightening his jaw, until he reached a hidden laboratory. Inside, mages were gathered around tables. Human bodies strapped down, cut open, still warm. His teeth ground together. He felt sick with rage. He had always known the Empire was ruthless, but this... The mages noticed him and panicked. Without hesitation, they released a thick gas into the room. The system warned him that a magically formulated poison had been detected. It suppressed his resistance and forced the toxin into his body. Zeke swallowed a potion instantly. He stared at them coldly and told them they should prepare to give up their lives for what they had done. Then he moved. It ended in moments. Flesh and stone were torn apart. The lab collapsed. When it was over, he gathered the research documents they had left behind. Somewhere in these notes, there might be clues connected to the Rose disease. He was still reading when a voice spoke from behind him. "Did you do this?" An old mage stood there, staring at the ruins in disbelief, asking if Zeke was the one who destroyed his lab. Zeke answered by coating his sword in aura and charging. The old man's eyes widened in horror as he felt the pressure of the blade. An aura weapon. In that instant, he understood. The one standing before him was a blue knight. The old mage raised his hand and tried to form a magic circle. Zeke tore through him before the spell could take shape. The body collapsed, then crumbled into sand. In the next breath, it reformed in front of him. Zeke narrowed his eyes. From the crest and the twisted mana, he recognized the origin at once. Desert Scorpion Clan. Practitioners of forbidden magic. And not a low tier 1 either. An executive. A 6-circle mage. Annoying. Dangerous. The Empire working with trash like this only hardened his resolve. He activated mana reflection. The mana in the room was stripped away in an instant. The mage staggered, staring in disbelief as he failed to form another circle. He looked at Zeke with new fear and asked if he was a pure-blooded Draker. Instead of waiting, he tore open a scroll. Sand roared behind him. It twisted, fused, and rose, forming a grotesque monster stitched together from mismatched parts. A synthetic chimera. The mage laughed, calling it his greatest masterpiece. He claimed not even a Draker could face it. The Chimera struck. Zeke blocked the first claw, but the force drove him backward. The second claw followed, and he shoved it aside, coating his leg in ether as he vanished in a blur. Before the creature could crush him, he was already scaling its body. Shadowless steps of the Gale Arts. He appeared above it. The Chimera sensed him instantly and launched its stingers. Zeke ripped them apart midair. He realized then it had no blind spots. He landed in front of the beast and tightened his grip. No more delays. He charged, blade aimed for its head. The Chimera crossed its claws and blocked him, hurling him back. Zeke clicked his tongue. If this dragged on, reinforcements would arrive. That was when the system spoke. Draconic control can be activated. Subjugate the draconic target. He hadn't expected it to work, but he didn't hesitate. Zeke unleashed Dragon's dignity. His presence crashed down like a tyrant's will as he commanded the creature to submit. The Chimera froze. Its massive body trembled as fear spread through it. A final message appeared. Fear has been instilled in the trivial dragon. The effect of draconic control surged when it merged with Dragon's dignity. Zeke instantly understood why. Somewhere inside that stitched body, the mage had fused dragon traits into the Chimera. That was the only reason it responded. The system asked if he wished to fully activate draconic control. He accepted. A magic circle bloomed beneath the Chimera, chains erupting from it and binding the massive body to the ground. A message followed, confirming that the trivial dragon had been subjugated. When the chains faded, Zeke stepped forward and gently patted the creature's head. To his surprise, it leaned into the touch. The mage stared in disbelief. His masterpiece no longer obeyed him. He couldn't understand why his creation had turned away from his commands. Zeke turned coldly toward him and gave a single order. Bite. The Chimera obeyed without hesitation, crushing the defenseless mage in one motion. Zeke patted its head again, then searched through the man's belongings. The name in the file made his eyes narrow. Gurav Auramani, second in command of the Desert Scorpion clan. As he read, the Chimera nudged him again, lowering its head like an impatient child. Zeke frowned and asked why it kept interrupting him. The system answered instead, asking if he would like to name the subjugated dragon. Named dragons, it explained, could be summoned by their master at any time. He finally understood. The creature wanted a name. Zeke looked at it and spoke. Gurav. The Chimera froze, then lifted its head in shock. The system registered the name immediately. Zeke asked if it disliked it, then added that it was too late anyway. The scene shifted. Hands clapped slowly in the distance. Zeke stood in new clothes, his body fully restored. The man before him was Don Juan. The Don took a seat and said he had heard Zeke truly eliminated the coward Paolo. Zeke nodded, stating that he always kept his promises. Don Juan smiled and said he could finally believe him. Valiant warriors deserved respect, he said. He treasured the strong like his own children and wished to treat Zeke the same way. Zeke's eyes darkened. He remembered all too well how much he had suffered under Don Juan in his past life. He wondered if this man truly saw children as nothing more than tools to be used and discarded. Hearing those words spoken so casually to his face only deepened his disgust. In his heart, he swore that one day he would kill Don Juan with his own hands. The Don rose and gestured towards several boxes stacked behind him. He said they were a gift, something he had prepared personally. Zeke stiffened when he saw them. Don Juan reminded him that he had offered to become his business partner, and that this was proof of trust to match that claim. Zeke lifted one box. The weight told him everything before he even opened it. There was only one thing that could feel like this. Inside was the severed head of a syndicate executive. The other boxes held the rest. Don Juan asked if he liked his present. Zeke smiled and said that he did. Everything was moving exactly as planned. With the executives gone, all that remained was to place K at the top. The syndicate would finally be in his hands. The Don leaned closer to his chair and said there was still one problem. Zeke asked what it was. Don Juan explained that the Pabella had discovered who attacked them. They believed knights and mages were responsible. Zeke smirked. Anyone would assume that. It was the perfect cover. Don Juan said he wanted to properly warn those pirate bastards, to teach them that the true master of the southern continent was the McCain. Zeke understood immediately. He told him he would handle it. Don Juan looked genuinely surprised. Zeke clenched his fist and said he would go to the Pabella himself and make his will known. In return, he wanted one thing. Kay must be given enough power to become the new core of the syndicate. The Don chuckled, rubbed his head, and placed the cigar back between his lips. He accepted. He said he would stand as her backer. With a snap of his fingers, he announced that the cartel's greatest hitman and his squad would be assigned to Zeke. Shadows moved. Figures stepped out around him. Zeke turned and met the gaze of a blond man standing just behind him. The man wore an eye patch, his presence sharp and unreadable. The Don calmly assured Zeke that this one, and the squad behind him, would be more than useful. The scene shifted. Ruins stretched across what had once been Paulo Santos's territory. Two figures walked through the wreckage. Abel and his companion moved in silence until the man finally spoke, telling him the investigation was already over. The Imperial Intelligence Bureau had swept the area clean. There was nothing left to find. He reminded Abel that the report was clear. One squad of mages and knights had carried out the attack. Abel didn't answer. He knelt and pressed his fingers to the ground. A faint glow pulsed as he drew out lingering energy. Then he stood and said quietly that only one person had done this. The man froze, asking what he meant. Abel explained that both magic and sword traces were present, but not from a group, from a single source. Whoever it was, they were at least a red knight, someone strong enough to wipe out everyone alone. The man couldn't understand how Abel reached such a conclusion. As the energy faded from his fingers, Abel added that the traces showed signs of being hurriedly cleaned. The Intelligence Bureau didn't want something to be seen. They were hiding the truth. He started walking deeper into the ruins, saying he needed to know what the Empire was concealing. The man called after him, asking if he was really planning to look into the Intelligence Bureau and what he would do if trouble followed. Abel turned back to William and said there was something here he couldn't ignore. His instincts demanded it. Then, with a faint, unsettling smile, he asked if William truly didn't know his ambition, to make both the Drakers and the Empire his own. The scene shifted again. The Pabella cartel port came into view. A guard spotted a small boat approaching and shouted, demanding to know who they belonged to. Zeke rose. He drew his dagger, leapt from the boat, and surged forward. In a blur, he tore the guard apart and hurled the body back. Before it could hit the water, the man with the eye patch drew his sword and flung it after the fallen corpse. The blade struck the guard's chest and pinned him to the wall. Zeke immediately understood. Simon had done it to silence the body before it could crash into the water. He called for the man to come up. Simon nodded. Simon Sapotero, the one who had taught Zeke the Southern-style martial arts and assassination techniques. Even inside the McCain cartel, where everything was rotten, Simon had been the only one he could trust. And even after his regression, their battle synergy remained flawless. Zeke wanted him on his side. When Simon and his subordinates reached the top, they slipped into the city. Simon explained that Pabella forces were stationed everywhere and asked if there was a way into the central district. Zeke said there was. He reminded him that this land had once belonged to the Holy Empire, which meant underground routes had to exist. Simon frowned, saying it made no sense. The tunnels would be a maze. How would he navigate them? Zeke told him to watch. There was a way. The scene shifted to Zeke racing through the underground passages. His mini-map guide function traced a path toward Mateo's room. Without it, the tunnels would have been impossible to navigate. He spotted enemy forces ahead and changed routes, moving carefully. Red Knights and above didn't appear on the map, just like Kane back in the ruins. They were close. Zeke told the assassins to split up and plant bombs wherever possible. He would handle Mateo himself. They obeyed and vanished into different paths. Zeke reached the city's waterways. 3 channels stretched ahead, sealed with iron bars. He moved to the one without water and tore the bars free. He already knew what this would mean. Once Mateo died, the Pabella boss would lose his mind, and a war between McCain and Pabella would begin. As he slipped into the waterway, Zeke wondered if Don wanted sent him here to start a war. No, that didn't fit. A man so cautious he would kill his own subordinates to prevent unrest would never gamble this recklessly. More likely, he expected everyone sent here to die. This wasn't an attack. It was a warning. A message to the Pabella. Don Juan would prove he didn't care about sacrifices, no matter the scale. Zeke smiled. He had no intention of letting things unfold the way the Don wanted, because he was still going to kill Mateo. He kicked open the iron bars at the end of the channel. Guards stared in shock. Before they could react, Zeke burst from the shadows and tore them apart. He stormed into the building, senses sharp. The Empire and the Pabella were working together. Yet he hadn't seen a single soldier. Even his mini-map showed nothing. Then light exploded in front of him. He raised his arm just in time. That was where they were hiding. The squad leader ordered them to capture him alive. A swordsman rushed first. Zeke sidestepped, stepped off the man's shoulder, hurled his dagger into the air, and kicked it forward. It pierced straight through the man's neck. The leader reacted instantly, forming a magic circle and commanding the mages to fire. Zeke activated Swift Step. His feet barely touched the ground as he slipped through the barrage and closed in. Another dagger flashed. Windfield of the elemental sword tore through their ranks, ripping soldiers apart. Zeke frowned. They were weak, far weaker than true Imperial forces. Perhaps the Empire had sent them only to claim they were involved. He turned to the survivors. One chance. Dragon's dignity surged from him as he told them to leave if they wanted to live, or stay if they were ready to die. The remaining mages felt it, the presence of something dangerous, and fled. Moments later, Zeke stood over the fallen soldiers, staring down at their bodies. He wondered why the Empire had come all the way to the south. What were they truly after? A chill ran through him. Dark energy surged above. He snapped his head up and saw a mage hovering overhead. The man said a single roach was interfering with their great plan. Zeke hadn't even sensed his arrival. That alone was unsettling. He asked who he was. The mage raised his hand. Dark energy poured from a ring and seeped into the corpses below. The bodies twisted, rose, and staggered to their feet. Zombies. The mage ordered them to capture Zeke, saying he would personally tear out his soul for disrupting everything. Zeke realized at once. Only a high-level black mage could raise this many at once. Most of that rank belonged to the Desert Scorpion clan, yet he couldn't see the man's affiliation or magic circle. No matter. He moved. One clean swing severed several heads at once. The system announced that miasma-corrupted zombie knights had been eliminated. 10 karma points were awarded. Zeke paused, then smiled. As he continued cutting them down, the notifications kept coming. When the last zombie fell, he looked back to the mage, expecting another attack. But the man dissolved into darkness and vanished. Zeke turned away. He could turn that one into points later. He walked down the corridor, already sensing where Mateo's office lay ahead. Someone would appear soon. A blade pressed to his throat. Zeke didn't flinch. He said he had been waiting. The man revealed himself, Simon. Zeke frowned slightly. He hadn't expected him here. He asked if Don Juan had ordered his elimination before things escalated. Simon shifted the dagger to his other hand and leaned closer. The Don, he said, wanted to destroy the Pabella cartel. He told Zeke there was no place in the plan for a Central Continent outsider. Zeke reminded him that without his interference, the Pabella would have taken over their entire distribution network. Simon replied that they would use K to control the syndicate and that everything would run fine without him. At that moment, Zeke's system suspended his healing, just as he had ordered earlier. He seized Simon's wrist and drew the blade closer to his own throat, letting it cut him. He called him the Shadowless Ghost and asked why he still wasn't attacking. Simon froze. He demanded to know how Zeke knew that name. Zeke told him he knew his past and the real reason he served Don Juan. Simon's breath hitched. He couldn't understand what was happening. Zeke said it was all for the last bloodline of the Cusco kingdom. The color drained from Simon's face. His eyes turned sharp as he demanded to know how Zeke knew that secret. Zeke already knew the strike was coming. He retreated instantly, summoning a dagger from his inventory and forcing Simon's blade down. Simon raised his weapon again and asked how much Zeke truly knew. He demanded his identity. Zeke pushed back and revealed the truth. He was a direct descendant of the Draker family. He spoke his name. Simon stiffened. He asked if Zeke was the rumored youngest Blue Knight. If the Drakers moved, the entire southern continent would shake. Zeke told him this had nothing to do with his family. He was here by his own will. He told him not to worry. Simon asked why he would reveal something so dangerous when he could have hidden it until the end. Zeke knocked the dagger from his hand and extended his own. He asked him to become his ally. He promised to help protect the bloodline of Cusco and even aid in rebuilding the fallen kingdom. Simon stood in shock. Zeke understood. Then he asked if Simon truly believed there was any future left within the McCain cartel. Zeke asked him what he planned to do after killing him, just as the Dawn had ordered. He asked what would happen when the Pabella forces arrived. Then he asked something heavier. Had Don Juan ever once sent reinforcements for him or his men? Simon answered quietly. They had always survived on their own. Zeke reminded him that the cartel seized their lands after the kingdom fell. Don Juan wanted him gone, a former knight who still carried too much history. Once Simon disappeared, the princess would be left alone, sold to the Cusco rebels for a high price. 10 years ago, when the Cusco kingdom collapsed, Simon had taken the newborn princess and fled to the border. He became an outlaw to grow stronger, believing that one day he would defeat the rebels and return her to the throne. That was why he served the Dawn. It was never loyalty, it was survival. But Don Juan had known the truth all along. In the end, Simon was marked as a risk and disposed of. The princess was sold to the rebels. Before he died in the past, Simon had begged Zeke to save her. When Zeke finally found her, there had been nothing left to protect. That was why he was standing here now. There was no time for questions. Simon accepted that Zeke was telling the truth. He said the McCain, which he once believed would stand forever, was already shaking, and it was because of him. Everything had begun to collapse since the Don's birthday and the conflict with the Pabella. He asked Zeke what his true goal was. Zeke reminded him of his own words, that there was no place for a central continent bastard in the plan. He said he wanted the two cartels to tear each other apart. Then he smiled. After that, he would go after the McCain. Simon stared in disbelief. He never imagined Zeke's real target was Don Juan himself. Zeke told him he was serious. He asked him to join him. Simon swallowed and asked for two promises. First, take him and his subordinates with you. He asked Simon to swear to protect the Cusco bloodline and help rebuild the kingdom. Zeke smiled and struck his chest, swearing on his honor as a knight. Simon dropped to one knee and pledged himself as Cusco's guard commander. Zeke told him to stand. This much formality was enough. He said he would explain everything on the way out, then asked where his subordinates were. Simon replied that they were waiting for his signal. Once it came, they would activate their explosive scrolls and regroup to escape. Zeke told him to send it now and call everyone to the underground waterway entrance. Simon agreed and added that Mateo had already been tied up. Zeke said he had done well and moved on. Mateo crashed to the floor, cursing and demanding to know if Zeke thought the McCain would remain safe. Zeke only smiled and leaned closer, telling him that no one would be safe once war erupted between the two cartels. He showed him a letter and said the war would begin because of this. Mateo started shaking. Zeke forced the paper into his mouth. It declared that those who raised their swords against the McCain would rest for eternity. Then he killed him. With the Pabella's secret ledgers in hand, Zeke turned to leave. Simon ran up, saying the signal had been sent. Zeke instantly summoned his sword and shoved Simon back. Arrows slammed into his sheath as he blocked them. Cartel members burst out, shouting that intruders had been found. Zeke drew his blade and ignited the flame field. The scene shifted to the underground path where they regrouped. Simon ordered his men to greet their new master. They bowed. Zeke told them they would speak later. For now, they had to move. The hunt had already begun. While they ran through the underground tunnels, Zeke felt it, the presence closing in behind them. The cartel was already on their trail. He ordered everyone to stop. They had to split. He would draw the pursuers away. Simon was to take his men and escape, then find Kay. Zeke told him she would understand once she heard his name. Simon hesitated and said the princess was still inside the McCain cartel. Zeke asked if he truly believed he hadn't prepared for something so obvious. He remembered the mission he had given the Northern Rangers, to rescue a girl imprisoned by the McCain during the chaos. He smiled and told Simon the princess was already safe. The scene shifted. Don Juan's mansion. The Don slammed his hand on the table, fury blazing in his eyes. It had been a month since the strike on the Pabella, and in that time they had been attacked again and again. Half of his executives were dead. He leaned back, thinking. Zeke and Simon were too dangerous. That was why he had forced them into a reckless mission, expecting them to die. Instead, they succeeded and provoked the Pabella beyond control. An executive spoke, breaking the silence. Don Juan asked what he wanted. The man suggested distancing themselves from the McCain for a while. Don Juan's eyes sharpened. Was he telling him to run like a coward? The man explained that the pirates were blinded by revenge. They would soon charge straight into McCain territory without restraint. That would be their chance. Don Juan narrowed his eyes. Lure them in and wipe them out in one strike. The executive nodded. He added that the Don could continue issuing orders safely from his villa in Tawani. The Don agreed. He turned to the others and said that crisis had always made them stronger, and this time would be no different. The men rose and voiced their loyalty. When the meeting ended, they filed out one by one. The one who made the suggestion stayed behind. The moment he stood, Zeke stepped into the room. He pressed a dagger to the man's throat and said he spoke beautifully. The man trembled, insisting he had only done what he was told. He reminded Zeke that he was the one who lured Don Juan to Tawani. He begged to live. Zeke slit his throat. He told him he had done well. As blood poured out, Zeke said he could finally enjoy the main dish. The scene shifted. Don Juan arrived at his villa in Tawani and surveyed the surroundings. When he stepped from the carriage, he couldn't believe the Pabella had forced him here. He swore to wipe them out. That night, he sat alone when the door opened. Without turning, he said he hadn't summoned anyone and ordered them to leave. The figure kept approaching. Don Juan turned and froze at the sight of a masked intruder. Zeke removed his hood and asked if he was enjoying his peaceful vacation. Even now, Don Juan stayed calm. He lifted his wine, saying he hadn't reached this position without facing threats like this before. He called a pathetic stunt. Zeke shattered the glass with his dagger and said he had hoped the Don would beg. That kind of fear would have made this worth it. Don Juan's face darkened. He rose, called Zeke an arrogant brat, and shouted for his guards to make him kneel. Zeke told the Don that no one was coming. Don Juan froze. Zeke said he'd already killed them all. Then he spoke of his past life, how he never had enough time to make him suffer, how he still dreamed of crawling like a dog under his rule. He remembered every order, every life taken because of him. Don Juan couldn't understand. He said Zeke was talking nonsense. He had never given such commands. Zeke slammed him against the glass and asked if he knew what the victims said in his dreams. With a cold, twisted gaze, he said they begged him to spare them. They cried to the man who lived in wealth and glory atop their blood. He raised his dagger. Don Juan called himself a savior chosen by God. Zeke cut off his ear. He kept going. When it was over, his clothes were soaked in blood. He told Don Juan to die slowly, feeling the pain of those he had crushed. At dawn, Zeke walked downstairs and removed his coat. Kay and Simon were waiting. Kay asked if it was finished. He said it was. She reported that everything had gone as planned. The executives were declared traitors, killed by Don Juan while attempting to defect to the Pabella. There was no punishment for her. She had already been in charge of field operations. Zeke handed Simon his coat and gave Kay a document. It was a contract with the Reinhardt mercenary group. He removed his disguise and told her the merchant group was launching a pharmaceutical company. They would produce high-quality soma and supply it themselves. Soma, he said, could become countless medicines when properly processed. He told Kay that the syndicate would handle transportation. She noticed he was already moving toward the door and hurriedly asked where production would take place and who would control it. She reminded him they couldn't move soma openly under the syndicate's name. Zeke told her they would receive cultivation permits after helping the Cusco Kingdom. He said he had plans for everything, but couldn't explain them yet. Then he told her he would see her later. She called after him. Zeke vanished into the woods, still in uniform. There was something urgent he had to handle. He took a letter from his pocket, a personal invitation from Karis. Decker had already informed him. The prince never returned to the Empire after the banquet. He stayed in Atlas. Zeke knew it would take days to reach the central continent from the south. If he arrived late, the prince, or those around him, would grow suspicious. They would search for reasons. They might even connect him to the fall of the McCain. He believed Karis already suspected him, so he needed an alibi. Zeke opened his system and activated the portal function. A magic circle formed beneath his feet. The system asked for a destination. He chose the Atlas Ruins. 600 points. He paid without hesitation and vanished. The scene shifted to the Sky Lounge of the Atlas Hotel. As Zeke entered, someone called his name. Prince Karis waved from across the room. Another figure stood beside him. Abel Draker. Zeke bowed and asked why he had been summoned. Karis smiled, said it was a serious matter, then lifted a bottle of wine and rested his hand around Zeke's neck. He said he had called Zeke for the wine. William and Abel were good at their work, he explained, but terrible at holding their liquor. Zeke, on the other hand, looked like the wild type. Zeke hadn't expected that. With Abel, William Zimmons, and Prince Karis gathered in one place, he could already guess what they had been discussing. He noticed Abel watching him, as if he had something he wanted to say in private. Karis poured him a glass and told him not to just stand there. Zeke accepted, uneasy, and clinked glasses with him. Later, William escorted the drunk prince out. Zeke watched them leave. He hadn't felt a thing. The system had detected alcohol and treated it as poison, and his resistance had neutralized it. He felt strange being the only one still clear-headed. When Karis was gone, Abel stood and apologized for interrupting him. He said he heard Zeke had been in close training. Zeke brushed it off, saying he was just frustrated with slow progress. Abel smiled in relief. He picked up the bottle and suggested they drink together. Zeke hesitated, watching him fill the cup. He hadn't expected this, and he sensed Abel had something important to say. Then Abel asked what he thought of the Draker house. Zeke didn't understand. Abel's eyes darkened as he said he planned to destroy the Drakers one day. Zeke rose in shock. Abel told him they shared the same scent, the stench of blood, battle, death, and victory. The scent of a true dragon slayer. He said Zeke was the perfect example, that he smelled like a predator. Only another predator, Abel said, could understand him. Zeke felt a chill. He hated how this family always spoke of bloodlines. He asked his brother if the real reason he stayed so close to the Empire was because he meant to tear it down from the inside. Abel didn't answer right away. He lifted his wine, took a slow drink, then set the cup down like the matter was already decided. He said people love to call Atlas the greatest place on the continent, but he had never agreed with that. To him, a single city was nothing. The Drakers, he said, should never be satisfied with so little. If they want to stand at the very top, they needed power that reached far beyond one border. Then he told Zeke to look at the Rome Empire. They were building roads without pause, stitching lands together. North, South, even the Eastern continent. They were all being drawn into one network. Abel said that when every road, every culture, and every resource led to Rome, the world would finally change. It would become a single, unified utopia. Zeke stared at him and said those were the words of an emperor, not a brother. His mind went back to Cain Zimon's Constantinus, to the Zimon's name that stood behind Abel through his mother's line. Piece by piece, everything aligned. Abel, the Zimon's family, the Rome Empire, they were bound together. Abel met his gaze and said that true talent deserved a fitting reward. He claimed he could offer Zeke the most dazzling treasure he would ever see. Then he invited him to stand at his side and conquer the world together. Zeke finally understood. His brother was trying to pull him into his camp. He lowered his head and thanked Abel for the offer. Then he stepped forward and told him the truth, that he had already chosen his own path, and it was not this one. Abel watched him turn away and said he would regret it. Zeke answered calmly that he wouldn't, and walked out. The moment he reached the corridor, his teeth clenched in rage. He swore to himself that he would never become a murderer like Abel, and he burned with hatred that such an offer had even been made. Not long after, William entered and found Abel alone. He asked where Zeke had gone. Abel replied that his precious youngest brother had chosen a different road. A chilling smile spread across his face as he said there was only one option left. The sprout had to be crushed. William froze when he saw that expression. Abel told him calmly that he had already given his brother a chance. The world shifted. Valhalla rose into view, and Zeke stood in front of the dean's office, breathing slowly. He was 17 now, already his second year. 5 full years in this place had never been his plan. He had come for one reason only, to leave early. The letter was simple. He wrote that he needed to support his family now that he was a formal knight. That remaining a student made it difficult to move freely and act openly. He asked the dean to help resolve the issue. An interview was scheduled immediately. As Zeke waited, lost in thought, a voice called out to him, asking if he was also here to see the dean. He turned and saw Diego, standing beside another boy he didn't recognize. The 3 of them went in together. The dean looked at the unfamiliar student and said his name, Asta, and asked if it had really been a week since they last met. Zeke felt a jolt. Asta Elidolf. The name alone made his heart tighten. In his past life, this man would become one of the 5 divine knights, yet no real records about him had ever existed. A shadow figure. A monster. And now he was standing right here. Asta bowed and apologized, explaining that his insomnia had made it hard for him to attend class. Zeke immediately understood. This wasn't ordinary sleeplessness. It was severe. Diego leaned closer and joked about singing him a lullaby. Asta snapped back for him to be quiet, saying his head was ringing. Zeke remembered. In the future, Asta would work for the Empire. This time, he would not let him go. The dean sat back and told him the truth. All 3 had been called for the same reason. They had each applied for early graduation. The professors had already confirmed that their academic requirements were complete. He slid several documents across the desk. Their final evaluation would be a mission. Zeke's eyes dropped to the title on the first page. A Delpoa cooperation request. The dean stepped closer and asked if they had ever heard of Yakshaw, the Black Knight. Zeke answered without hesitation. Yakshaw was an outlaw, an enemy of the entire continent. A public enemy meant someone every nation had agreed must be erased. Yakshaw was one of them, and he had recently surfaced in Delpoa. The dean told them their mission was to cooperate with the Delpoa Knight Order and subjugate him. Outlaws, he explained, were people who awakened their aura for one purpose only, to kill. Their fighting style was nothing like that of ordinary knights. That was why Delpoa had requested only purple knights or above. Fleeb added that they should now understand how brutal this mission would be. Anyone who wanted to withdraw could speak up. Diego raised a hand and asked how many rounds the test had. 3, Fleeb replied. This mission was only the first. Diego nodded, saying he understood. The dean asked if there were any other questions. No one spoke, so he took their silence as acceptance and told them to return and prepare thoroughly. As they left the building, Asta pressed a hand to his head and muttered about the pain. He hadn't gone far when a voice called out. He turned and saw Zeke. Zeke asked quietly if he needed medicine for his insomnia, and that was where it began. Asta froze in shock, blurting out that it was just insomnia medicine. Zeke casually dug through his pocket and answered with complete confidence that it was, adding that he happened to carry an especially potent one. Asta hesitated, then waved him off awkwardly, saying he appreciated it, but it would not matter, explaining that he had already tried every so-called miracle cure and none of them had worked. Zeke only grinned as he pushed the pouch forward, telling him to try it once, promising that if it worked, All Aster had to do was sign a contract, and Zeke would keep supplying it. Aster replied tiredly that it would be pointless anyway. But the instant a faint scent slipped out of the pouch, Aster's body snapped backward in pure bliss. His legs gave out, and he crashed to the ground, falling into a deep sleep so sudden it kicked up a cloud of dust around him. Hours later, he jolted awake, eyes shining as he excitedly declared that he had used every last bit. Zeke took the paper from his hands and raised a brow, asking if he was really signing so quickly, reminding him it was basically a master-servant contract and whether he had even read it. Aster answered without hesitation that as long as he could finally sleep properly, nothing else mattered. Zeke could only let out an awkward smile and say that if that was his choice, then so be it. Leaning back in satisfaction, Zeke silently thanked the existence of the system shop, thinking about how absurdly convenient it was. He remembered the interface he had seen earlier, how points could be traded for rare relics without any trouble. What he had given Aster was Sandman Sleep Dust, a high-grade sleeping drug, and with it, Aster would stay firmly on his side, even after graduation. He also couldn't help thinking that none of the five-star knights seemed quite right in the head, though at least Rhaenys still appeared normal. Off in the distance, Aster was practically glowing, cheering as he said everything felt unbelievably clear, even wondering if he had reached Valhalla. Zeke rubbed his chin, feeling something was still missing, and considered testing Aster's abilities while he was at it. He called out to him. Aster answered at once, first sounding confused, then quickly correcting himself as he addressed Zeke properly as his master. Zeke drew his sword and said they should see what Aster could really do before the mission began. Not long after, Aster drove the butt of his spear in the ground, lifted it with practiced ease, spun it through the air, and then thrust it forward with razor-sharp precision. Watching him, Zeke frowned slightly, realizing that the moment Aster held a spear, his entire presence changed. He told him seriously to come at him with full power and that using aura was allowed. Aster answered without hesitation that he would not hold back. In the next instant, Aster tightened his grip and rushed forward. Their weapons crashed together, sparks bursting in every direction. Zeke observed closely, noting how the spear's wide reaction range let Aster block his sword far better than expected. It felt like Aster leaned more toward defense than offense, so Zeke decided to use Phantom Step. With a faint smile, he kicked off the ground and vanished from Aster's reach, silently appearing behind him to strike from the rear. Aster sensed it and stiffened in shock for a split second. Zeke's blade was already coming down toward his back. Aster twisted the spear in a subtle motion, splitting it cleanly into two. With one hand, he knocked Zeke's sword aside, and with the other, he drove a fierce thrust forward. Zeke was caught completely off guard. Riding that opening, Aster pressed forward without mercy, his spear cutting through the air again and again. Zeke stabbed his sword into the ground and used it as a pivot, flipping his body upside down to narrowly evade the blow. Even as he did, he stared in disbelief, thinking about how the spear had split, a trick usually seen among outlaws, which only made it more intriguing. Excitement flickered in Zeke's eyes as he pulled a dagger and hurled it straight at Aster. Aster reacted instantly, calling his spear back and sweeping it upward to knock the dagger away. At the same moment, Zeke landed and lunged forward with a powerful kick. Aster quickly set the spear horizontally and twisted it back into a single weapon. Watching that, Zeke narrowed his eyes, noting that it had happened again. He plunged his sword into the ground and dragged it forward as he charged, tearing through the earth, convinced that this time it could not be blocked so easily. Feeling the terrifying force coming at him, Aster pressed his lips together in unease. Even so, he lowered his spear, poured all his mana into it, and swung straight into Zeke's attack head-on. The two attacks slammed together with such violent force that it felt as if the air itself might tear apart. A moment later, Aster clutched his trembling arm and burst out in frustration, demanding to know if Zeke was some kind of monster. He rubbed his head and complained that he had been labeled a certified genius by everyone. So how could Zeke defeat him this easily? Zeke answered calmly that living while being praised as a genius only dulled the edge of one's spear. With a cold smile, he added that Aster was still nowhere near good enough, and that he would train him relentlessly until the mission. Aster's face sank in despair as he admitted he had a terrible feeling about that. When they returned to the mansion, Deeker formally announced that young Master Zeke had arrived, making Zeke call out in surprise when he saw him. Deeker then reported that a guest was waiting. Before long, Galleon walked down the hallway with wide eyes, marveling at how extravagant Zeke's mansion was. Zeke greeted him and said it had been a long time, explaining that he had called him because he wanted him to look at something. Galleon reacted in shock, asking if Zeke meant him and whether something had happened to the Black Sword. pointing out that it was forged with a magic furnace and should not even be scratched. Zeke thought to himself that Galleon must have grown quite famous by now thanks to that magic furnace he had created, the same one Zeke had used in his previous life. That meant Galleon was likely producing top-tier weapons far earlier than expected, and Zeke decided he would have to secure him as his exclusive craftsman before anyone else did. Shaking his head, he said aloud that Bahamut was fine and that the real problem was something else. He then summoned the armor, letting it form around his body. Zeke said in confusion that he had somehow obtained something like this. Galleon froze the moment he saw it, his mouth hanging open. After stuttering in disbelief, he cried out, and Zeke could only reply helplessly that he did not know what it was either. That uncertainty, he explained, was exactly why he had called Galleon, since it was not something he wanted to investigate in public. Zeke handed it over and asked if Galleon could examine it properly. Galleon hesitated for a moment, then agreed. Not long after, his voice echoed from inside the room with a respectful apology. He rubbed his forehead in frustration and admitted that nothing like it existed among any modern artifacts he knew. He then asked if there were any special traits that might hint at what material it was made from. Zeke stayed quiet, recalling his battle with Cain, before finally saying that the armor had deflected an aura blade. Galleon shot to his feet in shock, exclaiming that such a thing was only possible with one metal in the entire world. As images formed in his mind, he spoke the name gravely, identifying it as the metal of the gods, auriculum. Still stunned, he muttered that it was unbelievable, remembering that he had once glimpsed auriculum when he was still alive. Zeke immediately asked if it was truly that valuable. Galleon answered with heavy intensity that calling it precious was not enough, explaining that auriculum was said to be the most perfect substance the gods had ever created. Its monoconductivity surpassed every other metal, allowing far more magical arrays to be engraved upon it. Zeke nodded thoughtfully and asked how many large-scale magic circles could normally be carved into regular metal armor. Galleon replied carefully that large-scale circles could not even be engraved on ordinary metal in the first place. Zeke stroked his chin, admitting he knew the armor was special, but had never imagined it was this extreme. He then asked if it could be transformed into another form. Galleon raised both hands in alarm, declaring that changing auriculum was absolutely impossible. He explained that while it was a god-made metal and technically workable, the problem was that the armor was already in a perfect state. If they tampered with it carelessly and damaged its magical arrays, the armor could become useless. After a pause, he added that his master might still be able to do it. Zeke looked at him in surprise and asked if he meant Master Golan. Galleon gazed at the dusk-lit world beyond the window and calmly confirmed that Galrin could indeed alter its form without disrupting its functions. When Zeke asked where he was, Galleon replied casually that, as always, he should be in Himonis. Zeke's eyes widened in surprise, and Galleon gently went on, saying that Zeke might not even know where Himonis was, explaining that it lay far to the north. Zeke answered calmly that the land belonged to the northern Grand Duke. Hearing that, Galleon was visibly shaken, blurting out that people from the central continent rarely knew anything about the northern Grand Duke. So how could Zeke be aware of it? Zeke clenched his fist, paused, then awkwardly said it was just a coincidence. Yet a familiar face surfaced in his mind, and he quietly added that he had only learned of it himself not long ago. Standing up, Zeke thanked Galleon for everything and told him that if he wished to continue studying the metal, he was free to stay and do so. Galleon grew wary at that, letting out a confused sound before stammering his thanks. Soon after, Zeke left without another word. Left alone, Galleon remained puzzled, wondering why Zeke had suddenly taken such interest. As Zeke walked away, he made a silent decision. There was still time when it came to Himonis. There was no need to rush. What mattered now was something else entirely. His focus had to be the Reinhardt Trading Company. Inside one of its rooms, Cliff spoke after some thought, saying there should be no issue producing the medical supplies Zeke had mentioned. After a pause, he added that at least on the central continent, building a factory capable of processing soma would be extremely difficult. Zeke replied that he already knew, noting that if rumors spread about the princess backing soma processing, her reputation would take a serious hit. He then asked what would happen if the ingredients were already processed. Cliff answered calmly that in that case, it would be treated as medicine, and as long as it passed Mage Tower safety inspections, there would be no problem. Hearing that, Zeke declared the matter settled. The factory would be built on the southern continent, while Reinhardt would handle importing and distribution. Just then, Melissa cut in with an apology, explaining that the company lacked the resources to build a large overseas factory. She admitted they were barely holding together, even a single factory, to make medicine for red blossom fever, and said they might have to rethink their entire construction plan. Zeke shut that down at once. They would build the factory themselves. All Melissa had to do was secure the Mage Tower's approval so the medicine could be distributed. Her eyes widened as she asked if that was really possible, carefully wondering if the Draker family was backing him. Zeke brushed it aside. No family was involved. Every cost would come from his own pocket. He slid an envelope across the table and calmly redirected the conversation, asking if she could read what was inside, since that was the real purpose of the meeting. Melissa opened it, and the color drained from her face. The Empire had partnered with the Scorpion clan to run live experiments using synthetic poison. Her breath caught as she stared at the documents. Zeke frowned, noting that if red blossom fever had been artificially created, then this was nothing more than the Empire conducting clinical trials in Alencia. Rage shook her. She confessed she had suspected something, but never imagined they would do this to their own people. Zeke said nothing. After a brief silence, he told her the truth. The reason he was sharing this was because, for now, they had to keep the Empire's crimes hidden. Melissa shot to her feet and slammed her hands on the table, demanding to know how he could say that. These crimes had to be exposed immediately so they could never happen again. Zeke answered quietly, telling her he understood, but the evidence they had was too weak to be used as a diplomatic weapon. The anger never left her face. Standing as well, Zeke laid out the reality. The Empire had already shifted all blame onto the Scorpion clan. As notorious black mages, any human experiments done in their name would barely shake the world. In the end, the Empire could simply deny everything, offer a formal apology, and declare the matter closed. He made it clear that keeping this information buried for now was the smartest move they had. Melissa clenched her fists and demanded to know what he really meant. Zeke answered with steady seriousness. The Empire did not yet know they had uncovered the truth, and because the experiments had been carried out on such a massive scale, there had to be solid evidence directly tying the Empire to it hidden somewhere. Shock flickered across her face as she asked if he was saying they should seize that evidence and use it to corner the Empire. Zeke did not hesitate. That was exactly his plan, and the reason he had shown her all this first was so they could prepare properly. Still struggling to grasp it, Melissa asked what preparing even meant. After a brief pause, Zeke explained that if red blossom fever had been tested in the Alencia conflict zone, then other synthetic poisons were likely being tested there as well. Because of that, they had to develop antidotes in advance. The thought hit her like a blow. If those weapons were unleashed, Alencian forces would be fighting without even realizing they were being poisoned. She swallowed hard, realizing that with antidotes ready, they could prevent massive losses and strike back at the Empire when it mattered most. Her resolve hardened. She understood the situation now, and she knew her choice was right. Looking at Zeke's unwavering expression, she silently acknowledged that bringing Lord Zeke into the trading company had been the correct decision. At last, Zeke spoke again, calmly saying he would be unable to attend meetings for a while because his schedule in Valhalla was already full. Melissa let out a small breath of relief and said that if the chance ever came, she would like to invite him to Alencia. The name made him pause as he softly remarked that it was a land of beautiful mountains and lakes. Surprised, she asked if he had been there before. Zeke gave a faint smile and said he had only heard of it, but when he finally visited, he wanted her to show him every beautiful place. Touched, Melissa placed a hand over her chest and promised she would, wishing him a safe journey. After that, she and Cliff respectfully saw him off. Aster lay sprawled across the ground, completely drained. Diego collapsed beside him, gasping and whining that he might die before the mission even started. Zeke rested his sword on his shoulder and told him to stop complaining, adding that if he still had the strength to talk, he had the strength to swing one more time. That only set Diego off. He snapped back, calling Zeke a devil and swearing that Draker blood was real, before charging in with a furious slash. Zeke easily deflected it, the corner of his lips lifting as he thought that they only ever found their fire when their pride was hurt. As the session dragged on, Zeke quietly noticed the changes. After a week under his training, Aster and Diego were starting to rub off on each other. Diego especially was no longer the carefree joker he used to be. Session after session had made him far more disciplined. Right in the middle of their drills, a voice suddenly praised their hard work. Diego spun around with a startled sound, then lit up when he saw Andre and greeted him brightly, calling him Professor. Zeke, on the other hand, eyed the man with open caution and asked what Professor Andre was doing there. Andre answered calmly that he had something important to tell the three of them. When Zeke pressed him for what it was, Andre revealed that they had been assigned a mission to subjugate a continental-level threat. Students alone could not be sent for something like that. His face tightened, and with firm resolve, he declared that he would be going with them. The train tore through the forest, iron wheels screaming against the rails, when someone muttered that they never expected to be dragged along on the Black Knight Yiksha mission. Inside one of the carriages, Professor Andre sat with his arms folded, unmoved by the mood, repeating that he would never send students alone and that there were things they needed to understand first. With a hard stare, he asked if they even knew what kind of land Delphoa was. Zeke, seated across from him, answered calmly that they had learned a little in class, though he added that Delphoa was said to be different, a place where mages held real authority. Andre nodded, confirming it. Delphoa, he explained, followed a strange and rigid system. Its knights did not fight like others. They were trained around massive shields, forming the front line, pushing enemies back, while the mages stood safely behind them and rained down destruction. Asta lifted his hand and asked if that did not mean the knights fighting up close would take all the damage. Andre actually praised the question. That was exactly why Delphoa's knights were forced to train while running with their shields, he said, to endure that brutal role. It was also why so few Valhalla graduates ever wanted to serve there. Diego clicked his tongue in irritation, saying it sounded like a knight order built only to protect mages, as if the knights themselves were disposable. Andre turned his gaze to the passing scenery outside the window and replied coolly that Diego had understood it perfectly, and that he should not be too surprised once they saw Delphoa for themselves. Soon the outline of a castle rose in the distance. Andre warned them that the mages of Delphoa were infamous for their arrogance. The weather was bright and calm when he formally introduced himself as an assistant professor for Valhalla. The man who welcomed them shook his hand with a friendly smile, clearly both surprised and honored that the Draker household had sent someone in person. He introduced himself as Jorge Outer, commander of Delphoa's 8th Knight Order. Andre briefly looked at Diego, Zeke, and Asta before stating that the cadets with him were among Valhalla's finest, and that there would be no trouble on this mission. Jorge laughed lightly, saying that hearing that put him at ease, then gestured toward a nearby carriage, explaining that their captain was waiting inside. Diego frowned at that, muttering in suspicion that the bearded man from earlier had already claimed to be the captain. Zeke answered in a different tone, telling Diego to keep his mouth shut, saying this was Delphoa, and that this kind of thing was normal here. Just then, the carriage door swung open, revealing a man sitting inside, his face stiff and openly irritated. Diego narrowed his eyes and muttered that the guy looked like he had been born angry, while Zeke warned him again to stay quiet. Inside, Zeke was already certain this was Delphoa's mage captain, and the fact that even Jorge looked uneasy around him said everything. Jorge leaned in and whispered something to the man, then hesitated before turning back with an awkward look. He explained that the captain would be traveling separately, so they would have to use another carriage. Diego could only stare as the door closed and the carriage rolled away. Then he exploded, shouting that they had just been ignored, left behind like trash. He raged that this was unacceptable, that they had crossed half the world for a joint mission and were being treated like they did not exist. Zeke cut him off with a sharp kick to the knee. Diego collapsed with a yelp, grabbing his leg and cursing Zeke before swinging his anger toward Andre, demanding to know why the professor was just standing there. After a moment of silence, Andre answered calmly that once they graduated, scenes like this would become routine in a knight's life. Remembering the man in the carriage, he told them to burn everything they saw and felt from this moment into their memories. Night settled in. Zeke lay on his back in their room, staring up and letting out a quiet sigh, muttering that they really were different here. The place they had been given looked worn and hastily thrown together, while every mage facility they had passed shone with obvious wealth. He admitted to himself that he had not expected anything better. With a tired look, he sat up and said he was going out for some air. Walking down the corridor, Zeke thought that this kind of treatment did not bother him, not after what he had lived through before. What actually troubled him was the Black Knight Yiksha mission. He remembered the strategy meeting, how Jorge and the other knights had stood like statues while the mages talked over them. He had expected imbalance, but not something this severe. Letting out another slow breath, he was suddenly stopped by someone asking why he was wandering around alone. Zeke looked up in surprise and found the mage captain from earlier standing in front of him. The man spoke in a cold, flat voice, saying he had something to say anyway, and that the timing was convenient. With clear indifference, he told Zeke that Valhalla had no real role there, warning him not to get dragged into pointless magical affairs and to return quietly instead. Zeke felt a flicker of irritation and scoffed to himself, wondering why they had even bothered requesting cooperation if that was the attitude. Not that he could just punch the man, he noted dryly. Then the captain's eyes caught the emblem on Zeke's glove and his expression tightened as if he had recognized something. He asked sharply if Zeke was a pure-blood Draker Awakener. Zeke answered without hesitation that he was, and asked if that caused a problem. The captain's face darkened with anger as he snapped that Zeke had no right to speak so casually. Gritting his teeth, he warned him that it would be wiser not to remove that glove in Delphoa. With a sharp flick of his cloak, the captain turned away, coldly saying that this was if Zeke wanted to complete the mission and return alive. Zeke remained silent, while the captain acknowledged to himself that pure-blood awakeners truly did carry the power to disrupt mana. Just then, a hesitant voice called out Zeke's name. He turned, startled, and let out a small sound of surprise. Staring at the man in front of him, he asked if it was really Professor Fannin. Fannin laughed warmly, saying he knew it, and stepped closer, greeting Zeke and asking how he had been after so long. Zeke replied that he had been well, then asked what Fannin was doing there. Fannin scratched the back of his head and explained that Delphoa was the best place for a mage to make a name for himself. Research alone had not been enough for him, so he had volunteered to come. Then he asked what had brought Zeke. Zeke said simply that he was there for the Black Knight Yiksha mission. The moment Fannin heard that, his face froze. He urgently motioned Zeke closer, his sudden change in tone making Zeke hesitate. After they moved to a more secluded spot, Zeke asked what he had meant. Fannin clenched his hands, struggled for a moment, then warned Zeke not to go on the mission the next day. Zeke asked him what he meant, unable to hide his disbelief. Fannin's expression hardened as he said the mission was already doomed to fail, stressing that Zeke must never take part in it. The words hit like a blade. Zeke's eyes widened as cold sweat slid down his skin, shock locking his body in place while he tried to grasp what he had just been told. In the dead of night, the full moon hung cold and bright, spilling pale light over the silent house. The quiet broke when Diego let out a low groan and stirred awake. He rubbed his aching head and muttered that it felt like he had not slept at all, his whole body drained. Zeke sat beside him, noticed it, and said nothing. His thoughts were still stuck on Fannin's face from earlier. The way the professor had hesitated, the way he had said it could not be explained any further, kept gnawing at him. If the mission was truly destined to fail, then only two answers made sense. Either the leaders of the subjugation force were corrupt, or they had struck some kind of deal with the very thing they were meant to kill. Delphoa was a land where mages abused their power, but even this should not have rotted into open military corruption. Zeke pushed himself up, deciding that if something was wrong, collusion with the target was far more likely. By the time they reached the mountain summit, the air was open and sharp. The captain stood there with his arms crossed, calmly issuing orders. Squads 1 through 3 were sent along the mountainside, while squads 4 through 6 were told to advance from the front. Jorge glanced around for objections and gently confirmed there were none. As the captain turned to speak to the remaining units, a voice cut in. Zeke stepped forward, his face serious, and asked what their role was supposed to be. The captain snapped back in anger, saying Zeke had already been told to stay out of it after yesterday's explanation. Zeke cut him off coldly, stating that he was a Blue Knight, and that Diego and Asta were Purple Knights. Locking eyes with the commander, he said that if a force like this had been called in for cooperation, he was simply asking whether they were being deliberately left unused. The captain froze, staring as if he could not believe what he had heard, and demanded to know if Zeke truly held the rank of a Blue Knight. Murmurs rippled through the group, people whispering about his age, about the two Purple Knights beside him, and how different Valhalla must be. Grinding his teeth, the captain finally barked at Jorge to give them a scouting assignment. Jorge flinched, then hurriedly agreed. Andre stepped forward, blocking Zeke's path, his eyes sharp as he questioned the sudden provocation, stating that Zeke was not the type to act without reason. Zeke answered calmly, saying something about this mission felt wrong, as if an unseen hand was guiding it. When Andre pressed him for details, Zeke revealed his suspicion that the subjugation force and the Black Knight Yiksha were secretly working together. A brief tension passed over Professor Andre's face, but he quickly regained his composure, admitting that Zeke would not speak without cause. With a single wave of his hand, he declared they would launch a scouting operation toward the Black Knight Yiksha camp and ordered everyone to prepare, then cast a sideways glance and assigned Zeke Draker to lead the vanguard. Zeke accepted without a word. Night swallowed the forest as time passed, and the soft rustling of leaves echoed through the dark. A small group crept along a narrow trail, guided by a man holding a flickering torch. He suddenly slowed, his expression tightening, and raised a hand to stop them. In a hushed voice, he warned of nearby trolls, telling everyone to move carefully, because being discovered meant death. Before anyone could react, a blade tore through the air from the darkness. The man's eyes went wide as the sword buried itself deep into his thigh. He crashed to the ground, screaming in agony. The noise drew something massive closer. A monster emerged, releasing a low, chilling growl that locked him in place. Heavy strikes followed, raining down on his helpless body. Panic exploded through the group, and the others turned and ran, screaming for help as they fled. Two figures shot forward from the shadows. Asta and Diego leapt into the fray, cutting through the monsters in a blur of motion. One by one, the creatures fell. The wounded man, shaking violently, clutched himself as if trying to hold his body together. Zeke landed beside him, his gaze cold and steady, and asked if they were part of the Black Knight Yiksha patrol. He added that if they were, then they should start talking and reveal where the Black Knight Yiksha were hiding. Not long after, the three of them crouched in cover, eyes fixed on a distant fortress rising from the dark. Asta frowned, noting that the structure was made from dense natural stone and would be difficult to break through. Zeke turned toward Jorge and asked where the mage corps was stationed, pointing out that a force this small could not handle what lay ahead alone. Jorge hesitated, then awkwardly admitted that once the surrounding area was secured, the mages would begin bombarding the fortress with support fire from the rear. Disbelief rippled through the group. Zeke whirled on Jorge, his voice cutting through the tension as he demanded an explanation, accusing him of trying to get everyone slaughtered by sending so few people against a fortress. Before Jorge could respond, Diego suddenly looked up, terror flooding his face. He screamed a warning, pointing at something hurtling down from the sky. Zeke spun around and went rigid as he realized what it was. Shells. He shouted for everyone to scatter, ordering them to put as much distance between themselves and the impact zone as possible. The next instant, the world exploded. Fire and shock waves tore through the night, and screams of pain rang out from every direction. Jorge stood frozen in the middle of the chaos, whispering in disbelief as he struggled to understand what had just happened. Zeke seized him by the collar and roared at him to snap out of it, demanding to know if he was really trying to get all of them killed. Jorge shook his head frantically, swearing he had nothing to do with it. Grinding his teeth, Zeke felt a cold certainty settle in his chest. The enemy had known exactly where they were. There was no doubt anymore. A spy was among them. A sudden roar of noise dragged him back to the present. He turned to see a mass of figures charging straight at them with swords raised. He cursed under his breath, noting how they were throwing themselves forward like lunatics. As they closed in, Zeke's eyes narrowed. Their bloodshot eyes and twisted faces told him everything. Horror flickered through his mind as he realized the truth. This wasn't just an ambush. These men were Soma addicts, completely lost to madness. The Soma running through those bodies came from the southern cartels and had long since flooded the central continent, eventually infecting the entire land. Mages used it carefully, just enough to squeeze out a temporary surge of power, but mercenaries were a different breed. They lived only for the next fight and the next coin, swallowing far more Soma than their bodies could handle until reason itself was burned away. When Zeke saw the sword-wielding figures charging straight at them, he immediately warned everyone that these were Black Knight Yiksha's mercenaries and that they were walking straight into an ambush. The group reacted in unison, struggling to block the wave of incoming attacks. Diego cursed at the sight of a pack of raving madmen, while Asta shouted that there were simply too many of them. Zeke stayed sharp, telling both of them to save their aura and not burn themselves out too quickly. Behind his clenched teeth, he calculated the odds and realized that if the enemy force was this strong, the Night Order alone would never be enough. Mission or not, it might be better to erase everything in their path, all the way to the fortress itself. His pupils flashed gold. An explosion thundered through the battlefield, followed by a scream that cut through the chaos. Zeke spun toward the sound, sensing magic in the air and knowing the situation had just escalated again. When he spotted a formation not far away, a flicker of relief crossed his mind. The Delphoa Mage Corps had finally arrived. On the far side, their captain knitted his brow and pushed his magic even harder. Under that overwhelming pressure, the crazed mercenaries broke apart and scattered, fleeing in every direction as voices rang out, announcing the Mage Corps and ordering a retreat. Zeke watched coldly, admitting that even if they were late, their power was undeniable. If they kept pressing like this, the battle could still be turned. Then someone stepped forward and called for a halt. Zeke turned in disbelief, unable to understand why such a perfect opening was being thrown away. The captain's face hardened as he fixed his gaze on Zeke Draker and accused him of sabotaging the entire mission, his voice sharp as he demanded whether Zeke even understood what he had done. Zeke's face went empty, as if reality itself had slipped out of place. He ground his teeth, cursing inwardly at the sheer absurdity of what he was hearing. The captain kept going, blaming him for provoking the enemy when his only order had been to conduct a simple scouting mission. With a sharp turn of his back, he told Andre to take the cadets and withdraw at once, declaring that everything would be reported straight to Valhalla. Zeke's fist tightened. In a cold voice, he asked if that meant their cooperation with Delphoa was finished. The captain stiffened, stunned by the implication. Zeke continued, warning that if they were no longer operating under an assigned role, then they were no longer bound to Delphoa's commands and would continue the mission on their own terms. Fury flashed across the captain's face as he snapped that this was Delphoa's territory and demanded to know who Zeke thought he was, acting so freely. Andre stepped in without raising his voice. He stated that the Black Knight Yiksha were enemies of the entire continent, and that as official knights of the Draker household, both he and Zeke were permitted to act independently under the rule of mission first. Report later. The captain clicked his tongue, turned away, and coldly told them to do whatever they wanted, adding that all consequences would be theirs to bear. As the Mage Corps pulled back, Jorge stood there in stunned silence, unsure of what would happen to the subjugation effort now. Zeke walked up to him and said he had something to ask. Jorge looked at him in surprise. With a steady gaze, Zeke asked if he truly had the resolve to capture the Black Knight Yiksha. Jorge answered without hesitation that as a knight, he would never turn away from evil. Zeke nodded, saying he understood that feeling very well, then after a brief pause, asked him for a single favor. Not long after, the fortress lay bathed in quiet moonlight. A noise rose from below, and two guards on the wall leaned over to look down. In the distance, a massive group was charging straight toward the fortress, shouting as they advanced. At the front, Jorge roared for the cowards to stop hiding and come out and fight. One of the guards raised his bow, muttering that the attackers had to be out of their minds. Two arrows flew at the same time. Jorge's soldiers raised their shields in perfect unison, stopping the shots without a single man breaking formation. Jorge planted his feet and shouted for everyone to hold the line, determined to show the enemy that their attacks meant nothing. Faced with the solid wall of shields and spears, the two men on the fortress wall went quiet. One of them sneered to himself, convinced the whole display was pointless, when his face suddenly drained of color and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Mocking voices cut through the air as Zeke and the others openly taunted them, making it clear they had no intention of backing down. A sharp creak broke through the noise. Zeke turned his head and saw someone spurring a horse forward in a desperate rush. Riding out in the middle of this made no sense, and the moment that thought crossed his mind, dread surged through him and his pupils flashed gold. The man's face came into focus, and Zeke knew instantly. It matched the description perfectly. The Black Knight Yiksha. Zeke stepped to the edge of the wall and announced that he would chase him down himself. He told Andre to stir chaos inside, open the main gate, and fire a signal flare. Andre answered at once and moved to carry it out. Zeke didn't hesitate. He launched himself off the wall, plunging down through the night. In a cold voice, he called out Bucephalus. Lightning cracked, blue aura flared, and a massive warhorse took shape beneath him. Zeke spoke to it calmly, certain it could keep pace with its prey. The horse exploded forward, devouring the distance in an instant. The fleeing man cried out in panic, unable to believe anything could move that fast. Watching him, Zeke's lips curled into a thin, satisfied grin. He leapt from his saddle and brought his sword down in a single sweeping arc. A thunderous blast ripped through the air. The man stumbled back, staring in pure disbelief as Zeke stepped toward him, smiling with cold amusement. He greeted him by name, the Black Knight Yiksha, and mockingly asked where he thought he was running off to so late at night. That's where we'll leave it for now. If you want to catch the next part, make sure to like the video and subscribe so you don't miss it.